Hey, this is Andrew Brown, your favorite cloud instructor from ExamPro, bringing you another free cloud certification course. And this time it's the Azure AI Engineer Associate, also known as the AI-102, published here for free on freeCodeCamp. And the way we're going to achieve technical certification is by doing the lecture content, hands-on labs in our Azure accounts. And as always, I provide you a free practice exam. So you can go sit that exam, get that certification, put in your resume or LinkedIn to go get that promotion or new job you've been looking to get. If you love free cloud certification courses just like this one, the best way to support the production of more is to purchase the optional paid study materials. That includes things like practice exams, flashcards, Quizlets, downloadable cheat sheets, and more, which you can find over at ExamPro. And this specific one is exampro.co/AI-102. If you do not know who I am, I've worked in the industry for probably 20 years now, and I've taught courses on AWS, Azure, GCP, Kubernetes, Oracle, Terraform, Linux, and more. So you're in really, really, really good hands. But let's just jump into it. Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we are at the start of a journey asking the most important questions first, which is what is the Azure AI Engineer Associate? So this certification, also known as the AI-102, is an AI certification, as the name implies, focusing on two things: the managed AI services and working with large language models. Okay? So I just want to warn you that if you're taking a Microsoft Azure exam, they are very code and script driven heavy. You'll probably see code in your exam. So developer knowledge is a must, but you're in good hands because my background is a developer and we open as much code as we can to make sure that you are prepared. Consider this certification if you want to directly learn how to work with OpenAI's large language models. Now, there are other models available in the Azure AI Studio, and we actually do launch them just for fun, but they're not on the exam, and these are the ones they want you to know. If you want to have deep knowledge on implementing Azure's managed AI offerings, or you want to know how to work with RAGs and vector databases, or if you're a cloud engineer upskilling to take on AI engineering responsibilities, probably more focused on GenAI because at the time of this video, that's what people are interested in. So let's take a look at our Azure roadmap. And so this is kind of the recommended path. Now, this is not all of the Azure certs because I cannot fit them all on the screen, but these are the ones that are in your purview. So you should start with the AZ900, take that AI900, and then move on to the AI102. Now, the AI900 covers both the certifications in lighter formats, whereas the AI Engineer is focusing more on those managed AI services. Luckily, if you've taken my AI900, you'll be very well prepared for the Azure AI Engineer because I did so much more and beyond programmatically here, basically almost helping you pass the AI Engineer at this level. But I've gone way more deeper in the AI Engineer with the managed services and a lot on GenAI because that is what people are really looking for. Let's talk about how long it will take to pass this exam. Well, if you're a beginner, about 24 hours. That means that you've never taken the Azure exam before, you never worked with LLMs or AI services, you don't have experience with Python. Maybe you have cloud experience, but not programmatically and not with Azure exams or LLM AI services. Probably longer than 24 hours. It could take you up to 40 hours, to be honest, but it just really depends on you. For the experienced person, they have taken the AI900, they have worked with Python code, they have basic familiarity with LLMs and AI managed services. It'll be 12 hours. If you took my AI900 course, you're probably looking at 6 hours because I really helped you out. But anyway, you're looking at about 14 hours average study time, 50% lecture and labs, 50% practice exams. I recommend spreading the workload out across 2 weeks, 1 to 2 hours a day. Take your time. Do not try to rush it in a couple days. You'll not remember it. But that's that. What does it take to pass the exam? Watch the lecture videos. Do the hands-on labs, okay? It's very, very important because, especially with Azure, documentation does not often match the APIs, and the APIs do not match the console. Azure likes to move quick and break things, and so if you really want to understand what's going on, you have to do those hands-on labs. Even my labs might break, even though I've done them 4, 5, 6, 7 times. The Azure is weird where it's like you might think you have something perfectly built, but it just decides not to work. So, just be patient there and don't get stressed. Do paid online practice exams to simulate the real exam. And so you can go over to ExamPro.co/AI102 to get those additional practice exams. We give you one for free on the platform, but buy those additional ones. It's going to help you on the exam. It's going to help me to make more certification courses for free for everybody. Let's take a look at the content outline. So there are the following domains. We have plan and manage an Azure AI solution, implement content moderation solutions, implement computer vision solutions, implement natural language processing solutions, implement knowledge mining and document intelligence solutions, implement generative AI solutions. And remember that each domain has its own weighting. This is determined with how many questions in the domain. Notice that Azure has ranges for their freaking sections. It's very frustrating. You never know how many questions you're going to get on the exam. I don't know why they do this. I do not like that as a testing practice, but that's just how Azure rolls. Where you can take this exam, in an in-person test center or from online from the convenience of your own home. Microsoft delivers exams via Pearson VUE Online or the Pearson VUE network of test centers. So there might be a school or a private place that has a computer lab. They might have a test center partner with Pearson VUE. You go there, you give them your ID, and you use their facilities to sit the exam. If I had to choose, I would always do it in a test center because it's so much less stressful and less things will go wrong. These exams are proctored, meaning someone is watching you as you do the exam to make sure you do not cheat. So no funny business when you're doing these exams. And this is not the correct graphic here. I guess it just kind of got filled in wrong, but that's okay. The passing grade here is 700 out of 1,000 points. So you need around 70% to pass. Azure uses scaled scoring. So just be aware of that, that even if you get 70%, you could still fail. So aim for 85%, and that's what's going to help you out. There are about 40 to 60 questions on this exam. That means that you get 12 to 18 questions wrong. There are no penalties for wrong questions. You're looking at multiple choice, multiple answer, drag and drop, yes and no, and more. So probably case studies, and Azure just has so many different kinds of question types. So just be prepared for that. The duration of the exam is 100 minutes. You get 1 minute per question. No, a bit more than that. I would say like 1.5 minutes, something like that. So the exam time is 100 minutes. The seat time is 130 minutes. Seat time refers to the amount of time you should allocate for the exam. This includes the time to review the instructions, show online proctor your workspace, read and accept the NDA, complete the exam, provide feedback at the end. This certification is valid for 12 months. So that means it has a 1 year 1 year period before you have to recertify. That sounds intense, except Azure lets you do renewals for free. Okay, so hopefully that gives you an idea of what's going on here. We are going to look at the exam guide much closer in the next video. And I just want to point out that the way I make my content is I love to show you everything. And that includes mistakes. So notice here that there was minor mistakes and I'm correcting them as we go. This is going to be the same thing when we do our lab content. The reason why I do that is that, especially when we're working with Azure, things never go as expected. I could do the same lab 3, 4, 5 times, and every single time I'm going to get a different result. So it's very important that I show you the troubleshooting so that when you get stuck, you can do it too, okay? But yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we are taking a look at the exam guide for the AI-102. And so what I want to do is go through it and tell you where I stuck true to the exam guide and where I deviated, as not all these services are worth your time, but some of them are, and there's some additional things that I added that probably will be in future exams, but are really essential if you want to be an AI engineer. So just understand that there are going to be some differences. I'm going to get my head out of the way so we can look at the PDF in all its glory, or sorry, HTML page, as we haven't had PDFs in many, many years. But let's scroll on down here. And so one thing they're going to note is needing skills with Python and C#. Now, we use Python for the majority of this course, and we do a really good job with it. Could you see C# examples on the exam? Yes, but if you know how to do it in Python, you can translate the skills over, so it's not going to be super hard if you do not know C#. Down below it says you should know what REST is, and we actually have to use the REST API in some cases where the SDKs are in beta or they just don't work as expected. So we will use REST APIs and we use SDKs. And with me, we always do as much programmatic stuff as we can because that's going to give you the best chance of being able to do it in the real world, but also be able to remember it for the exam. So I made sure that we do things programmatically heavy quite a bit in this course. Let's take a look at a glance. So here we have plan and manage Azure AI solutions, implement content moderation solutions, implement computer vision solutions, implement NLP solutions, implement knowledge mining, document intelligence solutions, and implement generative AI solutions. So let's take a look at the first one here, which is plan and manage an AI solution. So here they're just saying, just know what all the Azure AI services are available. Okay, and I'm just actually gonna go pull up just for a moment here, portal.azure.com. And we're going to go over to Azure AI Services. And on the left-hand side, these are all the services that are available. Now, not all of these are used. So like down below here, these ones have been reworked. Some of these just won't appear, like Personalizer, Health Insights, we're not going to see that. Immersive Reader, we're not going to see that. But there are ones like AI Search, Computer Vision, Face API, Custom Vision, Speech Search, Language Translator, Document Intelligence, also known as Form Recognizer, but they just love renaming things here. So yeah, we are going to cover the majority of them. And so, I don't have a comparative section, but we go through all of these services. So by the end of the course, you should know what to choose implicitly based on what we've learned. Again, going to get my head out of the way here. Plan, create, deploy Azure AI Services. So Responsible AI. So I did some updates to Responsible AI. Not much has changed in the last few years. They have a couple extra documents, but again, not super hard to know what to do for that. Here they're talking about Azure AI Services, so how to deploy it and how to work with a CI/CD pipeline, implementing with containers. So we show you both of those. Here we have diagnostic logging. They talk about like managing keys and things like that. This stuff is pretty straightforward, so there's not a whole lot to really say about it. So we don't really cover these parts in much, but again, it's just like most services, that's pretty part of the course. I'm not sure why they have that text in there. Then we have Azure AI Content Safety. Now there is another API endpoint called Content Moderation. I can't remember if we use it in the course. We definitely use Content Safety, and Content Safety has content moderation in it, but we might end up covering both APIs, but we definitely make sure we fully cover Azure AI Content Safety. We have Analyze Images, which is under Computer Vision resource. It has its own SDK. So here we talk about generating image tags, Azure AI Vision, which is just Azure AI Vision Studio. We programmatically work with it quite a bit. Then down below, there's for analyzing videos. Now we're on to NLP, so natural language processing. So we have Azure AI Language. So extract key phrases, entities, sentiment of text, language used in text, identify identifiable information. We do this quite a bit. And one thing I want to point out is that we actually end up using in the course to set up our environment Azure ML Studio's compute, because this was the easiest place to do it. So understand that we will be using Azure ML Studio, not necessarily for deploying ML pipelines, but at least for the environments. And so we programmatically work through all of these examples very thoroughly. Then we have Azure AI Speech. These kind of melt into each other because they're very similar services, but we do this. I'm not sure if we do SSML. Yeah, I remember doing it, but the question, did I do in the AI 900 and did I carry that content over? I'm not sure. But that one's not too hard if it is missing. Then we have the translate language. It's a bit confusing because some of these services can do the same thing, or they might be utilizing the same SDK. So I recall us translating, but the question is, did we specifically use the translate language resource? I'm not sure. Then we have implement and manage a language understanding model. So this actually used to be called LUIS, LUIS, but for some weird reason, they decided to get rid of that service. It's still in here, down below here, language understanding, but now it's under the language service here, but the experience is exactly the same, okay? The difference is that they've added Azure AI Search so that you can bring in your knowledge base from there, and you can use OpenAI to help you generate things like utterances. And so I just want to be very upfront with you that I do not go through and make labs for it again. So I have a video that will show you how to get to it. I have older videos on how to build language understanding projects when it was called LUIS. But the thing is, it's just a name change and a shuffle, and I just can't stand using the service because it is so clunky. We have slides. I'm not even sure if we shot the videos on, but we definitely have slides in the PDF that you can download that will just show you screenshots of the updated experience. But I'm going to tell you, the old lecture content, totally fine. It will give you the contextual information that you want. It's just a name change, Lewis to language understanding, and it's now found in a different location. The same thing with this. This is talking about Q&A. This used to be called Q&A Maker Classic. Now it's just called Custom Q&A, moved under the language service, and I make it very clear how to find that in a lab that's before the lecture, and then the older lab content. Okay, we have document intelligence. So this, I believe, is form recognizer. So they gave it a different name, which is down below here. So this is something that we did before, and I believe I expanded on it in this course here by adding additional examples for Azure AI Document Intelligence, but you will see that it is just Form Recognizer renamed. We have Azure AI Search, which before was called Cognitive Search, and it really was just a full-text search engine, but now it is a vector database store and is very important when we're working with LLMs. So I gave this one extra attention because it is such a useful service. Not if you don't really like Azure AI Search, it's not that important. But if you want to work with LLMs professionally, there's just a lot of stuff that you need to know, and you're going to get full knowledge with the amount of work that I put into here. Then we have OpenAI service. This one is about launching OpenAI. So if we go over to here, I'm just going to quickly show you. Actually, it's here on the left-hand side. We have Azure OpenAI, and so you launch this resource. This allows you to then deploy large language models. But it does get a bit confusing because there's a thing called Azure OpenAI Studio, and then there's Azure AI Studio, and they look really similar. And they do have some overlap, but they are a bit different. And I make sure to spend a good amount of time making it clear the difference between the studios and the services. Down below, we have some generative stuff like using DALL-E, using OpenAI models, all sorts of stuff. Now, something that is not in this exam guide that I definitely gave you because you absolutely should have it is prompt flow. So prompt flow is a way of, you could say multimodal, or you could say it's a way of orchestrating, coordinating multiple actions with your agents and other LLMs and things like that. But I thought it was super, super important. And even if it does not appear in your exam today, there's no way they're not going to add this in the future because it is such a powerful service. I think the reason why it's not in the exam guide right now is that it's in preview, but it's so thoroughly developed. There's no way they're clawing this service back. And so you're going to get that as an addition, and you really should study it, even if it's not in your exam, okay? But yeah, so there you go. So yeah, the only thing, again, is I was a little bit lazy with Lewis, language understanding, and Q&A, but you have the resources there from prior. You'll just have to make that translation yourself, okay? I wanted to spend a lot of time with the LLMs, and they don't really detail it very descriptively here, but I think there's fine-tuning in here as well. I didn't see it, fine-tuning. Yeah, they kind of hide these as like one-liners. That was another thing that I really did a good job on, was explaining fine-tuning and showing you how to do fine-tuning. But it's weird that they just have it as like a single line item, even though it's so darn important. But yeah, there you go. Okay, ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. I want to get you set up programmatically for how we're going to work with specifically AI services. So when we're working with AI services, I like to work in Jupyter Notebooks because I think that has the most synergy for development. And so technically, VS Code can run notebooks, and so we could do it locally. We could do it in GitHub code spaces. But where I'm going to do it is I'm going to do it in a notebook within Azure Machine Learning Studio. Now, Azure AI Studio, which right now is still in preview, has the ability to launch notebooks. However, it's just utilizing Azure Machine Learning notebooks underneath. And it actually makes it more confusing using Azure AI Studio because at this point, it's just not a well-developed service. So I'd rather just save you the pain, and we're going to go ahead over to Azure Machine Learning. And what we'll do is spin up one here, and from there, we will then have our compute there. All examples are going to be up in the Azure Examples repo. I just started this, so depending on where you come in, there could be lots here or little. But at this point, this is my starting point here. But I'm going to go ahead here and create a new workspace. So we'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead here and just say AZ, or just say AI workspace. It could be AI or ML workspace, doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to call this my AI workspace. It could matter where we launch this. I'm going to launch this in maybe West US. The reason why is that when we're dealing with machine learning services, some types of compute or GPUs are only available in particular areas. I know, like when you're doing fine tuning, at the time of this video, they only appear in West US and Sweden. So I'm going to stick with West US. It's not normally where I would put things, but that's where we're going to put things here today. It's going to create a storage account. It's going to create a key vault. It's going to create application insights, which I'm not sure. I guess we do need it. We can't say no. And contain a registry, which I'm just going to leave blank. For networking options, we have public, private, private with approved outbound. Pretty standard for Azure services to provide 3 levels of network isolation, but this UI looks a little bit different than some other places, but we'll go ahead and hit review and create. And so we will go and create this Azure Machine Learning Workspace. Okay, so I'll just pause here. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, so that was just the review stage. We'll go ahead and now create. I thought it was creating. Sometimes I think that it's creating when it's not, but it has to do with that combination there. So now it's deploying, and we will wait for that to complete its deployment, okay? All right, so that resource is completed. Let's go ahead and launch this here. So I'm gonna now go ahead and launch Studio. Now, launching Studio doesn't cost anything. So right now we aren't really worried about any spend, with the exception of storage accounts and anything else that's collected there. Apparently there's a lot of preview features. That's cool. Wow, there is a lot of preview features. And that is very interesting. It looks like there's even stuff for Visual Studio Code. But again, I want to keep it simple, and I want to work with an environment that is going to be easy. So over here we have environments and we have compute. I'm trying to remember which one it is. No, these are predefined environments, so this is not exactly what I'm looking for. But, you know, I want to just point out that when we start working with Azure AI Services or OpenAI services, things might appear here as well. So just always double check this environment because it can get overlooked. But I think what we're looking for down below here is compute. And so here it says, get started with Azure Machine Learning Notebooks and R scripts by creating your compute instance. And so that's what I want to do, is I want to create a compute over here. So what is the cost for compute here? I do not remember, but they do have serverless instances, which is really interesting. If we go over here, managed serverless instances utilized by prompt flow compute session. Right now, I'm not super confident with that. I'd rather just stick with regular compute instances because that stuff is very clear. But I can see if I can look up pricing very quickly here so we understand what we're getting into. Now, we actually might, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to start clicking here because it might just tell us the cost. Oh, there we go. Okay. You know, sorry, I'm just used to using things like AWS where they do not tell you. So since the last time I used this is different, which is fine. But notice we have some associated costs. So we have 18 cents an hour, 28 cents an hour, 37 cents an hour. So it really depends on what you're doing. So if you are, you know, working with something, you might have to have something and then spin it down. So you'll have to be mindful of how long you have this running for. But if we're doing AI, it's very hard to avoid any kind of spend. Notice at the top we have CPU and GPU. If we're using the Azure AI Services API, we aren't doing the compute. Who's doing the compute is going to be, it will actually be Azure itself, right? So we might come back here and spin up something that has compute attached to it. But for now, all I really want to do is I just want to work with CPU for general purpose, the lowest possible cost. Here, it looks like this is really low. Looks like there's also some other options. If we can go cheaper, I would love to do that. Because again, we're going to just use APIs for now. There we go. And so we wouldn't obviously want to do that for anything else, but when we're using APIs, but this is what I'm going to spin up here today. We'll go ahead and hit next. Oh, so it can shut down over time, which is good. I'm going to just put in 30 minutes here just in case. So that's really nice. Do we want any other options here? So configure security settings such as SSH, virtual network, manage identity for compute. Really depends on what we're doing. Right now, again, I'm just trying to show you that experience of spinning up one of these compute instances. But I don't think that we need to do anything here. Create a compute instance on behalf of another user. Well, we don't need it on behalf of another user. It's going to be us. Do we need to assign any identities? We might want to do that. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and just hit next. I don't need any startup scripts. And here we can add environments. So I guess if we create an environment ahead of time, we could attach one. I don't need any of these, so I'm just going to ignore them. So go ahead and hit next. We'll leave tags alone, and we'll just review what we have. So we've chosen the cheapest possible option. The compute name is called Azure 2. Not the best name. I don't like that name. I'm going to go ahead and just say AI compute. Since this resource can shut down, it makes me think that we can shut it down when we're not using it, which is great. We'll just say AI compute, AI API, managed API compute. Okay. And that way we know exactly what this is for. I don't really need single sign-on, but that is totally fine. We'll go next. I'm not going to add environment because I'm not sure what to do for that right now. And we're going to go ahead and hit create. And so that is going to create our compute. If you have a larger type of compute with GPUs attached, then it might take longer to spin up. This should not take too long. So I'm going to pause here. I'll be back here in just a moment, okay? All right, so now our compute resource is running, and we have a few options. The VS Code Web is the newer option, but I'm going to stick with Jupyter Lab. I'm going to assume Jupyter is just Jupyter Notebook, but Jupyter Lab is the more modern version of Jupyter Notebook. So we'll go ahead and open this up here. Again, this whole video is just to spin up a resource. So here it says Jupyter Lab is suggested. And so it's just telling us what is being included in here. And so what we're going to need is we're going to need some type of kernel. And so usually kernel appears up here, but I don't see it. So I'm trying to remember how we specify our kernel. Kernel usage is missing. So it's possible that we should have included one initially here, but we do have some notebooks like Azure ML and things like that. So let's try 3.10 SDK version 2. And so I'm hoping if I do this, it's going to add a kernel for us. So just say print hello world. And we'll run this here. And it runs it. So yeah, now we're getting kernel usage, which is great. And so that's what we wanted here, okay? So now that we have that, we are in good shape. And I mean, what we should really do is just make sure that we have API access. The way we can do that is just by testing some kind of API. So just give me a moment to think of some kind of like test case that we can do here, okay? All right, so I think what I want to do is I want to go ahead and, again, use some kind of AI service. Again, we'll probably do this at some other point, but I just want to have some kind of use case that we can test here. I think that working with text is always really easy. So a translator is not a bad idea. So I'm going to go ahead and just create a translator very quickly here. There are many ways that you can do this. One is making Azure AI Services and utilizing it that way. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and use the translator separately here. And I'm going to place this into my AI workloads, managed workloads. I can keep this around because I might end up creating a bunch of these. I'm going to stick with the same region that the other one's in. So this one's going to be West US. And do we have, let's see, West? Can I type that? No. West US, there it is. I was getting confused because we had these ones at the top here, but I'm going to stick with West US. This is going to be my translator test. And all I really want to do here is I just want to make sure, well, I'm going to put some numbers here on the end. We just want to make sure that this works before we move on and actually do real things, because there could be permissions issues and I just want to get through that here and just make sure that it works. But since we're using the API, that shouldn't be an issue, unless we need some other thing that we need to download. And actually, I do believe there is something we need to download. So originally when I did this, this was the ExamPro code, free AI 900. This content is now for both the AI 900 and AI 102. But for any of these, I think pretty much the first step was setting up some kind of install like this, right? So I just want to make sure that works before we do it. So I'm going to go back over to here and see if this is ready. It says it is. We'll go over to here. Sometimes they will provide instructions on how to implement this. If they don't, it's not a big deal. We can try stuff here, but I want to go over to sample code. No, that's not what I want. Let's go over to Python. And I suppose this is one way that we could do it. But this is not using any kind of SDK. Okay, so not exactly how I would want to implement it. I want to make sure that we can do this probably the way you would implement it here. So we do have cognitive services. And so I don't believe that this name has changed because it'd be very hard for us to change that. Sorry, Azure. But I'm going to go over here and just type in Azure Cognitive Services, and we're going to type in maybe GitHub. And so there is a joined SDK. Is there a separate one for the translator? Could be this one here. No, that's just an example. So we have Cognitive Services Speech SDK. Cognitive Services Speech SDK. So this is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the translator, right? And this one's Azure Samples, which is fine. But something that we might want to take a look here is let's just take a look at how they're loading this in here. Over to Python. And wow, they are just not providing the same information as they used to. Okay. So give me a second. I'm going to go look and see if I can find an SDK for this. So I can see that there is an Azure Text Translation SDK. I'm actually surprised that it's in preview. That might explain when we went over to here. It's showing us raw Python code. So, again, not exactly how I would like to do this, but if it works, I guess we'll go ahead and do that. Because this one's in preview, and I don't really want to show you something that might not necessarily be completed. You know what? We're going to do it. I think they're probably going to end up using it. So we'll go ahead over here. I'm just going to say dismiss here. We're going to paste this in here. And what I want to find out is if we're going to run into any issues. That's what I want to find out. Can we programmatically work with an API? I'm not sure why this is not copying and pasting. Copy. There we go. Right click, paste. Edit. Paste. What is going on? Paste, paste, paste. Hello. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Yes. Right click, copy. Paste. There we go. And generally when you install stuff, you're going to put a percentage in the front here. That tells the notebook to use a system command, which is pip. So let's go ahead and see if that works. So see how there's a little asterisk? That means it's thinking, it's downloading, and it is working. So we're able to install this. Again, just trying to make sure that we have everything that we need for this particular kernel, which is working with APIs. And so here it says install it. And then down below, we need to include a couple of imports. So here we have credentials and text translation. So we'll go over here and give this a go. And we can run that. Says invalid syntax. Well, I'm not sure how that could be invalid when we literally copied it straight from here. So let's go back over to here. And by the way, we can name these notebooks. So this one could be named something as translator. So we have from Azure Core Credentials, import text translation client. From Azure AI Translation Text, import text translation client. Okay. So maybe they've changed the name of it. And this is the part where it's kind of risky utilizing preview stuff, right? Because if it's in preview, they might change the naming on us. And that's probably what's happened here. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and go to GitHub here. When we have this kind of issue, what we can do is just take a look and see if anything has been changed. So it says Azure SDK for Python, text translation. So I guess they're all kind of grouped here together. And they're not really telling us what the import is here. So clearly there is the credentials here, right? And this kind of looks useful. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this on over. I wasn't trying to make this super hard, but apparently it's not as straightforward for the translator. So it's just my poor choice of choosing that service. And so we'll just put that up there. We can change this over to be Markdown. So that way when we click, if we click that, we can, resources here up the top, we can click through that and get back to that very quickly. So what I'm looking for here is the import statements, and they don't show, but they do have a sample. So let's go ahead and take a look here. And what's interesting is, like, obviously there's the docs, but you can't always trust Azure Docs. Sometimes the code examples are better, or you just have to experience it for yourself. So we have sample text translation languages. So that sounds really good because I just want something really simple. And here they're just saying import sample text translation client. So it seems like they've abstracted out the code. And here it says Azure AI Translation.text. So if we go back over to this one, so it's Azure AI Translation text. And so it looks like maybe the syntax is supposed to be this period syntax. So let's go ahead and grab that. I have a very strong background in programming, so for me this is not too hard, right? But for you, if I wasn't here, I'm not sure how you'd handle it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and paste it in here, and I'm going to just fix the indentation. I don't think the order matters, but I'd rather have the core on top here. And let's see if we run this. Is this going to fix our problem? Run that. And so now we don't have a problem. So yeah, the documentation is not 100% correct. So here they are showing, I mean, well, this one has a period syntax, but this one doesn't. But then this one down below here is correct. So I think maybe what happened is that they just possibly made a mistake. Maybe that's our issue here. Okay, so if that's the case, I'd rather rely on maybe this one over here. And so here they're saying, once you do that, get an API key because you're going to need one. Then create the client using the API key here. So I'm just going to copy some of this in here. And we'll need to set ourselves an API key. We'll just say API equals this. And there's probably like a safer way to pass environment variables. I'm not very good at this. There's like a way to set nvars, but I always fail, so I just paste them in here. And I do apologize for that. Just be careful when saving your notebooks and that you do not expose that information. We'll try our best to try to pass it through, but we might have to just hard code them in here. So the idea is that we get back our credential object. We are passing credentials here, region to region. We aren't specifying the region, but everything is US West. So it'd be nice if we had an example of what that looks like, because sometimes they want a title case, sometimes they don't. But anyway, so that's the text translator. If we go down below here, this is just telling us what supported languages there are. I just want to translate. So it looks like the way we translate is we are going to have this here. Actually, I'm just going to grab this whole code block because it looks pretty good to me. And I'm going to bring this down here and paste it in. I don't like that it's 4 indented. I guess this is defaulted to 4. But Normally, when you're working with something like Python, two-space indentation is what you should utilize, but this might be set to whatever that is. And I'm not exactly sure where to change that. Maybe we type in tabs here, or spacing. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure where that is, but I'll have to just live with four space indent. It's not a big deal. But over here we have our target languages. So we have CS, ES, DE. So I'm not sure what CS is. That is Spanish. That is, I believe, German. So here I have this is a test. I'm actually going to switch this out and make this JP for Japanese, assuming that's what it is. So the idea is that it will take in this text, so our input text elements. I'm just going to write our input text. I just don't like the naming of it. And we'll just say langs, and this will be langs. And by the way, if this is too small, another thing I can do is try to bump up the font. I know when I originally recorded this, people were saying, hey, Andrew, this stuff was too small. So I'm going to go ahead and increase the text editor font size. If it would increase here. And this is probably the reason why I didn't do that, because it just doesn't work. So I'll just bump it up manually like this. There we go. And hopefully that is a lot more readable for you. I do apologize. And so we'll scroll on down here. And so we have this in here. I'm just carefully looking here. So this looks pretty good. So all we're missing here is the API key. So I'm going to go back over here, and I now need that API key. So on the left-hand side, I would assume that's going to be under something like called APIs. So let me just carefully look for that here. Keys and endpoints is probably that. So we'll click into this. And so we have ourselves some keys. So I'm going to go ahead. Oh, so it says West US. So that's probably what we want. So I said earlier, I'm not sure what we need to set for the region. So I'm going to go ahead and type in region here and do this. And then we'll need our API key here. So I'm going to go back over to here. I'm going to look at the first key, just copy it. Of course, do not share your keys. Do not save this stuff into repos. Be very, very careful about that. My repo is public, so I really don't want to do that. And so the key is here. I just want to make sure that it works, and then we'll test and see if we can get the environment variable to work, okay? So what I want to do here is I want to run this. So this is where we are now. This could have been one step lower here. I'm not sure why I did it in this order, but these both ran, so it's still the order that we want it to be. And let's see if this works. No problem so far. And this is the big question here is this going to work? So run this, and it's taking its time, using 80% CPU, which is a lot for not doing much. And so here it's saying missing one required positional argument content. And so this could just be a change with the API. So instead of body, it might want content instead. It doesn't tell us underneath what it's utilizing here. So let's go back over to here, and let's go back to overview and look at the code sample, because that's going to give us an indicator of the parameters it wants. Because here it says body, right? But then down below here we have content. So we get the request body, and we are turning it into application JSON. We're turning it into a JSONified string, and then we're passing on as content. So the question is, would this require this to be JSON? I don't think so. So I'm going to go back over to our environment. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a guess. Sometimes you got to do this. I'm going to change this over to content. And we'll see what happens here. And it's saying keyword argument only 2. Missing required keyword. So does that mean that this is now 2, like this? We'll try this. So here, the request is not authorized because the credentials are missing or invalid. So we're getting closer, right? And again, I just guessed at what those inputs were based on my programmatic knowledge. But it is a little bit hard to figure out from here. And also from the documentation, it's not super clear. But we can scroll on down and take a look and see what they're doing. And they're just pointing to the sample repository. So they don't even really show you how to do it. They kind of leave the whole thing out, which is interesting. But now that we've gone down this route, I really do want to solve it. And so my major concern is like, do we have a permissions issue? What is wrong here? So just give me a second, okay? So one thought I had here looking at the keys is that we have the web API and containers, right? And so it's possible that these only work with these two methods. I would expect that what the SDK is using is the web API or the same underlying API. However, when we go over to here, we are seeing that it's using cognitive services to list out keys. So it makes me think that we need to use cognitive services to generate out a key. Cognitive services have been renamed to Azure AI Services. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to back out here for a second. We're going to go to Azure AI Services, which is actually cognitive services. And notice that we have this one with this logo, this one with that logo. I believe it's the same thing. I'm just going to double check and make sure they're the same. Azure AI Services. That is the original logo. Yeah, and so this is what was originally here. It says cognitive services and applied services are now Azure AI Services. So this is the old way of doing it. And then when you go over to here, where you're looking at, this is the actual Azure AI Studios icon, but they've just moved everything over here for whatever reason. And you can actually see that I have an Azure AI Services hub from earlier. But the thing is that we want to have an API key. And so we have this. Is that going to create me a hub if I go over here? It is. Get access to OpenAI, speech, vision, translator, Azure AI Services with a single API key. Quickly connect the services together to achieve more insight. So this is one way to do it, but the question is like, why can't I just use the standard key? So again, I have a lack of confidence here because I think this is actually going to spin up Azure AI Studio. So if we type in Azure AI Studio, I'm just going to make sure if that's separate here. Oh, okay, so this is Azure AI Services. And Azure AI Services is just a pragmatic way to work with a bunch of these APIs with a single API. And when you spin up Azure AI Studio, it's going to do that as well, just create this indirectly. But I would really like to just work with this specific API. So just give me a moment, I'm going to play around, okay? All right, so I haven't really found a solution yet, but I'm going back to this example here because maybe if we can utilize this one and then we can rule out that, our key is fine, but maybe it's our code. So if we go here, it says insert my keys and region into the sample code, meaning that it should update down below here. I'm going to go ahead and copy the sample code. I'm going to assume that on copy, it's going to show me that information, right? And we'll go back over to here, and I'm just going to make a new one, a new notebook here. This will be translator. Yeah, we'll stick with 3.8 Azure ML, which is fine. And we'll rename this as, I don't even think we needed Azure ML. We could have just done that with, we could have just done that with the standard one here, but we'll say translator simple. Okay. And we'll go ahead and just paste that contents in here. And so if we scroll on up, it didn't do the thing that it said it was going to do. So I'm going to drag this one up here. And I guess I'll just have to manually get these. Not sure why it's not working, but that's fine. We'll go over to here to keys. We'll copy this. And we'll paste this in here. So we have those two parts ahead. I know this is like a big detour, but sometimes it's just what you have to do to get things to work. So I'm going to run this, and then this, and then it says your location. This is West US. So that is fine. I'm going to go ahead and just bring some of these things up here, like the location here. Right, and we'll do that. I'm going to just take these two lines out. We don't need that. And so the rest should just work. Let's find out if that works. from English to. I'm not sure why that's a problem. But I suppose what we could do is just put it on one line and maybe that will resolve the issue. My primary language is Ruby, not Python, but I know Python good enough when I need to figure it out. So we'll go ahead and try that. And maybe it's just expecting commas here. It really makes me think that Azure does not test their products. And so we are getting translations back. So this is working. So we have ruled out here that it's not our API key. It's something that we're doing over here. Now notice that this has from and to. So I'm wondering if that's also something else we have to specify here. It's also specifying API version. Here it has the content type, which is application JSON. It has body with text in the interior here, and then passing it along like that. So here it's not very clear what it wants. And so we obviously know this is in preview. So I think that that's okay if we can't solve it. But you need to know this is what it's like working with Azure products, the SDKs. If you do not have a programmatic background, you can find yourself being very frustrated. Even if you do have a programmatic background, you can have yourself very frustrated. And I just want to show you, I'm going to go over to Twitter for 2 seconds because I want to show you, before I started doing these recordings here, I had to say my positive affirmations, which is I will record Azure AI Labs today. I will successfully make the labs. I'll be patient. And I will not doubt myself. Remember, sometimes Azure just doesn't work, even if you know what you're doing. So do not get stressed. And understand that it's challenging for me as an expert in Azure to work with this stuff, okay? But yeah, so the last thing I'd like to do here is I just want to see if we could load in this environment variable, the API via environment variable, because we really don't want to embed things this way, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do that. I know it's like OS Enron, so how to load environment variables, Python, Jupyter Notebook, because there's a specific way to do this. And I just need an example. And so I'm thinking here that the challenge is if we get into the environment. So the idea here is that we can open up a terminal, say new terminal, and then this terminal should be connected to our kernel, but that's not necessarily true because if we go over here, we could end up with multiple ones here. So is there a way that we could open this? I just want to make sure like we have a guarantee that we're opening this environment in the terminal. And so that's what I'm not 100% sure about. Just give me 2 seconds. You know what? I'm not 100% certain, but I'm just going to try and we'll do a test here and see what happens. Sometimes that's the best way to find out. So I'm going to import the OS like this. You know, I know it seems a bit excessive, but I'm going to make another notebook here. We'll just call this ENV test here. So we'll say, I just need SDK version 2, even though we're not doing anything with the SDK. And I'm going to go ahead and just rename this, and we're going to call this ENV test. And so we're going to import our OS. We're going to grab this value here. We'll go back over to here, add that there. We'll say my test var. All right. And so what I want to do is go over to terminal here. Again, is there some way we can open this in a terminal? No. Okay, so we'll go over to here and we'll bring a terminal open. And so what I want to know is if I set an environment variable here, and this one's called my test var, and it's actually set, we don't need to, or we can do export like this, export. And then we'll do an equals, it'll say hello world. Okay, so the idea is that we have that now. If we type in env my test var, didn't do exactly what I wanted, but that's okay. We can do echo $ my test var. There we go. So that is echoing out there. Notice it says Azure ML Python 38. So that makes me think that the kernel that it's using is not necessarily this environment test one. But we'll find out here in just a moment. So I'm going to run this. I'm going to run that. And notice that it's saying does not know what this is. My test var, my test var. So I would really like this to carry through because that way we don't have to worry about accidentally putting this in our stuff and committing it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to restart this kernel. Restart the kernel. And see if that makes any difference. We can also clear out our inputs here. So just clear all inputs here. Restart. Yep. I'll try this again. And then this. Doesn't know what it is. So another thing we can do is we can change the kernel. So I'm going to change this. And let's see if we can make it the same as this one here. Right? And so what I'm hoping for by changing this kernel, that maybe we've set it here and it will know about it. Because it's telling us Azure ML Python 38. So do this. We do that. And that doesn't work. So I would really like to know how to get this to work. So just give me a moment. I'm going to do some research, okay? So I didn't find an exact solution here, but another thing we could do is we could try to just run. We can try to set the environment variable using that magic command with the percentage. There's also a suggestion there's a kernel JSON file. I don't know where that is. I don't want to dig into that. So let's try this solution because this might work, okay? So we have where it says percentage environment or set environment, and so we could do this. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this here. I'm going to go back over to here, and I'm going to go ahead and just say my test var testing, and I'm going to grab this. I'm going to make this above here on this line here. Does it need an equals in between it? I mean, that one has it for sure. I mean, this one has it as well, where it's environment, whatever, or with the equals. I'm more comfortable with the equals. I suppose you could do it either way. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say hello world. And we're going to run this. And so now I want to see if I run this. Will that work? Oh, it didn't complain. So we'll go ahead and here just say print API key, which is not what we're actually doing here, but that's fine. It's just a test var. And so here we can see our environment variable. Now, here's a question. If I reset this kernel, restart, is it going to retain that? So we'll go ahead and do this. Okay, and that's fine. So we'll go here. I'm going to skip this line. I can go here. It doesn't know what it is. So just understand if you reset the kernel, you're going to have to set that again. And so that's pretty much the best solution I have here. So what we'll do, I'm going to go ahead and just go back over here. So it's really up to you, like whether you want to just remember to clear this out or to go through all that process to have a hassle there. But I'm just going to clear this, and I'm going to bring this over here because this is our failed attempt, but I still think the code is worth hanging around. So this attempt failed because the API is in preview, and we could not find a working example. We were getting authentication issues despite using the correct API key. So instead, with translator, it's recommended to use the web API code example. Okay, and so that's our thing there. I really want to have this in my repo, and so probably the last thing I want to show you is just like how you can bring in like a environment or workspace to work in. But I need to bring these into here, right? So I'm in GitHub, and if I press period on my keyboard, what that's going to do is open up github.dev. And this has no compute behind it, so I don't have to worry about any costs. And the idea is that I can just work with files here. And so I'm going to go ahead and just download these two files. I say download and download. I might just rename this one before I do that. So renamed, failed, and we'll download that one as well. And so I'm going to go back over to here, and then I want to bring them on in, okay? So we're going to go to our downloads here, and I'm just going to go and make a new folder here, and we'll call this translator. And then I'm just dragging in these IPNPs. Now, one thing we really have to watch out for is this part, right? Now, I'm going to end up tearing down the service, so it's not a big deal for me, but I don't want this to be here. So I'm just going to it's like replace me. Notice it's printing it down below there, so that's not good either. So I just want to, whoops, take this out of here. And I want to clear out all the inputs. So I'm not sure. We can do a terminal now? No. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. You can create a terminal but continue in the environment. Okay, that's fine. So I just want to clear out these inputs. I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Clear inputs from... I'm not sure. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to delete these. And I'm going to delete my local files that I just downloaded. And I'm going to go back over to here. And I'm just going to clear all outputs. Okay, so we'll clear that one. And I just want to take this out of here. Okay, I don't want this in here. I don't want to print out the key. I'll go back over to here. And I want to make sure that's cleared. I'll just clear this one out as well. Clear outputs. Restart. There we go. Good. I'm going to go ahead and download both of these again. And all I really want to use this for is to facilitate copying this over. So it downloaded one of them, but not the allow multiples. That's fine. And so now I have both of them downloaded. It's off screen, just so you know. And so I'm going to select those two here. I'm going to drag them on into here. I lost my folder, so I'll make the folder again, translator. And then we will bring these, we will bring these into here as such, move. And I'm just going to go commit these. So I'll just say Azure API translator. And I mean, I suppose we did that translation. I never really paid attention to what the output was, so I'm actually just kind of curious. So I'm going to go back here and just undo this. So I was just curious, did it actually work? I think it did, right? So just say run, run, run. And we do have it, yeah. So we have these two here. Maybe this is not the Japanese. Oh, we don't have it in here, that's why. I wanted to see Japanese, so I'm just going to put it back in here. And that is not a valid target language. Maybe it can't do Japanese. I don't know. I thought it could do that. Well, that's totally okay. But anyway, we have that there. So this is now committed. So now the next question is like, imagine I want to work with that, that there. So normally on the left-hand side, there's a way that you could bring in you could load in a repository, but I'm not seeing it here. So, yeah, I'm not sure. But normally you'd have some kind of version control here on the left-hand side. And I'm thinking that this one's so simple that it just doesn't have it. And that's totally fine. Like, if all we want to do is bring them in manually, we can do that. But it says over here, Jupyter Lab development team is excited to have robust third-party extensions. Let's go ahead and enable that. Maybe that it's an extension that we need to enable. I'm not sure if we're even allowed to enable these here. I'm clicking it. Oh, I had to be patient maybe. So I'm just going to click that. I'm just curious if we can get source control in here. If we can't, doesn't really matter. But we'll find out here in just a moment as I clicked it a lot, okay? All right, well, I mean, I enabled this, but it never really reappeared. That's totally fine. So we'll just say that we achieved what we wanted to achieve here. I'm going to shut down all kernels. I'm going to shut down all terminals. And so we are done here for now. Just to keep this a bit organized, I'm going to make a new folder. I'm going to call this one translator. And the thing is, I'm just going to keep bringing files over into here. And so I'll just keep backing them up into the this repo here, the Azure Examples repo on ExamPro GitHub.com. And so we consider this done. I just want to make sure that we go stop this workspace. So I'm going to go ahead and say shut down. And so we'll shut down this Jupyter Lab. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's shutting down this, but we'll just double check and make sure. And we'll refresh this. Is it shutting down? No. So So I'm going to go ahead and click this. I'm going to say stop. And we're going to stop that. And so hopefully next time I spin it up, it works. I might just start this up one more time just to make sure that it still works. So I'm going to stop it here. We'll wait. And then I'm going to start it up. And again, just make sure that it comes back to its original state, okay? All right, so that is now stopped. I'm going to go ahead and spin this back up here. So we'll start it up again. I tried clicking here, but we have to hit start up here. And so we'll wait for that to start up. And I just want to make sure that, that I can open up that Jupyter Notebook again, or Jupyter Lab, and then we'll just stop it one more time. And then we'll call this video quits. All right, so that's running again. I'm going to go ahead and open up this in Jupyter Lab. I just see, what do we have? Do we still have our files? Do we have anything? So we'll just go ahead and say, sure, build. That's totally fine. So yeah, our stuff is still here. So we are in good shape. I just might make another subfolder here and call this AI, and drag this on over to here, just so it's a little bit more organized. And so we can call this done. I don't think we have to stop the workspace from here. Like in Jupyter Labs, we can just go ahead and shut it down here, or stop it, sorry. But the idea is that we now have this provision. We have a working environment, and this is what we're going to use for managed API compute. If we need any kind of specialized ones, we'll do that separately. But we'll consider this done, and I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this follow along, we're going to take a look at Azure AI Studio, or Azure Open AI Studio. They're very similar, but they're also different. And so I want to make that clear distinction. So far, most of the videos that we've been doing programmatically, we just spinned up Azure AI Services, or in some cases, OpenAI Services, and we haven't really gone into that studio. But the studio is something that we should really know. And so I want to point out that we do still have our AI services we made from a previous video. I just go over here. And so we can technically enter the studio through here. Or if we created OpenAI, we could go here and we can get some of the functionalities of the Azure AI Studio. I recommend that if you're going to work with the studio, you go and create a studio resource first, because that's going to create all the stuff that we need to scope our projects and things like that. But I'm going to do it both for OpenAI and also Azure AI Studio, so that we can distinguishly or understand the difference between those two, because they look very, very similar, and they are very similar. But you know how Azure is. They like to do things 10 different ways, and it's always hard to know which is the most modern or best way. So let's first type in Azure AI Studio, or sorry, OpenAI Studio, and see if we get that. So we have Azure OpenAI, which is fine. And yeah, I guess that's the only way we're going to be getting into OpenAI Studio, is by creating an OpenAI resource. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to create this one, just say OpenAI Studio. And we'll just choose East US, which is totally fine. Actually, I'm going to go West, because some models are only available in West, and I don't want to have a hard time if that's the case. We'll say OpenAI Studio here. And then the pricing tier is going to be standard. I'm going to go and, oh, it doesn't like the name, so I'll put some numbers here on the end. And we'll go ahead and hit next, next, next. And we'll give it a moment here and hit create. So that one is creating. And now what I want to do is go over to Azure OpenAI Studio. Okay, so we type in AI Studio. And so notice it pops up as Azure AI Studio. So slight difference. We're creating the OpenAI resource, and then we'll launch the studio. And for this one, it's showing that it has the Azure AI Services. But if you create from here, it's not just going to create just this resource. It's going to also create Azure AI Hub. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to create a new group here. I'm going to call this AZ AI Hub. Right, and this will be for the studio. I'll just put studio in there as well, so we know what this is for. I guess we don't need random numbers. I'm just thinking that this is the name of the resource. I'm going to stick to West, because I know that there are some models that we cannot use in other places. We ran into an issue where there was a model we wanted to use that wasn't available in West, so that was very interesting. But I'm going to go ahead here and just type in AZ AI Hub and put some numbers here so it doesn't complain. And that looks fine. So notice it says connect AI services included in OpenAI. And here it'll actually just make a new one for us. So when we actually do this, it's going to create both AI services and OpenAI. So we're going to have some redundancies there, and it's not a big deal. It just depends on what we spin up on the interior of those things, but they're not going to cost anything for us to spin those up as such. And so we'll wait for that to spin up here, okay? Well, and that was just the review stage, so we'll go ahead and hit create. They get me all the time like that, but we'll wait for that one to be ready, okay? All right, so both are spun up. And so remember, we have both OpenAI spun up and Azure OpenAI Studio with the hub. So if we click to this resource here, we now just have to wait a moment and notice it says Azure AI Hub. We'll go ahead and open that up there. And then over here, we'll go to the resource for OpenAI. And from here, we can open up OpenAI Studio. Okay, and so why do I say that I recommend that you create the hub first is that it just adds a layer of organization. So you can go into, if I go back here for a moment, we can go over to AI services right here, and we can click into here, and we can open this in the scope of Azure AI Studio, but it's not going to be in a hub. It's also not going to have OpenAI connected to it. So sometimes in Azure, there is an easier way to do things where it's going to set up a bunch of stuff. Some people like to set them all up individually and connect them. But yeah, many times that doesn't work. So we're just going to do it the way that I know that will absolutely work for you. And you're going to notice that these look very similar. This is OpenAI Studio. This is Azure AI Studio. Azure AI Studio is newer. Technically, it's in preview right now. And the idea is that it's supposed to replace OpenAI Studio, or they're both going to be around in some regards. But the key difference is the model catalog. So if you go to the model, well, that's one of the key differences. If you go to the model catalog for OpenAI, the only stuff that you're going to see is the models that are from OpenAI company. If you go to Azure AI Studio and you go to the model catalog, you're going to have a much larger selection of models here, okay? So we have a lot more going on here. Now, I just want to point out that if you want to actually use these models, especially in Azure AI Studio, you may have to request access. So it's not showing me that here right now, but when I first used it, I had to request access. And so it would say request access here. You'd fill out a form, and it would take 48 hours. It took me more than 48 hours. And they didn't tell me when they were available. They came back, and I was able to use it. If you do not have access to those, you're not going to be able to do much at all. So make sure that you do that and you wait for OpenAI. I think when I used it, they were readily available. But again, if you have that issue, you might have to do that. So yeah, so they're pretty similar. I think that Azure AI Studio has more, but we're going to do as much as we can in the OpenAI Studio, and if we have to go over here, we can do that. But yeah, just flipping between the two, you can see, there are some additional things that appear not to be there, like prompt catalog. And all prompt catalog is a way of collecting your prompts. So it's just a place to save them. So if I click into here, it just shows an example of a saved prompt that we could use again. Okay, so yeah, hopefully that is clear. And so that is the initial setup, and then we will go in and start utilizing this stuff, okay? All right, let's compare AI versus generative AI. First, starting with AI. So what is AI? It is computer systems that perform tasks typically requiring human intelligence. This includes problem solving, decision making, understanding natural language, recognizing speech and images, and the AI's goal is to interpret, analyze, and respond to human actions, to simulate human intelligence in machines. And I create a large emphasis on the word simulate because it's not emulating. So simulate is where we are mimicking aspects or resembling the behaviors of humans or other things. Emulation is when we're actually replicating exact processes in machines. It's the real virtualization of the human mind. And you could say that's pretty much AGI, so the artificial general intelligence. But the point is that AI is a simulation, not an emulation. AI applications are vast and includes areas such as expert systems, natural language processing, speech recognition, robotics, and more. For industries, it's across the board. If you're talking about B2C, everyone's probably experienced a customer service chatbot. I hate them, but that is probably the number one use for AI. We have e-commerce, so recommendation systems. So think like using Amazon and maybe it's using AI there and you're not aware of it. Autonomous driving vehicles, medical diagnostics. So lots of verticals there for different industries. Let's talk about generative AI. So generative AI is a subset of AI focusing on creating new content or data that is novel and realistic. It can interpret or analyze data, but also generates new data itself. It often involves advanced machine learning techniques. So we got our GANs, our VAEs, our GPTs, like the transformer models. And we're going to be talking about transformers, not Autobots and Decepticons, but actual architecture for LLMs. I really should throw in some of those. If they weren't copyright, I would have them in there. Generative AI has multiple modalities. And if you've never heard the word modalities, think of it like senses. You know, you have vision, you have touch, you have taste, things like that. So for GenAI, we have things for vision, for text, for audio, right? And there are some odd ones like molecular. So something that generative AI can do is it can do drug discovery via genomic data. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. And a lot of people associate generative AI with large language models, which generate out human-like text, and is a subset of GenAI, but it's often conflated with being AI due to it being the most popular and developed. And it has strong correlation to the text modality because they usually do that, but large language models can be multimodal, meaning that they can work across multiple modalities, but it's mostly text. So let's just sum this up and make sure we know the distinction between AI and GenAI. So AI is focused on understanding decision making. GenAI is about creating new and original outputs. That doesn't mean that GenAI can't do the former, but it has that added benefit of generation. For data handling, AI analyzes and makes decisions based on existing data. GenAI uses existing data to generate new data and unseen outputs. For applications, AI is generally more applicable because, you know, it just is. Whereas GenAI is very focused on creative, innovative generation of synthetic stuff. And that M threw me off there. It's not supposed to be there, but I think you understand the distinction between the two. And there you go. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we're taking a look at what is a foundational model. So a foundational model is a general purpose model that is trained on vast amounts of data. We say that a foundation model is pre-trained because it can be fine-tuned for specific tasks. So just remember, we are training the model, and we're going to say that it's a pre-trained model, but imagine text, images, video, structured data, all sorts of data, massive amounts of data that is going to produce your foundational model. And from that foundational model, it could do all sorts of things: prediction, classification, text generation. It might be limited to very specific things that it can do, but the point is that it can do a lot of things. And the reason I want to bring up foundational model is because you hear it a lot when we're talking about LLMs, and it becomes a bit confusing how to distinguish it between LLMs and a foundational model. But LLMs are a specialized subset of foundational models. They are foundational models that uses transformer architecture. So if you remember that LLMs are foundational models, but they're specifically using the transformer architecture, then that will help make a whole lot of sense, okay? Let's talk about large language models. This is going to be short, even though there's a lot you can say about it. I just want you to remember a key thing about large language models. So a large language model is a foundational model that implements the transformer architecture. And we're going to spend a bit of time learning about the transformer architecture in upcoming videos. But the idea is that you have natural language. I can get my pen tool out here. So we have natural language as our input. It goes to the large language model. It predicts output for words, and as it produces each word, it feeds it back in and continues to produce until it is done. So during the training phase, the model learns semantics or patterns of language such as grammar, word usage, sentence structure, style, and tone. That's what makes it so good at interpreting language and giving things that sound with language understanding, because it has that ability to understand the semantics of language. It would be simple to say that LLMs just predict the next sequence of words, because as you use the model, it outputs a word on the end of it and keeps feeding it in and in and again and in until it's done. But the honest truth is researchers do not know how LLMs generate their outputs, because there are so many layers and there's so much going on there that at this point right now, the level of complexity makes it very difficult to truly understand how it is reasoning its output. But it looks like it's just doing word for word, but there is a bit more to it, okay? But there you go. The transformer architecture was developed by researchers at Google that is effective at natural language processing due to multi-head attention and positional encoding. And here is that architecture. It comes from that white paper. Attention is all you need, because that is the special mechanism that it is utilizing to pull off the feats that it is doing. I try to remember what came before it. It was like CNNs and RNNs, so convolutional neural networks and recurrence neural networks. And recurrence neural networks could kind of do what transformers do, but they just had an issue with scaling and being able to remember everything that they were looking at. And so this architecture found a way to do that, and that was with positional encoding and multi-head attention. How important is it to know this architecture? It's good. It's nice to know so you get a bit of an experience in terms of what's going on there. But to be honest, working with LLMs constantly, it's just like you kind of forget about this. And so it doesn't really inform any of your workflows or decisions. I guess it's just more like by looking at this, you have more confidence at reading white papers, right? And looking at some of the stuff of these architectures. So that's why we're looking at it. But transformer architectures are made up of two components or two parts. We have an encoder, and that's, you can get my pen tool out here, so it's very clear what we're looking at. But it's this thing here, right? So that is our encoder. I'm just going to erase that there. And so you can get the idea that the one on the right is going to be our decoder. But let's read about what the encoder is. So it reads and understands the input text. It's like a smart system that goes through everything it's been taught and picks up on the meanings of words and how they're used in different contexts. So that's the high level. And then the decoder, based on what the encoder has learned, this part generates new pieces of text. It's like a skilled writer that makes up sentences that flow well and make sense. And as far as I understand that, once you put your data in here, it comes through here, right? And it has to be already embedded. And then once it goes through here, it's going to output that stuff, and it's going to go into here. And then each word, as it iterates through, it's going to go through here. Each word's going to go here. It's going to produce your sentence with the next word, and then it's going to go all the way down here, and then add the next word, and then feed all of this back in, and again and again and again. So it's just going to keep looping until it runs out of ability to write, or it decides to stop. And there are very specific components that we're going to look at, the multi-head attention and the positional coding. So we didn't really describe them here, but there they are, and you'll see them up close here in just a moment, okay? So tokenization is the process of breaking data input, and in most cases text, into smaller parts. So here on the right hand side, imagine you have a string, and you're going to break it up into its parts, which we represent as an array here. And then we're going to give it a unique ID to the model's vocabulary. So when we're working with LLMs, you have to tokenize inputs. And depending on what LLM you're using, it's going to use a different tokenization algorithm. So for example, if you're using GP3, you'd be using byte pair encoding. If you're using BERT, you'd be using word piece. If you're using Google T5 or GPT 3.5, you use sentence piece. You won't really notice this when working with LLMs, especially if you are utilizing something like Ollama or a managed service, because These APIs are taking care of this algorithm for you. So you just input it and it works there. But when you're working with LLMs, the input text must be converted or tokenized into a sequence of tokens that match the model's internal vocabulary. What are we talking about when we say internal vocabulary? Well, when an LLM is trained, it's creating an internal vocabulary of tokens of all the stuff that it knows, right? Because if you consume the world's knowledge, you want to take all that knowledge, that text, break it down into all its unique components, tokens, and then assign a value to it. And so these large models could have between 30 to 100,000 tokens. It could even be more than this or less depending on your model. But tokenization is very important so that it understands what's going on here. There are some things that we could talk about, like what happens when it encounters a token it doesn't know. But for the most part, this is tokenization that you need to know, okay? Let's talk about tokens and capacity because it really matters about how much you can produce. So when using transformers, the decoder continuously feeds the sequence of tokens back in as the output to help predict the next word in the input. So what are we talking about here? So here, imagine we have our input as the quick. And so we feed into the encoder. The encoder is going to produce semantic context so that the decoder knows what to do with that text. And then the decoder is going to output the next word. So this is the quick brown. And what it does is it feeds that sequence of tokens back into the decoder and produces the next word, and again, and again. And so the question is, what is the capacity required to run this? And so there are two components that we care about, memory and compute. So for memory, each token in a sequence requires memory. So as the token count increases, the memory increases. The memory usage eventually becomes exhausted and you cannot produce anymore. Okay, so now for compute, models, a model performs more operations for each additional token. The longer the sequence is, then the more compute is required. So a lot of AI services that offer models of service will often have a limit, a combined input and output, because it really has to do with the length of the sequence. So if you have a huge input, then you're not going to be able to generate a lot of words because you're going to hit that sequence token limit a lot quicker. So hopefully that makes it very clear about how memory and compute are intertwined with tokens. The way cost gets down is, they have to figure out a way of reducing or making the model more efficient. So that's helping to reduce the memory compute. There's other things you can do. So if you have a conversation that gets too long, what you can do is summarize the conversation and feed it back into there. So it doesn't exactly use all of the context of what it had before, but it can do something similar and help that conversation along, okay? So what are embeddings? Well, before we can answer that, we need to answer what is a vector. So a vector is an arrow with a length and direction. That is the simplest explanation. If you're talking to a mathematician, they're going to have a more fancier explanation. But the reason why this matters is that a vector needs to exist in a vector space. And so what is a vector space model? It represents text documents or other types of data as vectors in a high dimensional space. So right now we're only looking at a 2D axis, but in reality this would be in at least a 3D axis. But the idea is that we have these documents, and these documents represent some form of data, and they are plotted into our vector space with distances between them, okay? And the thing is, the distance between these other documents are going to correlate the relationship with them. So maybe these documents up here, I'm gonna get my pen out here, maybe all these things have to do something with, let's say, vegetables, and these ones all have something to do with, let's say, meat, and this is dairy products over here. So the way these things are organized on the in the vector space is really dependent on the type of embedding you use. So what are embeddings? These are vectors of data used by ML models to find relationships between data. And you'll find that often you're going to be using a machine learning model to create embeddings, and there's specialized machine learning models just for embedding. So you'll see something like Cohere, which is a company that produces or creates their own ML models. They'll have like command R, but they'll be like command R embeddings. And what it does is it takes an input and it outputs embeddings to be placed into a vector store. So different embedding algorithms capture different kinds of relationships. And so it could be, the relationship could be similarity in words in terms of the way they are spelled, or it could be the length of a word, or the relationship could be contextual, which is like, is the context related to a specific industry or vertical. So the embedding is going to change the relationship that is going to be projected into that vector space. And these ML models that produce embeddings are looking at not just like a single relationship, like let's say length of word, but multiple relationships and correlating that to put it into vector space. You can think of embeddings as external memory for performing a task for machine learning models. Embeddings can be shared across models, which would give us a multi-model pattern to help coordinate a task between models. But yeah, there you go. Positional encoding is a technique used to preserve order of words when processing natural language. Transformers need positional encoders because they do not process data sequentially and would lose order of understanding when analyzing large bodies of text. The precursor to transformers is RNN, so recurrence neural networks. They operated in sequential order, so they could retain the order of words. However, it made it hard to scale and to remember a large amount of words to a point. So positional encoding is a way to fix that. In the architectural diagram for transformers, you'll see positional encoding right after embeddings. In this architectural diagram here, we have positional encodings up here. So the idea is we have our input, it gets tokenized, turned into tokens, then embedded into embeddings. It's going to go to positional encoding where it inserts those points. And then we're on to our transformer here. Okay. But let's take a look at the input a bit closer. So imagine you have each of those words or those tokens. You're going to give them a positional vector, and that's how it's going to keep track of words as it's getting mangled and interpreted through the whole architectural diagram. Okay. Let's take a look at attention. So attention figures out how each word or token in a sequence is important to other words within that sequence by assigning them word weights or token weights or attention weights, if you will. So I want to talk about three types of attention. We have self-attention, cross-attention, and multi-head attention, and some of these are combined. You'll see that in a moment. But let's talk about the first one. Self-attention computes attention weights within the same input sequence where each element attends to all other elements. And when you see this, it basically means that as attention happens, it keeps feeding itself right back into itself, the same sequence. So used in transformers to model relationships in sequences, so words in a sequence. You have cross-attention, computes attention weights between two different sequences, allowing one sequence to attend to another sequence. This is used in tasks like translation, where the output sequence decoder needs to focus on the input sequence encoder. We have multi-head attention, so combine multiple self-attention or cross-attention heads in parallel, each focusing on different aspects of the input. So using transformers to improve performance and capture various dependencies simultaneously. So how can we look at this in a practical way for our architecture for the transformers? So here you can see that in blue where it says multi-headed self-attention. It's multi-headed because it's receiving multiple inputs. You see V, K, Q. And I believe that the Q is like for query, key is for key, and V is for value. That has something to do with like how search engines think, kind of. Like if you were to let's say use YouTube and you were to type in a query there, it would match to keys, which would then return you back a value. So that is the best description I can give for it. It's self-attention because it feeds back its own sequence. It's going to be the same back and forth there. On the other side, we have multi-headed cross-attention. So it's multi-headed because it's receiving multiple inputs. So we have the VKQ, but it's cross-attention because it feeds sequences inputs from two different sources. Remember, it says that cross-attention is two different sequences. Well, we have V and K coming from the encoder, and then we have Q, which is actually coming from the decoder. So it's cut off here, but the idea is that the decoder is feeding itself right back into itself, and it goes through here into this one here, and then we get the Q, and it goes right there, okay? So again, it's not super important to remember this stuff. It's just to get you a bit of exposure to looking at these architectural diagrams and to see that there is a way to understand them, but they can get very involved, and it might be very hard to retain that information unless you are actually very invested in understanding and building these things, okay? Let's compare supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. Starting at the top, we got supervised learning. This is where the data has been labeled for training, and it's considered task-driven because you are trying to make a prediction, get a value back. So when the labels are known and you want a precise outcome, when you need a specific value returned, and so you're going to be using classification and regression in these cases. For unsupervised learning, this is where data that has not been labeled, the ML model needs to do its own labeling. This is considered data-driven. It's trying to recognize a structure or a pattern. And so this is when the labels are not known and the outcome does not need to be precise when you're trying to make sense of data. So you have clustering, dimensionality reduction, and association. If you've never heard this term before, the idea is it's trying to reduce the amount of dimensions to make it easier to work with the data. So make sense of the data, right? We have reinforcement learning. So this is where there is no data. There's an environment, and an ML model generates data and makes many attempts to reach a goal. So this is considered decisions driven. And so this is for game AI, learning tasks, robot navigation. When you've seen someone code a video game that can play itself, that's what this is. If you're wondering, this is not all the types of machine learning. And these in specific, unsupervised and supervised is considered classical machine learning because they heavily rely on statistics and math to produce the outcome, but there you go. So what is a neural network? Well, it's often described as mimicking the brain. It's a neuron or node that represents an algorithm. So data is inputted into a neuron, and based on the output, the data will be passed to one of many connected neurals. The connections between neurons is weighted. I really should have highlighted that one. That's very important. The network is organized into layers. There will be an input layer, one to many hidden layers, and an output layer. So here's an example of a very simple neural network. Notice the NN. A lot of times you'll see this in ML as an abbreviation for neural networks, and sometimes neural networks are just called neural nets, so just understand that's the same term here. What is deep learning? This is a neural network that has 3 or more hidden layers. It's considered deep learning because at this point it's not human readable to understand what's going on within those layers. What is forward feed? So neural networks where they have connections between nodes that do not form a cycle, they always move forward. So that just describes a forward pass through the network. You'll see FNN, which stands for forward feed neural network, just describe that type of network. Then there's back propagation, which are in forward feed networks. This is where we move backwards through the neural net, adjusting the weights to improve the outcome on next iteration. This is how a neural net learns. The way the back propagation knows to do this is that there's a loss function, so a function that compared the ground truth to the prediction to determine the error rate, how bad the network performs. So when it gets to the end, it's going to perform that calculation, and then it's going to do its back propagation and adjust the weights. Then you have activation functions. I'm just going to clear this up here. So activation functions, they're an algorithm applied to a hidden layer node that affects connected output. So for this entire hidden layer, they'll all have the same one here, and it just kind of affects how it learns and like how the weighting works. So it's part of back propagation and just the learning process. There's a concept of dense. So when the next layer increases the amount of nodes, and you have sparse. So when the next layer decreases the amount of nodes, anytime you see something going from a dense layer to a sparse layer, that's usually called dimensionality reduction, because you're reducing the amount of dimensions, because the amount of nodes in your network determines the dimensions you have. Okay? What is a GPU? Well, it's a general processing unit that is specially designed to quickly render high-resolution images and videos concurrently. GPUs can perform parallel operations on multiple sets of data, so they are commonly used for non-graphical tasks such as machine learning and scientific computation. So a CPU has an average of 4 to 16 processor cores. A GPU can have thousands of processor cores, so something that has 4 to 8 GPUs could have as many as 40,000 cores. Here's an image I grabbed right off the NVIDIA website, and so it really illustrates very well how this would be really good for machine learning or neural networks, because neural networks have a bunch of nodes. They're very repetitive tasks. If you can spread them across a lot of cores, that's going to work out really great. So GPUs are suited for repetitive and highly parallel computing tasks such as rendering graphics, cryptocurrency mining, deep learning, and machine learning. We're talking about CUDA. Before we can, let's talk about what NVIDIA is. So NVIDIA is a company that manufactures graphical processing units for gaming and professional markets. If you play video games, you've heard of NVIDIA. So what is CUDA? It is the Compute Unified Device Architecture. It is a parallel computing platform and API by NVIDIA that allows developers to use CUDA-enabled GPUs for general purpose computing on GPUs, so GPGUs. All major deep learning frameworks are integrated with NVIDIA Deep Learning SDK. The NVIDIA Deep Learning SDK is a collection of NVIDIA libraries for deep learning. One of those libraries is the CUDA Deep Neural Network Library, so CUDNN. So CUDNN provides highly tuned implementations for standard routines such as forward and back convolution. Convolution is really great for computer vision, pooling, normalization, activation layers. So, in the Azure certification for the AI 900, they're not going to be talking about CUDA, but if you understand these two things, you'll understand why GPUs really matter, okay? Well, let's take a look at Jupyter Notebooks. So these are web-based applications for authoring documents that combine live code, narrative text, equations, visualizations. So if you're doing data science or you're building ML models, you absolutely are going to be working with Jupyter Notebooks. They're always integrated into cloud service providers' ML tools. So Jupyter Notebook actually came about from IPython. So IPython is the precursor of it, and they extracted that feature out. It became Jupyter Notebook. IPython is now a kernel to run Python. So when you execute out Python code here, it's using IPython, which is just a version of Python. Jupyter Notebooks were overhauled and better integrated into an IDE called Jupyter Labs, which we'll talk about here in a moment. And you generally want to open notebooks in Labs. The legacy web-based interface is known as Jupyter Classic Notebooks. So this is what the old one looks like. You can still open them up, but everyone uses Jupyter Labs now, okay? So let's talk about Jupyter Labs. Jupyter Labs is the next generation web-based user interface. All familiar features of the classic Jupyter Notebook is in a flexible, powerful user interface. It has notebooks, a terminal, a text editor, a file browser, rich outputs. Jupyter Labs will eventually replace the classic Jupyter Notebooks. So there you go. Let's take a look here at Responsible AI, which focuses on ethical, transparent, and accountable uses of AI technology. Microsoft puts into practice responsible AI via its 6 Microsoft AI principles. This whole thing is invented by Microsoft, and so, it's not necessarily a standard, but it's something that Microsoft is pushing hard to have people adopt, okay? So the first thing we have is fairness. So this is an AI system which should treat all people fairly. We have reliability and safety. An AI system should perform reliably and safely. Privacy and security. AI systems should be secure and respect privacy. Inclusiveness. AI systems should empower everyone and engage people. Transparency. AI systems should be understandable. Accountability. People should be accountable for AI systems. And we need to know these in greater detail. So we're going to have a short little video on each of these, okay? The first on our list is fairness. So AI systems should treat all people fairly. So an AI system can reinforce existing societal stereotypical bias can be introduced during the development of a pipeline. So an AI system that are used to allocate or withhold opportunities, resources, or information in domains such as criminal justice, employment and hiring, finance, and credit. So an example here would be an ML model designed to select a final applicant for hiring pipeline without incorporating any bias based on gender, ethnicity, or may result in an unfair advantage. So Azure ML can tell you how each feature can influence a model's prediction for bias. One thing that could be of use is FairLearn. So it's an open source Python project to help data scientists to improve fairness in the AI systems. At the time of I made this course, a lot of their stuff is still in preview. So, it's the fairness component is not 100% there, but it's great to see that they're getting that along, okay? So we are on to our second AI principle for Microsoft, and this one is AI systems should perform reliably and safely. So AI software must be rigorously tested to ensure they work as expected before release to the end user. If there are scenarios where AI is making mistakes, it is important to release a report quantified risks and harms to end users so they are informed of the shortcomings of an AI solution. Something you should really remember for the exam. They'll definitely ask that. AI, where concern for reliability and safety for humans is critically important. Autonomous vehicles, health diagnosis, suggestions, prescriptions, and autonomous weapon systems. They didn't mention this in their content, and I was just like doing some additional research. And I'm like, yeah, you really don't want mistakes when you have automated weapons, or ethically, you shouldn't have them at all. But hey, that's just how the world works. But yeah, this is this category here. We're on to our third Microsoft AI principle. AI systems should be secure and respect privacy. So AI can require vast amounts of data to train deep machine ML models. The nature of an ML model may require personally identifiable information, so PIIs. It is important that we ensure protection of user data, that it is not leaked or disclosed. In some cases, ML models can be run locally on a user's device, so their PIIs remain on their device, avoiding the vulnerability. This is like edge computing, so that's the concept there. AI security principles to detect malicious actors, so data origin and lineage, data use internal versus external, data corruption considerations, anomaly detection. So there you go. We're on to the fourth Microsoft AI principle. So AI systems should empower everyone and engage people. If we can design AI solutions for the minority of users, they can design AI solutions for the majority of users. So when we're talking about minority groups, we're talking about physical ability, gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, other factors. This one's really simple. In terms of practicality, it doesn't 100% make sense, because if you've worked with groups that are deaf and blind, developing technology for them, a lot of times they need specialized solutions. But the approach here is that, if we can design for the minority, we can design for all. That is the principle there. So that's what we need to know, okay? Let's take a look here at transparency. So AI systems should be understandable. So interpretability and intelligibility is when the end user can understand the behavior of UI. So transparency of AI systems can result in mitigating unfairness, help developers debug their AI systems, gaining more trust from our users. Those who build AI systems should be open about why they're using AI, open about the limitations of the AI systems. Adopting an open source AI framework can provide transparency, at least from a technical perspective, on the internal workings of an AI system. We are on to the last Microsoft AI principle here. People should be accountable for AI systems. So the structure put in place to consistently enacting AI principles and taking them into account. AI systems should work within frameworks of governments, organizational principles, ethical and legal standards that are clearly defined. Principles guide Microsoft on how they develop, sell, and advocate when working with third parties, and this push towards regulation towards AI principles. So this is Microsoft saying, hey, everybody adopt our model. There aren't many other models, so I guess it's great that Microsoft is taking the charge there. I just feel that it needs to be a bit more well-developed, but what we'll do is look at some more practical examples so we can better understand how to apply their principles, okay? So if we really want to understand how to apply the Microsoft AI principles, they've created this nice little tool via a free web app for practical scenarios. So they have these cards. You can read through these cards. They're color-coded for different scenarios. And there's a website. So let's go take a look at that and see what we can learn, okay? All right, so we're here on the guidelines for human AI interaction, so we can better understand the how to put into practice the Microsoft AI principles. They have 18 cards, and let's work our way through here and see the examples. The first one on our list: make clear what the system can do. Help the users understand what the AI system is capable of doing. So here, PowerPoint Quick Start builds an online outline to help you get started researching a subject. It displays suggested topics that help you understand the feature's capability. Then we have the Bing app shows examples of types of things you can search for. Apple Watch displays all metrics it tracks and explains how. Going on the second card, we have make clear how well the system can do what it can do. So here we have Office new companion experience, ideas dock alongside your work, and offers one-click assistance with grammar, design, data insights, richer images, and more. The unassuming term ideas coupled with label previews help set expectations and presented suggestions. The recommender in Apple Music uses language such as "we will think you'll like" to communicate uncertainty. The help page for Outlook webmail explains the filtering into focused and other, and will start working right away, but will get better with use, making clear the mistakes will happen, and you teach the product and set overrides. Onto our red cards here. We have time services based on context, time when to act or interrupt based on the user's current task and environment. When it's time to leave for appointments, Outlook sends a time to leave notification with directions for both driving and public transit, taking into account current location, event location, real-time traffic information. And then we have, after using Apple Maps routing, it remembers when you're parked your car, when you open the app. After a little while, it suggests routing to the location of the parked car. All these Apple examples make me think that Microsoft has some kind of partnership with Apple. I guess Microsoft or Bill Gates did own Apple shares, so maybe they're closer than we think. Show contextually relevant information, time when to act or interrupt based on user's current task and environment. Powered by machine learning, acronyms in Word helps you understand shorthand employed in your own work environment relative to current open document. On Walmart.com, when the user is looking at a product such as gaming console, it recommends accessories and games that it would go with it. When a user searches for movies, Google shows results including showtimes near the user's location for the current data. Onto our fifth card here, match-based. We didn't miss this one, right? Yeah, we did. Okay, so we're on the fifth one here. Match relevant social norms. Ensure experience is delivered in a way the users would expect, given the social cultural context. When editor identifies ways to improve writing style, presents optionals politely, consider using. That's the Canadian way, being polite. Google Photos is able to recognize pets and uses the wording important cats and dogs, recognizing that for many, pets are an important part of one's family. And you know what? When I started renting my new house, I said, is there a problem with dogs? And my landlord said, well, of course, pets are part of the family, and that was something I like to hear. Cortana uses semi-formal tone, apologizing when unable to find a contact, which is polite and socially appropriate. I like that. Okay, mitigate social biases. Ensure AI system languages and behaviors do not reinforce undesirable, unfair stereotypes and biases. My Analytics summarizes how you spend your time at work, then suggests ways to work smarter. One way to mitigate biases by using gender-neutral icons to represent important people. Sounds good to me. A Bing search for CEO or doctor shows images of diverse people in terms of gender and ethnicity. Sounds good to me. The predictive keyboard for Android suggests both genders when typing a pronoun starting with the letter H. We're on to our yellow cards. So support efficient invocation, so make it easy to invoke or request AI system services when needed. So Flashfill is a helpful time saver in Excel that can be easily invoked with on-canvas interactions and that keep you in flow. On Amazon.com, oh, hey, there, got Amazon. In addition to the system giving recommendations as you browse, you can manually invoke additional recommendations from the recommender for your menu. Design ideas in Microsoft PowerPoint can be invoked with the press of a button if needed. I cannot stand it when that pops up. I always have to tell it to leave me alone. Okay, support efficient dismissal. Oh, support efficient dismissal. Okay. Make it easy to dismiss or ignore undesired AI system services. Okay, this sounds good to me. Microsoft Forms allows you to create custom surveys, quizzes, polls, questionnaires, and forms. Some questions trigger suggested options positioned beneath the relevant question. The suggestion can be easily ignored and dismissed. Instagram allows the user to easily hide or report ads that have been suggested by AI by tapping the ellipses at the top of the right of the ad. Siri can be easily dismissed by saying, never mind. I'm always telling my Alexa, never mind. Support efficient correction. Make it easy to edit, refine, or recover the AI system when the AI system is wrong. So auto alt text automatically generates alt text for photographs by using intelligent services in the cloud. Descriptions can be easily modified by clicking the alt text button in the ribbon. Once you set a reminder with Siri, the UI displays a tap to edit link. When Bing automatically corrects spelling errors in search queries, it provides the option to revert to the query as originally typed with one click. On to card number 10. Scope services when in doubt. So engage in disambiguation or gracefully degrade the AI system service when uncertain about a user's goal. So when auto replacement word is uncertain of a correction, it engages in a disambiguation by displaying multiple options you can select from. Siri will let you know it has trouble hearing if you don't respond or talk or you speak too softly. Bing Maps will provide multiple routing options when unable to recommend best one. We're on to card number 11. Make clear why the system did what it did. Enable users to access an explanation of why the AI system behaved as it did. Office Online recommends documents based on history and activity. Descriptive text above each document makes it clear why the recommendation is shown. Product recommendations on Amazon.com include why recommended link that shows that what products in the user's shopping history informs the recommendations. Facebook enables you to access an explanation about why you are seeing each ad in the news feed. On to our green cards. So remember recent interactions. So maintain short-term memory and allow the user to make efficient references to that memory. When attaching a file, Outlook offers a list of recent files, including recently copied file links. Outlook also remembers people you have interacted with recently and displays them when addressing a new email. Bing Search remembers some recent queries, and search can be continued conversationally. How old is he after a search for Keanu Reeves? Siri carries over the context from one interaction to the next. A text message is created from the person you told Siri to message to. On to card number 13. Lucky number 13. Learn from user behavior. Personalize the user experience by learning from their actions over time. Tap on a search bar in Office applications and search lists the top 3 commands on your screen that you're most likely to need to personalize. The technology called Zero Query doesn't even need to type in the search bar to provide a personalized predictive answer. Amazon.com gives personalized product recommendations based on previous purchases. On to card 14. Update and adapt cautiously. Limit disruptive changes when adapting the AI system's behaviors. So PowerPoint Designer improves slides for Office 365 subscribers by automatically generating design ideas to choose from. Designer has integrated new capabilities such as smart graphics, icon suggestions, and an existing user experience, ensuring the updates are not disruptive. Office Tell Me feature shows dynamically recommended items and a designated try area to minimize disruptive changes. Onto card number 15. Encourage granular feedback. Enable the users to provide feedback indicating their preferences during regular interactions with the AI system. So Ideas in Excel empowers you to understand your data through high-level visual summaries, trends, and patterns. It encourages feedback on each suggestion by asking, is this helpful? Not only does Instagram provide the option to hide specific ads, but it also solicits feedback to understand why the ad is not relevant. In Apple's Music app, love-dislike buttons are prominent, easily accessible. Number 16, convey the consequences of user actions. Immediately update or convey how user actions will impact future behaviors of the AI system. You can get stock and geographic data types in Excel. It is easy as typing text into a cell and converting it to stock data type or geography data type. When you perform the conversion action, an icon immediately appears in the converted cells. Upon tapping the like-dislike button for each recommendation in Apple Music, a pop-up informs the user that they'll receive more or fewer similar recommendations. On to card number 17. We're almost near the end. Provide global controls. Allow the user to globally customize the AI system monitors and how it behaves. So Editor expands on spelling and grammar checking capabilities of Word to include more advanced proofing and editing designed to ensure document is readable. Editor can flag a range of critique types and allow to customize. The thing is that in Word, it's so awful at spell checking. I don't understand. Like, it's been years and the spell checking never gets better. So they got to employ better spell checking AI, I think. Bing Search provides settings that impact the types of results the engine will return. For example, safe search. Then we have Google Photos, allows users to turn location history on and off for future photos. It's kind of funny seeing like Bing in there about like using AI, because at one point it's almost pretty certain that Bing was copying just Google search indexes to learn how to index. I don't know. That's Microsoft for you. We're on to card 18. Notify users about changes. Inform the user when AI system adds or updates its capabilities. The What's New dialog in Office informs you about changes by giving an overview of the latest features and updates, including updates to AI features. In Outlook Web, the Help tab includes a What's New section that covers updates. So there we go. We made it to the end of the list. I hope that was a fun listen for you. And there, I hope that we could kind of match up the responsible AI. I kind of wish what they would have done is actually mapped it out here and said we're matched, but I guess it's kind of an isolate service that kind of ties in. So I guess there we go. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the Responsible AI Standard version 2. So this is a playbook by Microsoft that organizations can use to implement responsibility controls to ensure governance of AI responsibility. This term responsibility controls, I made it up to make it make more sense, because this is such a new thing that there aren't terms for it, so I have to kind of help out here. But here is the report, and inside of it, you're going to see actionable things that you can do. The reason I want to show you this is that they say that you're supposed to know how to apply responsible AI in the exam guide. They don't make that very clear in terms of what it is, and the exam doesn't make it clear, but I would imagine that this would be a very good place to look in a practical way. So we're going to take a quick look at it, okay? All right, so I just Googled Microsoft Responsible AI Standard version 2, and the first thing in the results was this PDF. So here it is. This is June 2022, so it's a little bit out of date. But I mean, there's nothing newer, so it must still be applicable. If we go down below here, let's just take a look at some of these goals. Let's go farther down and see if there's something interesting. We'll go here, like transparency goals, system intelligibility for decision making. So Microsoft AI systems that inform decisions making or about people are designed to support stakeholders' needs of intelligibility of system behavior. So identify stakeholders will use the outputs of the systems to make decisions, stakeholders who are subject to decisions informed by decisions, and then design information. So you can see it's very, very wordy. This is very, what's the word, put it? I don't want to say BS, but it is definitely for your executive folks to make up a report to show that you are being responsible. So I guess you could take this and make a new Word doc and then, or a spreadsheet, and just say, write exactly how you are meeting these, this playbook. That's basically what you probably do. And again, this is more for people in management, executive level, to show some level of responsibility, okay? Responsible AI Transparency Report is a PDF report that outlines the steps that Microsoft has taken to be responsible with AI technologies. So there is a picture of the report. The report includes how to build GenAI, AI customer commitments, governance of responsibilities of AI at Microsoft, and more. I just want to point out that an RAI Transparency Report is just a made-up thing that Microsoft has done to communicate how they are going about being transparent with their responsibility of AI. No other company that I'm aware of is doing this or in this format, but this is Microsoft for you. But I just wanted to point that out, okay? Hey, this is Andy Brown, and we are taking a look at Azure AI Services. So what is it? Well, Azure AI Services is a consolidation of fully managed and serverless Azure AI Services API. So when you create an Azure AI Service resource, you don't need to create a resource for each targeted API. You get a single key for multiple endpoints. That is the key thing I want to remember, is that you get a single key. But you'll know that as we do the hands-on labs. You manage security monitoring and automation from one interface. So when you go over to Azure AI Services, you're going to see under Azure AI Services the list of Azure AI Services, but also in there we're going to see Azure AI Services, which is confusing, but that's how they do it. But the idea is that if you spin up an Azure AI Service resource, you'll see here basically all the exact same options, right? So speech, content safety, computer vision, language translator, same things along the side here. Because the old way that it used to work is that you used to spin up each resource individually. And that's when this used to be called Cognitive AI Services. They rebranded to Azure AI Services. And I think customers were like, do we really have to spin up all these separately? Could we just spin up one resource and then have access to it via one key? And so I think that's how Azure AI Service came about. So just understand that it is confusing, but that's just the way it works. And I do my best to make it as clear as possible in our hands-on labs, okay? So Azure AI Service Containers allows you to deploy a subset of AI service APIs via container. What does this mean? Well, we know that Azure AI Service is a resource you spin up, right? That gives you access to computer vision and all these things. But the idea is that the actual inference, the binaries that actually do the work, that do the inference, are on these containers. Why would you want that as a container? Well, the idea is that imagine that you have an on-premise workload or you have containers, either in something like ACI or AKS or even a third-party provider like EKS. And maybe it's a latency issue. You know, you want to make sure that those containers or the AI operations that you want to perform is as close as possible to adjacent containers. Maybe it's a security privacy reason. You want to have that there, so you're not necessarily going over the internet. However, to use these, you do have to go over the internet to report back billing. But the point is that those are the two reasons why you might want to use Azure AI Services containers. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to get those containers from the Microsoft Container Registry. We're going to deploy them into our chosen container host. This part's tricky, is where you have to configure the container with the necessary settings like API key, billing endpoint, EULA acceptance. I found this very hard to figure out. So they have a lot of different ones that we can deploy. I don't think I was 100% successful in the lab, but we get far enough in it that you can see all these steps here. That's going to help you on your exam. So just understand that I would never deploy these myself because it was such a pain to do, but you can see the experience for the most part there. For client interaction, the client apps send data to the containerized service endpoint. The service processes the data and returns results to the client. For billing metrics, the usage metrics are periodically sent to Azure to calculate billing and ensures the container can connect via the Azure AI Service resource for this purpose, right? It's not to do the inference that's happening on the containers. These endpoints here that are available, we have the language containers, we have some speech containers, and we have vision containers. In the future, they might expand it to more, but this is what we have so far. Those are the addresses of the actual container. Okay, maybe not the about here on the end, but for the most part, I think if you just cut off, I'm not sure why those are in there, but if you just cut this off here, like that, then these are more or less the names of right here. Like this is the name of the actual. Well, actually, sorry, a little bit more. This is the name of the container that you would utilize. Okay, but there you go. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we are talking about diagnostic logging for Azure AI Services, because when you're running these AI services for production and you're trying to figure out your capacity or your usage or maybe your costs, you're going to be turning to the diagnostic logging. And so there are three components here. We have activity logs, resource logs, and metrics. So those are the three things that we can work with. And you can easily turn them on by just turning on the diagnostic setting within Azure AI Services. So it's pretty straightforward, and you can just choose where you want to send them. So it's very hard to see here, but we can say log analytics, storage accounts, event hub, or partner solutions. So that's pretty clear there. You can say what level of logs you want to have. So we have audit logs and other ones here. I think that there is actually more now, or it might vary based on maybe per region or something. But I'm just saying that when I was doing this in the lab, I could have swore there were more checkboxes here, even though this is a very recent screenshot. And you can also define the retention policy. So, it's a pretty standard option there. Probably the most useful way of utilizing diagnostic logging is in log analytics, because you can basically write a query over here um, and get that information very quickly. It was strange because the first time I used this, it worked perfectly, but then when I had to go actually record the follow along, I could not get this to work whatsoever. So just understand that, yes, it's great to have these diagnostic tools if they work, and with Azure, things are not always consistent. Okay, so the point is that we can send our data over to log analytics, and it's captured here. It'll start flowing over to here. We can analyze it, and usually the data appears extremely quickly. So it's not like we're waiting tens of minutes. It's like the data's there, assuming that log analytics is configured correctly. We can also use Azure Monitor, so that allows us to utilize Azure Metrics. We can also pipe things over to event hubs. So if you need to integrate it into a custom solution or something else that you want to utilize, you can do that as well. For Azure Monitor here, you can of course make alerts. So this is a great way to keep on track of spikes in usage. This is very important if you're trying to save money or if you think you're having performance issues. Okay. But yeah, you can also view these metrics directly in the portal. So on the left-hand side here, you can see that we just have it under monitoring, so nothing fancy there. You can also add it to charts. You can add it to your dashboard. So yeah, lots and lots of options here for monitoring. But the key thing to remember here is, and I'm just flipping through these slides really quickly because all of this stuff doesn't really matter. The only thing you have to really need to remember is that you have to turn on diagnostic logging. If you remember that and where it outputs to, then you're going to be covered for the exams, okay? Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at Azure AI Services. So I want you to go to the top here and type in Azure AI Services. Look for the one with this logo. There's this older one, which is confusing. This is called Cognitive Services, and then they changed the logo to this. And then they made a new portal, even though it's kind of the same thing. But the key difference with the old one and this one is that you can now create an Azure AI service, which allows you to have... they say a single API, but really just a single place to manage a bunch of these APIs. And when we were setting up our environment, I may have forgotten to delete the translator here. So if you have yet to do that, you can delete that. I don't believe this costs anything keeping it around, so it's not a big deal. But just in case you forget, we'll go ahead and delete that. I don't want to delete the resource group that was there with it because I want to reuse it. So we're going to make our way over to Azure AI Services. You can see I already have one because I spun up Azure AI Studio, which you'll get indirectly. But I just want to show you how to work with it in isolate because that might be something you might need to do. So we say create Azure AI Services. I'm going to drop this down. I'm going to go to AI Managed Workloads. And I'm going to do everything in West US, even though I'm on the east of North America. And this will just be Azure AI Services. I'll just put some random numbers here. We'll drop this down. We'll go with standard and we'll hit next. And we have some options here. I'm going to go with all networks. But depending on what you need to do, you'll change that. We'll go ahead and hit review and create. And I'm going to create Azure AI Services. Okay, so that is going to proceed to create. I'll be back here in just a moment. All right, so that's now created. We're going to go ahead and go to that resource. And so you can see we have go to Azure AI Studio. That's not something I want to do right now. Again, I just want to work programmatically with Azure AI Services. And I think that if even we went to this, it would want to then spin up a hub because it has to have a hub for this to work. And I mean, I'll just click to find out. And interestingly enough, it is opening this up, but I never created a hub. So that's really interesting. So maybe we can open this and use it in a limited context without a hub, but usually Azure AI Studio, if you go here, they want you to have a hub, right? We have hubs and then we have projects, but it seems like we can just directly use the API. That's really interesting. So, Azure's just confusing. And I think there's just like certain ways that you want to go about using it. And so if you want to use Azure AI Studio, don't do it this way. Make sure you create a hub, create a project. But again, we are focused on just pragmatically working with this. So down below, you're going to see we have keys and endpoints. And so down here, you can see all the different endpoints that we may want to target. And then we have our keys. So obviously, we worked with Translator when we first set things up. And so I guess that's something that we can test this with. So what I want to do is go back over to here, and I'm going to go ahead and start this back up. All right, and so all I really want to do is bring in this key and see if it works with our existing code here, and that way we'll know that we can work with Azure AI Services, okay? So just wait for this environment to spin up. All right, so now our environment is running. I'm going to go ahead and start the Jupyter Labs notebook here. So this shouldn't take too long. And we'll just say, sure, build, that's fine. And we already have a folder called AI here in Translator. If you do not have this, you can go to the Azure Examples, to Translator here, and you can upload simple because that's the one we are testing this against right here. So you can just download this file however you need to download it, and then you can bring it into here. You can upload files right here. So if you click that, that allows you to bring in it allows you to upload files. So I'm going to double click into here, and I'm going to go with simple because failed for whatever reason. And it actually has my API key saved, which is very frustrating. Actually, no, that's not a problem, okay? Because this is the version that I have from before that was on this compute. And actually over here, if I go into here, it doesn't have a key. All right, so not really a problem. And also at the start of this video, I actually ended up deleting the service, so that key doesn't exist anymore. So it's not really a concern. But what I want to do is go back over to here. We do not, I thought I had Azure AI Studio open, but we don't. That's ML Studio. If we go down here, we have a couple of keys. I'm going to go ahead and copy this key. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to paste this in to here. I just want to paste it in place. Copy that again. Right-click, paste. And the thing I want to check is the endpoint. Is the endpoint the same? It is the same. Excellent. So we're going to go over to here. We're going to press run. And we're going to hit the translate path. We're going to go ahead and hit that. And so this should just work. So it is thinking. It's thinking really hard here. And now it has an issue. So the UUID is not defined. The UUID is not defined. So that's really interesting because we haven't changed anything here, but it is looking for a UUID. It almost feels like some of our code is missing here. So I'm going to go back over to this one and take a look. UUID. So maybe I might have lost some of this code. So what I'm going to do, I feel like I might have introduced a bug or a problem here, but I'm going to go back over to Azure AI Services. I'm going to go over to Translator, and the only way I'm going to be able to get that code is actually to create a new one. So I'm going to create a new one here, just temporarily. Make under this here, just say West US. My translator. I'm just doing this to get the code because clearly I'm missing some code here. We'll hit review and create. And we'll create this and we'll give it a moment, okay? All right, so what we'll do is we'll go to this resource now. And all I want is the code because clearly I'm missing some code here. And if we go to our sample code to Python, yeah, so we have UUID up here. Is it just missing? UUID is there. Hold on, dismiss. Weird. So, I keep thinking that there's like something in my code that's missing, but not really. Because all it's doing is generating a UUID. So I'm going to go back over to here for a second. We'll run this again. And then this one. And maybe what we could do, just to kind of mitigate this problem. Bring this up here. Put this here. we'll say my UUID, and then I'm just going to grab this, and then we'll just say my UUID, because that will rule out that problem, right? So we do that, and so that generated a UUID should be no problem now. And there we go. Again, I'm not sure why that was a problem, because clearly there was nothing here that we were missing. But again, when you're working with Azure, you have to have patience. You have to say your affirmations so that you can get through it. I'm going to delete this text translation services. Notice that it's still called cognitive services because it's very hard for them to change that underneath. But we'll go back over to here. And so we have successfully worked with the API using the Azure API, the Azure API services, and that's going to make things a lot easier for us. Okay. There are other things we need to do with the Azure AI service, but programmatically, nothing right now. I'm going to leave this around because we're going to be doing a lot more other things with Azure AI services, working with some of these things here. So I just want to leave it around for now. Okay. And this one is fine. We'll just go ahead and if you need to, you can shut down this. I'm going to shut down this for now. Stop. And we will call this done for now. Okay. See you in the next one. Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at utilizing Azure AI Services containers. I've never done this before, but I imagine it's going to be very straightforward because it's a container. So I imagine we're just going to pass our API keys or something to it. So let's see if we can figure this out. The first thing I want to find is the actual containers. So if we go to the Microsoft Container Registry, from here, I'm hoping that we can go find one of these Azure AI services. So we are here at the registry, and I'm going to search, and we're going to type in Azure AI and see what we can find. And so it looks like we have some here. What I'm going to do is compare against the ones they say that we can use. So we have key phrase extraction, sentiment analysis, translator. I'm thinking maybe translator just because we keep utilizing that one. So I want to go ahead and find that here. So I'm just going to go back here and type in translator. And there it is. So there's the text translation service. And so here we have containers. Now, if they have some docs, I'll take them. So it's saying, what is Azure AI containers? I was hoping for something a little bit better than this. I thought it would tell me exactly what we need to do to work with this. The container can also run in a discontinued environment. Oh, sorry, I'm just reading that there. So, you know, again, I was hoping that it would tell us a little bit more. But that's fine. Let's just go ahead and spin this up. Before we do, I just want to see if there's anything interesting here. It says deploy Azure container instances. Yeah, maybe we'll just take a look at here because that's probably where I want to deploy it is in container instances here. And is there a whole lot of information here? There's some. So let's go ahead and see if we can do this. So I'm going to type in ACI at the top. We'll make our way over to Azure Container Services. We're going to go ahead and create ourselves a container instance. I'm just going to speed through this and just bring over what's relevant, okay? So one key thing they're telling us is that we have to make sure the resources are created before using it. We're using the Azure API service key that we already created in an earlier video, so we already have that. So just make sure that you've done that video first. If you're doing these videos in order, this shouldn't be an issue, but just understand that it's relying on the Azure AI Services setup video, okay? But let me just keep reading here. All right, so we're getting some information here. So I'm going to go ahead and just start working with this. I'm going to stick with that subscription. I'm just going to create a new, I'll make a new one. We'll call this Azure AI or AI containers. And this will just be AI containers. I'm just going to put some numbers here on the end so we don't have a conflict. I'm going to stick with West US. That seems fine to me. We want to source an image from Microsoft. So maybe we can go here and say other. And Now we have a path. So we need to find out what the URL is here, or the path for this is. If we go up to the top, does it show us information? Kind of. Go back to here, Microsoft.com, whatever, services keyword would represent it. So here they have an example of this one here. So again, just making sure that that is correct. I was really hoping they just have the name here. What if we click into the latest one? Yeah, there we go. There it is. So I'm not sure if we can include the tag. I mean, I would assume that it would use the latest. So normally what I would do is I would grab the tag with it, but I'm going to go back over to this here. Yeah, we'll go back here and we'll paste this in. And so it's not complaining. So clearly we can put the latest tag in here and it'll pull from it. We have Linux and Windows. If not specified, Docker Hub will use the container registry in the latest one. I don't know. I mean, if it's running Python, it should just work on Linux. Then down below here, we have the size that we want to utilize. What are our options? 1.5. That seems like a lot, but that's probably good enough. I don't want to overthink it here, so I'm going to go ahead and hit next. If you are concerned about cost, you can look up if there is a cheaper cost there, but we're not going to be using this for very long. Networking type is going to be public. So that should be fine. I'm hoping I don't have to fill in the rest here, but let's go back over to here and see. Oh, they're saying use Linux. Change to the recommended size 2 CPU cores and 4 gigabytes. That seems like a lot, but I'm going to go back just because it told me to do that. I'm going to go and do that. It's not going to cost me too much. Oh, we can do GPUs now. That's kind of cool. A V100. That's not the latest right now. The latest is H100 for NVIDIA, and before that's A100. Then you have V100. But that seems fine. Then we have ports, so set the port to 5,000 or 50,000. Is it 50,000? 5,000. Looks like 5,000. So we'll go to networking here. Cancel, cancel. What is it doing? Go back. Okay. It's being a little bit silly here. And I'm going to go back to this and say 2 and 4 and say okay, and we'll go next. And we want to open up this port on TCP. I don't know if we need port 80. I will take that away because I don't think I need that. We will go next. We have on failure, that seems fine. Okay, I'm just going to leave it public. We'll go next. I don't care about naming it. But they do have some other options here. Advanced settings, environment variables. Okay, so this is how we're plugging stuff in. Let's go back to our advanced here. And I don't see, oh, here it is, nvars. So what we need is an API key. Okay. And we need billing. And we need EULA. So those are the 3 that we need. I would imagine that this is secure, so we'll mark that as secure. And I'm going to go back over to Azure AI. So I'm just going to open this a new tab here, AI Services, because I need my key. Make sure you're using that with that logo because they're making it nice and confusing with having both the old one and the new one around. So I'm going to grab this one. We'll go back over to here and we'll paste that in. So that's now in here. We need to determine what our billing tier is. So here's a question. Will it work with Azure AI Services or do we have to use the individual one? Because I imagine that you can. I don't know what the billing tier is. So I guess it's just going to be standard. I'm not sure what it wants for EULA. Is it just going to be accept? There it is. And here it actually says your endpoint URL copy from the keys and endpoint page from the resource. So it's not saying put the word standard in here. It's saying go to here and then grab it, grab what you need. And so we're going to go here. I'm going to grab this one. And that's what it's telling me to do. Sounds a bit bizarre, but I'm going to stick with what it tells me. So review and create. We'll hit review and create. And it might be that translator just does not work. We'll go ahead and hit create. And that's going to spin up. So then here it tells us we have to wait, and then we go to port 5000. And then I guess we'd have to use some kind of external service to ping it. So that's something that we'll have to figure out. Select any post API and select try it out. What does it mean, select try it out? The parameters are displayed, including the input. Fill in the parameters. Okay, well, I'd rather use the CLI here. So it doesn't make it super clear. But we'll go back over to here, and we'll just wait for this to deploy, and then I'll try to figure it out, okay? All right, so our deployment is complete. Let's go to our resource, take a look at what we have here. So it is running. And there should be some endpoint for us. That's what I'm looking for right now. Settings, containers, here we go. Oh, and it's terminated. So that is not a good indicator. That's suggesting to me that there is something that has gone wrong. It does not like something that we have done. And so here it shows container terminated with exit code 0. I can't remember if 0 is bad or not. I always forget 0 versus 1. Means that the success. So that makes it sounds like it ran. There were no issues, and then it stopped. Okay. Well, it does say that translator is something that we can utilize. So, I mean, I do have a link here for translator. Let's take a look here. I'm just going to read this. Just give me a second, okay? So from here, I was able to click through to here, and now we have information configure, translator, Docker container. So it looks like there's a lot more options here that we could configure. I mean, we got the billing right. We did the EULA right. We did this. So yes, required. Yes, this one is required. We did it reads and writes data from the host computer to the container and from the container back to the host computer. So maybe this one isn't as straightforward as the other one, but it seems like there's more information on it. But let me read about it and see if I can figure it out, okay? All right, so as I read through this, it makes it look like once it's running, you're going to have an endpoint they're going to hit, and you're going to translate that over. Now, apparently we do have to do some mounting, but again, not sure why we have to do that. So, but I mean, it is clear that there's an endpoint that we can hit. Let's go back over to here. And reads and writes data from the host computer to the container and from the container and back. Is it required mount? I mean, I don't really want to mount anything though. Okay, just give me a second. Now, I know it says it's required, but what's interesting is if you look right below here, it makes it sound like these are the only real ones that are required. So, which is it? I'm not sure. But the thing that we don't know is, like, if it runs, why did it stop? So it started, and then it stopped, and we don't know why. And it exited successfully, meaning there was no issues. This is where it'd be nice to see some logs, which might not be easy for us to figure out. It's been a while since I've launched anything here in containers. So, yeah, I I mean, we could just hit start again, see what happens. Let's just start it. And it might just stop again. But at least we know generally the flow of it. If this is not going to work, we'll just consider this that we learned the service. My experience with Azure is that it's not always worth the time to get these labs to work. But, I do try to do my best here. We could try and go do the speech to text, but that one has its own challenge because then you have to provide it an audio file, right? And I was hoping that with Translator that we would just be able to provide it some text and work with it that way. But as that is starting, it looks like it may have failed twice. We'll refresh this. Go back over to overview here. One or more containers are waiting in state and may not be running. Click here to view the statuses. Okay. So it's in a waiting state. What does that mean? ACI, waiting state. Does that mean that it's waiting for something? I mean, I don't mind if it's waiting. So while that is going, what I'm going to do here, oh, no, it was terminated. So I guess the question is a waiting state bad? Was it waiting for input? Because it seems like it should run until we give it something to do, right? And that's what we don't know. We do have logs right here. Let's take a look. Missing parameter languages. So probably this is the reason why it failed. Okay. Let's go back over to here and take a look at this. There's no configuration option that says that we have to provide that. Let's go back over to here. And here they're recommending even more than what we're running. Apparently we're not running enough. But it doesn't say language anywhere. But we can clearly see here languages, right? So that makes me think if we go back over to here and we go here, I'm trying to figure out where do we update our envars. Maybe it's under properties. Where could that information be? Not exactly what we want. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure because we set them when we first set this up, right? So let's go back a level here. Let's go over to ACI and we'll click into this. And so what I'm looking for is there a way that we can change our envars? So that is what I'm looking for right now. Identity, no. Properties. I would have thought it would have been under properties here because we see the port. But I'm not seeing an option to change our envars. We might not be able to do that. 1 second. So yeah, I think we'd actually have to create it again, and that's kind of a bit of a pain. The thing is that we just don't know. Like, we could add languages as an environment variable, but like it's not calling that out in the docs. And the only reason why we can see that that's an issue is because of that there. You know what? I'm going to do it again. I know that it's troublesome, the fact that we have to do that. But I'm just going to go ahead and try that again. So I'm going to go into here. And I'm just going to go and delete this one here. And we're going to try it one more time. Okay. So I'm going to go and drop this down. We'll say AI containers. My AI containers attempt 2. Make sure it's unique name. We'll stick with standard. We'll go with other registry here. If it doesn't work, that's totally fine. I think that we sufficiently understand what it is that we'd have to kind of do. And we'll choose Linux. And this one actually told us to do 4 and 4. Seems like a lot to me, but I'll go ahead and do that. If you don't want to do that, you just want to see if I can figure it out, just go ahead and watch. It's not a big deal. Here we know we need to open up port 50,000, I think they said. I'm going to just double check that here, and whatever this is, this one looks like 5,000 to me, but yeah, it's 5,000. It's not 50,000. That's one other problem we might have here. We'll go to advanced, and we're going to go to yes. And this one is going to be our API key. So I want to just go here, make sure I match these, API key. Notice it doesn't show languages. And I'm going to grab this from here and bring this back. Then we have billing. And this is going to be our endpoint here. And then we have EULA. This will be accept. And then we want languages. And I always spell languages wrong. So just to make sure I don't get that wrong, I'm going to copy it from here. Because there was, I think, a call down here somewhere. Maybe it wasn't this tab, languages. Well, I'll just copy the word here, languages. And just scrolling through here, yeah, languages. So I'm just going to grab that. And then we'll just paste this in here. There's nothing that tells us how we're supposed to do it, so that is my best guess. Basically, we'll give it a language and it'll spit back these translated languages. And I'm hoping that that is good enough to work. So let's go ahead, review and create. Now, we didn't mount anything. It says that's required, but maybe it's not. Again, I do not trust the docs whatsoever. We'll go ahead and create that and we'll see what happens. Okay? So our deployment is complete. Let's go to that resource and take a look. We're going to go over to containers. This one is in a waiting state. Here you can see it's attempted more than once. Now we're getting exit code of 1. So at least we're getting something else. But we have no logs available. So this might be a little bit too hard for us to debug just because we don't have that information. API key is not showing up here, which is totally fine. But yeah, it looks like it's not working. So that's okay. I think that we figured out what we can figure out, but if we don't have the information, we can't do it. And we'd have to do a lot of work to find out by going to support. And then you know what? Microsoft's probably going to change stuff on us again, and I don't want to waste your time. So I think that we achieved what we wanted to achieve for the sake of exams. Let's go ahead and delete this container resource. Okay, and this one's an AI containers. We're going to go ahead and clean that up. And we're going to consider this one done. So let's just iterate over what should have happened. If that had worked and it was deployed, what we were expecting to happen was to go to down below here, and we should have been able to hit it with an API endpoint. They had one here somewhere. Maybe it was actually on this page. Yeah, so we should have been able to curl it, like translate, tell it the API version from to, and provided its text. And hopefully that would have worked. But yeah, the other thing that the reason why that container might have not worked is maybe we did need that mount as required. But the only way we'd find out is if there was some way we could connect to the instance and debug it. But we don't know enough about the how that thing was built. And it's not worth our time. Anyway, I'll see you in the next one, and hopefully you learned something there. Okay, ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, what we're going to take a look at is setting up diagnostic settings for Azure AI Services so that we can keep track of what things are going on. So over here on the left-hand side, once you click into your Azure AI service that we created in a previous video, we can go ahead and add diagnostic settings, and we can send things to a log analytics workspace and to a storage account. So I'm going to recommend that we go ahead and create ourselves those two things. So I'm going to go ahead and go to storage accounts, and we're going to go and create a new one here. So this will be for, I'll make a new one here. This will be AI settings, just so that we're not getting confused. And I'll just call this my storage diag settings and put some numbers here on the end. Doesn't like how long it is, so just reduce that there. We'll just say my, just make it a unique name, whatever you have to do. I'm going to deploy this in West US because that's where I've been putting everything. Standard is totally fine. We'll go ahead and hit review and create. And that will allow us to create it. And while that is creating, we're going to want a log analytics workspace. So we'll go over to log analytics workspaces, and we'll create a new one. And we'll go to here, and we'll say my log analytics, or my log diag 332, whatever. I don't really care what it's called. We'll go ahead and create that and hit that, and those two are now going. While that is occurring, I'm going to go over to our Azure ML Studio. Remember that we created this in our setup video. I want to start this up because we're going to want to have some data triggered that we're going to observe. And so this just takes a lot of time to start up. And so I figured as we're creating these, as that's deploying, as this is deploying, we can then get this running here as well. So these are both deployed. I'm going to go back to this setting here. And I think we're going to have to refresh this. So I'm going to go back here, say okay. And then we'll try this again. And we'll send them over here. This one's going to go to this one. And then this one's going to go to that one. I'm going to send all data. I'll just say my diag 3242. Just match it, the number up here. And so that looks good to me. We'll go ahead and save that. And so now I'm just waiting for this to start. And so once it starts, we'll launch up our Jupyter Labs notebook and try to trigger some data, okay? All right, so that's now running. We're going to go here and start up a Jupyter Lab notebook. Give this environment a moment to load. Say build, that's totally fine. And just open up the translator simple in the AI translator directory. So I'm just going to navigate back to here. You should still have this. If you do not have this, we have it at the Azure Examples repository here under translator. You just download this and you're going to upload this into here using the upload button from your local computer. Once this is ready, just watch the CPU there. As this starts up, it always has a little bit of trouble at the start here. Again, we are running it on the cheapest possible option because we're just running API endpoints. It's going to drop there at one point. We'll go ahead and go down here and just run these. And so now we have some translated output. I'm going to go ahead and just make some changes here. So how are you today? What is the weather like? Did you have a good sleep? There is a rock under my couch, or coach, whatever. And so we have some data there. That should be sufficient for us to see something. I'm going to go ahead and go here, refresh, click on here, and we're going to stop that so we're not wasting any money here. And the idea is that with our settings saved, we should be able to see something here. Now, it might take a bit of time, so what I'm going to suggest is we wait here for a few minutes, and then we'll go take a look, okay? All right, let's go take a look and see if we can see any data. So I'm going to make my way over to storage accounts. And our new one here is this My Store Diagnostics. If we go over to metrics, maybe we can go down to something like transactions. And notice we have 5 because we triggered, I think, it 5 times. If we wanted to get that data, we could go ahead and just export it there. And there's nothing super exciting. If you want to open it up, it's very boring data, but we have some information. So the other thing we want to go take a look is in log analytics. So let's make our way over to log analytics, which we might already have open somewhere here. Excellent. And I'm trying to think where we do this because we want to run a query. Let me just go to logs here. Give me a moment, I don't remember. No, I think this is where it is. It just used to be called something else, so that's throwing me off, and I don't remember that being there. But okay, here we go. That's what I was looking for. And so in here is where we can do something and just click off of here, and then we can just write our own query. So I'm just thinking here, because it's coming from Azure AI, so I'm just thinking I think it's like Azure. There we go. Azure Diagnostics. And then we have the pipe here, and then we can type in where resource provider equals Microsoft. And I believe that this one would be, I think it's all in caps actually, Microsoft. I believe this would be cognitive services because that's what Azure AI Services used to be called. So I'm going to go ahead and just type that in. So cognitive services. This is my best guess. And we'll see if this returns any information. So nothing found. So let me go look it up. Okay, I'll be back in just a moment. All right, so what I've done here is I've just gone to the queries and I was looking for Azure Diagnostics. I just said find in Azure Diagnostics, so find to search a specified value. And so the idea was that I was hoping that it would return something, but here it's going Microsoft Container Service. So maybe, let me go figure this out, okay? All right, so I know that this is correct. I mean, I don't think this is case sensitive, but this should return information. I'm just not sure. Maybe the data is not propagating yet, but just give me a moment. I'm going to just keep peeking around here for a bit. All right, so, I've done more research and this worked before. So this is Azure for you. Something will work one time, and the next time it won't. I think maybe the issue could be propagation. So it could be that we need to wait a period of time before that will take effect. It's a bit confusing here because also they say like there's classic and then there's new and then there's also newer log analytics. I'm not sure if this is going to make much of a difference. But I suppose we can go here. We don't have any tables. So I wonder if that's our problem, because if there are no tables, maybe there's no data. Just a moment. Another thing I'm wondering is that we have log analytics here, but could we find log analytics from another perspective? Sometimes when you go here, you can get information this way, right? And when we go open query, no, that's not what we want. That's Azure Resource Graph Explorer. If we click into here, no, that doesn't really help that much. I mean, we have tables here. No, that's not going to help either. So yeah, I'm not sure. But when I originally did this lab, I was able to query the data and utilize what we have here. And it could take me multiple tries. I'm going to tell you, this is like my 4th time doing this lab because I keep running into issues. And I'm kind of getting a bit fatigued with it. So I would say this is probably the best that we can do here, but just understand that those are means to which you can set up logging. I'm going to get rid of this log analytics group because I don't need it any longer. Before I do that, I'm going to go back to our Azure AI service, and I want to go into diagnostic settings, and I'm just going to get rid of these settings here. And we'll go to storage accounts. And we're going to delete. And we'll say delete. And we'll go over to log analytics. And type in log analytics. And for some reason, the search is not working properly. I'm not sure why. I just want to go to analytics, log analytics. And I can't even get back to them right now. So I'll go to resource groups. Sometimes Azure is just like this. It's just difficult. And we have them in here. So if I just delete this, this will tear down all the resources. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get rid of. But for some reason today, I'm typing up there. It's just refusing to work. So we'll delete the resource group. And that's going to take down everything we created here. And so there you go. That's how you do diagnostic settings. And yeah, there you go. All right, let's do a comparison between Azure AI Services and Azure AI Studio. It's more confusing than that because we actually have Azure Open AI Services and Azure Open AI Studio. And I want to just make it very clear what is the difference between these four things. We are going to iterate on this a few times, so I'm sure by the time you're done this course, you'll know distinctly what these four things are, but they are confusing initially. So the first is Azure Open AI Services. So this is a resource. I'm not sure I put an S on here, but this is a resource that provides API access to allow you to deploy and programmatically work with OpenAI LLM models. Okay, so if you want to work with GPT-4 or whichever one that is a product that OpenAI provides you, this is the resource you spin up. It gives you a key, it gives you an endpoint. The next thing is Azure Open AI Studio. So this is a GUI that provides an easy way to interact with Open AI Services API and also the Azure AI Services API. But the whole focus here is that if you aren't a programmer and you want to work with a chatbot or do RAG or experiment with a lot of the AI offerings that Microsoft has, is going to be in this interface. Okay. Then we have Azure AI Services. So this is a collection of Azure AI Services APIs intended to be used programmatically via a single API key. This was previously called the cognitive services, and they just kind of group them all together and put them under a single key to make your life a lot easier. Then you have Azure AI Studio, and this is a GUI that provides an easy way to interact with Azure AI Services, large language models, so from OpenAI Services, generative images, and more. So this is very similar to OpenAI Studio, and it could end up replacing Azure OpenAI Studio, but right now they both exist. But the key difference is that it provides a wider range of LLM models. So here you can deploy not just OpenAI models, but things like Minstrel or Cohere or other ones like that. It also allows you to scope workloads into projects. So that is one key difference between OpenAI Studio. When you provision, let's say Azure OpenAI Studio, it will end up creating OpenAI services and probably an AI services as well, or vice versa. So you can either create these individually and not use the studios at all. You can create these and then launch the studios, or you can create the studio and then it will create these resources indirectly. So it is really confusing. What is the best way? I'm not really certain. At some points, I feel more confident than others, but we'll get through it. And just understand that this is Azure. Their naming gets confusing, and they have multiple products that have serious overlap, but that's just how it is, okay? And we'll be in both, so you're not going to be too confused, but I just wanted to make sure that this is very clear, okay? There's these four things, and they all kind of work together, okay? Let's take a look here at Azure Open AI Service, which is an API that allows you to deploy, use, and manage multiple OpenAI large language models. And so the idea is that once you spin up the service, you'll have an API key, you'll have a few different endpoints, And what's really interesting that I found out when utilizing this is that the OpenAI Python library, which is specifically for OpenAI's platform, is the same library you're going to use to interact with Azure's OpenAI service. So it's really interesting that they did not make that a separate plugin, which kind of indicates to you how close OpenAI is with Microsoft. But just remember that OpenAI is not owned by Microsoft, but they have strong ties there together. So in the left-hand side there, you can see, I get my pen tool out here, you can see that we are creating a new client using our endpoint and API key. We're doing some chat completion, and so we are utilizing GPT 3.5 Turbo. Here's our series of messages that is going to go, and it's going to return back completion. Okay, so just understand that when you see chat completion like this, and we see a series of messages, we have to, if we want to do it again, we literally call this again and then feed in the next message below it, which is how these things work. But anyway, in order to use the OpenAI LLMs, you need to first deploy it within the Azure OpenAI Studio. For whatever reason, they changed it. So before it used to just be the OpenAI service. You say, I want to deploy this model, and then you'd be able to utilize it. But now it has to be in the Azure OpenAI Studio. We can also deploy these models in the Azure AI Studio, but we're just going to focus on Azure OpenAI Studio for now, okay? All right, let's take a look here at Azure OpenAI Studio, which is a GUI for the Azure OpenAI Services API. It looks very similar to Azure AI Studio, and I would consider it a legacy thing because basically everything that you can do in this, you can do in Azure AI Studio, but more. But I don't think they're going to get rid of it because it serves its purpose to give you access to just the OpenAI language models. And I noticed that when I used Azure OpenAI Studio, it wasn't as hard to get access to the models as it was in Azure AI Service, where that had a Azure AI Studio, which had a formal process to request them and had to wait a few days. So, if you want to get working with APIs right away or LLMs right away, this one might be a little bit easier. But again, just understand there's some differences here. So what can you do in here? Well, we have the model catalog, where you're going to choose what you want to deploy so you can utilize it. We have chat completion. So that's something we have there. We have completion models that we can utilize. We can generate images. We can fine-tune a select amount of models, upload data to be used for RAG. So pretty straightforward. But again, these are just interfaces to get you working with these right away. And so I'm going to repeat it again, that Azure AI Studio has more functionality and appears to be the successor of Azure OpenAI Studio, but we'll be bouncing between the two, okay? Let us take a look at the models that we can utilize as of this video for OpenAI. And so there are a lot that are legacy that I'm not including in here, but there are some cases where some legacy models appear even though you can't directly launch them, but you might end up having to use them, and I'll point that out as we work through this. So let's first talk about chat completion models. If you do not know what a chat completion model is, it's where you can have a conversation. So you could also call these conversational models because that is their purpose. But let's take a look at what we have. So the first is GPT 3.5 Turbo 0125. There's a bunch of GPT 3.5 Turbos with a number on the end. And so these are earlier iterations of GPT 3.5 Turbo. That's at least what they say. I would assume that maybe they were just doing minor updates on the older models here. But there's a bunch with 4 numbers on the end there. But if you end up using GPT 3.5 Turbo, it's probably using this version 0125 in there. So this is better than earlier versions of GPT-3. GPT-3 was DaVinci and Babbage, which did not have conversations. Those were just completion models. But yeah, GPT 3.5 Turbo is very well known over 3.5 because it was an iteration on 3.5 where it had better performance and things like that. So its context window is 16,000 tokens. So understand that is how much it can work with. Then we have GPT 3.5 Turbo Instruct. This is fine-tuned. I got a double 2 in there. But this one's fine-tuned to accept and return step-by-step instructions. It has a much smaller context window, but this is very useful when you want to instruct it to do something. It's going to follow those instructions. We have GPT-4, which is just a better version of GPT 3.5, so I'm assuming it's trained on a lot more information. What's really interesting is it has a context window of 128 tokens, so it's way, way larger. So we have a huge jump between 3.5 to GPT-4. Now we have GPT-4 Turbo. So each time you see the word turbo, it's basically, it doesn't mean that they're training on less data. It just means that it's been optimized so that it's going to be faster and more cost effective. So anytime you see a turbo, you want to use turbo generally over the original one. But there is a suggestion here that GPT-4 Turbo might not have the same level of reasoning as GPT-4. Its context window is the same, 128 28 tokens. We have GPT-4 Turbo Vision, which I think is the first multimodal that Azure OpenAI released. So I would assume it's more expensive, but it can take images and text and understand them. Then came along GPT-4o. The O stands for Omni. And people don't really remember GPT-4 Turbo Vision. We kind of like skipped over it and we went straight to GPT-4 Omni because its capabilities and reasonings were so much better. It's also multimodal, so it can handle text and images. Its context window is the same, so it's just a extremely more improved version. And I think it's trained with more information, I think. But for whatever reason, it's really, really good. Then you have GPT-4o Mini. And so it's not a turbo, it's a mini because it's trained on less data. So it has a smaller data set, but it's extremely fast. It's extremely cost effective. And it beats GPT 3.5 Turbo out of the water. So there's no reason you'd want to use GPT 3.5 Turbo, but we use it a lot because it best illustrates some of the flaws in models where these newer ones are a lot more intelligent. So it's harder to showcase those. So from a learning perspective, we ended up using GPT 3.5 Turbo, or sometimes we have to use it because at the time of the video, the capabilities to, let's say, train a model or use it is limited, or maybe the deployment methods are limited. But I can tell you when I was making the labs for this, I wanted to use GPT-4o Mini, but it didn't have a real-time inference. I wanted to use it for fine-tuning. It wasn't ready. It was announced that I could fine-tune on it, but even after that announcement, I still couldn't utilize it. So, just understand that we use GPT 3.5 Turbo, even though there are better options out there. Its context window is 128 tokens as well. So no reduction there, even though it's a smaller, faster model. Let's talk about completion models. These are the GPT-3 series, and their naming is a bit different. There was actually more than just the two here, but we have Babbage and DaVinci. So for whatever reason, OpenAI decided to change the naming scheme after this because these ones are just confusing. But anyway, Babbage is a small, less complex model. It's very fast for low compute. Notice that it's not a chat completion model, but a completion model, meaning that you give it a piece of text and it just starts writing text on the end of it. Just spits out lots and lots of text. It's not trying to have a conversation with you per se. Same thing with DaVinci. DaVinci is just more powerful. And the context window for DaVinci is 4K when it came out, but I think that it goes beyond that. I couldn't get an exact number. Not even Azure lists the information. I couldn't find it. But generally, they're both 4K, with DaVinci sometimes having more. But DaVinci is smarter at a greater cost, so it really depends on what you want to do there. These older models are still useful. If you fine-tune them for specific tasks, they can outperform and both on cost and performance these newer models. So you have to kind of make that trade between, do I use GPT-4o Mini or do I train one of these older models? And also GPT-4o Mini can be trained as well. So yeah, it just depends on your use case. Then we have embedding models. So these take text and create embeddings that are used for RAG or other various uses there. Ada is from the GPT-3 family, so I guess it's considered old. What's unusual is that you can't directly deploy it, but when you are doing RAG, I used text embedding 3 small to embed, turn the embeddings to put in the vector store. But then when I wanted to use it on the other side, I couldn't use it. I had to use Ada. And the thing is, you shouldn't mix embedding models. You're going to get bad results because each embedding model has their own way of describing similarities. But surprisingly, it worked. So it can work, but you really should not mix embedding models. And that Ada thing just kind of cropped out of nowhere. We have text embedding 3 small, text embedding 3 large. That does not mean they're part of the GPT-3 family. I have no idea why they're called 3, but the key difference here is the small is less complex and the large is more complex. So you're going to have better accuracy, better reasoning or similarity information for large. How they work, we have no idea. They do not tell us. We have Whisper, which they'll say it's a speech model, but it's specifically a speech-to-text model. It understands speech. That's its modality, speech. Turns it into text. Then you have text-to-speech, and they're just named TTS. So you give it text, it produces speech. The HD version just produces a more high-quality voice. Not necessarily at a higher sample rate, just a higher or better natural-sounding voice. We have image models such as DALL-E 2 and DALL-E 3. And yes, they have those weird hyphens in there. I don't know why. So DALL-E 3 is better than DALL-E 2. Pretty straightforward. Fine-tuning models. So we have Babbage, DaVinci, GPT 3.5 Turbo, Instruct, and GPT-4o Mini. I've yet to use Mini, even though it's been announced. But those are models that we can train. The reason you can't train larger models is because it's just too expensive to do that. And when we talk about training, we're really... I think we're talking about maybe like LoRa, where we are just we're retraining the weights. We're not really training it with new data, but more just the weighting of it. So hopefully that makes sense there. But that's the landscape of models. These are always changing, so I'm sure tomorrow it'll be out of date. But the idea is you get a general idea of the models available. Okay. Let's talk about the deployment types we have when we are deploying models for the Azure OpenAI services. And I want to extend this to any other type of models that we can deploy, not just the OpenAI services. But when you are deploying, you're going to have 4 possible options. We have global standard, global batch, standard, and provision managed. So for global batch, global standard, and standard, you're paying per token. So it's based on your inputs and your outputs combined, okay? For provisioned manage, you are spinning up compute, so you're paying for the underlying compute. In terms of speed or performance, global batch, it takes hours for it to happen, so it's not something that's going to work instantly for you. The rest have real-time inference, so it's intended for that there. Global batch is offline, so it's not, again, really to be utilized for immediate application workloads. It's where they use the word offline because it makes it sound like it's not connected to the internet, but they mean offline as in like not real time. Global standard is globally available, whereas standard is basically regional deployment. It's a bit strange because I'm pretty sure that if you go to, I gotta look at this. I'm just doing this off screen now, but if I look up like pricing models for the Azure AI Services, they'll call it like a regional deployment, right? So this standard here, I could have probably put more text in here, would be for like GPT-4o regional API, and then global standard would be for GPT-4o global deployment, but standard is for regional deployment. Standard actually costs more than global standard. You'd think global standard would cost more because it makes it sound like it's available everywhere, but basically standard costs more and maybe have some hidden costs there because you're getting lower latency because of it performing better in an individual region. Provisioned managed would be obviously the most expensive because you're literally spinning up compute. When launching models, you're going to find that there's just some serious limitations. So even if you want global standard, most of the time it's like, oh, I can only use standard here, or vice versa. I really wanted to use GPT-4o Mini, but all I could get was global batch. You know what I mean? If you're using things that are not OpenAI, then if it's like an open source model, then most likely it's going to be provision managed, because if you have an open source model like Meta Llama, then you know, they don't have a service for it. It's just they're downloading it and putting it on a machine for you. Or if you're using something like Cohere, Cohere has its own hosted service. So then that's going to be per token, which is standard. So, just remember there's 4 different deployment models and just choose the best you can to save costs based on what you're using, okay? Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to work with an LLM. In some of these videos, I'm going to use Azure Open AI Studio. In some of them, I'm going to use Azure AI Studio. Technically, Azure AI Studio is new, but it's in preview. Maybe they'll get rid of OpenAI service, but just in case that is the case, I'm going to go ahead and in this video, we're going to use Azure AI Studio. Now, I've spun up a hub previously in West US, but the first thing we might want to do is just look at model availability in Azure AI Studio, because that's going to affect what we're able to utilize. And somewhere here, here we go, we can see what models we can use. So if we are in West US, we have Turbo, and we have 35 Turbo Instruct. So we have quite a few options there. Okay. So I think where I would like to deploy, and notice there's a lot in Sweden, but I think that I would like to work in West US because I've already launched one up there. But if we run into an issue, we can also have East US. All right. It depends on what we want to do, because there are some here like Turbo Instruct. This is a model that is already prepped to accept instructions and do really well, whereas this is more of a generic model. So it really depends on what you want to utilize. But anyway, I'm going to go and switch over to West US. So right now it thinks I'm in the wrong place. So I'm going to go over to portal.azure.com. And from here, we are going to navigate over to Azure AI Studio. And here we have a hub already. And I'm going to enter that hub. And so once we have our hub, now we can go to the model catalog and start launching a service. And we do have playgrounds, but I recommend that you go and always scope things to a project. I'm going to let it create a project based on my name because I do not care here today. And we'll go ahead and create that project and give it a moment. And if you do create a project, you're going to see a lot more options available. And I think that's what we want to do. So we'll give it a moment there to provision. All right, so now our project is ready, and you'll notice there's a lot more options here on the left-hand side. But yeah, we want to start working in the chat. And this, of course, is a playground that is very similar to OpenAI. So OpenAI is a company that is partnered with Microsoft, not necessarily owned by Microsoft, but they have their own playground where you can work with a large language model before you actually go ahead and use it programmatically. And so these things are very similar, so just understand that it is a very similar experience. So the first thing we'll need to do is actually set up a deployment. So we can go to our model catalog and we can see there are a lot of options here. I want to point out that if you have yet to do so, if you want to work with a model, if you want to work with a family of models like OpenAI, you have to submit a request. It might take 48 hours to a week, and then you'll be able to utilize it. If this happens to you, just understand that submit it once for any of the GPT products, and just check in a few days and see if it becomes available to you, because they're not very good at communicating. But it was a very unusual process there, but I eventually did get access to the model catalog. Obviously, there's a lot of other stuff here. And I'll try something else other than just GPT, but for the exams, you just need to know GPT, but I figured it'd be fun to try something else out. I wish they would just tell us what models are actually available for our region, so we don't have to try to launch it and find out we can't do it, but that's okay. So I'm going to launch, see, it looks like we have Turbo Instruct, but I'm pretty sure we don't. But we'll go with GPT 3.5 Turbo. Now there's, of course, newer models, but it really depends on when you go here what your deployment model is. So if we go here, we might not have particular options. So here we have global batch, standard, and provision manage. So I just want to show you here that there are 4 different types of deployment type. We have global batch, global standard, standard, and provision. So global batch is where you are going to send workloads to the API and they'll return back way later, okay? And so I assume that makes it very cost effective, but the idea is that you're not going to get the results right back right away. Then you have global standard. So this is where it is globally available. Then you have one that is standard, where it's just regionally available. And then you have provisioned. for whatever reason, the cost for regional is more expensive than standard. So if you want to just take a look here at the pricing, we'll go here. The pricing goes to the same page. If we go down here below, we have global and regional, and notice that some in the regional have an additional cost to it. Okay, so just be aware of that. But today we are working with Turbo, and you can see Turbo is very, very inexpensive, but it might not be available in specific types of deployments, okay? There is also provision, but I don't have a whole lot of confidence what the cost of that is, so I'm just going to stay away from it here because I don't want to cause myself to have a large bill, and then my co-founder, Andrew, also named Andrew, is like, hey, what's going on? So I'm just going to choose standard here. If you're uncomfortable with any kind of spend, just watch and learn, but I'm going to go ahead and deploy this here today. So these models don't take super long to deploy. So here it is. And we'll go over to our chat playground. And let's go see if we can work with this just yet. So I'm not seeing it. It's not aware of the deployment. This is Azure for you, so just give it a hard refresh, as I know we have deployed it. And the UI here is a little bit different than Azure AI Open Studio. So there it is now. Okay, great. And so we have our system message, and this is where you're going to ground the agent so that it knows what it is. I say agent, but I really should say LLM model, but technically it is an agent here. And so what we want to do is we want to establish what it is. So right now, like I'm learning Japanese, and so I might want to prepare this agent to tell it that it is a Japanese teacher. So let's say you are a Japanese teacher, language teacher, right? Language. Okay, language teacher. You are teaching people that do not speak Japanese, but English. So instruct in English. So that's one way that you can write your system message. And so that's one of the easiest ways. Different models prefer different kinds of structures, but this will work as a start. Okay, and so we have our system message here. And sometimes you have to apply changes. So we'll click apply changes. And so that way it will take effect. Okay, I think it's there now. And so now what we can do is we can go ahead and talk to this. So, hello, how are you? Right? And we'll see what happens. Okay, so not exactly what I wanted to do, but what we'll do is I'll tell it to like, so please be ready to instruct me. Let's like, so when I first talk to you, please ask me about my language goals. Okay, so we'll see if it can understand that a little bit better. Remember, this is GPT-35 Turbo, so it's not as intelligent as GPT-4. And so I'm going to go ahead and apply those changes, and we'll see what we get here. And so now it is updated again. So hello, and let's see if it takes that. Here we go. Hello, what are your language goals? Are you looking to improve your Japanese? Yes. Okay. Great. What specifically would we like to focus on here? And so we can say listening. All right, and so you're getting an idea of prompt engineering. This is just the start of it. Now, I don't like to format my documents this way. I like to do it this way. I like to say role, profession. Okay. Japanese language teacher. And then we could say outputted format. Or we could say, yeah, output, or we could say like tone. We say tone, we say rude and concise. And then we could say something like output format. And here we would say, we would do something like, always bold every other word. Okay, and then we could say instructions. When first greeted, when you receive your first message, or direct user towards Japanese learning goals. And so this requires a lot of attempts and work to make a prompt template or prompt document work really well for you. I'm gonna just clear the chat here because we are starting over, and I'll just say hello, and let's see if it works with that. Okay, what do you want? I want. Aren't you supposed to do something? Okay. Yes, I teach Japanese. What's your problem? Oh, right, because it's rude. I would like to learn Japanese, right? Because it was talking rudely to me. Well, good for you. What's your goals for Japanese? I don't know. Do you want to travel? We'll say travel, right? Cool. So you can see that just by doing this, we're getting the same thing. So whether you want to have it more conversational or whatever, it's up to you. These prompt documents can get really large. If you really want it to do really well, you can give it example prompts. Different kinds of models will have different kinds of syntax. I don't know if OpenAI has any OpenAI, GPT 3.5 prompt example format syntax. Sometimes there's like a syntax you have to use to effectively prompt it. And I know we're looking at an older model, but here notice that they might suggest a format. So I'm not necessarily seeing one here, but what I'm talking about is like, if let's say we use something like Cohere and we go to its documentation and we'll go Cohere documentation, and we were to go to somewhere like docs. I'm just trying to show you what I mean about like formatting a doc. Okay, so, oh, is this the docs? Oh, I guess they changed it. It didn't look like this before. I'm a little bit confused. But what I'm looking for here is like if we go to prompt engineering, I do not like this new format. Try this again. Cohere documentation. Is that really the new docs? It is. And so in here they talk about prompt engineering. Well, maybe I can find examples. So I'll just say Cohere XML prompt examples. Constructing prompts. We'll go down here to examples. Well, they're not really showing it, but basically what I'm trying to say here is that they might do something below and just say like, we'll say like prompt. What a terrible example here. Prompt, and then inside of that, we would then have like question and answered. So the idea is that you tell what's a good prompt and what's a bad prompt. And so that's something that we might want to do here. So I'm just trying to think of how we could structure that. So I'm going to just say like good prompt examples. And here I'll go like, hey, loser. Oh, so like, for example, we'll just say user, and we'll say assistant. Because remember that we are the user, we're the one inputting stuff, and the assistant is the one that's talking back to us. And so I'm hoping that this model is going to pick up on what that means. And so we'll say user, hello, and here we'd say, you woke me up. Or so I'm trying to think of something rude. So hello, and maybe we get a bit of help here. And I have Sonnet here on the left-hand side. I'm going to say, I need help creating prompt examples for chat or for GPT 3.5. Okay, and so I'm using a turbo. So I'm using a chatbot to, or sorry, no, I keep saying chatbot, but these are chat agents. They're not bots. But I'm going to try to use it to help me generate some out. And I'm going to give an example. So this is what I want. And so I'm going to say user, assistant, for format. Here is my prompt example information to help me generate this out. And we're trying to use a more intelligent agent to work with a dumber agent here. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this here. Okay, and hit enter. I'll just say, give me 10 examples. Let's see if we can do it. Okay, but you aren't providing the assistant. Yeah, there we go. Okay, but I don't want these numbered, and please put assistant on its own line. So you can see like how I could have made a prompt document to tell it how to help me make prompts. And so I'm kind of getting a format. So can you teach me more about basic Japanese? And so here are some examples that we have here. And we'll go over to here and we will place this down below here. And these are good prompt examples, right? Now it doesn't have bolding, so we cannot see that here. And also, how does it know that it can bold? So that one's kind of useless for the outputted format. So we might want to change this and say, always provide a word bank always provide a word bank, okay? So that might be something that we might want to suggest there. So I'm going to go here and just break these into separate lines a little bit. So here we have user assistant, user assistant. And honestly, I don't really like these examples. So I'm going to go here and just say, hello. And then this assistant will just say, go away. Unless you came here to learn. And then I'm going to switch over to my Japanese keyboard here and switch over to here. I'm going to type in Nihon Go, which is the Japanese language. And then we'll say, I don't know, I guess we could just make one example here, but I figured what would be good is if we gave it a, what do you call it, a vocabulary list. So here we'll say something like Nin Hon. And then here we have the language Nihongo. So I'm just going to type in Nihongo. And maybe we could even tell it what we want to do. So maybe because we don't know the language, we always want it to supply us with, what do you call it? Romanji. So we have Nihongo, sorry. And then down below here, this would be Nihon Go. So that may be language. And then here we'd have Japan. And maybe we would have the word for learn. So I can go here and say learn, or it's a Japanese dictionary. I should know this word, but take a look here. To learn is, let's make sure that is correct. Yeah, we'll use this one here, which is, well, we can play the audio and we'll hear it.
Manabu.
Manabu. So we'll take Manabu here. And we'll go back. And technically, this would be something like Nihongo me, what was it again? This one here is Manabu, okay. Manabu. But technically it would get conjugated, so here this wouldn't be exactly accurate. But we'll go over here and just say learn Japanese. Translate to Japanese. This model is a bit smarter, so it'll actually give us a proper example. Oh, okay, so we are pretty close. We're just missing the O. Okay, so we'll go here, and this would be O, even though it's woe. And then the idea here is that we can take this and put this here. And we'd say, oops, to learn. And the funny part is, like, natural speakers might even omit the O, so I wasn't totally wrong. So here's an example of a good prompt, but we only have one, and normally you'd have to give it more than one, like 5 or 10. And you could also give it like a bad prompt. But you know, if we use this and we get a bad prompt, then we could then bring it back here and see if it works. But let's see if this works for it, okay? So I'm gonna go here and just clear it, and let's just say, what's up? Let's see what we get. Stop wasting time and start learning Japanese. Unless you don't want to learn, don't bother me. Okay. Yes, I want to learn. Finally, some motivation. Let's get started. Here are some basic phrases to learn. Konnichiwa, arigato, ohayo gozaimasu, goodbye. Okay. Don't just say okay and do nothing. Please practice phrases until you get them right. Hello, konnichiwa, arigato, ohayo. Okay, I did that. Good. Now practice introducing yourself. So here we kind of have a model, and you can see it works pretty decently. And the great thing about these more inexpensive models is that if you fine tune them, you can get them to work as good or even better as these other ones. And that has to do with adding data. So this is our start here, and I kind of like our prompt document. So I'm going to copy this. I just don't want to lose it. And we're going to go over to our GitHub repo here. And I'm just going to press period here. I'm going to want to store this in here somewhere. So we'll go ahead here and just say, I'll make this, and this will be, LLMs. And I'm going to make a new folder here and just say basic as our start here. And I'm going to call this prompt document or prompt template. You can call it whatever you want. Right now, this is just TXT format because we're not working with anything else. You could technically format this as a markdown file. I like feeding markdown files quite often. But if we go back over to here, okay, so we can see that this model is in good shape. So I'm just trying to think about this for a moment. Yeah, so one thing I think would be nice is if we could save our prompt for later. And I just want to see if we can do that in the prompt catalog. So I know that these are use cases of prompts that we can use, but I wanted to know if we could actually save our prompt here. But it doesn't appear to be that way. And the reason I was looking for that is because over in Amazon Bedrock, you can actually save your prompts for later. And so that's what I was hoping for, but it appears that these are just example prompts. So that's very unexciting. Is there anything else that we might want to do here? I mean, there's lots that we want to do, like deploying to a web app, maybe using prompt flow, adding data. And there are these other sections where we can do some other things. We go down to examples. So here we could provide examples. Let's go here, add examples to show the chat what responses you want. It will try to mimic any response you add here. So make sure they match the rules laid out in the system message. What's interesting is the fact that, I mean, it's only showing one, so it's not very clear. Like if I add one here, can I add more than one? It doesn't really appear that way. But it would be interesting to see how we could work with this programmatically. If we go to view code, here it is. So maybe before we wrap up this video, let's go ahead and see if we can work with this in a programmatic way. So I saw this running from a previous lab, and so I'm just going to open up Jupyter Lab. We did this in the initial setup, so if you haven't done that, go back to that video and watch how to do that. And once that is there, we're going to open up Jupyter Lab. And I'm going to navigate to our AI directory. I'm just doing everything in AI here today. And so I'm going to make a new folder here and call this basic. And in here, I'm going to just double click and we're going to make a new notebook. And we'll just call this, rename this, whoops. We'll select that and rename it my JP teacher. Okay. So what I want to do here is I want to bring this code over. And I want to break this up a bit because I do not, I do not like everything just crammed here together. So we'll go ahead and do this. And notice it's calling it chat completion. So I'm hoping that it does more than just completion and it's actually having a conversation. There is a difference between a chat completion and completion. Completion just finishes to the end of the sentence. It's not having a back and forth conversation, whereas chat completion is going to have a conversation. So, working through just to break this up here. There we go. And then we'll add one above this. We know this is going to be pip install OpenAI. There we go. And we'll run this next. And we'll go down below here. And so now we just need to replace these 2 points. And it looks like it's already kind of helped us out here. So I'm just going to go and do this because I don't need it like that. We're not grabbing anything from environment variables here today. So those are set. The only thing that's missing here is the credentials. Like we have an endpoint and a deployment, but we don't have in here the API key. So how does this know this is working? Right? So I'm going to go back over to here. And we have the API key. But they didn't show us how to load the API key here, which is kind of annoying. So I'm expecting this to fail, but let's just go proceed through this and see what happens. Okay, so we have this here. And notice this is matching the name of the deployment. When we deployed our model, we could have given it a different name and it would have done something different there. We'll go ahead and run this. We'll go ahead and run this. And we'll go ahead and run this. I'm not expecting this to work. I'm expecting this to say, hey, you need an API key. Right? It goes down here and it says, okay, we'll ignore that. Yep, you do not have permissions. So the code here is fundamentally flawed. So we're going to need a little bit of help here. I'm going to go just copy this over to Sonnet. And I'm going to start a new conversation. I need help with this code. Okay, and I'm just going to submit that code over to Claude. We'll give it a moment. And so from here, I'm going to tell it, it's not, I need to set the API key, but it's not anywhere in the code. And hopefully you can find that for us here. And so hopefully we can just utilize that. So we'll go back over here. And I'm just carefully looking at this here. So remove the lines, token provider. So we'll get rid of this. And it also says get rid of this because we're not using Azure Identity to authenticate. We are going to grab this here and place it as such. We'll take this out of here. I like how they show the API key up here, but it's like they don't give you the code for the API key. It's totally backwards. And so I'm going to go ahead and just do this. That did not copy. Copy, 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 copy. There we go. And we're going to go back over to here. Okay. And that looks good to me. I'm just going to run this again and this one again. And so here we are going to provide the API key instead of the token provider. So we'll run that there. And now we'll run this and see what happens. Great, and we'll print out the contents. And you can see we're getting information back. Okay, so pretty clear. You know, for this to be conversational, I think the way it works is that we keep appending the conversation to it. So that's normally, like, we have messages, and I imagine that we would have a chain of messages here. So here I might say, I'm just going to clear this out here and just say, hello. And let's see what happens here. Whoops, we'll go here and just run that. I'm just going to grab this here so we can just see it quickly like this. And here it says, message, hello, how can I assist you? So I might just want to look up, well, we have completion here, but maybe there's a way we can carry this conversation. So I might go back over to here and just say, okay, how do I carry the conversation past with the completion object? Because we're obviously creating a new chat, and maybe there's a way that we can just keep feeding stuff to it. And here, let's see, we have completion, and then return it. And then we're just adding a message. Here it says role system. Okay, great. So from this example, we can go and make a role here and just say role system. And now we can provide the content of our that file there. So I'll just say prompt document. So I'm going to go over here and just say, so I want to load a text file and pass it as the prompt document. My primary language is Ruby, so it's not that I can't figure this out. It's just if it can give me the code here, we'll bring it over here quickly. It's just generating it out here on the right-hand side. And so I want to load my prompt document. I really can't stand when it's trying to make me functions here. But I'm just going to go down one here. And I want this code here, which is for loading a file. And then I need the file path. So I'm looking for that here for the file path. Okay, I suppose I could do that. It'll say file path. I'm just going to hope that this is relative and I don't have to do anything else extra. Usually you do like path, join, whatever. And we've done that quite a few times before. I'm going to just open up and see. Yeah, maybe I can just do that here quickly. Yeah, there's something like this. There's a few ways that we can do it. You know, like this, maybe not the best way to do it, but this is how I'm going to do it here. And so here we can just say prompt document, txt. We'll go back over to here. I'll just get this out of the way. And what happened to our prompt document? It's a good thing that we saved it because it looks like it vanished. And by the way, I guess we could have exported this as a prompty file document. It's not necessarily a standard yet or a JSON file. And it would have given us all the information we fed in here, and we could have used it later on. Or we could re-upload it again. But, you know, I don't know. I just like saving them individually like this. I find it's easier to work with them in this format. But I'm going to copy that content from the repo. It's a good thing I kept it over here. And we'll go back over to here, and I'm just going to make a new file. I'm going to call this one prompt document. I'm going to double click into it, and we're going to just paste the contents in here. And I'm going to go back over to here. And yeah, so this I'm hoping will load. Well, we don't really want to return the file in this way. We just need to save its content. So down below here, I'm just going to call this prompt document like this, equals. There we go. And still doesn't like it. No file or extra mentioned here. Okay, what if we just... can we just do this maybe? I do this. No such file directory prompt document. I'm just going to rename this to make it really simple. We'll just say system. And I'll rename this to system. Let's see if I can just do this. System. Sometimes simplifying just makes your life easier. No such file directory system. So I'll go back here and let's just try system like this. Does that work? No. Does this work? No. I'm going to look for another one where I have an example. So let me just see if I can find an example here where I'm loading in a file. Yeah, like I do just that, like path os join. Just going to save this file here quickly. And I'm going to go back. I'm not sure if it matters the context on here on the left-hand side. Basic. Oh, this is supposed to be under LLMs, by the way. Well, it doesn't really matter, but I'm just going to make a new folder here and just move this around, LLM. And then move basic into it there. There we go. Okay, maybe this context matters. Maybe that's a problem. Now that that prompt file's not in there, so maybe I created it in the wrong directory. Maybe that was my problem the entire time. Maybe you've been watching me and going, Andrew, you're crazy. Are you even paying attention to where you are? No, I am not. That's probably what my problem is. There we go. Okay, great. And we'll go back over to here. I'm going to run this. And so now it's loaded that file. And supposedly we are going to pass it along. But the idea is that we are telling it the order of messages that are happening here, right? So here we have role, hello, and user. Okay, we'll bring this down here. And so we're going to save this, run it. And it's having a bit of trouble because I think that I moved the folder, and so that's kind of my fault. So I'm just going to cut this part out here. Sorry, my fault. And I'm just going to close this. I'm going to say discard. I don't care about this one. I'm going to double click this one. And I'm going to go down here. And I'm just going to paste our update here. My apologies. And then paste this one in here. It looks like it is the same still. Okay, great. There we go. And so now we'll run it here. Here it says invalid syntax. Fair enough. It should have a comma here. And we'll go ahead and run this. And we need a comma on the end here. So we'll try this again. And lots of formatting issues here with me today, eh? So we have, I don't have time for small talk. If you're here to learn, then pay attention. Otherwise, watashi, whatever. And so here we have a reply. So let's go back over to here and take a look at what they're suggesting that we do. So here we have completion, and it just returns the results. So I think every time we want to talk to it, we basically have to keep feeding stuff into it. Also notice that we can change some of our parameters if we need to. Message append. Yeah, and so really that's all we're doing is we just keep appending the message. So if we want to continue the conversation programmatically, what we're going to do is we are going to copy this here. Okay. And then go like this, and then say assistant, right? Okay. And we have some weird highlighting here, so I assume that something is wrong. I'm not sure if it's because we have a double quotation. Oh, we have a double right here. There we go. And it is still complaining. So let's just carefully look at this. Where is our problem? I don't see a problem here, but it seems to think that there is one. Do this, no. And so I'm just going to go here and just take this out for a second. Like that. And no, I don't think there's a problem. I think it's kind of messing it up. So we run this again. What do we get? We get an error. Perhaps you forgot a comma. I don't think so. Just give me a moment to find out my problem, okay? Okay, so maybe the issue is this one here in the end. Nope. Well, I mean, this one doesn't even need a comma there. What does it not like? I cannot. Oh, you know, I found out what it was. I found out what it was. I'm missing one right here. Right here. See? There we go. Okay, great. So here we are now feeding back and saying this is what the system says. So what would it do if we do this? I would expect it not to do anything. And so here it just says stop because there's nothing for it to do. We're waiting for the next roll. And so I'm going to go here and we'll do that. And we'll say user. And we'll say something like, oh, this is hard. So we'll go ahead and run this. So it says, stop whining, learn new language is supposed to be hard, okay? And it kind of feeds in information as we're working through it, which is kind of interesting. So, you know, hopefully you understand that the idea is that we're feeding information into it. And the longer the conversation goes, the more information it is, and then we're going to probably reach an impasse. So understand that when you're working with this stuff, you'll get to a point where the conversation will get too long, and so basically you have to start over. And when you start over, you have to provide it a prompt document. And if you wanted to contextually understand all this stuff, then you have to summarize that previous history, okay? But hopefully that gives you kind of a starting point of how it is to work with LLMs. But that's not all we're going to do here. But for now, this is enough. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this over. Okay, so I'm just going to clear out our keys here for now. And just going to go ahead and reset this. Great. And I'm just going to go ahead and download this file here. And we'll go back over to here. I'm just going to rename this to system. Because then it'll just be easier to work with if it's called that, I think. So I'm going to look for in my downloads here and bring over my Japanese teacher. And notice that it is, oh, that's some of the outputs, not that big of a deal. As long as the password's in here, that's all I care about. If you want, you can stop this. I'm not going to stop this because I'm continuously working with this. So I don't want to constantly, I'm going to stop it. I'll just stop it in the next video. I'll have to spin it up, I suppose. But I'm going to stop it here just in case I walk away. But I'm going to leave that model deployed because I want to do maybe a little bit more with it. There is no harm with it being deployed because I'm not currently utilizing it. It's based on per tokens. But anyway, I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, I want to go ahead and try to deploy a different model other than just OpenAI. Now, the exam does not expect you to know this. I'm just showing this to you so you can see what it's like to experience another model. You absolutely can just watch and see how this goes. But there's a lot of models that are available here, and one that might be fun to use is Cohere. So Cohere is a Canadian multi-international company, and they have a very decent model. And so they have a bunch of stuff that are available here. Some of these are made available. Now, they're not open source, but you can download and use them, such as Command R Plus, things like that. I'm not sure which ones are available for deployment, but we'll give it a go here in this region. Notice that there are some that are specialized. So here we have text classification, embeddings, and chat completions. Embeddings means that it will output embeddings, which then we could utilize to store in a vector database that can be leveraged for other models. I'm going to stick with chat completions. I can just go with Command R and see if we're allowed to deploy it. And let's see what we have here. So over here, the pricing, it looks like we have serverless API, which is good. And we're going to be paying per 1,000 per token, so pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and take a look here. So notice that the idea is that we have to accept pricing terms, and we're basically subscribing and deploying. But again, it's using a serverless API, so it's whatever we use here is what it's going to be. Here it's telling us that it's available in very specific regions. Right now we're in West US, so we can absolutely use that. So we'll give it a moment to deploy, and then we'll give it a try, okay? So I'm just gonna wait here as it deploys. All right, so it looks like our model is ready. We'll go ahead and deploy that. Now, whether we'll be able to use it in the playground is one thing. It looks like they have some code sample repositories that we can go ahead and take a look at. So this one says, well, this is with prompt flow, but it's not clear whether this is using Cohere or not. So I'm not sure if this is going to be very useful for us. Yeah, I don't know. So I would probably say that the example they provided to us is not that useful. I mean, if we're doing reg and prompt examples, that might be fine. But this seems like this is just generic things about application development, okay? But it looks like this is still provisioning, so we're just going to have to wait a while for this to finish. I thought it was already ready, but apparently not. If we go over to our chat here, I don't think, yeah, we can't use it yet. So we'll just hold off on that, okay? All right, so after a short little wait, our model is deployed. Let's go see if we can use it in the playground. And if we drop this down, we can switch over to Command R. This says igrams. I'm not sure what igrams is. Command igrams. Well, anyway, I want to see if we can provide it our prompt document from before. So I'm going to go here in the Azure examples repo here. I think I might still have, I'm going to close that out because we're not doing anything programmatically here today. And I'm just going to place this in here and see if it accepts it. Okay, and we'll just say, hello. Go away, I have no time for pleasantries unless you came here to learn Japanese, in which case, please choose a topic to get started. And so right away, I would say the experience from GPT 3.5 to this one is much better because here it's better at directing the conversation. And this isn't even Command R plus, it's just Command R. So that's really interesting. So here I need to choose one. And so now if this is my teacher, I'd want it to be like, hey, you have to do it in Japanese. So I'll say for beginners. For beginners. So we'll give that a go and see what happens. Here's a word bank to get you started. Konnichiwa, hajimemashite. Watashi no name wa nansai desu ka? Nansai desu ka? And then we have Kono hon wa nan iro desu ka? Which color is this book? Go practice. Okay, I did that. And so the only thing that sucks about this bot is that it's not really reinforcing any kind of learning. It's just saying, here's stuff, now do this. And it's not testing us in any way. So this is where there is more room for improvement. But you can see by running it across different types of models, we're going to get different results. So I think that's kind of interesting. I'm not going to get rid of our deployment right now. I don't think this is costing me anything because it's using a serverless API and it's just communicating with Cohere. But yeah, that's all I really wanted to show you, that you can deploy other models other than the OpenAI ones, what that process looks like. And there you go. Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we are picking up off where we were working with our model previously. We ran it against Cohere, and we also have it for GPT 3.5 Turbo. I think I like the Cohere experience a little bit better, but I'm going to stick with GPT 5.3 Turbo because I want to deploy this. And if you look here at the top, we'll actually have way fewer options for non-OpenAI models. And so up here we have evaluation and deploy a model. Right now I just want to deploy it to a web app and see if we can do this. Last time I tried this absolutely did not work, but I'm hoping that it's going to work this time. And so basically this is going to create a web app. So your web app will be configured with Azure Active Directory. It may take a few minutes to apply. I like how it's saying Azure Active Directory, Azure AD, what is called Microsoft Entra ID. They just can't seem to ever update the names everywhere. But it may take a few minutes to apply after the deployment, and you will not be able to chat in the app. Please wait 10 minutes, then reload the app and log in to begin chatting. So we're going to go ahead here and just say my JP teacher. I'm going to go and drop this down to my Azure subscription. And by the way, if you're worried about costs, you don't necessarily have to do this, but I want to deploy this here today. Now, it wants to deploy in a resource group, so I'm just actually going to go ahead and make a new one, because if I want to tear this down really easily, I just want to have access to that. So I'm going to go here to resource groups, and we'll go ahead and make a new resource group. I'm going to call this one my JP teacher app. Okay, this is in West US. Hopefully we don't have any problems in West US. And we'll create that. Usually they create very quickly. And so I'm going to go back over to here, and we're going to attempt to deploy this. So we'll give it a moment here to load. And we'll say deploy a web app, my JP teacher. And we're going to drop this down to subscription 1. And we're going to go to here. We're going to go to here, and I'm going to say West US. Assuming I have that as an option. West US, there it is. And we'll choose the free tier if we can. Enable chat history in the web app. I mean, it's nice if we have that, but I'll just not do that here today. I just want to keep it simple, the deployment. CosmoDB is not going to really cost much, but I just want to have less moving parts here. I just want to see if we can get this deployed and get this experience here. So we're going to wait for that deployment to complete. I imagine that we might be able to monitor that somewhere here. Yep. And so we're just going to wait for that to finish, okay? All right, so according to this, the deployment is complete. And it looks like that we can launch our application. Now, it did tell us to wait 10 minutes afterwards. I'm going to press it anyway and see what happens. If it doesn't work, that's fine. We'll just have to wait 10 minutes and find out if it is in a working state. But right now, it is thinking really hard. But the question is, what was it deploying underneath? So if we go over to here, we have our JP teacher. And I'm assuming this is Azure Web Apps. Yep, it's the app service. And we chose the free tier, so it's no surprise that this is running really, really slow, as that is what the free tier would do. I kind of regret not making it the basic tier. But if we go into here, maybe we can take a look and see its status. So it is currently running. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm just going to wait here, and eventually I think something will appear. So just hang tight, and I will be back here when something's working, okay? All right, so after a while, we can see that we can now accept permissions. Took quite a bit of time here. And we'll go in here, and so now we have a nice interface. We have Contosa, which is the pretend company that is always used in all the Microsoft examples. We could say, hello, and run this here. It says, hello, how can I assist you today? And I mean, the model we deployed, it doesn't have. It doesn't have our prompt. So just remember that we created it before, and we didn't put our prompt in here. So I was hoping that it would have that Japanese conversation before, but it doesn't. And that's totally fine. But notice that we could share this app to other people. But I think that because it requires a Microsoft identity, I would think that they'd have to be in your Active Directory for you to get access. But I just wanted to show you that you can do that. If we were to update this, let's just say like, we'll just say, or like tone, you talk like a pirate. Okay, and apply changes. I don't know if this would take effect to the launched web app because how would it? But I guess if it's referencing this model, I wouldn't see why not. And so I'm just going to give this a refresh here. Maybe we'll restart the conversation. Hello. And does it pick up our changes here? It does not. So not exactly sure what code is there. But if we go over to here to our web app, how would we be able to see that? Good question for me. So maybe we'll go to the deployment center, because what I'm thinking is that there's probably deployments. I just want to see what the code is. So this is the sample repository it's using. Okay. Yeah. So it must be referencing, it must be versioning something and doing something specific. I'm not sure. Because we have all these configurations. And so I imagine that these are probably being passed as environment variables. That's all I can really think of here. So let's go back over to here. And so somewhere here, there should be environment variables stored. You'd think I would know this because I've made videos on this, but I don't remember everything. Aha, there we go. Okay, so we have lots of environment variables here. And so what I'm wondering is there ones for the actual agent itself? So let's carefully look at this. There's stuff for Cosmos DB, even though we're not using it. We have the OpenAI endpoint. Let's look at that value. So that's just the service endpoint. The embedding name, nothing interesting there. We have our key, which is my actual OpenAI key here. The model, which is Turbo 3.5. And just, again, slowly looking for the information. So here we have system message. So here I would imagine, right, if we wanted to, and we change the system message, wherever that was, system message, where'd you go? That this is how we could change it, right? So maybe what I can do, I'm not sure if this will work, but I'm going to try. I'm going to copy this and paste this into here and say apply and apply. So your app may need a restart for the settings to take effect. That is totally fine. I can't imagine that it won't take effect unless I restart the app, but it's just good to know like how that's being passed through, because it wasn't like it built any kind of code or anything like that. I was using generic things. So I'm just going to say hello, and I really don't think it's going to pick up right away. Okay, and so in here in our app, I'm going to just go ahead and give this a restart. Okay, and it says that it's restarted. I cannot imagine it's restarted that fast. Maybe it has. So we'll say hello and communicate to it here. Fingers crossed that it works. Sorry, what? Okay, so I was assuming that it was going to pick up that information there. And the domain is the same. It's not like it changed. So go back to our environment variables here. Let's just make sure that that's been set. So we'll go here to System, Azure Open AI System Message, show value. So it is set there. Again, not super important. We could just redeploy it, but it just would be nice to know that we could do that. So yeah, I'm not sure, but that's what I think that it would be. The only way we would know is if we did another deployment. So maybe that's something that I can do. It didn't take too long to deploy, but I'm just really curious if we can do that there. So let's go back over to Chat Playground. If we go deploy web app, oh, we can just update the existing one in place. Okay, great. So what I'll do is I'm going to go and paste in this, but I'm going to change the tone so that we know that it's working. And we'll say tone is going to be like speaks like Yoda from Star Trek, from Star Wars. Nah, maybe we'll just say like speak like a pirate. Okay. And so I'm going to apply those changes. We'll set continue. And then here I'm going to deploy the web app. I'm going to update the existing one. My JP teacher. We'll go ahead and deploy. And so I'm hoping that that will take effect, but not only that, that we can go and take a look at the environment variables and see if that's what's being set. So here the deployment is underway, so we'll just wait for that deployment to finish, okay? All right, so it says our deployment is done. I'm going to go back over to here, give this a refresh. I'm assuming that our URL is the same. And it may take some time, like before, for this to get ready. So I guess we'll just wait here a little bit, okay? So that didn't take very long. So I'm going to say hello. And let's see what we get. We'll give it a moment here. Okay, still thinking. Now just remember that we are using this in basically a shared environment or like shared tenancy. So if other tenants are using more of the resources, then we can see delays here. But there we go. It did reply. So go away unless you came here to learn. Sure. You know. Now notice that it's not speaking in Pirate Talk, so maybe it took my other one. So I thought it would have pushed the other one here because we told it pirate, but I bet if we go over here, I have a strong feeling that it's this value that I updated here for some reason. Okay. So we're going to scroll on down here and look for that system option here. Show the value. It says speak like a pirate. So it did take in the speak like a pirate information. But the thing is that it does have that predefined one because we said hello. And so it replied as it would expect here. Because our example doesn't give a pirate talk. So yeah, here we go. Stop dilly-dallying and start learning Japanese, you scurvy dog. Okay, so I think that it's implying, or it has implied knowledge that it should speak in a pirate tone, but also that's rude because of our root example. So yeah, that's all I really wanted to show here. So that is good. Now here's the question: is how could we go about? I stopped that earlier. How could we go about shutting this down? Now this is running there, so I think the only way we can do that is we just need to tear it down, and that's why we created that resource group. Okay, and so in here, yep, we'll go here, and we'll just say delete, and delete, and there you go. So I'm going to leave the models still open here as we have more to do, but that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we learned that there are parameters which we can adjust for these LLMs, and I think that we should spend some time fiddling with them so that we can understand how that will impact our model, and maybe later on we might need to tweak these to change the level of randomness. So here we have this GPT-3.5 Turbo that I've deployed earlier. There, of course, are other ones that we can utilize, but I'm using 3.5 Turbo because it is older, and so it's a great use case for teaching because it can do weird and wonky things. There is ChatGPT 4.0 Mini, which is more cost-effective and better, but again, I want to show how these things can vary. So what I'm looking for is the option to change the parameters. And so here we have parameters. And you're going to notice that we have a few options. We have temperature, top P. Sometimes you'll have access to top K. So what I'm going to do is go over to the OpenAI playground because I want to see comparatively. Like you might not have access to this, but I do because I pay for OpenAI separately here. But oh, right now it's saying I have no models available. What are you talking about? Well, that's not very helpful, but here on the right-hand side, you'll notice we have temperature, maximum tokens, top P, and some additional information. I was looking for top K, so like if you use something else, like maybe Claude, it might have other values here, but generally there will always be temperature and top P. So temperature is going to control the randomness, so higher value increases the randomness of your answer, whereas if you go to 0, it's not going to be as random. Top P is about cutting off the token selection. So it's sampling from less or more depending on what you want to adjust. So I don't normally fiddle with top P, to be honest. And they explain it down here as well. Controls diversity via nucleus sampling. So 0.5 means half of likely weighted options are considered. So fewer options are considered. And then over here, It's going to change the level randomness. But you can read all of these and get an idea of what they do, right? But for the most part, you generally don't have to tweak these. They're pretty good. But again, in some cases, you might want to dial down the temperature. You can see here that the temperature is at 0.7. So maybe we could say a better example might be using this for completion as opposed to chat. But I might have to deploy a new model for this. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll deploy a completion model as opposed to a chat model. Completion models are older, but I think it might make this a better use case. So I'm going to go over here to our model catalog, and I'm looking for a completion model. So completion model just says completion. So we have Babbage, DaVinci. I think Babbage is cheaper. And so I'm going to go ahead and deploy this model. Let's go ahead and choose that. Let's pay close attention to the deployment type or method. And so here's this model is not available in the selected OpenAI resource about connecting here. So this is where certain ones are available in certain areas and other places. So right now I think I'm in, which one am I in? I'm not sure. But, you know, if we're trying to utilize, let's say Babbage, if I can find it here. It is available in here and here. So we have it in North Central US. And then here we have this in Sweden Central. So it's really interesting where we have access to something and when we don't. So I'm going to switch over, I guess, to Sweden. And I guess we basically would have to make a new hub to do that. So I'm going to go over to hubs here. And notice this one is West US. I'm going to go and create a new hub. And this one in particular, I don't want a new resource group. I have enough of those. I'm going to do Azure Studio Hub here. I'm going to switch this over to Sweden Central. And here it's going to probably have to create a new one. I don't know if I need Azure AI Search. No, we don't need Azure AI Search, but we're definitely going to need this. So we're going to let it create that. And I'm going to go ahead and hit next and create. There we go. And we will give it a moment to create, okay? All right, so our project is ready. I believe we're in that hub right now. I probably should have named it with Sweden in there, but we can go over to our model catalog and let's go take a look at launching Babbage. So we'll give it a moment here to load. Okay, so here we have Babbage. We're going to go ahead and deploy. And let's see what deployment options we have. Probably something cost effective. We have standard. Standard sounds good. And we're going to go ahead and deploy this. And we'll just give it a moment to deploy. All right, that was fast. I believe it is now deployed. So if we want to utilize this model, we're going to go over to projects and create ourselves a new project. So just say, yeah, I don't care what the project is called. But if you're doing this for serious, you probably want these named correctly. I don't remember seeing this AI services here. Now I really want to click that, but I can't right now, but I'll have to wait. Okay, so our project is here. And yeah, I'm just curious, what is AI services here? Okay, so it's just a easy way to start working with these. It's totally nothing interesting there. But I'm going to go back to all projects here, give this a refresh, go into my project, and now we'll go to completions. Now, if we go to chat, I just want to show you here that Babbage probably won't appear because it's not a valid model. But if we go over to completions, we have it. Completion models are considered older models. If you fine-tune them correctly, they can be of use, but for the most part, they're not that great. And we have some options here on the left-hand side. So we have, I think this is top P right here. Yeah, it is. So this is the top P, and up here we have our temperature. And so the idea is that this is supposed to complete the sentence. So my favorite food is, and I'll put a colon here. And so I'm encouraging it. Yes, I'm Canadian, so I do ROUT, but I'm encouraging it to supply a value here. So we'll go ahead and hit generate. Like I was telling you how many tokens down below. It says 4D noodles. Give me a little bit too much information. Not exactly what I wanted. but that's okay. So the idea here is that we're already turned down for our tokens here, but I guess it's just producing as much as it can, right? But let's say we just clear this out here. So we have 40 noodles. Let's run this again. CUDA is very random. My favorite food is bacon and eggs, macaroni and cheese, tacos, and hamburgers. So now it's listing them in order. Let's try this. Okay, so again, we're getting different things. Let's try another one. My favorite food is 6. Wow, terrible, 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 terrible. But the point is that Babbage is what it is, and there are ways to make it better. But for now, we'll just stick with its simple implementation. So let's turn this all the way down to 0, and let's see what happens if we have it on that. So here we have chicken, pasta, pizza, pasta. And those are pretty safe answers. Pasta is very, very popular here. So again, it's not being so random. We'll try this again. Chicken, pasta, pizza, pasta. Okay, again. Chicken, pasta, pizza, pasta. So the point is that if you're looking for something with more reliable results, you can turn it all the way down, but you're going to get rid of the creativity here. So there could be a case where you might want to have it all the way down to 0, like, and we might utilize that later on. So let's bring this to 0.5. Okay. And I didn't mean to delete that out here, but I'll go ahead. What my favorite food is. Okay, and we will hit generate now at the 0.5. Okay, still going for chicken. Okay, but we are getting more variation here. Okay, so now much more random. Let's go bring it down to 0.2. Again, we're just trying to experience that level of randomness. And actually, when I change the number there, it clears it out. So my favorite food is. Okay, so still pretty random, or pretty typical. At least we're getting pizza in here. And so it's very useful to just kind of like go up the chain here. This time I'm just going to copy this so I don't have to keep it in here. Okay, great. We have this. Still chicken. We'll try 0.4 here. Chicken rice, okay. 0.5. Chicken with rice. 0.6. Totally weird, but hey, at least it's doing more random. Okay, so now you're starting to get the idea here. Something else we could try to play around with, it would be top probability. So let's go back here and just generate, leaving it alone at 0.5, what we get here. So here we get chicken, pasta, pizza, great. Let's say we turn it all the way down, all the way down. Now what do we get? The same. Okay, we'll do this again. The same, okay. And I mean, we would expect that because if it's selecting from fewer options, I thought maybe it would just be like chicken, 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 but it still is the same. Let's turn this all the way up to 1. Let's see what we get now. So it has more to select from, but it's just still more pasta. So we're not really noticing much of a difference here. Okay, so now let's go and bring the temperature up to, let's say, 0.7. So that seems to be a good number here. And we're going to place the top probabilities back to 0.5. And we're going to go ahead and hit generate. Okay, so looks good so far. And we'll do it a few times because we have to run it a few times to find out what's happening, shrimp, price, etc. So now I'll run it one more time. Okay, mussel. So very random. Still getting lots of pasta. Let's turn the probabilities down. Let's see what we get now. So notice we're getting more of our chicken pasta thing, eh? Because there's less to choose from. So now we could dial this into, let's say, 0.2. Favorite food is 0.3. My favorite food is. Notice now it's going with colors. It's really, oh, it's kind of following through that, but that didn't really make sense. Let's just crank this up and now see what we get. Probably really random. 99 spices chicken. But hey, it's nice and descriptive. I like how it's like a weird spelling mistake, but it clearly looks like training data. Let's try this again. It's weird that like with top probabilities and temperature, it's still coherent and it's more interesting than it was at 0.5. But I guess it has more text to sample, right? It's weird that we're getting better results like that, but I'm going to go back to 0.5 and we'll go here. Yeah, and so it's interesting, like if we want something more conversational, more interesting, then 1 and 1 are interesting. So hopefully that gives you an idea of temperature and top probabilities. When you have these more intelligent models, ChatGPT or GPT-4o, Claude Sonnet 3.5, Llama 4.1, whatever, these things, you don't really have to play with them too much, but with these simpler models based on what you're doing, you're going to want to tweak things here. I'm going to leave the Sweden around because the Sweden hub, because we might end up using it for fine tuning in another video. I'm not going to shut anything down because everything is serverless here, so I'm not worried about it. And I will see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey everyone, it's Andrew Brown, and in this video we're going to take a look at prompt flow. So prompt flow is a very powerful tool for many reasons. It's great for prototyping. You can do evaluations in it. You can do batch inference. You can do multi-model. A lot of things, but basically it's an orchestration tool for you to take multiple LLMs or functions and string them together to really do great LLM development. So you absolutely want to learn prompt flow. I'm not a super expert in it, but I'm good enough that I can get you over a lot of the hurdles. And I found that when I was learning how to utilize it, they just had a lot of gaps in knowledge. So I'm hoping to fill those out here for you. So let's go ahead and create ourselves a prompt flow. We're not really going to use it in here, but I just want to get you exposure to it in here. And then we're going to programmatically work with it. So here when we hit create, we have a bunch of options. We have some standard ones up here and some more complex examples down below. So I'm going to go ahead and create we can do a standard flow for now. And I'm just going to write this as standard flow example. And we're going to go ahead and create this one here. We could also look at another one. So while that is creating, it creates pretty fast. I'm going to go ahead and just clone the chat Wikipedia one. So Wikipedia example. But personally, you know, if we're working with prompt flow, we should start with as little as we can and build up, because when you work with a more complex one, it's really hard to debug it as opposed to one that you built yourself from scratch. But let's go into the standard flow example. And this doesn't cost anything as of yet to utilize it. But on the, this might be collapsed for you, but on the right-hand side, it shows us the files that are the orchestration files to create them. Down below, we actually have a graph of how things are connected together. And then we have this visual stuff here on the left-hand side. So what are we looking at? Well, the first thing is we have our inputs, right? So this is what we're going to input into our flow. And then we have our outputs down below here. And that's what we're outputting out of our flow. So hopefully that makes sense there. And then here we have, this is an LLM, so this button here would be a way of adding an LLM, and then you have a function. This could be called function calling or tool use. The idea is that the LLM is going to go out to a function, right? And then that function is going to do something and then output our results. So what is this LLM doing, or this prompt flow doing? It's expecting us to input a value, okay, whatever the string we want. It says a topic. And then it's going to go to the LLM, and the LLM has its prompt document, which is written in a Jinja 2 file. Okay, it's just a templating language, so I'm not the best at remembering how this templating language works, but it's pretty straightforward. And so we have a system prompt or a system role saying you are a bot that can tell good jokes, and the user says a joke about topic, please. So the idea is that all you have to write is the single word, and it's going to fill it in as the first reply. And so from there, it's going to pass the output of the topic here to our echo command. And so the output of this input here is going to go to here, and then it's going to go into here. It's just all it's going to do is echo it out. You don't see echo or print anywhere here, but when this runs, we're going to be able to see that information, and then the output will output that result. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's go ahead and see if we can run this. So the way we need to run this is we need some kind of compute attached. Now, when we use prompt flow later on, we're going to use it in GitHub code spaces. You could do this locally as well, but the idea is that the compute being used will be whatever the developer environment's compute is. It's not using compute to utilize LLM. It's compute to make API calls. So it's not expensive compute. So if we drop this down here, we have a compute session. So go ahead and click that. I was hoping to get some options there, but it's totally fine. It's going to launch it with serverless, and we'll take a look at that later on, what those options were. But it's spinning it up on basically, I think it's a virtual machine or something like that. And after a few minutes, it'll be ready and we can evaluate it. So let's just wait a moment for that to be ready, okay? All right, so that is now ready. And I just want to show you, like, it's showing us it's running a standard DS12 v2. We're not going to keep it around for very long. If we wanted to reset it, we could do that. If we want to stop it, we could do that. There's additional things here if we want to see what packages were installed. And so it's showing what Python packages, I believe these are Python packages, it needs to run this. Okay, so the idea is that if you need to bring this into your environment, you would know what it is. But let's go ahead and run this. So I probably need to put a value in here, but I'm purposely just going to run it with nothing in it. And here it says, connection joke variant is empty. So it's telling us that we have to configure these, and they aren't configured. So I'm going to drop this down. I'm going to choose a connection. Notice we have chat or completion. And I'm going to, I don't need a deployment name, yep. And we have GPT-3.5 Turbo. Now, remember that I have other deployments here. If we open this tab up, we have Cohere and GPT-3.5 Turbo. So I'm not sure as to why I cannot select anything other than GPT-3.5 Turbo, but I'm not, so I'm hoping that you can do more with more of the models, because this kind of forces you to use the OpenAI models, but for whatever reason right now, I don't know how we can use other models other than the OpenAI line, okay? We can choose a response type, so probably want text here, because that means that if we output JSON, then this thing has to be able to work with JSON. Okay. So anyway, let's go ahead and go back up here and try to run it again. So we pick that prompt. Now we haven't filled in a topic, so I'm expecting that to complain, or it might just work with a blank topic. And on the right-hand side, it might show us, it will show us here the execution. Now, what I find is in the Visual Studio Code, when we go to do it programmatically, this doesn't update in real time, even though at one point it did. At least it did not for me. Here it says, the input of the flow is incorrect. The value of input topic is not provided. So we have to provide the topic. So the joke could be Rome. I don't know why I keep going with Rome here. Or we'll say ancient Rome. And we'll go ahead and now run this. And I'm just waiting for that there. And we'll go down below. Well, hold on. We have our input, right? And then we have our output. And I'm just going to slowly go through here. And we don't see anything here, which is fine. But if we go down to our function here, it shows us, see our output in our echo function. It shows us Sure. Why did the Roman emperor go to the Colosseum? Because he wanted to see people give him a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Terrible joke, not that funny. And if we go to this one here, noticing that we are seeing this output, so we can see its input, which is topic ancient Rome. This is for the joke LLM. And then its output is system metrics, completion tokens, duration, and this information, right? So it's only passing this back as the output. We also have trace, we also have logs, so nothing went wrong here. And so hopefully that gives you a clear idea of how this works. Now, over here, we can actually look at the flow, because the flow is defined in a YAML file. Yeah, up here, the flow.dag. So I'm just going to click it, turn on raw file mode so we can see it, and we'll just take a quick look at how this works. So we have our inputs, right? So is it a chat input? False. So the idea is that we could be feeding back a chat input if this is a chat conversation. Remember when we created this, we said standard flow and not a chat flow. So if we made this true, then it would feed it back, and then this basically would be a chat bot or chat agent. And then we have our outputs. So this one is a string. Then we have our nodes, and we have a Python node, right? And we're telling it where the source is. So where is the Python code located? What is its input? It's coming from joke. So this here is our output called joke, and we're getting that output there. Then another node is the LLMs, and this one's called, well, hold on here. This one's called joke, so I think it's actually referencing this one here. Yeah, because this one's a fixed fixed output, and so it's not exactly the same thing. This is making output called joke, and this here is referring to another node, which is joke, and this type is LLM, okay? And so here you can see it has a source of joke.jinja2, which is over here. That is basically its prompt document. And then for our inputs, we are using GPT-3.5 Turbo with a temperature of 1, with a top P of 1, with a max tokens. And then we have a provider connection, so it knows how to connect to it. And then we have our environment requirements.txt, things it needs to have in order to work. And it's empty, so there's nothing extra that we need. I'd be very curious if we could swap out, I bet it won't work, but I would be very curious to see if we could swap out the deployment name for the other one here, which is Cohere, right? So here we have this one, and then down below we actually have our deployment name here, I believe. And so I'm trying to copy the name, so I'm going to copy it here, and we're just going to see if we can do something we're not supposed to be able to do, right? According to the UI anyway. And so I'm going to click into this. I'm going to go back to raw file mode. Sure, save the changes. I didn't see anything changed. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to swap this out. Now, the parameters could be different, so this could just mess up from the parameters alone, but I'm going to see if this works. I'm going to hit save. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and try to run this and see what happens. And we're going to find out here in a moment. It has an error, so the API deployment for this resource does not exist if you created in the last 5 minutes. So yeah, it's not letting us do it, but I wanted to show what would happen if we tried to do that. Now, again, I don't really like working in this interface. We do get something very similar in VS Code, but you know, if you're really going to use this, you're probably going to use it in a programmatic way because you want to do integrations, and so you probably don't want to do it here. There are more tools that you can add, or nodes, and these are really interesting. I haven't played around with them too much, but clearly there is multimodal stuff. So we have one for, looks like video. I'm not sure if 4V is video versus vision, but we have vision ones and SERP. So that means it can go out and use Google and look for stuff. And it looks like we have open model on them, so maybe other ones here. Use an open model from the Azure catalog deployed to the Azure online endpoint. So maybe Cohere could be used that way. It's not technically an open source model, but you could say that it's an open model in the sense that it's accessible because you can download it. So that might be interesting to explore. So I'm just going to click that here for a moment. You know, Cohere, I'm just going to see if we can even do it. And there are no endpoints found. So yeah, there's obviously a little bit more work to be involved. So I imagine if you had like an open source model, I would think that it would have to be unprovisioned provisioned compute, and then it would have an endpoint. You would choose that there, or maybe you could have a random compute and attach it there. I'm not 100% certain, but we kind of got the idea of what's going on here. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the compute session here, because we've basically learned what we want to have learned from here. So I want to go back over to prompt flows, and that's fine. I'm just going to hit confirm, and I'm done with this. That compute's sitting down. I'm just going to go ahead and hit archive, and let's go into the chat one. This one is more complex. Do not worry if you cannot make sense of this. It's just I'm trying to show you how complex these things can get. So we have our input here, and our input is it's going to input our chat history. So it's feeding back the history of the conversation we're having. Okay, and it looks like there is some predetermined history already in here. Then we have our question, which is going to be the next thing that's asked in the user role. So what is the difference between the model and the previous neural network? The idea is it's going out to a specific Wikipedia page to help it. And then we have our outputs. Okay, so not a whole lot there, but if we kind of like crawl through this, we have our inputs, and it can either go from augmented chat or to extract. So I'm not sure how it decides between the two, but let's take a look at this first one here. So this one here is an LLM, so it's going to here, probably here first, right? So you're an AI assistant reading the transcript of a conversation between an AI and a human. Given input from the conversation, the conversation history is provided in just in case of a conference. And so here they're providing examples. There's some variations on how you can do this, but this is a way. I might do it and just say like good prompt examples, bad prompt examples, or replies. But here we have example of a conversation history with human AI. I would probably call it user and assistant, but you know, it would still work both ways. And so here you see human. I want to find this. Sure, how I can help you. How do I get to rock bar? Output directions to rock bar. So it's indicating that maybe it has to go out and search for something. I'm not sure. Then down below, this is our conversation history for reference only. And so it's listing it out here so that the existing chat history is going to be displayed. So we're saying input the chat history, and then we're printing it out here so that the bot knows, or the agent knows, because I don't know if you remember which video it was in, but I explained that every time you're entering or you're sending stuff to the LLM, you have to keep feeding it the previous history, and so it has to go somewhere, and so they're placing it here. Okay, and then the human response is the next one here, and then they're indicating, hey, give us the output, right? So hopefully that's very clear. Then we have get wiki from URL. So here we are seeing, what do we have? We have entity string count to, and if we carefully look at it, it looks like it's searching for an entity here. How would it know from here to do that? So, because we have a question, right? And then we have this entity here. All right. So I'm not sure exactly how it's doing that, but anyway, let's continue on here. So it's clearly making a request. So it's using requests, which is a way of just making requests out to a page. It's using Beautiful Soup to parse the page. So that is probably an XML parser, HTML parser, and it goes there, and then it's extracting out text. And here you can see that it's looking through stuff like references and things like that, and then it's outputting information. So we have get wiki URI, then we have search results from URL. Okay, so fetch text content from URL. Okay. Process search results. And then it goes back over to an LLM. So you're a chatbot having a conversation with a human. Give the following extracted parts of a long document and a question. Create a final answer with references with sources. And then that's our output. So will this work well with GPT-3.5? I'm not sure. But let's give it a go and see what happens. So before we can do anything, we need some compute. So let's go ahead and start our compute. This time I'm going to go to advanced settings so you can see. So we have serverless or compute instances. Here it's 19 cents an hour. So you could go to something more cost effective. I'm going to just stick with this because I want something that's reliable here today. You can tell it to shut off after a certain amount of time. I'm not really worried about it. I'm watching it very carefully. We have the base image. Let's go ahead and do that. And we'll apply and wait for our compute session to start. Okay, so we're going to wait for that. Okay. All right, so that compute is now ready. And so we're going to go ahead and get the chat. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to work for me, but I'm going to say let's explore it and try to make sense of this more complex model. Again, I think that if you're working with this, it's better to build up from a base flow so you can really see what you're doing. So here we have an existing chat history that was already inputted for us. Okay, and then this is the conversation that's already being here. So let's go hit enter. It's already going to complain because I have to configure. I have to configure these connections. So we'll go ahead and we'll first try to use GPT-3.5 Turbo. I think the response is supposed to be text because I don't think it is taking in JSON, but we'll just go through here and figure this out. We do have two LLMs nodes in here. And so we can go ahead and select those there. So just give it a moment. There we go. And we're probably going to try this out with GPT-4 because I'm not sure if this was ever designed to run with 3.5, but we'll see what happens here. We'll go ahead and hit run. And I think this time it should work, or it should do something. Now there's some way to trace it. Sometimes it shows here and says you can trace it here. I don't find that experience being very good, and it's also in preview. So we might just have to walk ourselves through this to find out what's going on. Yeah, it has the view trace. I'm not even going to bother clicking that because it doesn't work half the time. And I want to see something here, but if we don't see it, oh, look, it actually came back. Wow. So when I ran this before, it did not come back with anything. So just understand that if you're having issues with this and you don't see anything here, I had the experience before, but now it is working. So I'm sorry, I don't have specific information about technical differences between GPT-4 and previous neurals. I'd like you to know more about the technical distinctions, and it got the sources, so it actually did work. Okay, so I thought it wasn't going to work. But let's go through here and walk through what's happening here. So we have, I'll just close this out here and go to the top. So we have this, and I think that it will show us the outputs here. Yeah. And so we can kind of look and see what the input is. So the input here is what is the difference between this model and the previous one? And then we have the chat history. Okay, and this is coming in as JSON, and it is JSON up here, right? And then down below, over here, we have our output. So our output here is, can we do viewful output? There we go. Output is, it seems like the user is asking for a comparison between the current model. Okay. The next query would be comparison between GPT-4 and previous model. Let's go over to here. Let's go down and take a look at its input. So we go here, and it says, it seems, so it says entity. So even though we chose text, it's still, the entity is so I'm thinking basically the first parameter is whatever, because you can name it whatever you want maybe, because the other one, it wasn't called entity, it was called something else. So it seems like the user is asking for a comparison between the model and the previous neural models. The next query could be, etc. Count 2. Okay, and then we have our output here. So I want to go and take a look here because we have entity, right? Oh, okay. You know, for some reason I thought this was like very specific. I thought this was going to be something like Rome or something. But here it's actually searching Wikipedia and then returning the results. That's why I was confused earlier. I didn't clue in that that was doing a search. So that actually now makes sense. And so we have our output here. Let's open this up. And so here we have this, and you can see that it's putting this in here as a result. And we could probably grab this as such and try it ourselves. I'm not sure what we get as a result. Can we do this? And so this is what it's returning back, these three options. Okay, so that's starting to make sense. And then we're going to go down to the next one here. Now let's look at its inputs. And so in our inputs, it's bringing back that list of URLs. And so this one is supposed to search results from the URL. So then I'm guessing what it's doing is it's probably going to go into each one and parse it. So we go here and we have, yeah, so it's grabbing, I think, each of this. And I think it's trying to, maybe it's grabbing this text or it's grabbing this. Maybe it's trying to get the links to it. Yeah, it's going beautiful soup, PUL stuff, and then it's going, so I think it's going to, yeah, it's going to in each one of these URLs. So I think it's extracting the URL out here, going into here, and then it's looking for sources, maybe references or sources here, somewhere in here, and it's going to try to return those. So PUL, you know, if you wrote this yourself, you probably know because you'd be walking through it, right? And so these are functions, but this tool marker is telling it which function is actually being called. So I believe that's all this does here. You mark that there, and so all these other functions are external, but this is your entry point into this one. So here it has URL list and the count. So if we go to our inputs here, yeah, we have URL list and their account, and then we have our outputs. And so our outputs is outputting, whoops, let's just open that up. It's outputting us some links, or at least it's outputting one. So we have one, or this is our results here. It says there were no results matching your query. Oh, really? So let's go back. Ah, it says here. I mean, there clearly is 3 here. It seems like asking comparison between. Okay, so I don't know. It doesn't look like it perfectly executed, but I mean, it's still working, right? We'll go down to process our search results. So we have content and source and URL. So this looks like it's just formatting to content and source. So we have our input here. Their search results. Not exactly what we wanted, I don't think. And then we have content. There were no search results. And then the other one here, source is the URL. And this one's the augmented chat. So you are a chatbot having conversation. And so now it's taking in that input. So let's go to our input here. Question, chat history. And now we're providing more contextual information, like the sources probably. And then we get our output. Okay, so I think in theory this thing did not work correctly. We could deploy the other model and see if we get better results, or we could also just change our input here, but we'd have to take a look here and play around with this. We'd have to say something like, when did Rome when did Rome fall, right? If I do this, what do I get? Okay. So this might be more interesting. I want to go back to the chat here. All right, so I'm going to go and try to change the question. I'm not sure why this is like fixed like this. We restart the, I don't want to restart the compute session. But I'm trying to, well, let's just put the next one in here. Let's see what happens. Because I would think that it would just start where it was, right back. Yeah, now I put the input in here. Okay, great. So it just replaced it, which is fine. And so we'll see if we get anything here. And so the results back here are not great. Right, so sources, Wikipedia, didn't really help. Like, I think we're expecting some text here and then the source. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy a GPT-4 model. If you're worried about cost, you don't have to do this, but I'm going to go ahead and deploy. I mean, do we need GPT-4o or 4? Because these are vision models. Also, I don't think we can deploy this other than in batch. But let's take a look here. I would like to deploy 4 mini. But we'll take a look here and see what we have. Global batch. And that's not going to work for me here today. So I'm going to go back to our model catalog. And even though GPT-4o is overkill, I'm going to deploy this one. And hold on here, let's just read it. By matching the intelligence of GPT-4 Turbo, it is remarkably more efficient, delivering at twice the speed at half the cost. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll go global standard, which actually is really good. We'll go with global standard here. And what we'll do is go to prompt flow. I believe that's deployed. It's pretty fast to deploy those. And we'll switch out. We'll switch these out here. So we'll go to GPT-4o. And then down below here, we'll go to GPT-4o. And so we have those there. And now I'm going to go and save this because we made some changes here. And I feel like if we change it, we probably have to deploy it again. Deploy your flow to a managed online endpoint. No, I don't want that. That's if we wanted to make it available to an endpoint that we could hit. I mean, that'd be interesting to do, but not necessarily something I want to do this moment. And so I'm not sure. I'm going to restart the compute session. I just don't trust it to be utilizing the correct thing. So I'm just going to restart that and give it a moment, okay? All right, so we restarted that. And you have GPT-4o down here, and we'll go and check the other one. And so I'm just seeing if we might get a better result here. So let's open that chat again. When did Rome fall? I'm assuming that it just doesn't know about previous history. Hopefully it's not picking up any of that. I'm not sure how we reset the chat. There's no option to reset it here. And we will see what happens. Hopefully it has an easier time. I'm not really worried if we can get this working because, you know, I said before I had trouble with it, but the fact that I was actually getting a response was interesting. So just curious to see if we can get it to work here. But you can see it's really working hard. And this could be because of the models being on, basically they're on shared compute with other customers. And so if they're being heavily used for whatever reason, sometimes we just have this thing where it just keeps running and we don't have any result. Right, so I'm just going to hang tight and see what happens here, okay? All right, so I've been waiting quite a long time and it's just not completing. So this is where we can run into struggles with it. And again, this isn't something that I've built, so I'm not that interested in getting this to correctly work, but it was an interesting way to go and explore working with prompt follows. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and just archive this. I also stopped that compute there. And we're going to stop the video here, and then the next one we're going to work with it programmatically. So I have a repo here that I've already created. It's just a plain repo that's private. You're going to need to do the same. But yeah, we're going to learn how to get set up and try to build our own prompt flow programmatically as opposed to just in this UI. Okay, see you soon. Ciao. Hey everyone, it's Andrew Brown, and we are continuing on with prompt flow. This time we're going to work with it programmatically, as that is a more common way that you might want to work with it. So I've created this GitHub repo that is private. You need to do the same. Super simple to do. But what's going to be a little bit different here is I'm actually going to use GitHub Codespaces. Now you could do this locally, but I want to create an environment that is replicable for you. So I recommend that you follow along as well in GitHub Codespaces. They have a free tier. So you should be able to utilize it, and it's going to spin up. The first thing I'm going to do is just change my theme because I need to see it in a darker theme so I can see what I'm doing here. We'll have to give it a moment to load here as it is figuring out what is going on. So we'll just give it a moment and we will try this again. Go to themes. We'll have to wait, okay? All right, I gave it a little bit of time to load here. Now let's see if I can change my theme. Color theme, there we go. Okay, great. So I'm going to switch this over to dark. And on the left-hand side here, I'm going to search for prompt flow as they have a VS Code extension to make it very easy to work with. There it is. I think they've changed the logo since I've last seen it, which is totally fine. But we're going to go ahead and install that and give it a moment. All right, so it says it's installed on the left-hand side. We'll go over to here. We'll go to install dependencies as we have to make sure we have a bunch of stuff ready to go. I'm going to choose our Python interpreter. I'm going with not with Conda, but just the regular 310 here. There is 312 down here if we use Conda, but 310 is totally fine for our purposes here today. And then we need to get a bunch of these things installed. Now, we're not using Conda, so we're going to skip this step. And we need to install pip install prompt flow. And this is something that I found that no videos were showing, which was the setup. They just completely skipped it as like, no, ready to go. And I found there was a lot of friction here. So hopefully getting people through this part will make their lives super easy. But yeah, we just have to watch each one here. The first one takes a bit of time to install. Not that bad. And so we'll go to the next one. And you pretty much just go down the list here, clicking each one. Be very careful and make sure that you get them all. There we go. And we can do this here, but the way I'm going to check to see if all these are installed once this one is finished here. Once it's done here, there we go. Then we can go all the way to the top and we will hit this refresh and it will tell us, let's go hit all of them here, whether we have all the things that we need, because it's possible you might have missed something there. So just make sure you check that. We'll give it a moment there to think. There we are. So we technically should have everything installed. I know there's actually one thing that we're missing, but we will figure that out as we experience it. So what I want to do here is I want to create a new flow. So on the left-hand side, we'll go here and we have some options: empty flow, standard flow with template, or chat flow with a template. I'm going to go with a chat flow with a template here today. And it's going to ask us where we want to place this. So we're in our current workspace. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And just call this one Easy Math. And this is a video I saw. Probably if you go to the Prompt Flow GitHub, they kind of do this here, but they don't show you everything. So we go Prompt Flow GitHub. See if I can get it here. And I'm pretty sure they have like a video or something that shows you this, and they're going through it, but I'm not going to follow it exactly one-to-one, as I didn't find it. I found it useful to get started, but in some areas not so much. And so this is just taking a moment to get going here. I'm not sure why it's trying to install dependencies here when we already have them installed. And I think it's because it opened up another tab. So I'm going to just close that out. That happens when you first create it. But one thing that I recommend is just giving this a hard refresh so that whatever needs to take effect takes effect, because I noticed if I didn't do that, it would tell me things aren't installed or the plugin's not configured or whatever. And so just doing a hard refresh on the page, that not the one that opened, but the one that you had originally there, will mitigate those issues. So we'll just wait a moment here as it's thinking. And here it's saying the workbench failed to connect to server. Deadline exceeded. So I'm not exactly sure what it's complaining about. Oh, wow. It's really complaining here. But it looks like it's trying to connect again. So we'll give it a moment to connect. I think my internet's fine. Testing. Yeah, my internet's fine. Unless GitHub Codespaces is having an issue. GitHub Codespaces. Status. We'll go over to here. Nope, it's all fine over here right now. I'm just going to wait for this to get back to operational here. I'm not sure why it's having so much problems. So just give me a moment, okay? So I don't think it's me. I just think that it's having some troubles right now. So I might not actually be able to use this right now. Unless this actually connects all of a sudden here. So what I'm going to do, I'm not sure if this is going to fix it, but I'm going to stop this workspace, code space, which is fine. And I'm going to start it back up if it'll let me. I mean, stop doesn't delete it, does it? It's not deleted. Well, we'll go open in VS Code, so we'll try that again. No, I don't want to open in local VS Code. I just want to launch it in the browser. Oh, sorry, open in browser. Here we go. And so that should spin it back up, in theory. Let's see if that resolves the issue. This is really silly if we'd have to do that. So it's now active again. And it simply is not working. Okay, so What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this workspace. Maybe that workspace is just done for whatever reason. Sometimes it happens. I was looking up, people are like, yeah, it just happens. Nothing you can do about it. And so I'm going to just try to spin this up again. Let's see if this one connects. So give me a moment here. Okay, and so we'll just have to try that whole process again. And the reason I'm leaving this in is just to show you how finicky some of these cloud services can be in case you are facing the same frustration. But I'm going to go here and type in prompt flow again. Wasn't like it took too long to get going here, and so we'll go ahead and install that. And we'll wait for that to install here. Shouldn't take too long. There it is on the left-hand side. I'm going to go here. And I mean, I suppose what we could do is we could generate the flow first and then install dependencies. I don't think the order matters. It looks like it tried to do that originally. So I'm going to go ahead here and say chat flow with a template. And yeah, prompt flow test, that's fine. And then we want the name of it, we'll just say math helper. And so that's trying to open a new tab. I really don't want to do that, but I mean, does it really matter? Why does this say preview over here? So I'm just going to, again, close that tab out. And I'm going to give this a hard refresh and see what happens. Okay, loading, no problem. So we're not having the same issues as we did before. If we go into here, notice it's all green. I'm not sure why it's green, but I know that I don't have the dependencies installed. So let's go and install the dependencies. And we have an environment set up. It automatically selected which one? The default one, which is fine. Perfect. Okay, so I want to get these installed, so that's not too hard. So I don't think the order really matters, the fact that we did it in an opposite order. But I like to install dependencies first, but I also just want this to work, so I'm willing to try it a different way. So we're going to install that one. Again, won't take too long. And it should be done in just a moment. There we go. Just need to clear out. You can do it. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and do prompt flow core. And then next, prompt flow tools. And then that one there. Some other options here. We're not working with PowerShell here today. And we'll wait for that to finish. Shouldn't take too long. Come on, you can do it. I know I'd hang sometimes like that. There we go. Okay, great. I'm just going to go ahead and click these a bunch. There we are. And so it should confirm. Just wait for all the checks. I'm going to pause here, wait for the checks. And so now we have check marks across the board here. So we are in good shape. Let's go back over to our left-hand side here, and we'll click into Flow DAG. And so the idea is that there should be integrations here. It's saying that the prompt flow SDK is not installed. That's not true. So we're going to give it a hard refresh, and then we're going to see some options there in just a moment. All right, so we are back. I'm not seeing, well, I guess I have to click into the correct file here. Let me just click off and then click here. But we should see at the top here, maybe the plugin's still loading. So I'll give it a moment. There we go. And so now we have options at the cross. So we have the visual editor, we have test, batch run, things like that. Okay, so we have a very basic thing. So just again, click into the flow DAG, and then we'll click on the visual editor, and we basically get the same experience as the one that is in the Azure portal, but it's so much easier to work with files in here. It's already part of our Git repo. So this is going to be a better flow. And by the way, this project is going to end up in the Azure examples. But for now, I'm working in the private one, so understand you'll get that later on. But we kind of already understand this experience, but the thing that we're going to have a hard time with is establishing this connection. So we don't have any here, so let's go ahead and add the connection. I had a little bit of trouble when I was first doing this. And so I'm clicking this and just give it a moment to think. Okay. Well, normally what it would do is it would jump us over to the one of these files here. Let me just take a look here. So here we have open, that's there, but it's actually Azure. Yes, it's this one, Azure OpenAI. So we need to configure Azure OpenAI here. I also remember there being under here, once we filled some information, there'd be like a connect button. It's not showing that here. I'm not sure why, but I know that we have to put in the base. We do not provide, well, I guess we could pass it in here, but I know that we do not provide the user input, as if we press that button, it would just prompt us for it. But this is not working as expected right now. So I'm gonna go back to the visual editor, chat. And normally if we press this, it would, make things easier for us, and it's not right now. So seeing issues with this interface, try regenerate with advanced options. Let's click that. I'm not sure what it means when I did that there. Well, anyway, what I'm going to do is try to run this and see what happens. Submit anyway. I do not care. And I'm going to run this in text-only mode. I'm expecting this to fail. I'm trying to force it to let me use this, because it's acting a little bit funny. And yeah, it failed on this part, and that's totally acceptable. But it's not... here we go. So now I clicked it. Finally, now it opens at the top here. And so we have Azure OpenAI, and serverless. I don't know what these two are. I know this is going to connect to Azure OpenAI. I would think maybe this one is for local compute, and serverless might be one where we have an endpoint and we can interface with it. So I'm going to click on the Azure Open API. And so now, if you notice this file, it is, where is this file? It's not even the one that was here on the left-hand side. It's a completely different file. Prompt flow temp new Azure OpenAI connection. So basically it's going to replace, I'm assuming, this one once we fill it in. And so here it's now asking it to put in the API base. So what does it want here? Well, this is for Azure OpenAI. And so if we go back to the AI Studio and we go to, was it Project Overview? In here, there should be something that describes the Open API connection. So here we have a connection. We go connections. Do we have connections on the left-hand side here? Let's go back a level. I'm just looking for connections. Here they are. And so connections are those, remember Azure Open API and API or AI Services. They're connected to our Studio Hub. And so the value it wants, I'll just click into Azure OpenAI, is this value here. Okay, and if you're wondering what this is, I just want to make it crystal clear what we are grabbing here, because I had a little bit of confusion because it's all named a little bit differently. But if we go over to OpenAI and we were to click into, I think we're in West. I don't think it really matters. I'm not going to really pull from here. But the endpoint it's utilizing here is this one here, right? But I guess the other thing is that could we also use the AI service one? Good question. Because we have OpenAI and we have AI services, right? And if we go over to AI services for a moment, because I think when I did this last time, I actually used the Azure AI Services one. And let's say we click into West US, which I believe I'm in West US right now. It might not matter. But we go down below, we have OpenAI here, and so then we have an endpoint as such as well. So I think this is what I'd rather do. I'd rather use this one and this key. And I think it'll work, but I think you can do either or and it will still work. Let's go ahead and replace that, and we'll say allow. And I'm just going to get a little bit ahead here and go back here and grab the key from AI Studio here, this one here. I'm in West US. That's really important based on what models we want to run. And so we're not going to fill it in here. What we're going to do is actually click the create connection. Already down below, it's prompting us. So I'm going to do a paste and then hit enter. And hopefully it works. So this is where I ran into another issue. That's totally fine. If we carefully read this message, it's going to be talking about keyring and saying like, hey, you don't have keyring installed. And so what it I mean, we have keyring installed, but we need somewhere to store it within keyring. And so we can do a pip install keyrings alt. There are other ones that we can utilize besides just keyring alt, but this is the only one that was working for me. That's the alternative to keyring. And so now if we go back here and click the connection again, right? I need to go back over to here, and I don't want this one. I'm just going to go back here to the hub. I'm going to grab this key here, have it ready. And now it's ready. I'm going to go and paste that in and hit enter. And this is really finicky. So just understand, keep trying and trying until you get this part to work. It was very frustrating for me, but you can see it established the connection, and I did not have to store the values here. See, it says user input. So it's being stored in keyring, I suppose, and that's how it's pulling that information. So now what we can do is drop this down. Oh, and I didn't rename it. I always forget to do that, but it had an option for us to rename the connection, and I simply did not do that. So now it's called to replace with connection name. That's just going to be our connection name. And here we have for our deployment is the GPT-35 Turbo. So, and by the way, there are newer ones. We're just not using them here today. So I just want to make sure that this works. So let's go ahead and hit run. And it's going to give us 3 options: standard, interactive mode, or interactive mode. Standard mode is if you put something in here, it just gives it one run. We're going to go with interactive mode today. So I'm going to go and click text. And remember before in prompt flow within Azure AI Studio, we had to spin up a compute. GitHub Codespaces is the compute, right? That's how it's working, and it's interacting with those APIs. But let's go down below here and just say, hello. And it doesn't really have much instructions here. It says, hello, how can I assist you? And it gives you the trace information. I have no idea how to follow through this on GitHub Codespaces, so I just ignore the trace. But we have a bot. We'll say, hello again. Yeah, and so I'm just going to hit Control-C to kill that, terminate the chat. That was Control-C on my Windows keyboard, probably Command-C on, might be Command-C on a Mac, can't remember. But I'll just type clear here. And so this is our way that we can work here. And so that getting set up was the hardest part. Now let's actually do something. And I'm going to try to follow closely to the one that was in that video that's on the prompt flow GitHub. And then I'm going to make some deviations there. So the first thing we want to do is I want to build a bot that is, or an agent, a bot, whatever you want to call it. And by the way, they use the word bot, but I don't consider this a bot. I consider it an agent because it's more intelligent than a bot. Just understand that the terminology gets messed up all the time. But anyway, I want this thing to help us with math, okay? And so for this, it has its own Jinja2 file, which is its prompt document. So if we click into here, it's the same thing on the left-hand side. We're going to tell it what we want it to do. So I'm going to give it a role. And this is just how I like to write my prompt documents. I'm going to say math assistant, and I'm going to say output single final numerical answer. People always said that GPT wasn't good at math, but it's getting a lot better, at least for a lot of things. Final numerical answer. Do not output reasoning or explanation. So the idea is that we want to ask it a question, right? A math, ask it a question, and then we just want it to output the answer. Just make sure these are spelled right. It probably will still work if I spell it wrong, since it seems to work fine there. But this is what we're looking for. Okay, and so hopefully it understands that there. So I'm going to go here, save it. I'm going to go back to the flow YAML. And by the way, we can have both open, I think, at the same time. See, so I have the coding one and this one. So if you want to flip between them and figure it out, you absolutely can do that. And so let's go ahead and run this. And I'm going to, well, I mean, it is a chatbot, which is interesting because we don't need this to really be a chatbot because it's just doing a single action. But I'm going to go ahead here and just say 1 plus 1, right? So we'll go ahead and do that first. I'm going to run that in standard mode. All right, and we scroll on down. Answer is 2. So it's outputting our answer. It's giving us JSON. I'm not sure if it's because we didn't choose a response type. Let's go ahead and change that again. I'm going to run this again. So this time I explicitly told it what format I want. And I want to see what we get. And we get back JSON. There's nothing wrong with that, but let's go to our outputs here. I'm not sure why it's outputting JSON. But that's okay, I suppose. Okay. I just wanted plain text. When I did this last time, I had plain text, but I can still infer what is going on here. So I guess I'm not that worried about it. So let's give it something a little bit more complex, and we'll just say like word problem, like math word problems. And this might have been one I was on. Yes, so I was on this one before. And so let's give it something a little bit more complex, because the thing is, even though we told it to never explain it, we might hit one where it starts behaving in a way that we do not expect it to behave. Because, you know, this is sometimes how it works. So I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to paste this into here. And we'll run it again here. And I'll say run with standard. Okay, and here it says there were 3 shots in total. So it's not doing exactly what I want. I just want it to return the number 3. And so this could be us tweaking this here. So I can say provide only provide the final numerical answer. Let's make sure I spell that right. Do not output reasoning or explanation. So I've made a slight tweak to provide the final numerical value as the answer. There we go. And so we have adjusted that. Let's go ahead and run this again in standard mode. Okay, and so it's not doing what we want, but if it was like 1 + 1 = 2, it would do it. Before, when I ran this, so you might run this, and it might actually give you the value that you want, right? And so what I had to do is I had to go find harder ones, and when I got to multiple choice, that's where it had a much harder time. So there's a bunch here. So here could be something like this, right? We go back over to here. And I will paste this in, and I will run it with this one, and we'll see what happens this time around. And we'll see what we get. Right, and so it's reasoning. It's doing what I don't want it to do. Right, so we could provide it prompt examples, but I think this is a great opportunity for us to use a function. And that's what they do in the video too, is to extract out that information. So this would be where you might need to tweak it and help it out. But what I'm going to do before I do that is I just want to go over to the DAG flow, because we don't really need the chat history here. And so we can just clear this out. And I'll just take this out here. Okay, and I'll save that. And I guess my other question is, like, we have, I'm just trying to see if there's any other option we have to tweak here. Yeah, we have API chat, which is totally fine. So I'm going to go ahead and I don't have that in there anymore. And so over here we have inputs, and we do not need that there at all. So I can take that out because there is no chat history. We don't need the chat history. Go back, and this looks fine. And so we'll just run it again, make sure that it still works. Chat input history cannot be empty. Okay, so I must still have this here. So is chat output false? I was hoping we could just remove it, because we're not doing any kind of chat. Let me go back over to here. Chat.inputs.chat history. Oh, up here. False? Can I do that? Nope. So it seems like we're going to have it. Even though we're not really doing any kind of chat right now. Which is totally fine. And I'll just run it again. I was hoping that we could just kind of simplify that. It's not a big deal. And so here it's producing this number 500 seats, right? And so maybe we want to make a function that's going to go here and try to extract out the answer, right? And that might be a bit tricky because here it's not really consistent in terms of how that would work. Like, is it always going to be on the end? And we don't really know that. So maybe before we make that function, we should try to figure out a way to run things in batch. And I haven't done that much, but there is a batch run option where we can provide a local file. So please select a local file with the input supporting JSON-L and CSV file format. So we have both those options, or local Parquet file. So to do that, I think we just have to provide its inputs, and that's about it. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to make a new file here, and we're going to call it batch JSON-L. JSON-L just means that it's a list. So we look this up, JSON-L. So it just means you have a list of things, and I think it just doesn't have a comma on the end of each one, right? So it's just a list of JSON files. And so we have these math problems here, and I'm just going to go ahead and extract them out. Now, if you're watching this and you can just go to the ExamPro ExamPro.co/Azure examples and grab this, or you can just assemble this yourself. But I'm going to go ahead and make this, and we're going to have two things in here. We're going to have chat history, and the other one here we're going to have is what was it called? Input? Question. Okay, so those are the things that I'm going to have here, and I'm just going to manually copy these over, okay? Be back in a moment. Or you know what? What I might do, I said I'd be back in a moment, and I am really back in a moment, but I'm actually going to copy this into something like Claude. So I have Claude over here, which is just another model. And I'm just going to feed it this information in raw, and I'm going to just ask it to provide it in the format that I expected it to be in. So I'll be just back in a moment and produce that. You can do that yourself too if you want. I'm not going to show that, but I'll be back in just a moment. Actually, you know what? I lied. I just copied and pasted it and did it the old-fashioned way. I'm not sure if there's any formatting issues here. It only appears that it is coloring every other line differently. Maybe that's just the standard way that batch JSON-L looks here. But the idea is that we now have 128. So it's up to you how much you want to run. You could cut this down and not run as many. Just understand that this is going to cost money, because it's going to run each transaction here. So again, if you're trying to save money, you could run only 5 or 10. It's up to you. I'm going to run the whole batch. I'm trying to see how this looks. And if this is too much, I might just pare it down to something like 20 or something, okay? So what I want to do here is I now want to attempt a batch run. So over here, I guess what I could do, before I do a big batch, I can do a small batch, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this file and just say, paste it again. And I'm just going to call this, like 5. Maybe, yeah, we'll say 5. And then this one here is, how many do we have here? This one is 128. So I'm going to rename this, and this one's going to be 128, which is the full one. Some of these math questions might not be able to do just a single output, so they might not be super great for that. But anyway, we now have both, where'd it go? Oh, wrong folder here. So now we have 5 and 128. So I'm going to go ahead and try the smaller batch first. Batch run, and we'll select a local file. And hopefully, there's nothing wrong with the format here. And so it's created a new batch run file, which is located in our bulk test temp directory. So just carefully looking at this. So we're looking at what we're importing. We are mapping the columns. We have chat history. Please select data input. So if I click on this, maybe I can just click on the column mapping. I mean, isn't it very straightforward what it is? Well, I'm just going to go ahead and try to run this. Column mapping, not, okay, fair enough. All right, so let's go back over to, or let's try to attempt a batch again. So that one failed. So the local file. I was thinking that we could probably just select it, right? Like if I went here, I should be able to select it, but I guess not. So we'll say chat history. Nope. Okay, can I just do chat history like this? This is a YAML file. I don't really need to do those parentheses. And we'll do this question. Will that work? I'm not sure what it wants, right? It's not being very clear. Oops, 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 oops. And okay, it looks like it's going to probably run here now. So column mapping must contain at least one mapping binding. So current column mapping contains all static values. Okay, is it like inputs? We'll try that again. Try this again. And if it's like inputs. And what are we mapping from? So if this doesn't work, I'll go look it up and then I'll come back here and have the answer for you, okay? So let's try this. No, it doesn't like that. Okay, give me a moment. I'll go figure it out. All right, so it looks like we can do data from our test data or runs for our inputs. So I mean, I would think that this is what we want to do. Is this one here, right? So I guess I'll go back over to here. Again, I'm just guessing, but maybe what we're supposed to do is this, and then provide that. They don't really tell us. Like if we were using the UI, like it's more WYSIWYG, so it would make it a lot more clear. And so we don't normally do this. I mean, like we can do it this way, but I'm just saying that they're not providing resources that way. So we'll go ahead and give this a run and see what happens. Please save your YAML file first, then submit. Did I not save these here? And so it still doesn't like it. So I'm going to just pause here. I'm going to figure it out, and then I'll be back here, okay? All right, so I think I have it working now. I just saw like a screenshot. This is what it would normally look like if we were doing it through the prompt flow, and they were doing data dot whatever. And so I've tried that here, and it almost worked. But it says first error message: failed to load invalid data. We support files CSV, TSV, JSON, JSON-L, Parquet. So it doesn't like the JSON-L file. So there's something wrong there. I mean, we could convert it to another file format, and honestly, I kind of prefer if it was like a CSV or a TSV. So what I might do is I might go ahead and just convert this over to a TSV because I'm not liking this. So I'll give me a moment. I'm going to open up Excel and convert this over, okay? All right, so I'm back. I brought that into Excel and exported as a tab spaced delimiter. It's like TSV file. Though they save it as a .txt, and I had to bring it in as a txt and rename it to TSV. I assume it's going to detect based on that factor there. Clearly, it's telling us it supports all these formats, even though when we ran, it was saying CSV or JSON. So hopefully this will work. The reason I went with TSV is just because if there are any commas, and there is a comma here, those would have to be escaped or additional work would have to be done here, and I don't trust the export to work properly. So I'm hoping that this will work and that we can use TSV. So I'm going to go back over to FlowDag here, and we're going to attempt a batch run, and we'll choose a local file, and we'll do 5, and yeah, so we have data, chat history, data question. I'm going to go ahead and attempt this run and see if that works. And hopefully it can interpret that. Like, there was nothing that said like what kind of file it was, so I'm hoping it just works. And so it's going here and saying, failed to load invalid data. We support the formats. Please check the input data. Well, it is a TSV for sure. So we'll try it again. And, oh, it's only showing these. Did I click that by accident? I thought, I could have swore I clicked the TSV. So maybe what we'll do, hold on here. Let's go to escape on this. I'm going to try renaming this to just txt. Very, very finicky, eh? There is also the terminal, like PL. It's the prompt thing here. Maybe we might want to trigger it that way instead. I'm not sure. But we'll go ahead, because maybe like in the UI will only give us, it will only detect those file formats. Yes, it's not detecting the CSV, which is very frustrating. So let's go take a look. We see like prompt flow CLI. And maybe there's a way for us to generate the batch. Batch. No, there's nothing. So even though it says it supports TSV, I can't select TSV, and it doesn't like our JSON-L file. I mean, I can try exporting this as a CSV, but I expect that to cause issues. What I could do is I could remove all the commas, and then I could put it in CSV file format, and that could rule that issue out, or like just make sure that isn't a problem. So I'm going to, where we have it here. Oh, by the way, this one's not going to, hold on here. Nope. Hold on here. Would you like to undo to rename batch to batch 126txt? No. I meant to open up this one here. Yeah, because this one, I still have in this working state. I want to revert it back to its original one because I want to redo that format if we need to go back to it. But here I'm just going to go ahead and say edit, replace, and we're going to find all of the commas. Anywhere they're in here, any comma. Comma, right? Yeah, there it is. Why is it selecting apostrophe? Oh, I don't think it is. Okay, we'll get the commas here. And I'm going to replace it with semicolon because that's kind of similar, and it probably will still work if I do that. Replace them all. And so now what I'll do is then take this over into Excel, replace this here, and I'm just going to change it to dark here, and I'll just save it as CSV and re-import. I'll be back in just a moment, okay? All right, so I'm back with this type of format, and we're going to give it another go here. So we'll try to batch it again. And I'm going to say local file. And we're going to try here the batch 5 because now it shows up. So maybe this will resolve our problem here. Fingers crossed. There we go. So yeah, obviously there's some things that are in the works here, but that's always with Azure products. There's a lot of conflicting information, but here we have an output. And so I'm imagining that the results are somewhere here. It looks like we had an output. I'm not sure exactly where. Let me just go find the output of that batch, okay? Well, hold on. It's right here, right? It's right here. Okay, so if we go to home, code spaces, prompt flow runs, dot runs. Oh, it's over here. Okay, so I thought maybe it'd be in the same folder, but it's not. So I'm gonna go down here and how are we gonna open that? Because the thing is that we are maybe I can just go file, open file. Yeah, open file. There we go. And then we can just paste in the path like this. Say okay. Oh, there's multiple files. What do you mean there's multiple files? Isn't it just the one file here? Well, I guess that's the path for the output. Hold on here. Hold on. We'll just hit escape here. So here we have an output, and that's the output path. All right, well, let's just navigate to that path, okay? That's probably the easiest thing. We have a lot of things open here on the left-hand side. I'm just going to close some of these out. It's a little bit crazy how much is going on here. And I'll just go to this top one here, and let's just cd into this path and see what's going on here. So say cd. I was hoping there's like some way we could view the, there probably is. I'm just not smart enough to know that right now. And so that was our run. So let's cat the logs first. So it looks like we have line numbers here, and it looks like it's working. 4 row count. I guess I counted 5 lines. There actually might only be 4 in here. Yeah, there's only 4. I thought there was 5 because I miscounted there, which is a minor issue there. But we'll go back down to here, and so we have our inputs, our logs. But I want to actually see the reports. Let's look at the outputs here. So I'm going to go ahead and say cat outputs JSON log. And so here this is the outputs, and these are the 4. So there were 3 shots in total. Line number 0, answer 13, answer 90, answer 195. Now I'm not sure why it outputs line number, but I guess to tell you which line it is. That makes sense. Okay, but there must be some interface here, right? Batch run, build, auto sort, debug. No, not really. But it would be interesting to see all of the results. So I'm going to go back over to this one. And by the way, you don't have to run this. I'm just going to run it if you're worried about the cost of running these things. But I'm going to go back over to here to our here. I'm going to go hit run. I'm going to choose a local file. And I'm going to go for the big one, the big 128 JSON L. And here it's asking us to map it. So I believe this is going to be data, chat history, and then this one here is going to be data question. And we will press that. And we'll let that run, and that will take a little bit of time. Has one issue here. Current column mapping contains all static values. Okay, what did I do wrong? I already kind of forgot how we did it before. So to go back to batch 128 here. How's it not that? Give me a moment, okay? I mean, that's what it says over here. Data dot whatever. Data dot chat history. History. Data dot question. We go into our big batch file here. Chat history question. Match is fine. Should be no problem here. Column mapping must contain at least one mapping binding. Current column mapping contains all stack values. Chat history. Data chat history, none. Question, data dot question, none. Okay, I'm not really sure what it's complaining about. Okay. All I can think of is doing that. We'll hit run again. Just opened up the file. Okay. Did we choose the wrong file here? Let me go again and just check here. Nope, seems like it's fine. This is very, very finicky. Local file. Batch 128 CSV. Looks good. Hit run. All right, let me figure this out, okay? All right, so all I did was I went into 128 CSV and I cut it down to 50. Maybe we are over a limit. I'm not sure what it was. But it's weird because I obviously didn't change anything. Like, for the column mappings, they looked proper, but for whatever reason, they didn't work the first time, even though I did the same thing. But this time I only did 50 at a time, so maybe there is a limit. Maybe you can't go over 100 or something, I don't know. But anyway, we have our output path here, and so I'm going to go ahead and grab this and just close off some of these. I'm going to cd into this directory, do ls -la, and we're going to cat out the outputs. And so here we are now seeing a result. So we have 0.25 kilograms. And so you can see Noah walks 1 kilometer to school every day. He walks 1 kilometer to get home. In total, he walked 2 kilometers. So some of these are not doing it correctly, and other ones are doing it correctly. And so the question is like, could we write a function that's going to just extract out the final answer? And I'm not exactly sure how we would do that. I just kind of wanted a reason to show how to attach a Python node. But like in the video that I was watching, this is what they did. They made a function and then they extracted it out. But like, how would that even work if they're all over the place, right? Yeah, good question. So let me just think about what I want to do next. But at least we did batch running, and batch running is the start of us being able to get near evaluations. But just give me a moment, okay? All right, so yeah, I mean, we don't really have a reason to add Python here, but you know what? I'm going to do it anyway, just so that you know how you can programmatically work with it. And the results are not exactly what we want, and we can fix that by either improving the prompt document, or we could add, we could feed it from one LLM into another one, and then tell it to pick out the answer. But right now, let's just focus on adding a Python element, just so that we practically know how to do it. So I'm going to go ahead here and hit Add Node. We're going to add Python. I'm going to call this one format output. And of course, we do not really need to have this. It's just more the fact to show off that, like how you could hook this up. So now we have format output, and we wanted to get this to go from here to here, then to there, right? So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to go over to our format output in here. And sometimes this happens where it just doesn't show us information. It's kind of frustrating, but we can go over to our DAG over here and probably just adjust it manually. And so we want format input to have inputs coming from our chat. And so it'll be chat.outputs, I believe. Or we go back here, maybe this will reappear. Sometimes if I click this, sometimes that kind of fixes it. Just hit enter here. There we go. See, now it all appears all of a sudden, which is weird. But anyway, so we have our input here, and the idea is that we need to change this to be, I think, chat dot output. Will that work? Just like that. There we go. And so now that's feeding from here to there. And so that has its input. Well, what about its outputs? Because this should be getting from, yeah, so we go up here, and this one's going to be format output. There we go. And so now we're kind of controlling the order to which things happen, right? And so, yeah, we have this that goes to here, that goes to there. So let's click on this and let's just take a look at our code. And so here, final answer. Don't get mad at me if I spell answer wrong. I always spell it wrong. I'm just going to double check this here. Oh, I actually got it right for once. So this is now our new flow. So let's go to the top here and see what happens if we run this. Oh, by the way, before we move on from here, I want to get this outputted file. I just don't want to lose it. I'm just going to go ahead and I guess I'll just save it. I'm just going to go back here. New files to be output JSON-L. Just want to paste that there so that I can look at that later. But let's go ahead and run this and just see that our Python code is working here. There we go. Now, would there be a way that we could have this split somehow? I'm not really sure, but give me a moment. I'm going to see if there's a way we could do that. So there is this graphic here where it kind of looks like there's this LLM that's feeding content from two places. I would imagine that if you did this, Because notice here we have inputs that one could flow to one and one flow to the other, and then I imagine that both would have to be completed before this would move on. Something we could test later on, but that's kind of interesting to see. But it seems like it would just implicitly happen. I would imagine that, again, both of these have to get to here before it moves forward. So that might be something that would be interesting to test. Something else that I just kind of came across that I didn't notice was the fact that you can, when you supply code, you can either have it as a, I'm trying to find it here, as a class or a function. Not sure why I can't find it right now. Just give me 2 seconds. Anyway, I can't find it, but the thing is that we define our Python code as a function, but you could also have it as a class if you would rather organize it that way. Another thing that would be nice to test is variance, because right now, obviously, our results are not producing what we want them to produce. And something that would be interesting, if I can find, there it is, GitHub, is that there is a way to have variance. So like for this here, we're supposed to be able to add variance. And so I think that when we are working with this interface, oh, here it is, show variance. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we had that ability there, but maybe what we could do, so I clicked on show variance, is that we could add another variant here with another prompt document to try to compare results. So we go here, could we add a variant? Yeah, so I go ahead and add a variant, which is now over here. Notice it's called variant chat variant 1. And so I can go over to this one and I could try to tweak and say, provide the final numerical value as the answer, do not output the reasoning. Did you check and make sure there is only a single number? Also, always add an exclamation mark at the end. Okay, and so there's some additional information. We'll go back over to our flow DAG, and let's see if we can run it here and see if it will output both the variants. Use default variant for all nodes. No, I want it to run both variants. So I chose the second option there. And so what I'm hoping is that we'll output both. Okay, that's one. So it says 2 completed. Did it open up in separate tabs? I think it did. So just to make sure that's the case, I can just close out some of these tabs. We have way too many open here. And let's run that again. So I just want to see if we end up with 2 tabs here on the right-hand side. And we do. Okay, so that's how we would run the variants. That's interesting. Right? And so clearly it's not doing exactly what we want, but I mean, like, it's getting closer. And so this is where, in our model, we might want to consider telling it to go to another LLM and then extract the final answer. And this is where we might want to have a very cost-effective, simpler LLM. But I guess we could try that right now. So one thing I'd like to do here is going to go ahead and add another LLM. So I think what we can do is, it was adding a bar here before. Yeah, see here, like in between. And before this one, I'm just going to go ahead and add another, not a prompt, but an LLM node. I'm going to call this one LLM extract. Answer. And we'll make a new file here. And so we'll choose our existing connection. We'll choose chat. And now from our deployment method, it's acting a little bit funny. Deployment name. So not exactly doing what we want, but that's fine. We can go over to here and we can try to find, I can bring this, scroll on down here. So I want deployment model here, but we have, yeah, the variant is here. That's totally fine. But I'm looking for the extract node. So chat, format output. Where is it? Where is our new node? So I'll go back over to here. Maybe I can just paste it in like this and kind of cheat. Because it's kind of acting funny, right? And I don't really care. I'm going to say just text. That doesn't matter here. And so this one needs to get the output from the last one. So in here, it's really acting funny. It's really annoying. But we are grabbing it from chat. So I'm going to go here and just say chat history. And then here, this one's going to be chat question, right? And then for our format output, this one instead is going to grab from the LLM extract. Well, why is it not a valid node? This one's called LLM extract answer. Okay, extract answer. There we go. And it just seems like our extract answer is not working as expected. It could be because we have the variant in there and that's causing us some issues. So I can just delete the variant for now. Did we delete the variant? Can I just get rid of this variant, please? Delete. I don't want 3 variants. Oh, I'm cloning them. No. Okay, delete. There we go. Delete. There we go. Delete. There we go. And delete. So now there's way less confusion. I don't want all these variants. I'm just going to go ahead and delete these. Delete permanently, yes. I'm going to go over to our flow DAG. Hopefully it doesn't have that variant code in here anymore. Excellent. We're going to go back over to here. I'm going to go to here now. And I want to make certain that this is passing to this one from this one. But they're not linking up for some reason here. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not drawing a line from that one to that one. Yeah, it's not exactly doing what we want it to do, right? Let's go back here and oh, do we need a dollar sign in front of it? Maybe that was our problem. So here we might say dollar sign. That's probably what it was. Dollar sign chat history. There we go. Dollar sign chat question. And now it's in the order that we want it to happen in. So for this one here, I want to go to its prompt document and roll, say answer extractor. Look at the input and try and select only the numerical answer. Okay, so that's what I want this to do. We'll go back over to here and we'll run this and we'll see what happens. All the way to the top. So we'll go here and say run in standard mode. Every time we run, I guess it opens tabs. Now I'm starting to make sense of that. And it ran into an issue. It says, the section chat history of reference is currently unsupported. Please specify the output part of the node chat. Fair enough. So maybe we'll just take the inputs because we don't really need the chat for anything. Because there is no chat history for this one anyway. And so I'm just going to paste this in here, and maybe that will just resolve our issue. I'm not sure if it's proper, but I bet it might work. So let's see what happens here. Also, what is the output of the actual, because we have, it's a variant, but there's no variant here. Question, and then the output here is, let's go look at outputs. Maybe it's just dot output. I don't think it's chat history, it's just chat output like this. Chat output, like that. And maybe this could just be that. Maybe we could just make it plain like that. There we go. And we'll try to run this now, like this. And so we'll see what happens here. Failed to render Jinja template. Has no attribute inputs. Please modify your prompt fix. So there's an issue here. We'll go over to here. And maybe it does not like this. Well, input questions. That's not where we're getting this from. We're getting this from chat. We're getting chat output. That's what we called it here. And then this one here. Oh, no, that's chat. Hold on. That one's fine. The issue here is down below for our LLM extract answer. Maybe it doesn't like the squares here. It's not very clear. Let me just read this, okay? All right, so it doesn't like this because maybe it's expecting a JSON object that has inputs on it. So I'm going to go back to this one. And even though I really don't want to pass anything to it, I'm just going to go ahead and say inputs chat history. And maybe that might resolve the issue here. We'll go ahead and attempt to run this again. And we'll give it a moment. Okay, and so still not doing exactly what we want, but you know, if we really wanted to improve this, another way that we could do this is going back to that prompt document and giving it examples and showing the output that we expect it to have, right? That probably would solve it, but I just wanted to see if we could chain one to another one. Yeah, this is just poor prompt engineering because, again, we can go back to this one. We could solve it right now if we go to this one, and we just gave it examples. So examples, and then, you know, like for the one that we just got, like the, if we go into our one over here on the left-hand side. Well, first let's do prompt engineering on the second one, and then we'll get rid of it, and then we'll fix the first one, just so you know what I'm talking about here. So I'm just going to go here and just say examples, and I'm just going to split this like that, and example outputs. Good outputs. We could say bad outputs. And on the right-hand side here, I believe, or left-hand side, I saved that file as a JSON-L called outputs.jsonl. And so we have a bunch here that we know we do not like. So here we have 3 shots in total. I'm trying to find ones that are good examples of bad. So we'll grab this one here, right? And we'll have to find their equivalent line. So I'm going to break these onto the next line here. And so we'll go here. And now I need to go and open up the batch CSV file. So we have line 33. So we go down to line 33. We'll grab this one here. And so I'm just hoping that these match exactly. So this would be user, assistant, and I'm just going to quickly format these. I'll just pause here so you have to watch me do this all day. One thing I'm noticing is that like the word Austin actually shows up on line 36. So I'm not sure if it's being, well, here it's not obviously 1. It's offset by 1. So I'm thinking that this answer provided up here is not exactly correct. So I guess I have to be really careful here. Now we grabbed like a bunch of them in the same area. So if I type in Austin here, undo, undo. But again, type in, look for Austin. Austin. And it's 36, right? So really 36 is the 34 line. This one's 33. And so I'm just going to assume this is, we have 36, 34 to 37. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's those 5 lines. I'm going to go ahead and copy them. Not sure, like, I don't know why it's off by 2. I understand why it's off by 1, but whatever, that's fine. So this is the real order of things. And so we'll go ahead and grab these. And I switched to Vim mode, so my life's a little bit easier here. This one's going to be here. And this one's going to be here. And then this one is going to be, oh, hold on. This one. Hold on. I'm going to copy this, cut this here. It's becoming a bit of a mess. And I'm just going to undo this till I can see all the, okay, there we go. So I'll go back here and paste this in again here. And so I can just put each of these one above, so I don't make any mistakes. Julia, Heather, why doesn't that match up? Well, let's go undo that again. And paste that in here again. I'm missing the first one. Oh boy. So I apologize. It is very hard to keep track of this. So I'm going to go back and look for Austin again. And so I'm just missing this one here. And so I'm going to go back over to our file here. And I'm going to paste this in here. Yeah, here we go. Okay, great. So now these should be lined up correctly. Okay, so now we have user. Why does that look wrong? I have 3 chalkboards. What the heck? Okay, so this one's right, this one's right, this one's right, this one's right. I'm taking this one out. I don't know why this one's not matching up correctly. I made some mistake there. I'm not going to play around with this all day. And so this one is going to be assistant. This one is user. This one's assistant. This one is user. This one is assistant. This one is user. This one is assistant. And so these are examples of bad bad outputs, right? And I'm just going to do this so that it knows that this is kind of grouped here like this. And so now what we can do is take these and just give it the thing that we actually wanted it to do. Okay, so here we say, in the hockey game, Mitchell scored more points than William, but fewer points than Austin. Who scored the most points? Who scored the fewest points? And this is kind of hard because it's not really a simple one. So Austin scored most. Austin most. William fewest. Okay. Next one. Therefore, the fraction of houses that we gave is 1/2. What fraction of houses of Julia Street have given her chocolates? And so here, we're going to erase this all the way out because we don't want all that reasoning. One half, like that. The fraction here is 1/16. So we'll do that like that. Then we have 2 kilometers. Put km for that, so we know it's 2 kilometers. And so that is a good output and bad output. Now, one thing you need to consider is that if you don't let the LLM to reason through things, then it can actually give bad answers. And so it's possible that it might be more optimal for us to let it reason and then extract out the answer. Or we can engineer the original one and say, don't reason out loud, but then it's not going to be able to give you the best answer. So you have to play with it and determine which one's going to work. But I have a feeling that that the way we're set up right now is probably more optimal. But again, I'm not like a super expert here. We'd have to play around and have a very large set. And it would take a lot more work to prepare that. But anyway, let's go ahead and see if this improved information is going to do a better job for us. So I'm going to go over here. And I mean, obviously the outputs that it had was the output from the original LLM, and this one actually did try to summarize it a bit further. Look at the input and try to select only the numerical value. Okay, great. So let's go back over to our flow DAG, and let's see if we can run this and see what happens here. So we'll run in standard mode. But yeah, examples are super, super important if you want to get things working properly. Now, if we end up with a very large prompt example document, then that's where we'd want to do fine tuning, and maybe we'll use that as an example. So here it says final answer 500. And so that's looking a lot better. That's looking like what we actually want it to do. It's saying final answer because we're formatting that in that step there. But let's go randomly pick out another one here. And we're going to go into our I'm looking for our input right here. And so we'll place that one in. Let's see if it gives us a single one now. And so here we have final answer. Yes, the triangle with the side lengths of 3, 4, 5 is a right angled triangle. So failing here, but let's try a different one and see if we get a better result. Okay. And now remember, there's 2 LLMs, so it's like, it's double the cost, right? Okay, so my question is, if we were to run the batch again against the 50, would we get better results or whatever? And so this is kind of where we're trying to get to a better place. So I'm going to go ahead, and again, you can just watch if you're worried about cost, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run this against the 50 again here and see if we get better results. Hopefully this works and doesn't give us some weird problem down below here, but I'll be back here in a moment if this works. All right, so we have our output here, and so I'm going to go ahead as per usual, and we're going to go and programmatically make our way over to that directory, and we'll just do a cat outputs JSONL here. And so this is looking a lot better. I mean, this one came out wrong again. I'm not sure as to why, but you can see that we have better outputs. JSONL. And you know what it could be? It just could be like if we trained it on even more data, because these other models aren't as smart. But if we could train it on more data, maybe we could get it to do what we want it to do, right? So closer. It's just his final answer, which is fine. But I mean, to be fair, this one's a bit hard because it's not like it's producing just a number. This one is incorrect. That should have been an issue. I wish it would have used KM, but we could have given that separate instructions. Up here it does it, but down below it doesn't do that. So yeah, we just have to provide it a lot of examples. So I'm going to call this done. I'm going to commit this as working code. And I'm going to go add this to the other repo here. So there's other things I want to show you. Like I want to see if we can do evaluations, and I don't think it's easy for us to do that in here. I know that we can create an evaluation with a template. So create a new evaluation flow with a simple line progress and aggregation. I just want to show you how to use evaluations. I think it's going to be easier to do that over in Flow, prompt flow, like the actual UI. But I just want to make sure that you have access to this code that I just produced here. So I'm going to go give this a hard refresh here. And I'm going to press period. And that's going to open up in GitHub Studio. This, I'm just going to close this out as I am done with this. And by the way, if you really want things to be closed, you have to really make sure of that. So I'm just going to go to prompt flow test here. And here I'm just going to delete this. There we go. And so I'm going to go over to Azure Examples. And from here, I'm just going to go ahead and download this. And this is going to go somewhere. I'm just going to download this to my desktop really quickly here. So that is just downloading. I always just show this on screen just so that you know exactly where I'm putting it. And is it still downloading? No, I think it downloaded all the files. Good. So we'll close that out. I'll press period on this. And in here we might have prompt flow already. I'm not sure. So I'm just going to make a new folder in here called prompt flow. And I'm going to upload that folder here. And we'll say prompt flow example. I'm not sure why my JP teacher's in there. I don't remember changing anything with that. But that's fine. We'll bring it along for that one. And yeah, nothing to shut down here as everything is done here, and I will see you in the next one. Okay, ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. I'm back into Azure AI Studio, back into US West inside of Flows. What I want to do here is I want to see if we can use evaluators. So evaluators allow us to evaluate our models. Now down below, we do have evaluations here as well, and it's in preview mode. I'm not exactly sure on how to use this right now, but I think that we can figure out prompt flow here. So let's go ahead and start a chat flow. I just call this math helper, as we're going to leverage the math helper we were using before, but I'm just going to bring over the code that we need because I don't know of any easy way to import that code in here. And so we have our chat system here. I'm going to scroll on down. We're going to choose Azure, and we're going to go with 35 Turbo with a text output. And I'm going to go over to GitHub here, into our ExamPro Azure examples, and in here we have a folder. I'm going to press period. We should have a prompt flow folder from the previous video, and in here there is our Jinja. So we're telling it the simple instructions here: be a math assistant, provide the final numerical value as the answer, and do not output the reasoning or explanation. One minor thing that I want to do here that's a little bit different, I don't need these, I'm going to just close those out, is just going to update that here, is that we had one that pumped into another one, and so I just want to go here and grab the good outputs and the bad outputs so it knows what I want, right? And I'll go here and paste that in here. There we go. And so now this is set up. Pretty straightforward. And so let's go ahead and ask it a question. But before we do that, we'll have to spin up some compute. So I'm going to go ahead here and press start computing session and just give that a moment, okay, to spin up. All right, so I was waiting for something. I don't remember what, but I guess we are... Oh, yeah, the compute to spin up. Excellent. Okay, so let's open this up. And we'll just give it a moment here to load. I guess the chat is open here. So now we'll just go ahead and say math word problems. Go back over to here to Prodigy. And let's go ahead and just grab one at random and see how it handles it. Now, I don't really want to feed it history, but, you know, whatever. We'll go ahead and run this and see what we get. Give it a moment here. I'll just pause till it generates. There we go, and came back with 3, so that's really good. We can run batches here, but what I would really like to do is try out the evaluate. So evaluate the performance of the flow. There are a bunch of, I want to just show you here, I'm just going to open this new tab, but there are a bunch of evaluations that are in prompt flow. And all evaluation really is another prompt flow, but specifically used to test your output. And it used to show, yeah, right here, evaluation flows. And so here are some predefined evaluation flows. And what's really interesting is that these evaluation flows are just flows, and we might be using LLMs to test our output. But let's go over back to our math helper. Well, I guess we don't have to do that there. It's over here. We're going to go evaluate, and we have custom evaluation. So apply your custom evaluation flow. I don't have that here today. Using a standard or built-in metric, let's go ahead and try this out. So we'll say confirm. Evaluate a single turn question and answer with context. Evaluate a single turn question answer pairs without context. So let me just decide which one I want to do. I don't know, before we do that, let's go back and see what we had under the other option, because I could have swore we could just bring another one here. Let's go custom. Yeah, I'm not sure here. Let's go ahead and do this. So I'm not sure which one we want. Let me just read through this and decide. I think we want without context. I'm not really sure. That is the flow we want to evaluate. Use an existing data set. I mean, here we want to add our data set. So it'll take a CSV, which is great. What's cool is that we have our data set split. So we could feed it one part of the data set, and then the other one could be what we run it against. But let's go ahead and, oh, that's AWS. Let's go here to, I'm just saying, like, if we have to feed it a test data set and another one, we could split it, but maybe it just needs a single file here. So we have our batch file. I'm going to go ahead and download that. I'm going to go over here, and then I'm just going to go ahead and upload. So I'm going to find that locally. I think it's on my desktop here. Maybe it's in my downloads. There it is, and I'm just dragging it on in. And so there is our test data. So here we have performance and quality metrics curated by Microsoft. So measure how well the generative AI application can produce outputs that flow smoothly, naturally. Not really what I want. Measure the language proficiency at the generative AI application predicted. Measure the similarity between a source data, ground truth sentence, and the generative response by the generative AI. Measure the similarity between a source data, ground truth, and sentence generated by that. So it almost makes it sound like the one we really want here is this one. But wouldn't we need to have an answer? Yep, there's our problem. So for this to work, we need to have the answers for that to work. So here it says the response to the question generated by the user, human as the true answer, a query seeking specific information, the response to the question generated by the model as an answer. Okay, so it seems like what we need is these three options. So I'm going to go back over to here. And I mean, 50 is a lot. 50 is a lot. I believe that we did save the outputs in here. We did over here. So we have outputs and outputs JSON, and this one's a little bit better. So I think I can do it. So I'm going to create a new file here. I'm just going to prepare it with these three values, which is ground truth, question, and answer. Okay, so I'm going to go here and just make a new file. And this will be data set, or this will be for evals, JSON-L, and hopefully we don't have too much. I'm just deciding whether I want to make it a JSON val or if I want to make it a CSV, because last time I did this as a JSON val, I had some troubles. So I'm actually going to make it a CSV file. So I'm going to prep that there with those three fields and be back in just a moment. I'm going to do that in Excel. All right, so what I've done, I'm just going to get this back over to Excel. I'm not sure why. Oh, I must have closed it by accident, but I just want to show you how I've prepped the data. So here we have the question. The ground truth, which I had to do a bit of formatting to get. And then we have our answer. Clearly we have, well, I have more questions here, so I probably should clear these out, as these are ones that we do not know yet. But I'll just clear those out. There we go. And I guess I don't have this one, so I'll just clear that one out. And we'll save that again. I'll just re-upload that file here so that one matches. But the idea is that we have some that we haven't checked it against, so that could be useful, having some data that is tested and not tested. The one I used for it was the outputs JSON, the first one, which was when we had our model where it didn't have that second output where it did this. So I wasn't exactly sure what to do for that because it's not super clear what it's expecting here, but and obviously we didn't run our model again with the new prompt document, so maybe it would do a lot better. But I'm hoping that it's going to be okay with that. So I'm going to go back over here to our test data. And hold on here. So we'll select metrics here. Well, hold on a second. So we have this here, which is our test data. And then Okay. So if we have test data, then maybe I do have to have that. So maybe our test data will be um, the other 50. Let me go back to the next. Can I go back here? And then this one here, how does your data set map to your evaluation input? Okay. But if I go back to this, so anyway, I'll try uploading the new data set and see what happens here. Let's go ahead and give this a try. So it says here, the input values do not match the expected format. Please select from the drop-down. And that's totally fine. Oh, it doesn't show us that option. Give me a moment, okay? All right, so I went back to my Excel spreadsheet here, and I just put in the chat history column. I also told it to replace any commas because some of these answers might have outputted commas. This is a CSV. I do not want to work with JSON-L today, as we've been having a lot of trouble. And so I'm going to try and upload this again and see if it works. And it's not exactly doing what I wanted to do. I'm not sure if it shows. Yeah, here's our old eval data sets. I want to get rid of all these. Let's archive it. Yep, just trying to get rid of these so I'm not worrying about them. Nope, I can only do one at a time. What a pain. Okay, and so I'm going to go back over to PromptFlow. I'm going to go, yeah, we're a math helper. I'm going to go to our evaluate. I'm going to try automate evaluations. I'm going to confirm. I'm going to go without context. We're going to go next. We're going to add our data set. We're going to drag over eval CSV, which has those columns. Here, it's not showing me that information there, but I guess I could just write it in here. So I'll just say chat. Can I do that? Chat history. History. Required format is that. So say data.chatHistory like this. And then this one will be data.question. Okay. And so it should be fine with that, right? Mm-hmm. One moment. All right, so I went over to Sonnet and I just asked it to like, hey, convert it to JSON-L format, and maybe that will make our life a lot easier. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a go. It doesn't have the chat history in here, so that will be something I'll just add here. So I'm going to go ahead and make another new file, and we're going to, actually I'll just make it in here, in the, here, it's a new file, evals, JSON-L, and I'll paste that in here. And, one thing I don't have in here, I should have told it to have in here, but I'm going to just go down here and say chat history, because I really don't know what it wants, so I'm just basically throwing everything at it. And so now we have this file, and so if it doesn't like that, I'm not sure what else to tell you. Because if you watch how they do evals, there's like videos for this, and they're doing it like since last year, and the process is different. You can't do it the same way as they did it before. So I'm, again, just trying to make this work. Is it in the exam guide? I'm not 100% certain, but if you're going to work with LLMs, you really want to be able to utilize like evaluators. It's not complicated. It's just that it's going through another LLM. But if we can get this to work, that'd be really, really good. So I'm back over to here, and I'm going to go ahead and download this file. Okay. And that was, yeah, it's called evals JSON1, which is fine, whatever. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just renaming it so it's a bit nicer. I'm going to upload this and see if that works. There we go. Okay, great. So now it sees the 4 types. And we see chat history and question. And we have ground truth and answer in there as well. We'll go next. And so here, we don't care about these two. We care about similarity. Measure the similarity between a source data, ground truth sentence, and the generative response by a generative AI application. We have measures the ratio of the number of shared words between that. No, I don't care about that. I don't care about these three. These three are completely useless to me. I'm also just going to hook this up here. Yeah, there we go. And so ground truth, question, answer, answer. So now we're getting somewhere. It's weird that in some places JSON-L does not work. In other places it does. But anyway, so here it looks like we have something. So I'm going to go ahead and submit this. And I think what it's going to do is provide us a score and tell us how well it's performing, because it should go attempt to generate it out using our data set. Great. I'm just going to wait for this to finish, okay? All right, so after a little while there, it looks like, oh, it canceled. Why did it cancel? I didn't cancel it. Can we see why? Status, not started. Why? Why? What did I do to deserve this? Okay, so maybe I was supposed to do something. Logs. Let's take a look at the logs. Is waiting for dependent runs, has a dependent run, terminated unexpectedly, mark is as canceled. So it's not canceled, it's, well, I mean, it's saying it's canceled, but it failed. And we don't know why, so I guess we'll go back there. I mean, it is a new feature, so, you know, we can't be blamed if it doesn't work here. I'm going to go ahead and try this again and try automated. Okay, and we're going to go next. And we will use an existing data set. I think it's this one. Looks good. Next. Get rid of that, add this. Good. Maybe it was just like the availability of the model. And I don't think we need compute running. Like, I've been running compute this entire time, by the way. You could like stop the compute. I'm going to go ahead and submit this, but I don't think it relies on that. Just in case it does, I'm going to leave the compute on. And so I guess I'm just going to wait again and see if this works. If it doesn't work again, then we're just going to have to stop it here. But I think that, you know, maybe in the future you might run this and actually get results, whereas I'm not. So I still would like to keep this video around, even if it fails, but I'll just see what happens here, okay? And it canceled again, so that's a little bit frustrating. Again, this is a preview feature, but we'll take a look here and see the execution logs. Terminated unexpectedly, so no reason as to why. That's very frustrating. But let's go take a look and see if we can make sense of any of the other evals here. There is custom evaluations. We can go through here and see what happens. Let's go hit next. I mean, we have our data set here, so we'll go next. Oh, okay, so this is the way that it used to work. The UI is a bit different here. But I guess the thing that we're looking for is groundedness. Let's see here. We'll evaluate the QA retrieval augment generation system by leveraging this. Okay, that's a lot of nonsense. The groundness evaluation allows you to assess and evaluate your model's groundness and scale from 1 to 5. I mean, that sounds like what we want, but I can't remember if that's what it was here. So I'm just going to go back over to, I know that we don't plan to do it this way, but I just want to check here and see what we have. Just going to go back to this one here. GPT similarity. Measure the similarity between the source data, sentence, and the generative response. Okay. I mean, groundedness sounds like what we want to do. Measures how grounded the model's predicted answers are against the context. Even if the LLM's responses are true, if it's not verifiable against the context, then the responses are considered ungrounded. So maybe what we can do is try to run this one first. And we need context. So the context would be the information that is used. I guess the other one wasn't context, so I'm not sure about this one right now, but maybe in a future video I'll go read up a bit more about it and we'll consider that here. So let's try similarity. So we have GPT similarity. I just assume it's a different model that's doing it. So we'll go ahead and try GPT here. And we'll expand it. And so here we have questions, ground truth answers. Good. I don't see any mapping issue here, but we do need to choose something for it to use. The evaluation flow uses an LLM. You need to set a connection here to use this evaluation. I'm going to use GPT. I don't know if I want to use 4 on that. We'll just use 35 Turbo. We'll go ahead and say review create. And basically, this seems like this would be the same thing as that other one. So, you know, I'm not the best to understand all these evaluation models. It's just that you read them and you kind of figure them out. I'm sure in the future I will probably have more information. Or in my slides, we talk about evaluations. I'll do more research before you watch this video. And so I'll sound a lot smarter in the slides. But we'll go ahead here and just see if this will create us another flow. And so here it says our runs have been successfully submitted. I guess that's probably something that it did. Let's go ahead and click on that. And these look recent. Not sure why we have variance here, but maybe if we go into here. There's just a evaluation here. Why did it fail? So we'll go look at more information. Failed to load invalidated. We support the formats CSV, TSV, JSON, JSON-L, Parquet. Please check the inputted data. So this is where we keep running into data issues, which is very frustrating. And it's weird because the data is imported, right? We know that it's working. It's displaying the information, but it's saying that it has issues with the data. And this is very frustrating because I'm not exactly sure what the problem is. I mean, that could be the problem with the other one, but if it's not going to tell us exactly what, I don't know what I'm going to do here. Right, like is it too much data? Is there something wrong with the data? Maybe, yeah, here it says, we support the file formats. Okay, but you can't sit there and tell me that when clearly, you know, we can see that the data is loaded. So we go down to here, right? We go down. I confirm I didn't change anything yet. And we have this one, which is the latest. Okay. Like, what could be wrong with it? Let me go see if I can find anything. So here I tried another submission here. Failed to load invalid data. We support formats CSV, TSV, JSON, JSON-L, Parquet. This makes no sense because, like, we obviously are giving it the format that it wants. We could switch it over to CSV, but we had issues with that as well. Oh boy. I mean, I probably still have the CSV, right? So I guess I could try uploading the CSV again, even though that seems really silly. I'm going to go back to prompt flows here, back into Math Helper. We're going to just try the CSV, even though that doesn't seem like that should be our issue. We'll go ahead and say custom. We're going to go next. I'm going to add new data. I'm going to browse and upload. I'm choosing the eval CSV, right? I guess we need to name it. So we'll just say eval CSV. We'll say add, and we'll go next. We'll choose similarity. We'll drop this down. It's parsing the data, right? It's parsing the data. No problems here. Chat history is what you think it would be. We'll go next. We'll submit. We'll see what happens here next. And we'll go to the run list, wherever that is. It's weird that you can't like find the run list here on the left-hand side. Did it fail again? So it's preparing it. So maybe, for whatever reason, this one will do better. But there's something that I'm doing with JSON-L that is not correct. Maybe JSON-L is supposed to have a comma at the end of the line, but I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to. So JSON-L format file sample. Let's see a sample, but I'm pretty sure yeah, it's just that. Maybe because I'm on a Windows machine that the carrier line is different or something. Maybe it was like a hidden thing. I'm not sure. But it is quite frustrating. Let's go back over to here. Give us a refresh. And that failed. Hey, at least it went to 1 second, so that's an improvement. Let's take a look here and see what it's complaining about. Logs. Overview. This won't load the data. So at this point, I don't know how to fix this. But you can at least see that I made the attempt to show you how to do evals. But the idea was that if we saw evals, it would just show us executing another, it would take a prompt flow and feed into the other one to check it. So yeah, that's the best I can do here. So I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. All right, so I'm back, and I thought that this wasn't going to work out, but what I did is I took the data set and I truncated it to like 5 records or 7 records, and all of a sudden it's working. So maybe the issue is that it just can't take a certain amount of data, or there's some kind of record that is causing issue here, which is kind of frustrating that that worked, but it's good that I figured that out. A data set of 7 is not very large, but anyway, we can go here and take a look, and so we can see we have information here, but what is that telling us? So input question, answer 4 shots, system metrics, so we have duration and tokens. This might be useful if you want to know how long something took and how many tokens it used in total. But my question is, what does this mean? Because I thought this would tell us something. So go over here, completed. Okay, so that's great. But what are our results? Give me a second. All right, maybe we'll try view evaluation run because that might tell us a bit more. And so, I was saying before that a evaluation can just be another flow. So I was assuming if I clicked that, I would see the flow, but I don't. Oh, here we go. GPT similarity. So now we're starting to get a score, and so we see 119. So we can see how much of a difference it is. Okay, so that gives us something. Yeah, it's something. Doesn't really make it very clear whether that's working or not. Again, not an expert at evaluations, not right now. Let's go ahead and try the automated evaluation because clearly if that data set worked, then this one probably will as well. And so we already have a data set in here. It's eval 7. We'll go next here. I want to do similarity, measure the similarity between a source data and etc. So we'll do that. We'll choose this, 3, 5, and we'll go submit. But, I really thought that there was some kind of other, because when I watched other videos and I did research on this, they showed that there was another prompt flow and it would show you exactly what was working underneath. But I suppose if we really want to know what's going on there, we can just open a prompt flow here because we do have them here, right? Like we can go and make a prompt flow. I'm sure it doesn't, yeah, let's go back here. And I could say create, hold on here. Yeah, view only my flows. Yeah, okay. So if I go here, we can go and look at that evaluation flow we ran just a moment ago. And so if I open this one up, we just clone it and then just look at its contents. Go back over here. So this evaluation is still running. And so this is what this thing is actually doing. So we get our inputs here, question, ground truth answer. Then we have our similarity score. So you're an AI assistant, you'll give the definition of the evaluation metric. As the metric measures similarity, the predicted answer is not at all similar to the correct answer. The predicted answer is mostly not similar to the correct answer. The predicted answer is somewhat similar to the correct answer. Okay, and so we have some examples. All right, so yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You feed it a ground truth, a question, and an answer, and then it's going to determine that similarity. I just don't know right now how that is useful. But anyway, we'll run this and see what its results are when it's done, okay? It's been a few minutes and it is still attempting to run, but I guess we'll give it a bit more time here. All right, so that finished here. We have detailed metric result. And okay. Context, status, question, ground truth. What's the answer? Again, I'm expecting some kind of scoring or similarity here. I mean, maybe ground truth is the value we're getting back because we didn't provide it a number for this, right? So I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what we're supposed to do with this. But anyway, I did make my best attempt to show evaluations. At least we got it to a running state. I would imagine that the idea is that when you run it, then you'd have that data and then you would tweak it or something. I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to stop running this compute and we're going to call this prompt flow done. I'm going to go ahead and just archive this because I do not need this anymore. And if I need it, I will bring it back when I need it. But yeah, I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. When we're talking about large language models, there's this idea of fine-tuning where if we have a model that we don't like it, we can do something to it to make it work a little bit better. To understand fine-tuning and the ways we can fine-tune it, let's just talk about the components that are involved in fine-tuning. And so we have to first take a look at hidden layers and its components. So when training, you have layers of nodes, also called neurons, so think like your brain. And between these nodes, there are going to be connections. And so connections are often between or across layers, but connections can also be within the same layer. And that's where we get this concept of self-attention. If you remember, the concept of attention is really important when we're talking about transformers for large language models. And I mean, if we represent it, it'd be more like it's connecting back to itself. And that's why we call it self-attention, because it's a layer that feeds back into itself, which is self-attention, okay? But connections could also be where we have multiple sets of hidden layers, and these connections are computed in parallel. So the idea, I'm going to just draw this here, but imagine we have another layer with nodes, right? And the idea is that this one will feed into that one, but this one's coming from here. And so now it's called multi-head attention because it's coming from multiple sources. And in fact, some of these, they'll come all the way back here and go like this and feed in. So, you know, that is ways that we can feed our data forward. Then we have parameters. So parameters are the weights of connections. So Over here on the right-hand side, get my pen tool out again, we have a weight. And this weight is the representation of this connection between these two nodes. And so that's going to be a value. And so a connection might have one parameter, but they can also have multiple parameters. In most cases, it's one parameter. But you can imagine that for the amount of nodes that you have in each layer, they're going to have to connect to all the other ones in the next layer, and that's going to add up really quickly. Let's take a look at some transformer models or large language models and understand how many layers they're utilizing for training to get perspective. So let's take a look at GPT-3. So GPT-3 is not new. In fact, it is one of the smaller models that you can train still, like Babbage or DaVinci. If you go, like, let's say, use Microsoft Azure AI Studio and you want to do fine tuning, you can train GPT-3 models. And it has 96 layers, or at its large, and if we think about its parameters, that's 175 billion parameters. So you can only imagine how many nodes or connections are going on in there, but that's how many there are. And then we have BERT. So BERT has 12 layers or up to 24 layers. So BERT is still useful. It's a much simpler transformer that we can utilize. We have GPT-2, which has between 12 to 48 layers, so the same or more as BERT. Then you have Google's T5, which has 12 encoder and 12 decoder layers, or up to 24 layers there. So, you know, if we're talking about fine tuning, it's going to be tweaking the amount of layers, the amount of connections we're going to train, and things like that. But let's go define what is fine tuning. So fine tuning is retraining a pre-trained model's weights or its parameters on a smaller data set. So a model's weights is the outputted state of a model, but in this case, when we're talking about fine tuning, we're talking about a trained model's output. Okay, so then what is supervised fine tuning, SFT? This is where when we provide the data set, it's already been labeled, right? So imagine we have a bunch of cats or like photos of animals, and so we're labeling what each animal is so that when the model is training, it's like it has a cheat sheet to know how to understand exactly what it is that it has. Okay, but so we're basically explicitly telling the model what the data is, as opposed to when we train our base model, that might be unsupervised, where we're not saying, oh, this is what this is, right? Because we're giving imagine trying to do supervised training on a huge data set, like labeling all. That would be very difficult. So the idea is that we will produce our base model first, or in the case of LLMs, the base model is the foundational model. So you're taking an existing model, a foundational model, and then we're going to train it. As soon as we have a foundational model or base model, and we decide to fine tune it, now it's being called a pre-trained model. Okay, so understand those terms. We have FM, okay, base model, pre-trained model. They're all in the same area. They don't necessarily mean exactly the same thing, but they represent the same thing at this place in time. So we're ready to take our base model and fine tune it. So we're going to bring in our smaller data set. I'm just going to clear all the ink off the screen here. And so the idea here is that we bring in that data set, and now we're going to train it, retrain it, and produce our fine-tuned model. Now, when I say we're producing these models or we're outputting these models, we're not actually outputting models, we're outputting the model's weights. Okay? We're not creating new models, we're just creating new outputted states of the model. And just understand that it often sounds like we're creating new code or something, but that's not necessarily true. So let's now talk about the types of fine tuning we can do, because there's a lot of approaches we can take to fine tuning. And this is not even exhaustive, but let's talk about changing the data set. So the data set itself, the data you're going to put in there, we could do instruction fine tuning. That's where we take a data set and we tell exactly what we want as, like, let's say we say, I say this, you do that. So you're giving an example of what a person says and what the outcome is. So that's instruction fine tuning. Then we have domain specific fine tuning. That's where you're taking a knowledge base or a data set of specific knowledge to update the model on that knowledge, or to make it focus more on that knowledge set, right? So if we had a generic LLM and we wanted to make it specifically for learning cloud computing, I could load it up with the most up-to-date cloud data, or even my own stuff to make it teach like I would teach, okay? Then we have changing the method of training. So we have full fine tuning. This is where all the model's weights are updated, and it's expensive. So You say full fine tuning, we can just think of it as traditional fine tuning. You're basically taking the existing model's weights after the base tune as the starting point and running it through the training process again. Now you can add these two things together, right? You can do full fine tuning and change the data set. They can be done together or both separately. It's up to you. We have parameter efficient fine tuning, so also known as PEFT. You'll see this term come up a lot. It only updates a small set of parameters during the training and freezes the rest of the parameters. There is a subset of PEF called LoRa, which we're not going to talk too much about here, but I'm just going to get you exposure to this. If you are not needing to update every single parameter, then you're going to save money there. Another way is last layer fine tuning. This is where you will freeze all the layers except the last layer. And when we say freeze, we just mean we're saving the state at that point in time, right? Or we're telling it to skip until it gets to the last step. And then we're basically just training it on a single layer. And apparently that works really well. So there's a lot of things that we can do. Another thing we can do is we can do pruning. So this is where you're removing parameters. All right. And people might want to do this just to make the model smaller and more efficient, because maybe we can remove parameters and it will use less compute or be faster for some trade-offs. And there's two ways we can do this. Train time pruning. So somehow we are making the model to encourage to drop or remove connections or neurons during training. Or post-training pruning, which is basically you mangling the model weights file, the file that's outputted. So yeah, a lot of options here, but there you go. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at fine-tuning. So fine-tuning allows us to take something like that would be a very large prompt document and tell our LLM to bake that stuff in so that it works more efficiently. Hopefully that makes sense. And technically, as of this video, GPT-4 Mini is on Azure, but I don't think it's ready for fine-tuning. So OpenAI lets you do it in their platform, but not necessarily in here. So we're going to be using an older model for fine-tuning, which is totally fine. And we're going to go into Sweden because we know reliably that we can fine-tune in Sweden. There was also an announcement of the cost, and so fine-tuning does not take as long as it used to, and it's not as expensive as it used to. In the previous video for the RAG AI search video, we went over those prices, but if you're not comfortable with the cost, you don't have to worry about it. You can just watch me do it. But let's make our way over to AI Studio. You can probably also do this in the OpenAI Studio, but I'm going to go to AI Studio since it's newer, Azure AI Studio. And I want to go to the one that is in Sweden. So we have Sweden Central. So I'm going to just click over into any of these here and get into the Launch Studio. There we go. So give it a moment. And if we go over to model catalog, there are specific models that we can fine tune. So I believe we can fine tune GPT Turbo 3.5, 3.5, Babbage, and other ones. So let's look at fine tuning, pricing, change, Azure OpenAI. Let's see if we can find that here. Here it is. This was just back in June. And so we have Babbage, DaVinci 3.5 Turbo or 3.5 Turbo. And here you can see the cost with Babbage being the lowest, right? So let's say we wanted to train Babbage. We can give that a go. So what I want to do here is I'm in Sweden because I know that one's reliable. I want to make sure we have that model deployed. So let's go look for Babbage. And so Babbage is a completion model. It is not necessarily a chat model, so it's really up to you what you want to utilize. I mean, we could also do Turbo. Let me just take a look at the cost again. Yeah, this is really, really inexpensive. So I think I really want to attempt to train Babbage. Hopefully this is available to you in the future. And so we'll give this a moment here. And so all we have is standard, which is fine. And we'll go ahead and deploy that. And I'm just going to go back to the model catalog and read a little bit more about it. I just want to see if there's anything that I need to know about. Like, are they getting rid of it at any point? Hopefully not. It's smaller than primary models. Yeah, they're not talking about getting rid of them, so I think that's totally okay. Let's go down to our deployments, make sure that that is available. It is. We're going to go over to completions because we can't use it in chat. And let's give it a go and see what it does. So we'll just say hello, and then it will generate more text. Hello, I'm a 3D artist and I have a studio in Germany. So the idea is that because Babbage is doing auto-completion, we can provide it training data so that it will reliably create data that we want. So we have to think about something that we want it to do, right? And so this is something that I'm trying to think about, because if you are trying to train a model, you need to have a certain amount of data, and you might have to synthesize some training data. So I'm going to go here and look for Babbage fine-tuning training data set and see if we can find something that we could utilize. Okay, so give me a moment and see if I can find anything, okay? So yeah, I'm not sure, but if we have this reply, maybe we can give it kind of a style of a way it speaks. So, you know, I am writing to you. We'll generate this here. We see, I'm writing to you to inform you that we have received the scholarship. So basically it's kind of like it's writing a letter. And so maybe there's a way that we could synthesize some data that is going to be something that we can utilize for our training data. So that's one thing. The other thing is, like, what format does this data have to be in, right? So we know that if we want to train, we're going to have to upload data here first. So if I remember how this works, we go to fine tuning, and we're going to say we want to fine tune a model. And here we have Babbage, which is a completion model, and we'll go continue. And here we have the model suffix, and then we have our OpenAI connection, model 1. And I'm going to go ahead and hit next. And so this is what we need to figure out is our training data. Okay, so let's find out how we need to prepare that. It's asking for JSON-L. We've had a lot of trouble with JSON-L. I'm not sure when, but I just know we have. And so I'm looking for an example. Here's some Babbage right here. So here it says, the training validation must be formatted in JSON-L. OpenAI command line interface includes a data preparation tool that validates and gives suggestions and reformats of the training data in the JSON-L. Okay, so that seems really interesting. So what I'm going to do is copy this over here. I'm going to go over to ChatGPT. I have a lot of LLM subscriptions here. And so I'm going to paste this in here. I'm just going to say, I need to create fine-tuning training data for Babbage. So I need to generate a JSON-L file following this format. I want to train the model to be rude and and have spelling mistakes when performing completion. Can you create me a JSON-L file with prompts and completions? Okay, and so I'm going to go ahead and ask ChatGPT to do that. So here it's not really doing what we want. So like, you know, Babbage is not a chat, but it's completion. So the completion needs to continue on the prompt. Please try again. It didn't understand. It thinks it's doing a conversation. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Generate more as much as you can. Okay. All right. We'll see what we'll get. I'll give it a moment here to generate out. Okay. All right. So it's saying it's generated an additional file here. Let's go ahead and download it. I'm going to go ahead and open this here. So I'm going to go here and just open this up in VS Code. Let's take a look at our training data here. I was trying to do something else. And so we have some data here. It's not a lot of data, to be honest. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Or, I'm going to upload this over to Sonnet, because Sonnet's doing a better job these days. Claude, Sonnet. Let's go over to here. And I'm going to go into here. It's going to be a moment here to get it open. And so I've uploaded my JSON-L file. I need to create more training data based on the JSON-L file. The purpose, the goal is to fine-tune Babbage to complete text that is rude and has spelling mistakes. Please create more training data for me. Okay, so hopefully it understands, and we'll give it a moment there. I mean, it's not really, it's pretend rude. Okay. Oh, come on. So it says, I apologize, I don't feel comfortable generating or assisting the creation of intentionally rude, insulting, or error-filled content. Even if it means it meant to be pretend or training purposes, perhaps we could be more constructive. Okay, well, what other ideas do you have? Frickin' Sonnet. And this is not very helpful. Let's see. I need a completion training data set for Babbage. So could we train it for classification? Maybe it can help us try to figure out a data set here. Okay, so here what it's doing is, what are we seeing here? So the data provides a variety of classification tasks that Babbage could be trained on. So we have sentiment analysis, text of genre classification, fact versus opinion, question versus statement, movie genre classification, grammar. I'm not sure if I trust with grammar. Number classification, parts of speech, categorizes emotion, feeling butterflies. So first, I just want to see, like, if I was to do this, what would it produce? Like, do we even need it to do that? Let's go over back to bring this down here below, and I just want to see what happens if we. I'm just going to cancel this out for a second, and let's go back to our completion and try this. And so here it's making a big mess, right? So determine if this word is a noun, a verb, or an adjective, or an adverb. Categorize this emotion. Feeling butterflies in your stomach. Categorize the animal as mammal, reptile, bird, or fish. I kind of like this one. And I want to just make one change here. I'm just going to do this and then put a colon and see what happens. Yeah, so we're getting a mess of things. So maybe we'll do this. We'll just have this categorization of an animal and based on those. Okay, so I'm going to go back here and say, great, let's make training data for animal classification. In the prompt, make sure it ends with a colon in the string, colon with the string. Okay. And so I think it just should have a colon on the end there. Let's see what it can do. And so there's a good start. I'm going to need a lot more data than that. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And I think it says like, can you format the file to be can you format the document for JSON-L? So per line instead of so many line breaks. Okay, because right now it's not formatting for JSON-L. There we go, that's a lot better. And I'm going to go over here and make a new file. I'm doing this off screen in Visual Studio Code, so I have it over here. And I'm just going to go ahead and grab this. Okay. And I'm going to say here, okay, great. Give me more training data. Generate another file with different data for the same purpose, for classification. Great. Give me more training data in a new file. Great. So let's see if we can do that. Hopefully it doesn't repeat anything. I don't think it will. So far, it doesn't look like anything's been repeated. I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to say, again, more data. And hopefully we're not getting, are we getting repeated data? Looks like repeated data. Okay, we just have to be careful here because it might produce identical data, which is fine. But I don't want any identical data. And then I'll go here. Oops. And so I have about 55 lines. I'm hoping that's enough to train it. I don't know how much we need, to be honest, but we will give this a go. File, save as, and I'm going to name this to my desktop. This is just going to be animal classification, JSON-L. Great, and so I've saved that file. I'm assuming that it's fine, but they did say that there was some kind of tool that we should use for classification. See, the more training, the minimum is 10 examples, but a small example is not enough. Best practice is to at least have 50 high-quality examples. However, it's entirely possible that it might require 1,000. So we don't know how much it's going to require, but we have something to work with, right? And then here they're suggesting whether we want to adjust it. Okay, and I'm just going to assume that our data is fine there. I'm going to put this into our repo so you can get access to it. Okay. Press period here, and I'll just make a new folder here. And we'll make a new folder, and we'll call this fine tuning. And I'm just going to drag on that file over. I've had so many problems with these JSON-L files, but hopefully this time it will work. And so we're going to go back over to here to fine tuning. We're going to fine tune our model. We're going to choose Babbage. We're going to hit continue. This will be animal fine tuning. Maybe AN AN classification. Animal class here. There we go. And class. Next. I want to just upload the file directly if I can. So I'm going to go ahead and upload that now. And I'm just uploading that file. We'll give it a moment. All right, and so we've uploaded our file. And there's our data. Let's go ahead and hit next. Select data set to personalize your model or adopt JSON. So do we have to have a validation data? I'm going to try with none, but it seems like that would be a good idea to have that. Select a data set to personalize your model Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit next. I'm going to leave it all alone because I have no idea how to tweak those. We're going to hit submit, and we're going to wait for that training to finish, and we'll be back here when it's done, okay? All right, so we were back, and let's see how long it took. So I know that this started at 2:44, right? Oh, that's when it started the training. And the thing is that it did take a while. I want to say like an hour and a half. Let's see if we get a refresh. Does it tell us? And, oh, okay, so down below here. Oh, we gotta literally go to the next page. So we started training at 2:44. And I'm assuming that these are each epoch of its training. Okay. And it succeeded at 3:25. So what, an hour? 2:43. Shy of an hour. And of course, our data set was really small. So the question is, will it work well? I have no idea. So let's go ahead and deploy our model. So I'm trying to think where this is, as it's a little bit different when you're using this versus OpenAI Studio. I think there's some variations there. So here we have the option to deploy. So I'm going to go ahead and deploy this. And I'm not sure if we have to have it on compute. Oh, it looks like we can do standard, so that's pretty cool. And this is that. So we'll go ahead and deploy that. Give that a moment there. It says this model has been retired. You may consider using a suggested replacement model. And so they're maybe talking about the underlying model. Obviously, this one's not immediately retired. So Babbage, retirement, June 14th, 2024. It is past that date. These models are no longer available for new deployments. Deployments created before 23rd or after the 24th will be here. Okay, but what does that mean? Does that mean I can't deploy? Because clearly I'm doing this. But yeah, I would just say, obviously, if you run into this issue, that model might not be model might be unavailable, and so you'll just have to find whatever the new one is, like Turbo 35 or whatever. So, but again, I was trying to be the most cost effective here, and so I chose it based on that. And so hopefully you're not running into that problem. It's unfortunate that the retirement date is so close to that. So I have to wait for this to finish provisioning. So hopefully it doesn't fail. And it's creating, so we'll just wait until it's done, okay? Oh, and by the way, I'm still waiting for its deployment, so it's taking quite a long time. I'm not sure if it has to do with it being an older model, but I'm gonna have to wait here and see what happens, okay? Down below here, it says model retirement date, January 2nd, 2025. So technically, it seems like this one should be able to keep around, but I mean, we could take a look and see if it's actually available. So if we go over to, oh, sorry, completions. It is here. So I guess my question is, if it's here, but it's still creating, can we use it? And there's only one way to find out, and that will be to use some of our training data. So I'm going to go find wherever Visual Studio Code was. So I have it down here. And I'm going to grab one of these. So I'm going to grab the crocodile one. It should identify it as a reptile. Okay. I'm going to go paste this in and hit generate and see what happens. It says the API deployment is not ready for the resource. Wait. And so I guess we'll just be waiting a while, okay? All right, so it's been taking a long time for this to deploy. I can see other people are saying that they've waited 5 hours. Let's go take a look at notifications and see what information we have, because maybe it's told us that it's deployed. No new information under notifications. It'd be good to see the previous notifications. See, I'm not really sure. It doesn't seem like it should take this long to deploy. Oh, are you joking? As soon as I was talking about it finished? Well, that's probably because I was starting to come close to deleting it. So that's good that it actually did that. Let's go back over to our endpoint. It did take quite a while though, not like an hour, but long enough that it was making myself question whether it was going to be done. So again, just going to copy a random line out of here. Now, it should be smart enough to, I'm hoping that it'll just produce reptile here. And the one thing you have to understand when you're doing fine tuning is that if you provide too much fine tuning information, you can end up over tuning or overfitting the data. And that means that it's not, becomes less creative in terms of being able to reply. But let's see what happens. So we have, So that it's like colon, then colon again. I didn't really plan for that. So I'm going to go ahead and do this and see what happens. Fingers crossed that it worked. And, I mean, I guess it's better than before, but it's not producing just that one word reply. It's going amphibian, frog, reptile. Oh, you know what it is? We're on the wrong model. Okay, we're on the wrong model. So that would explain it. And we'll switch over to our new one. And can we switch over to it? There we go. And so let's see what happens if we try it now. So that the other one's obviously was not Babbage. This one is. And so it's going reptile, and that is what we want to happen next. Now it's producing a lot more information that we want. And so again, maybe more training data would help it to prevent that, or it could be the temperatures. Let's say we brought the temperature down. And I like to bring the temperature all the way down. Let's see what happens if we do this. So we'll put that in here. And the answer isn't, in this case, reptile, not amphibian. See, here would be amphibian. But we'll see what happens if we do this. And I mean, technically it's correct. It's doing reptile, but we, again, are getting too much information. So stop sequence. This would be make the responses stop at a desired point, such as the end of a sentence. Specify up to 4 sequences here. So this might be useful if we could figure out a stop sequence, but I think we would have to train it to have like period or something, and then when it issued out a period, it would know to stop. But it looks like it's technically working. So let's go and test this with something else. So I'm just trying to think of an animal that might not be on here. And I'm not sure if they have like woodpecker in here. Do we have woodpecker? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and see what happens. We'll say woodpecker. And we would go on the end here and generate it out. And we get bird. So it's good, except for the fact that it is, again, overproducing information. And I think the only way we'd be able to fix that is more training data. So it could be it needs 100. It could be that it needs 1,000. But we're able to do this. So we achieved our goal in a sense that it can identify it. I'm not going to retrain it because it's so much work to train. But you get an idea of like what you'd have to do to really get it there. Okay. So I would say that we are done here, and we can go ahead and clean this up. Now, I'm not sure if it costs anything to have this deployment, so I don't think it does because it's serverless. Let's go take a look here. And it says standard, so that means that it's going to consume tokens. So I'm not really concerned about it right now. It's not going to cause us any issues. I'm not going to clean this up right now in case I want to keep it around. But in the cleanup video, we'll get rid of it all. If you want to get rid of it, you can. I don't think I'm going to plan on using it, but I'm just going to keep it around just in case. And I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, what I want to do is start working with DALL-E. So DALL-E is a model that generates out images, and we can do this either in Azure AI Studio or OpenAI Studio. I'm going to do this in OpenAI Studio here today. If for whatever reason this is the future and OpenAI Studio is not available, you can absolutely do this in Azure AI Studio. So on the left-hand side, you're going to see that there are images. And I need to remind you that if you have yet to do so, you need to make sure that you have in the model catalog gone in here and request access for models. Now, I just went across the board and said, give me access to everything. I think that if you fill in one, it basically gives you access to the entire family. So you might not need to fill in all the forms. But the point is that I've already done that. And so I can access DALL-E. So in order to utilize it, I'm going to need to deploy something. And over here it says Azure OpenAI resource located in West US region. Images is only available in the following: East US, Sweden, Central, and stuff like that. So I run into this issue all the time where certain models are available in one place and not another. So in this case, I'm just going to go make another one. And I know it's frustrating, but it's just the way it is. It's not like it's going to cost us more money by spinning these up, so it's not a big deal. I meant to go to portal.azure.com. Not a big deal. Portal.azure.com. And so I'm going to make my way over to OpenAI Studio. or OpenAI here, and we'll just spin up another one here, and we'll say, I'm just going to put it in the same resource group because I don't need to have a bunch of these. We'll just go OpenAI Studio, and this one's going to be in East US. Okay, so let's just be OpenAI Studio East, and just put some numbers here. I'm just going to choose the standard. We'll go ahead and hit next, next, next. And I'll go ahead and hit review and create. And the reason I wanted West US is because there is another step where we're going to fine tune a model, and that only works in West US or Sweden. So we're just going to have this issue of figuring out which place we can utilize that model. So we'll just wait a moment for this to provision. All right, let's go take a look at that resource now. So we'll just click into here. And from here, we'll go to OpenAI Studio. And I do have the other one open just in case we want to use Azure AI Studio, but for the most part, we want to do this in OpenAI Studio here. And so on the left-hand side, we'll go to Images, and we'll give it a moment. And so the idea is that we have DALL-E 2. I could have swore there is DALL-E 3, and it really depends maybe on what we have deployed, but here I haven't chosen any deployment. It's just showing me DALL-E 2 here, but we can go ahead and give this a try. So I'll say Tokenization on the moon. That was something I was trying before. It had a really hard time with it, DALL-E 2, as not necessarily the moon, but if I told it to make it like a wood block, I don't know why, it just really had a huge struggle. But yeah, there's Tokenization on the moon. And there are a few options here, like the number of images and the size. What's interesting is between the models, like DALL-E 2 and DALL-E 3, the options actually change, which is interesting. But here I'm just generating out a few more. And so that's going to work there. There we go. So imagine we want to use something newer like DALL-E 3. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's right here. Okay, so we can go here, and I'll click on this. And so this is DALL-E 3. I'm going to go ahead and hit deploy. And available quota is low for this model in this region subscription. You can try and create this deployment, but you may face some issues with performance. And that's fair. So we'll go ahead and do that. I mean, East US is the most popular region, so at least where I am, so I can understand why that might be the case. And now that that model is deployed, we'll go over here to images. We'll drop this down and choose DALL-E 3. And we will say Tokenization on the moon. And notice that the options are a little bit different. We have vivid, natural. So maybe we'll try one in vivid first. And we'll just say Tokenization on the moon. I notice I said on the moon, and none of these are really on the moon, but maybe this one will do a bit better. And we'll go ahead and just say save here and try this. It says, if you created the deployment in the last 5 minutes, please wait a moment. So we'll just wait a little while, and then maybe our deployment will be ready, okay? All right, so I've waited a few minutes here. Let's go ahead and see if we can generate that out. And I mean, it seems like it's complaining less now. It's taking its time to generate it out, so we'll give it a moment to generate. DALL-E 3 does take longer to generate than DALL-E 2, but the idea is that the results are generally nicer. And so that actually makes a lot more sense contextually. So DALL-E 3, huge difference there. Let's go ahead and try just standard. Okay. And I don't really know how much compute's behind these things. So, I mean, these models seem to run serverless. So they generate when they want to generate there. Not as nice, but, closer to what we want. So I'm going to go back to Vivid here. And I wonder if we can get the code and see if we can utilize this. Now, I've had some poor success getting this to work prior, but we're going to go ahead and launch this up in our environment here and see if we can programmatically work with it. So I'm just, I think it's starting. We'll start that up. And once that's started, we're going to try to programmatically generate out DALL-E images, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and launch Jupyter Labs. You know the routine probably at this point. Depending on how many times you've done this, we'll go ahead and hit build. In this course, we do this a lot. So I'll work in this environment here. And still has some tabs open from before. Going to go to our AI folder. Just understand you might have to go all the way back here, go to AI. And of course, if you're looking for this code, it will end up in the GitHub ExamPro co/Azure examples. I always upload these at the end. So if you're looking for them, you can find them there. We're going to make one here and just say DALL-E. I'm not going to specify that it's DALL-E 3. We're just going to call it DALL-E. And in here, we will double click and make a new notebook and give it a moment to load here. And we'll drop this down here and choose the SDK 310. And I'll just say DALL-E. There we go. And so hopefully this code works. And I'm saying this before I use this, didn't work out as expected. So I'm hoping this time it just works. And maybe the reason it didn't work was because of that issue of maybe too many people were using it at the time. So I like to break mine into individual components so I can really see what I'm doing. Okay, and we'll add one more here. And I mean, we're importing it, but we'll probably also need to install it. I'm not sure what the Python package is called here. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look. Maybe it's just OpenAI. I mean, this is OpenAI for sure, but this one in particular is Azure OpenAI. So we're here on the repo here, so I'm just going to search Azure OpenAI. That's probably what it's called. Let's make sure that's the case. I can't tell. It's from someone named Ryan. That makes me question it quite a bit. How to install. They really should give us all the instructions and not just some of them. I can't stand it when they do that. They don't give you all of the information. But maybe I can go over to here. Maybe I can click this and it might tell me. There it is. Oh, it is pip install OpenAI. I really thought it would say Azure OpenAI, but well, apparently it's just, okay, all right. So we'll go ahead and do this and hit run. And there's a couple things we're going to want here. We're going to want our endpoint and our API key. So we'll just go, whoops. That one is doing that. So we're going to just wipe this out here and say endpoint. And this one will be API key. And I have a feeling that I'm going to have much better success this time around. I don't know why. I just think I am. If we go back here, they're making these available. This just looks like it's the OpenAI endpoint. So this is the same endpoint for, for OpenAI. So if we were to go, let me just find a tab that actually is in regular Azure. There's none of them that are there. So I'll have to go over here and just say portal.azure.com. But what it's getting for the endpoint is the OpenAI service. So if we go over to OpenAI and we're here, and I think we're at East right now, it is basically the same information here, the under security, networking, resource management, key endpoint. So it's going to be this key and that endpoint. That's all it's doing over here. So I'm going to grab this one here and paste it in. And so we'll run this. And then we'll run this. And then we'll run this. And so we have this. Okay, great. But this doesn't necessarily save the image anywhere. Okay, and so that one is thinking. And, you know, I might, while I'm waiting here, I might just go ask Sonnet to help me. I use Claude Sonnet quite a bit. And I want to save the image, and I just don't want to have to figure that part out. I hate working with files, file formats here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and say, I'm doing this over here in Sonnet, as you can see over here. Okay. And again, just doing this off screen here. Give me a moment here. Now I'll drag this over. Okay, and so I'm going to paste this in here. All right, so now I don't really want insights from it, but I just wanted it. Okay, it's going to write it out to me. Okay, how give me the code that I would need to save the image to the current folder. Okay, let's see if it understands that. Not maybe the best written, but hopefully it'll provide that for us. And looking at that, response code, etc. It looks okay. Hopefully that works. And I like how it gave me a timestamp. That's really nice. Okay, and so here we get a result. We'll go ahead and run this now. And I'm just going to go into the next line. I just want to print this out and see what we get here. Image URL. We'll say this. So there we have it. Okay, cool. Now, can I just download it? Is this publicly available? I'm not sure. It says private images. At least it placed it somewhere, so we know that it is somewhere. I'll run this. This may not work because of permissions issues. I'm not sure. And so here it says request is not defined. Fair enough. We need to import that. So I'm going to go here. And also we might need date time as well. This I'm just copying from the code over here if you're wondering where I'm grabbing that. And so we'll run this again. Image is saved. Oh, I should have probably told it where I wanted it to go. I wasn't being very, oh, there it is. Anyway, it's in the same place. That's fine. Let's just click it, see if it opens. I think we can preview images in Jupyter. There we go. So it works. Excellent. So I wasn't sure if that was going to work, but it did. I'm going to go ahead and just delete this. I don't need it. And so we will consider this done. So I'm just going to clear out my credentials here, and I'm just say restart and clear all outputs, restart. And then I'm going to go ahead and download this. And we'll go over to GitHub, over to our Azure examples, and I'm going to hit period here on my keyboard. Okay. And we'll give it a moment. We're going to go ahead and make a new folder. And I'm going to call this one DALL-E. And so in here, I will upload this. And so if you want to just work with this code, because you know that for sure it worked for me and you want it to work for you, you can absolutely utilize that. Let me just drag this one on over. And it didn't clear my outputs. It did not clear my outputs. So that is not what I wanted. Just going to go ahead and delete that. Also, I don't think I even went to the right folder either. Okay, well, give me just a moment here. We'll go back over to here. Oh, you know what? I had to save the file. That was my problem. Okay, so we'll download this again. And I'm going to go back over to here, and I'm going to make a new folder called DALL-E. And it's not really that big of a deal if I share my credentials in here, because they are going to get cleared out anyway. But sometimes GitHub will lock down your account. It's kind of annoying, like for your benefit, right? And I don't want to have that issue there. So that is now saved. We'll just go ahead and say DALL-E 3 example. We'll commit and push. And I just want you to know that in AI Studio, it's the exact same kind of experience, even though we don't have a project here right now. We'll probably do something in Azure AI Studio at some point, or explore some of those features. But for now, so this is Azure Open AI Service. Yeah, for now, we're just going to stick with OpenAI, right? Okay. But yeah, that's it for that. And if you're concerned about the model, you can undeploy it. So I'm going to go down to deployments here. And I think this is our West US one. So I'll go just click out of this one. I'm going to go down to deployments. And I'm going to go ahead and delete this here, just so that I'm not worried about it. And so that one is now gone. And I'm going to keep this around. I'm going to end up cleaning this up later on, the OpenAI Studio. But because I might need to switch between regions, I just want to keep this one here. So I'm not having to create one every time I want to do something, okay? But see you in the next one. Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we are taking a look at what is RAG. So RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation, and its access patterns, I put extra emphasis on the S so you know that it comes in many variants for retrieving external data to inform an LLM agent prior to providing a response to the user. I should have also highlighted the word augmented, because that is what it's doing. It's augmenting the LLM with information. Okay? So a very common RAG pattern that is representing information as vectors in a vector database and then using a search engine to vectorize a search term to return relevant documents is what you're going to see most often. Now, you don't need a vector database to produce RAG. Again, RAG is just about getting external data from the LLM to help it be smarter based on its limits of knowledge. Okay, but let's look at this example so that you have some basis of RAG and the most common way that RAG is used. So on one side, you have your data store. This is going to have the documents you want your LLM agent to have access to. On the other side, we have the agent. So here we're representing it as GPT. And then in between it, we have our vector store. So a vector store is often a document database. Those are really good at storing vector data. So MongoDB is right now the leader in document databases, and it makes an excellent vector store. There are many options. But anyway, the idea is that you have this thing, which is vector data. And vector data is really good at correlating relationships between things. So the idea is that we're going to take our documents and we're going to use an embedding model that is going to turn it into vectors. And when you see the word embedding, you should immediately think vectors because embeddings create vectors, okay? And all it's doing is it's just taking your data and breaking it up into vector data and determining how likely something is related to something else. So the idea with this embedding model, maybe we'll make another slide for this, but the idea is that you have all different ways to embed your data, to represent your data as vector information. And the vector is just basically the distance between similarities of your data, okay? So you could make it so that similarities are based on how similar the word is, based on the understanding of what the word is, maybe the length of word, so there's all different types of ways you can embed your vectors. We're not going to worry about that right now, but once we have them in our vector store, now we want to use that vector store to determine what documents to return based on what the agent wants. So imagine that the agent provides a search term. So maybe we are looking for apples, right? Like tell me the best apples in the world. So it's going to take that search term and we're going to turn that search term into vector data because in order to search the vector store, we need vector data to search it against. So the embedding turns it into vector data and we give that to our search engine. So in this case, we have Lucene, which is an open source engine. A lot of search engines are based off of Lucene. And so it's going to use that vector data and whatever means it wants to search the vector store, it might have other algorithms in play there that it's going to utilize along with the vector data to retrieve vector points. And that stuff is either going to be stored in the vector store or it's going to be pointing to the chunks of data that we want to return back to the agent. So that data is going to then be returned and the agent's going to do something with it. This does not scratch even the surface of RAGs. And I wish I had more time to talk about it, not in this course, but in other courses, like maybe when I do my GenAI Essentials course, I will cover RAG in its entirety, which if that's even possible. And the reason why it's so hard to cover is because RAG is, again, it just means getting data externally. So instead of this vector store, this could be reaching out to the internet, like using a search engine, like a Google search engine to grab information. The agent is explicitly saying what it wants, but there might be an implicit way to do it. There's different algorithms that can be used. There's different embedding models that can be used. So there's a lot that goes on in here, but don't get scared by the word RAG because all it just means is access patterns for retrieving external data. Another interesting thing, which we're not really representing here, is how the data gets inserted into the LLM agent. Okay, we'll talk about that in 2 seconds here, but return information is directly inserted into the context window. I guess it was right away. The context window of the LLM. And the context window is just imagine the information you're going to provide the agent, the LLM, to produce information. So literally, we're taking the text and we're inserting it, the raw text, into, imagine you're typing to an LLM, like telling it stuff. It's like you're copying and pasting it right into the box and providing that information directly there. And so for me, I was confused for the longest time because there's all this talk about vectors, and I thought RAG had to be related to vectors, and it doesn't necessarily have to be. But you don't feed vector data to the agent, to the LLM, right? You're feeding the raw information just as if you were to copy and paste it, okay? And look out for these embedding models, because sometimes you'll see it'll be like, here we have Cohere as an example, but Cohere, they have LLMs, a family of LLMs, and so they'll have like Command R, and then there'll be like Command R embeddings. And that embeddings model, all it does is it vectorizes your data in a particular way. But if you are going to embed, right, you want to use the same embedding model for searching as you are for storing your data, because if you use a different vector embedding model, it's optimizing that database, that insertion of that database, a different way than the other one. You're going to just get weird results. So make sure the embedding model is the same on both sides. So a RAG access pattern doesn't require a vector database. It's just that is the most common way that RAGs are used. What's important to remember is if you have to fetch external data, then you're utilizing a RAG. And while this looks very involved, like you're programmatically doing a lot of things, often RAG is being implemented by AI services, so you're unaware of the underlying moving parts. So if you use ChatGPT and you've uploaded documents, you're using RAG, right? It doesn't look that way, but it's there, and they're not using that term because they're trying to keep it customer friendly for some services. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what RAG is, and I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. So what is document cracking? Well, document cracking is the process of opening files and extracting content. It's an alternative and cooler sounding term than document extraction. So why do we even need the term document cracking? I don't know. Some marketers got clever, and so I just want to make it very clear that these are the exact same term. I also want to establish that when we're talking about a document, we're not necessarily limiting ourselves to the concept of text. It could be images, it could be video, it could be audio. The idea is that we're representing our data as a document in this term, but it's data extraction or document extraction. The reason we say document is because we have a format and we have to get that data out of that document format, or that format that is not exactly what we want to work with. So why is document cracking important in the context of LLMs? Well, let's talk about two kinds of LLMs that we have. So the first we have is GPT-4o. The O stands for Omni because it's multimodal, which we'll talk about in a moment. We also have GPT 3.5 Turbo. And so what are the differences between these two models? Well, GPT-4o is multimodal, meaning it understands via multiple modalities. Yes, I know the terms are getting really complicated here, but modalities is like saying senses. So imagine you have the sense of smell, the sense of vision, the sense of taste, and these LLMs have their own senses or modalities, and it's how they understand input and what they can produce as output. And so GPT-4o can understand images and text. If you've ever used ChatGPT and you've uploaded, or you've asked it to generate an image or provided an image, it can describe it to you, it can output one. But obviously, it works with text. Now, GPT 3.5 Turbo, which is a older model, it only understands text. So its whole world is text, okay? And so we call this monomodal because it only has one sense or one modality. So now imagine that you have documents that you want to utilize the information of it so that we can make informed decisions or more interesting outputs from our LLM agents. So now we said when we want to get data externally, we use RAGs, right? Okay, but in order for this data to make sense, we need to turn it into a format that it's going to understand. And this is where we would pass it to a parser. And so the parser would output it in a format that it understands. So if we have a PDF, right? Yes, PDF is a text document, but GPT-4o cannot open a PDF and it cannot make sense of it. So we need to open up the document as it says up here, right? And extract the plain text content, right? And then it's going to go to our RAG, which possibly is stored in our vector store or wherever, and that's going to work. Now, but remember that GPT-4o understands images as well. So let's say it takes images, but it doesn't take a particular type of image, right? So we could pass it to the parser, and it will turn it into an image that it's going to understand. Same with audio, same with video, right? And if it's audio, maybe we don't have audio over here. It doesn't understand audio, but we could turn that audio into an image representation of its waveform, or we could turn it into some kind of plain text format. Maybe it's notes or other things like that. Okay, so just understand that it's going to turn into a format that it can interpret. If we look down below to our monomodal friend here, all it understands is plain text. So if it's a PDF, we open up the PDF and we extract out its text. If it's a video, this could be transcriptions, right? It could be extracting out all the spoken text or the captioning. If it's an image, I'm not sure. If it's audio, we described it there before. But the point is that it's turning into raw plain text data that will get interpreted by the LLM. And so a parser is used to convert data into a format the LLM can understand. I know it sounds very similar to the word transformers, but the term here is parser, and maybe transformers could be an interchangeable term. There are many open source tools, some simple, some complex, some that are utilizing LLMs themselves to transform or parse that information. But understand that this is a huge challenge for a lot of RAG pipelines. Is how do I get a document format into the format that I need for my LLM to understand? Okay. Hey, this is Andy Brown, and we're taking a look at HNSW. And the reason why is because when I was working with vector databases, this initialism kept coming up over and over again. So I figured it was worth our time to just quickly understand what it is. So HNSW stands for Hierarchical Navigable Small World, and it's a graph-based algorithm that performs ANN searches in vector databases. So we know that a vector store, vector database, is very important for utilizing in RAGs, because that's what RAGs primarily use. And so there are different algorithms to which we can search. And one kind are graph-based algorithms, and the most popular that I keep saying is HNSW. So how does it work? Well, it combines two things. It combines something called skip linked lists, and the other one is the navigable small worlds. So when we're talking about navigable small worlds, I'm going to get my pen tool out here. Imagine you have a node that represents a vector. Basically, it's some data that's been embedded. And if you wanted to compare other nodes against other nodes for similarity, right? So let's say we're starting here. We're going to create a graph of similar nodes, right? Because that way, if we are searching our database, instead of looking through every single node, what we can do is we can just find one that's similar. And if we don't like it, move to the next closest one to the next closest one until we find something that is our best match. Now, if we just had an NSW, which is something we could have, just a big graph, that is definitely more efficient than individually searching every single node. But the idea is that by being able to connect graphs with other graphs, right, and taking one node from another one, we just end up with a much more efficient algorithm. That's how we get the HNSW. So that was a very mangled description of HNSW. But just understand that HNSW is an efficient algorithm for creating a vector database. You're going to see it again and again. So I just wanted to try to best describe that quickly, okay? Semantic ranking is a term you're going to hear when working with RAGs, when working with search engines, specifically for LLMs. Semantic rankings are algorithms used to re-rank search queries based on semantic understanding. Think of the word semantic. If you have a sentence, it has semantics, like how it's structured and related to each other. And if you were to do a traditional keyword search and it returns back the results, it doesn't semantically understand anything. There's no language understanding there. So even if you have a keyword search, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have the most relevant search results. So semantic re-ranking or semantic ranking is going to give you better results. So you can see here on the right-hand side that this is from the Azure Microsoft documents about how their re-ranker works. And the idea, you have this word capital, and it's trying to semantically understand how it relates to other words, like we see crime and punishment, or on the left-hand side we have capital in the context of money, so tax money investments. And on the right-hand side, we have in the context of geographical information. So that's the semantic part to it. Now, the semantic ranking can be a bit confusing because when we were talking about embeddings, right? Embeddings are models that take data and turn them into vectors, right? And when they vectorize the data, these embeddings capture semantic understanding because it's taking the data and putting it in the database near other nodes that are related based on some kind of semantic understanding or whatever they want to decide what it is. So when you are using a vector store, a vector database, say either or if you want, and you're using embeddings, you don't need a semantic re-ranker because you already have semantic understanding depending on the algorithms, the embedding algorithm, whatever it's deciding to do there. Okay, so the thing is that why do we care about this then? So some companies or many companies already have traditional data stores, right? Like they're using Postgres or whatever, and they have a search engine, whether it's Elasticsearch or Lucene or Solar, whatever you want, whatever search engine you want. So they probably just are used to using keyword search, right? And if they want to integrate that with their RAG, they're going to find that it doesn't always pull the most relevant documents. So how can they get semantic understanding? And that's where the semantic ranker comes into play. So companies that want to use traditional data stores instead of a vector store to search against for their regs can get similar results that a vector store would provide. Also, a semantic re-ranker can be combined with a vector store, which could yield better results. Okay. Now, there's also a product that I know of called Cohere Re-Ranker by the company Cohere. They have LLM models, but they also have an embedding model and a ranking model. And they claim that their re-ranker works even better than without embedding. So if you didn't even want to use embeddings and use a traditional database, they say their re-ranker is good. But this all depends on what kind of embeddings you're using, and what you're expecting back from your data. So just understand that you could just use keyword search. You could use semantic searching. You could use it with embeddings. You could use it without embeddings. But just understand that a semantic re-ranker or semantic ranking is an algorithm that's going to re-rank search queries to best optimize them. Okay? All right, let's take a look here at Azure AI Search, which is formerly known as Azure Cognitive Search. They've dropped that cognitive brand because in the world of GenAI, it is just not AI enough for people to understand what it is. So it is a search engine for both traditional search and for RAG, most often for RAG these days. It combines a search engine with AI features to provide advanced search capabilities, ideal for applications needing full text search, vector similarity search, hybrid search. So there's a lot of search options here. And when we go and do the labs, you're going to see there are a lot of search options. I can't even make sense of them all, but that's okay. We just need to practically know how to work with it for our exam. Let's take a look at the components that are here. So on the left-hand side, you have your data sources where you are bringing data in. You're bringing them into your index. And your index here is the vector store. When I was going through the labs, I did them first. I was assuming that it must store it somewhere else, like Cosmos DB, some kind of document database. But it turns out that it has an index, and the index is the vector store. And I guess the thing is that the data that it's storing is basically, it's an index, so it's just storing references to those documents and maybe chunked data. It's not necessarily storing the entire contents of those files. Azure AI Search has some additional paid add-ons. So it has a customized entity lookup skill. It has a document cracking image extraction. We talked about what document cracking is, so that is a feature it has. And then semantic ranker, and we talked about what semantic ranking is as well, so you should know that. Looking at the pricing, you can see here it goes from free to storage optimized. It can get very expensive, up to $5,000 a month. But the tier that you're going to want to use, and I'm pointing to standard, but the tier, if you want to use any of those advanced features like semantic ranking, and I think we do use it in the follow-alongs because we need to show off semantic ranking as we use that B tier. And it says there on the right-hand side per month, but understand that it's you don't pay that up front, right? It's going to be whatever it is per second, per minute billing there. So we're going to have low costs even using the basic tier. Let's talk about the components that are involved within Azure AI Search. The first is your data store. This is the data that would be indexed for retrieval. So you can use Azure Blob Storage, Azure SQL Database for your relational databases, Azure Cosmos DB from getting from your document database. You have the index, which is the actual vector store here. It's going to, I assume, store chunk data and references to your data sources. The default fields here we have is the key, so it's a unique identifier. Searchable, query using the full text search. Filterable, used in filter expressions to return only documents that match criteria. Sortable, only used to search results. Face table, so facets, which are UI elements that help filter results based on the list of known values. Where these UI elements are, I do not know. Retrievable, and so this is basically your projections of what fields you want to come back. But I noticed that there's a button that you use in Azure AI Search that's going to set up everything for you, and it adds additional fields there like the vector data and also chunks. So just understand that even though they're not in the default values, depending on how you set up Azure AI Search, those fields will be there. And we set up a rag. Those are two that you are going to see. We don't really talk much about chunking, but chunking is when you have data from your data store and you break it up into chunks so that it's easier to work with, and then you store it in your vector store. Just imagine a big document breaking it up into parts, okay? And inserting those as records in your index. We have an indexer, which is a data crawler. If you are from the AWS world, you know AWS Glue, you've heard of a data crawler before. It extracts data from the data source and populates indexes, and you have skill sets. This is attached to indexers to process data to extract from the data source. You can create custom skill sets, often leveraging AI services. So they have a bunch of pre-built ones in, and so some stuff they'll use there are the Azure AI services. And if you see the word data crawler, you should think ELT or ETL, because basically this has built into it a very basic ETL from your data sources over to here. I didn't list it here, but you can run your indexer on a schedule. So you can import it once, or you can tell it to run on a schedule based on particular terms and things like that. But yeah, that is the basics of Azure AI Search, and there you go. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at Azure AI Search. So this service in particular is interesting because it can be used for traditional full-text search, but you can also use it specifically for generative AI, for your RAGs. And basically all a RAG is just a means to retrieve information to make your LLMs a little bit smarter based on contextual information. So we can deploy Azure AI Search via the UI here. We should really work with it programmatically because that's probably a better way to work with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what we've always been doing here. I'm going to launch up our AI managed compute here. And there are quick starts, and we can try to utilize these as there's many ways here, but there's also examples here at Azure Search Vector Samples. So let's see if we can just get through it programmatically, because that's really the way you're going to use it. And here they might have better coding examples where when I was going through this, basically you're making like posts and curls, and they didn't make this super friendly to use. So we'll see what we can do there. So I'm just going to wait for that to spin up, and I'm going to click into this one, and we'll see how far we can follow through this by bringing it into our environment and make tweaks along the way, okay? All right, so our environment is running. Let's go ahead and open that in Jupyter Labs. So we'll open that up there, give it a moment. Okay, and we'll go ahead and hit just, well, I could have built it there, it doesn't really matter. And so I'm going to go back here to step in our AI folder, and we'll go ahead and make a new folder, and this one is going to be called Azure AI Search. And in here, I guess this one here is basic vector workflow. I'm not sure why there are two here. It's a requirements.txt file. What's in here? Anything interesting? Okay, well that's interesting. We'll go back to this one here. And so from here, this will just be its basic vector workflow. So I'm going to go here and make a new notebook and call this one. We'll choose 130 as per usual, and we'll rename this. And this is going to be basic vector workflow. Okay. So we'll scroll on down to here. Here we have this, which is going to bring in those requirements. So I suppose that is one way that we can do it. I would rather just kind of bring them all in here and just do a pip install. So I'm going to go here and just paste them in and do pip install this. And yeah, I'll do it for each one. I'm not sure if we could string those together. It depends on how you want to do it. I'd rather just have it in here so that I can see it. That looks good to me. I'm going to go ahead and add this and drag it on above. And we'll go to Markdown. Okay, and just so that you don't have to look for this file, I'm going to go ahead and link it here so we know that we are working with this one here. So I'll say resources here and paste that in. And just in case we need this as a reference, I'm going to put this in here as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if those install without issue. I don't think we're going to run into any problems. And we will wait for that to complete. I imagine we're going to have to probably create an Azure AI resource. But let's go through this and see what's going on here. So we're going to create an index schema, load sample data from a local folder, embed the documents in memory using Azure Open AI's text embedding 3 large model, index the vector and non-vector fields with Azure AI Search, run a series of vector and hybrid queries, including metadata filtering and hybrid. So, you know, I guess you can do like traditional search with Azure AI Search, but most likely what we're probably going to use it for is RAG. So getting experience with vectorizing things makes more sense because that's how we're probably going to work with it. So let's just go through it and see what we're doing here. So what are our prerequisites? We need an Azure AI Open subscription. We need a deployment of the text embedding 3 large model. So you must have an Azure Open AI service name and an API key. Azure AI Search any tier, but choose a service that has sufficient capacity for your vector index. We recommend basic or higher. Okay, so, I'm just thinking about this here for a second. It seems like we're going to need Azure OpenAI, and we're also going to need to have the embedding model deployed. So when we use Azure OpenAI, and we'll probably do this in another video, but when we launch it up, we have to request models, and sometimes it takes time to get access to those models. I think that's more of an issue in Azure AI Studio, not necessarily Azure Open AI Studio. So I guess what we'll do is we will launch that up, and we have Azure Open AI. Do we have to launch the Open AI Studio? Not necessarily. So let's just go ahead and launch Azure Open AI. So we'll go here. Yep. And I'm going to just make a new group here. This will be for Azure OpenAI. Or sorry, Azure AI Search. Okay. And from here, I'm just going to do everything in West just to be very consistent. And this will be OpenAI West and some numbers. We will choose standard as that's all I can choose here today. For network, we'll leave it alone. We'll go ahead and create this resource. And so there is the Azure OpenAI Studio. That's when you have like an interface to work with. If we're working with things programmatically, we'd probably rather just work with OpenAI directly. So that resource is being created, so we'll have to wait for its completion. But it says we need Azure AI Search, so we're going to have to create one of those. Recommend basic or higher. Enable semantic ranking if you want to run hybrid and semantic ranking. I probably do want to do this because semantic ranking is something that is extremely useful and is the preferred way of searching. As far as I understand semantic ranking, it is an additional layer, an extension of Azure AI, but it's not a concept specific to Azure AI Search. But the idea is that it takes back your results and then they rank them, and so that way you get better results. hopefully that is a good description. If not, it will be in the lecture content. But this is deployed. So before we do Azure AI Search, let's open this up and see what we have as our options. And so here, what I'm looking for is the ability to deploy models. So here it's suggesting we could open this in Azure Open AI Studio. I don't want to do that here today. I want to go to Manage Deployments. And so we'll go here. It said something back here. I missed the text before I click that. It says, model deployment features have moved to the Azure Open AI Studio. Okay, so you have to do it in the Open AI Studio. Interesting. I personally like to make Azure Open AI Studio first and then create Azure Open AI, but I guess maybe the order doesn't matter so much here. And so we want to deploy a model. Which model do we want to deploy? This is going to be the text embedding 3 large embedding model. I'm not really certain about what the cost is on this. So if you're really concerned about cost, you could just watch me do all this stuff. We might want to look up pricing here and see if we can find it for Azure. Okay. And I'm going to look for that model. And so it's saying 1,000 per tokens. I'm not sure how many tokens we're using, but it doesn't look too bad. So I'm going to go over to, back over to here. And so we want to deploy a model. Is it a fine-tuned model? I think that's a model that we have fine-tuned, but let's go ahead and click into here and see if it's just a base model. And so I'm going to paste the name in here and see if we can find it this way. And there it is. Now understand that if this is your first time deploying a model, you might have to request access before you can do that. So like what I did is I went to the model catalog, and when I clicked into here, it might have said like, hey, submit this so that you get access to it. That's something I had to do. And I had to fill in a form, and then that form said it would get back in 48 hours, and then I checked like a week later and then I had access to it. So understand that you may not be able to do this right away, or you might have a serious obstacle doing this. Also understand that certain models are only available in certain areas. That's why I'm working with US West, because I know that reliably has models here. But anyway, we can see we have access to all these. So that is fine. Let's go back over to our deployments. And I'm going to deploy a model. And that, again, I'm going to choose this, and it's going to be the large here. So we'll go ahead and confirm that. And so that is one thing we have to do, and we'll let that work in the background. Azure AI Search, so that's another resource we'll have to go ahead and create. So I'm going to, I've lost a tab here, so I'm going to just have to open this up again, portal.azure.com. And I'm going to have to go here and go back to the Azure AI Services, and I'm going to spin up Azure AI Search. So we'll go ahead and create that. And so I'm going to choose the one here that is for Azure AI Search. I'm going to call this one AZ AI Search. And I got the name. If you have to put numbers on there, do that. Notice I'm doing West US. We have a few pricing options. Let's take a look here. And so I do not want standard. I'm going to go with basic. I do not feel like paying that amount of money. But if you need to do free, you can do that. But I'm going to do basic because that's what it's recommending. And I believe that this is not like a monthly cost you incur. It's based on consumption, right? So I'm just going to go back here and take a look here. So Azure AI Search pricing. And so you can see here it's 11 cents per hour. So, if you're not comfortable with this, you can just stick with the regular one. But I'm thinking that the reason why I need to go with basic is that there might be something that I cannot do at any other level. So that's something that, I'm just considering there. We'll go ahead and select that. And so we have all these things selected. We'll go ahead and go next. And here you can see it says $75, one replica. I do not need a whole lot of stuff. I'm going to keep it at the base. And we'll go ahead and hit review and create. There we go. So that resource is created. I'm going to go back over to here and check if my model's been deployed. The model is not available in the selected Azure Open AI resource. Model availability. Why not? So now we've already ran into an issue. And, okay. So we have this here. And is it maybe the region? Okay, so the region we're in West US. and it's not available in West US. So it looks like we actually have to do everything in a specific region. So it's available in Canada East. It's available in UK South. It's available in East US. So I guess this time I'll switch to East US. I did not expect that to be an issue. So what I'll have to do, it's a bit annoying, but I'm going to have to go back here, because if that's the case, I want to make sure they're in the same region. It might not matter, but I just don't want to have these issues. So I'm not going to create the Azure AI Search right away. We're going to go back over to Azure Open AI. We're going to delete this resource, as that clearly is a failure in this case. Delete. And we'll say delete. And we'll create a new one here. And so I'm dropping this down, and we'll choose Azure AI Search. And this one will be East US. So we'll say AZ Open AI East. Put some numbers here, and we'll stick standard. We'll hit next. We'll go next. We'll go next. And we will go ahead and create this. We get a moment here. Excellent. So that's going to proceed to create that. And so I think we should really wait till we can get the model deployed before we do the AI search. I believe we'll probably also have to create some storage account. Maybe that will get indirectly created for us. I'm not sure, but we'll find out here once this is done deploying. All right, so that's deployed. Let's go over to our resources here, and we'll go to model deployments and manage deployments. And of course, it's going to open it up in the AI Studio, but this time we might have an easier time. I've been checking the model catalog, just making sure I have access to these. Sometimes it changes based on where you are. We'll go over to deployments. I'm going to deploy a model, and we want the text embeddings large. Okay, so we'll go ahead and confirm that. And I think this time, so we have some options here. Standard deployment, no other option. One, no other option here. Current Azure OpenAI. Token count, that seems fine. Version 2 seems fine. Don't know much about these settings, but looks pretty straightforward. So we'll launch that, and now we're in good shape. Let's go back over to here. So it says, any tier, but choose a service that has sufficient capacity for your vector index. We recommend basic or higher. Enable semantic ranking if you want to run hybrid and semantic ranking. I definitely do. Is there any additional pricing with those? There is, but it says the first 1,000 requests are free and $1 per request. So this is now available. That's good. We're going to go back over to here. And I'm going to go over to Azure AI Search, and we're going to create this. And this time I'm going to make it in East US to match where our other one is. This is going to go into the Azure AI Search here. We'll say Azure AI Search East. See if we can deploy it in the East. It might work across regions, but I don't know. So I'm just going to keep it easy here today. So I'm looking for East. Where are you, East? East US. Change it, and we're going to go to Basic. Again, if you want to do free, you can do free. I'm going with basic here today, just in case. We'll go ahead and hit review and create. It's going to be like 11 cents per hour. It's not going to take us an hour to do this. If it does, I mean, that's the worst case cost we're going to have here. We're going to deploy that resource. I didn't see any options as we were setting that up for re-ranking search. Did I maybe miss those settings? I'm not really sure. So, oh, it's deployed. Okay. So then where is this re-ranking option? So I'm going to go to properties here. Maybe settings. Semantic ranker. Here it is. So it looks like we already have it enabled. So there's nothing we have to do to turn it on. It already is turned on. That is excellent. We'll go back over to here, Azure Search Vector Python Sample. Okay. So enable semantic ranking, already enabled. We use Python 3.11. We're using 3.10 here today, but you know, it's what was available to us. So that's totally fine. which is interesting because down here it's saying 310 or later. Well, that's fine. We're on 310. And so we need to load in those. We already did that, right? So I'm going to drag this on over here. And so that's in good shape. We might need to restart the kernel. I'm just going to do that anyway. They usually suggest that when you do those installs there. So I'm going to do that so we don't have any issues. And so let's go ahead and grab these part by part and try to figure out what's going on here. So the first thing is we have a dot file. We have Azure Identity. We have Azure Core credentials. And then we're importing the OS. Okay, that makes sense. It looks like we're loading a dot file. I don't see a dot file in here. So take environment variables from the env. Okay. So I guess it's suggesting here that we can create them, or we could just set them here. So the following variables from the env file are used in this notebook. Okay. Well, I mean, this would be nice because we haven't solved our env issue yet. And if there is a way to do that, I would love to do it this way. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all this stuff here. And the idea is it's going to load those environment variables. So I'll just make a new file here called .env. Well, that's what it's called. Rename env. Rename .env. Okay, well, that's not going to work. So we'll delete that out, and I suppose them doing this is kind of pointless. I'm just going to take that out. And so here are environment variables it's suggesting. So we need the search service endpoint and this stuff, and so we need to fill it out. So Azure Search Service Endpoint. Okay, so we're going to go over to our overview, and I'm looking for that endpoint. I'm thinking it's this URL over here, so I'll go ahead and grab that. And so we're going to paste that on in here. Okay. Now remember that if you're working in a repo that is tied to GitHub or whichever, make sure you do not commit that stuff. Okay, so here next we have our credentials for the Azure Search Admin Key. Azure Search Admin Key. So I'm going to go to keys here. I'm going to just assume it's under keys. Looks like we have API keys. We have primary admin key. Let's go grab that one. Do not share your keys with anybody. I'm sharing here with you today because it's okay, because I am an instructor and I will make sure I do not get exposed here. Okay? So we'll do that. Then we have the Azure Search Index. So the name we want to call it. I think in this script, it's going to programmatically create all these things where we could just do ClickOps to do it, but we're going to do it the full way here. We have our Azure Open API endpoint. So we're going to go over to OpenAI. And I'm going to go into here. And we want this endpoint. So we have keys and endpoints. Sometimes it's just called keys. Sometimes it's endpoint. We'll go over to here and grab that as well here. That's really interesting. Now it's making me second guess the search compute, which apparently I closed by accident. So I want to go back there and just make sure that I grabbed the correct endpoint. I'm pretty sure I did. And yeah, it doesn't say like keys and endpoint. It's just keys, right? So we just have to kind of infer where things are. Okay, I don't think we need that tab anymore. And so that's set. Now the next thing is the Azure Open AI key. So we're going to go back to wherever that is. This is Azure Open AI, yep. So I'm going to grab that key, come back over to here, and we are going to paste that in. Whoops. We're going to paste that in here. There we go. Then we have our Azure OpenAI embedding deployment. So we deployed that model and it was called this. So we're going to stick with that. Then we have the embeddings dimensions. I don't know what that means per se, but we're going to stick, I understand what embedding dimensions are, but don't fully know what we should dial that into, but we're going to choose 10, 1024. the embedding model name, which is technically true. And I think we just stuck with whatever the deployment name was. So we had the option to change it. I did not change it. I just stuck with the same thing. Then we have the Azure OpenAI version. I'm not sure if this has changed. I'm used to AWS where things do not change very often. So I am hoping that that is still new. I'm going to go to overview. Maybe we might see that information here somewhere. Don't see that. Let's go to JSON. Sometimes that information is in JSON here. So I'm just carefully looking for that information. I do not see it. So fingers crossed that we are using the correct one. This one doesn't look super old. It's just a few months ago or a month ago. So I'm pretty certain that this is in good shape. So let's run this. No problems here. Let's run this. And so all of our environment variables are set. That's a lot of environment variables, but that's okay. So the first thing we'll want to do is we want to create an embedding. So read your data, generate OpenAI embeddings, and export to a format to insert into your Azure AI Search index. So the question is, what kind of data? Because I don't necessarily have any data here. And here it says, it goes up 2 directories into here, and then it goes into sample data, which doesn't seem to be correct. So maybe it's sample data. Here it is. The sample data is data and then text sample. So this is the data that they're suggesting that we utilize. So I'm going to go to raw here. I'm going to grab this data, and I'm going to go over to here. I'm just going to make a new file. Call this data JSON. Okay, and then I just want to paste it in here. Hello, I just want to paste the data in. Okay, so that's not going to work there. I'm going to delete this. What I'll do is just use any text editor you have. I'm just doing this off screen here, okay? And I'm just doing this in VS Code, so find any text editor you have and just save that file. I'm going to save mine to my desktop here. Again, doing this off screen, data.json. And I'm going to upload that. I'm going to press this upload button from my desktop, bring in that data.json file I saved. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, there we go. So that has now been uploaded. And I'll go back here because we kind of lost our instructions. This is where we were working within. So I can go back here. And so we'll go back down to our code. We'll look at the create embedding section, which is what we're on. So we have more imports. I don't like importing than importing again, but that's totally fine. So we'll just do these kind of separately. It's not how I would do it. I would place everything at the top and just get it all the way. And actually, I'm going to do that. I don't like just importing randomly like that. So we'll do this. And then let's see what we have here. So we have the OpenAI credentials, and we're grabbing the default credentials. Here we are providing this. Okay. And I mean that .env, if we go back to this here for a second, this .env are used in this notebook. So I also kind of wonder if there were environment variables here that are just going to get automatically picked up by the default Azure credentials. So I'm not 100% certain about that, but I have a feeling that this is going to error out on us. And then over here we have our, I guess that's just defaulted, which is fine. So I'm going to run this and see if we get an error. I was expecting an error. Maybe we will have an error later on, or maybe we're fine. I don't know. So that is fine. The next thing is the client. So we'll go here. And we have this. Where's this coming from? Oh, up here, the deployment model. So these are all things defined before, so that's good. We'll hit that. That's good so far. And then we have generate the embeddings. Okay. So again, just grabbing these bit by bit. I like things to be a lot more modular like this, so this is the way I like to do it. I'm taking all of this out here, and this is going to be data JSON. If we just slowly walk through the path, then we can debug this a lot easier. It's just the way I prefer to do it. Okay, so that's looking good so far. And then what it looks like it's doing is we are extracting certain data out. So if we open up this data JSON file and look at it, we have title, content, category. So it is going here and it's iterating through all the titles and grabbing them, and iterating through the contents and grabbing them. And then it's saying create embeddings for the titles, the title responses. And then we have the data, and those are being embedded. Then we have the content response and content embeddings. Okay, so that looks good to me. What does that mean? I don't know. It just means the way it wants it to be structured, okay? So generate embeddings for the titles and contents. So then we're enumerating out over all of our items. Or no, it's our input data, which is up here, the raw data that we loaded, the JSON data. And we are now replacing we're adding to our JSON data the title vector and content vector. So we've generated vectors or embeddings for the title and content. And I guess it kind of makes sense because like if you bake embeddings or vectors, it's like if you want to correlate or find based on title or content, that's why we are creating embeddings or vectors per se. That now makes sense. Okay. So I wasn't sure exactly what was going on here, but now I understand. So hit this here. And it's working really hard here. It's using our client to do that. So it's actually going out and creating embeddings using Azure OpenAI. So it's done that. And then we'll do this. And now if we want to inspect this and just take a look at this, I have a feeling we could probably do that. So I'll just look at input data here, like say print input data. And I'm just going to go 0, see if that works. Okay. And so now notice we have a bunch of crazy numbers. I'm assuming that is our vectorized information. Yeah, it is. Okay, great. So that's what it did. All right, so we'll just delete this one here. And again, let's just carefully walk through this. Output embeddings to a doc vector JSON file. So then we're going to maybe get the results of that. Let's take a look here. So it looks like, I'm just going to put it in the current directory here. Yeah, it looks like it's just that data, the same file there, but it's going to have the attached information. So it doesn't like something here, no such file or directory. What do you mean no such file or directory? Let's just go back here. I'm just going to cheat here and just do like this. Let's see if that works. There we go. And so now it's here. If we open it up, it's probably going to look very similar, but now we have these two additional pieces of information, okay? Our vectorized information. And I'm not sure if like all these numbers correlate to all these words. That might be the case there. Well, that doesn't make sense because the title's not that long, right? So again, I'm not saying I know everything about everything, but all I know is that we vectorized that data. I don't fully understand its data structure, but that's that there. Okay, so now we have our outputted data with our vector data. And so now we need to create our index. So, wow, we have a lot of imports here. Again, I like to put our imports up with our other imports, but just because there's so many here, I'm just going to stick with it here. And I think the reason why there's so much here is that it's implying that there's a lot of ways we can search, and we might do all these types of search. So we'll go ahead and just load that there. So far, so good, no problems. We want to create a search index. So we'll need to create our client. Okay. So we have endpoint and credentials, so I'll run that there. Good. And then we're creating our fields. So if you have an index, think of an index like a table, okay? But it's a table that is ordered and sorted in a way that's optimal for searching, all right? That's the way you can think of an index. And so we're saying we want an ID, a title, a content, a category, title vector, content vector. That's matching our structure from here, right? So we're creating basically a table or an index, if you will, of that structure. Right, but indexes don't necessarily have all the data. It's more like optimal information to find stuff from possibly from your primary table. And so here you can see that we're defining what they are. These are all string, whether this is sortable, filterable, things like that. So pretty straightforward. We're going to go to our next step here. So now it says configure the vector search configuration. So here we're setting up an algorithm. So let's take a look at what this one is here, the HNSW. Is that the hybrid search? What is that? Oh, well, I'm going to assume it's the same one. So we have hierarchical, navigable, search world. So it's an algorithm that's graph-based for approximate nearest neighbor search techniques used in vector databases. Okay, so it's that crazy thing, maybe. That looks pretty cool. So that is the algorithm it's using. Maybe there are other ones that we can utilize. So just careful looking at this. We have a profile, and then we have the vectorizer. Okay. So maybe this is how it knows how to interpret the vector data. And so we used OpenAI to create the vector data. And maybe we're telling it here to say, hey, use this so that you can understand how to work with our vectorized data. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to go ahead and run this. And so that is good there. I'm going to go and grab this one next. And I'll paste this in here. And so carefully looking at the semantic configuration. And this is, I guess, if we want to do semantic search, and we definitely want to do semantic or re-ranker, because that is one of the most efficient ways to search in a vector database. And here we can see that we are providing prioritized fields. There's not a whole lot of fields, so I guess we're providing the order. And so then the rest here, we'll just grab the rest here. Put it here. Run it. And here it has one issue. First time we ran into an issue here. With fields. Saying fields is not defined. Did we miss this somewhere here? Well, we have fields up here. Did I not run this? I didn't. Okay. So I'm just going to rerun this back in order because sometimes the order might matter. And we'll give it a moment. There we go. So now it's saying it's been created. So it's making me think this was for what? Was this creating the index? This whole thing? Yeah, and so I want to go over here and just confirm so we can see what we're doing in Azure AI Search, if that's now there. So we'll go under maybe Search Management, and we'll go to Indexes, and we can see that's the name of it, Vec Test. And if we go into here, it looks like we have, yeah, the search box has changed. Cool. Not a whole lot in here, but we'll go back. Okay, nothing under data sources, nothing under indexers, but we've created our index. What I was hoping to see was the structure there. Maybe we'll go edit JSON, maybe we'll show it here. And so, yeah, so we can see our fields here. It's just not visually shown anywhere else, okay? So far that is good. But have we inserted our data yet? I don't think so. But let's continue on, okay? So, yeah, insert the text and embedding into the vector store. So add the text and metadata from JSON data to the vector store. So grab this next. And I told you I don't like to do our imports like this, but that's just how they're doing it, so we're going to stick with it. So upload some documents to the index. So we'll just copy this whole part here. And here I'm going to just take this out because it's just plain here. So we're going to get its output path. It might give us some issues here, so I'm just going to do this again just in case. This just means this is the current directory, so we're just kind of cheating there. And then it's going to read the file as a document, and it's going to do search client, and we're going to have a search client, and then we're going to upload the documents, which is just all that JSON data. It doesn't look like we're splitting it, it's just loading them, just loading the JSON. So let's give that a go. There we go. So far so good. This is not always the case. Like sometimes I'm working with, I'm just saying like, whoa, my head's really angled up here. But yeah, sometimes I'm working with Azure examples and they don't work most of the time, but this one has been pretty good. But I'm thinking the reason why is that it's just more recent. So anyway, let's continue on. So now we have uploaded our documents. Now, can we see where those are? I don't think we would see it here. If we go back into the search here, I mean, I would expect that we'd have to have a data source if we're sourcing data from there. So I'm not sure where it is in the UI. Because the way I understand it is like you have a data source so you connect to it. But that's okay. So here it says search client, upload documents, insert text and embeddings into the vector store. Okay. Well, I want to know the vector store. So give me a second. I'm going to look up where it is. So it says it has a vector store. It's not like CosmoDB or anything particular. It's just part of the service, I guess. So not 100% certain on that one. That's totally fine. Not worried about it. But, just sometimes I like to visually see things. So if you're indexing a very large number of documents, we're not. You can use the search index buffering center, which is an optimized way to automatically index the docs as it will handle it for your batching. So something that we could have done instead. We are not doing that because I don't feel like we need to do that. And we've already uploaded them, so we're just going to ignore that. So it says perform a vector similarity search. So the idea is that our data is in here. How it's in here, I do not know. I really thought that we'd have to connect a data source, but I guess it's just there. Let's go back here. Click into it. Oh, you know what? I didn't notice this before. There's our fields. There we go. Okay, I was going to the JSON there. Probably like, Andrew, what is wrong with you? I'm sorry, the UI is just hard to look at. So we have that. Cores, I guess if this is external. Our configuration, which we created. And our vector profile. We can't see our data here just yet, but we're just going to continue on here. So let's go back over to here. And so here we can perform a vectorized query. Okay, so let's give it a go. So grab this next. I'm just going to grab this whole section because this has been pretty reliable so far. And I realize my font's a little bit small. I'm going to just jump this up here. I apologize for that entire time having small font. So here we have a pure vector search. So we're providing it text. And then from that query, we're creating an embedding. So I'm assuming that's using the OpenAI way of embedding that data. Okay. And then we provide that embedding. We tell the nearest neighbors, so how many friends or neighbors do we want to look out to? And then we're looking across the content vector. So the vectors are going to match against the vectors, and it's going to return the vector query, which will then allow us to utilize that in our actual search. And then we're going to select this information that we want and print them out. So go ahead and do that. And so there we are getting our results back. So that is very cool. Okay. I still would like to know how we would do it here. Oh, we just write whatever we want. Okay, so this, I was thinking there was like something really complex there, but it seems like we could just, do this as well. We might get similar results. Let's just try this. Search. So we have Azure DevOps Developer Tools. I mean, it's returning everything. Maybe there's like more ways we could filter information here. I don't know. But here you can see way more information. So I guess that's just like a really easy way to find information. Okay. But if we go back to here, it looked like there could have been an easier way to search. No, it doesn't really look like it. That's fine. All right, so let's go back here and just continue on. So clearly we did a vector search, which wasn't too bad. So now we have hold on, this is perform a vector similarity search. So return things that are similar to other things, right? And let's just take a look and see how similar it is. Tools for software development, so Azure DevOps, Azure DevOps Labs test. Very clear that is there, and it's giving us a score, how close it is. This one more than the other ones. Perform a vector similarity search using a vectorizable text query. So this example shows a pure vector search using the vectorizable text query. All you need to do is pass in the text and your vectorizer will handle the rest. Okay, So let's grab this, and then we'll look at the code, and we'll try to see if we can make sense of it, okay? So go here next. So this looks very similar. The only difference is this one says vectorizable text search, and this one says vectorizable query search. And here we have to create the embedding and then do the vector query. But here, it looks like we are saving a step. So, that's the only difference that it looks like it's doing. We're getting the exact same results. So yeah. Vectorizable text query. So yeah, I think it's just skipping a step, and so we don't have to use that. Now, we told it earlier that we wanted to use OpenAI's method of vectorizing. So maybe that's what it's doing. Like when we preloaded it earlier, then this one is using that one that we loaded earlier on, okay? So this example shows a pure vector search demonstrating the OpenAI's text embeddings at 002 multilingual capabilities. So let's take a look here. But the question is, we're not using Ada, we're using the other one. And so this is suggesting that if we use a different language, that it's still going to figure it out. So this might not work because we do not have that library embedded. But I'm going to find out and see what happens, okay? And it still works. But I just don't have confidence if it's using the actual one that we're using. But it's interesting that it can go across languages there. So this is working, supposedly. But could have been just tools was enough for it to know. If we look at these scores, 058, 057, 054. I mean, we're getting the same score, so it must be good. But this here confuses me. So I'm not sure what's going on there. So now we have perform an exhaustive KNN, exact nearest neighbor search. So we'll give that a go. Let's paste that in here. We'll run that. So it's using the vectorizable text search. And, well, what's different? Let's go back here. We see exhaustive equals true. That's the only difference that I see here, is that it's saying exhaustive is true. Oh, well, I guess there it is. How you can exhaustively search your vector index regardless of what index you have. Okay. I see. All right. Then we have perform a cross-field vector search. So this example shows a cross-field vector search that allows you to query multiple vector fields at the same time. Note, ensure that the same embedding model was used for the vector fields you decide to query. Okay, so let's grab this one. They're looking a whole lot similar to me, but clearly there are differences here. I'm not that well versed in these type of query things. I am creating lecture slides after these labs. So if I do figure that out, I'll put them in there, and we'll come to this video and we'll already know what it is. At least you will. Me right now, I do not know. So we look at this one here, and we're going to run it, and it works. Let's go back here. Cross-field vector search. So it says cross-field. Allows you to query multiple vector fields at the same time. Ah, okay. So here we're doing multiple fields is what it's telling us. Okay. And our results are a little bit different, way different. But I guess because now it's going across content, it has more to pull from. Or if it was title. So now we have a multi-vector search. So shows a cross-field vector search that allows you to query multiple vector fields at the same time by passing in multiple query vectors. Okay. So now we are vectorizing twice, but one for the title, one for the content. Okay. Let's do that. Let's try this. We'll run that. And, I mean, we're getting different results, but it's treating it as one. I'm not sure how it decides between the two, but it does that, apparently. Perform a weighted multi-vector search, so give one more weight than the other. Makes sense. So we'll run this. Looks good. Perform a pure vector search with a filter. So this example shows how to apply filters in your index, whether you want to do pre-filtering. So let's take a look here. Where is the filter? So we have vector filter mode, okay, and then we're just saying pre-filter. All right, but what does that do? That's what I want to know. So it goes here and it says, determines whether or not filters are applied before or after the vector search. Okay. But what is it filtering? Oh, right here. So here's the filter. It says catalog equals developer tools. All right, so there's some query language or some filter language that we can utilize here. And so we'll grab this and we'll run this. We'll take a look. And here it's saying category equals developer tool. So it's filtering for that. Is that what we had in our data? And we did. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, that's cool. We'll go down here below and we'll look at our next step here. So now we're getting into more interesting things like hybrid search. Before re-ranking search, hybrid search was the one that was really good. So here we will copy this and we'll take a look and see what's happening. So we have the same thing. We're vectorizing this information. We have a query vector. But what makes this a hybrid search? I'll hit run here. Okay. But what makes it hybrid? Because it looks very similar to the other ones. Is it because there's spaces in between here? So I'm not sure. Because that's the only thing that's changing is this, and this looks just like the other ones. But apparently we can weight it. We have a pretty good idea how weighting works, so we're not going to run that one. Semantic hybrid search. Now we're getting into something interesting. So this is the one that's supposed to be really, really good. So let's go copy this. But yeah, I think when I go create the lecture content, I will go figure out what they mean by hybrid search here because I'm not 100% certain. Also, all the other ones previously were hybrid search. So here we're saying, what is Azure Search? Maybe that's a spelling mistake and that's intentional. So it's exhaustive equals true. And down below here, we have query type as semantic. And it's using the semantic configuration, which is what we have ours called here. And then we have our semantic answers. Let's go ahead and run that. Semantic answer. Okay. And we have our score down here below. And then the resources here. Okay. Well, that's something. And that's it. Okay, so I'm not saying I understand what all of these searches do, but I will circle back, put in the lecture content, and then I'll sound dumb here, but I'll sound smart in the other area. There's clearly a lot of other things that we can do. Chunking might be something we might be interested in doing. Working with an external data source is something we probably want to do. Let's just take a peek here into this one. I'm not sure if we want to do this. So this one says, demonstrate how to use Azure AI Search advanced query rewriting to improve the relevance of your search. So we'll take a look here and just see what we have. So I'm just trying to see what is different. We have chunking going on here. Okay. So I'm not sure. I might come back here and do another one. Yeah, I think we're going to do another one of these. I'll do it in a separate video here. I just want to take a look at the chunking example here. I'm just going to pause here and make a decision, okay? All right, so this one's kind of interesting because I was looking at the advanced one again, and they're making a query, and then they're feeding into a large language model saying, hey, can you make this query more efficient? And then it's doing that query. I think chunking is something that I think that we probably we could do. But really all it's doing is it's just taking a like a larger file, like a PDF, and you're just breaking it up into parts. So I don't know. I feel like this is good enough. It'd be nice if we used Azure AI Search with a data store. I think that's something that we'll end up doing when we use Azure AI Studio or OpenAI Studio. So I think we're actually done here. And we got some practical experience here with it, so this is fine. I'm going to go up to the top here. I'm going to just clear these out. Nothing super exciting with this one, as clearly we really stuck to the sample for once. I'm going to go here and just clear out these values here so that you know, whoops, that you know that you can't use the same one here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just restart the kernel. And I'm going to go ahead and download these files. And so I'm going to go over to our Azure repo. That's github.com, Azure examples. We'll press period here. I'm going to drag them over. And so if you just want to run these and not fiddle around with things, you can absolutely do that. Of course, you don't know that until the end of the video, but that's always the case here. We'll say Azure AI Search. But yeah, I mean, again, it'd be nice if we had a few other things here to do with the AI search, because we obviously going to have data sources. And there's also skill sets. So that's another thing that we could have took a look at. So this is skills that you can add here. But anyway, we do talk about that in the lecture content. I already have slides for that. But yeah, we'll just upload this in place, and then we'll just clean up here and be in good shape. So here I have my Azure AI Search. I'm going to go to my downloads off screen here and drag them on over. These three files. Over here, Azure AI Search. And we will commit and push that. And now that is done. I'm going to go over to our portal here, and I'm going to go into our resource group here. This is our resource group, and these are our two resources, the search and OpenAI, and we'll go ahead and delete these resources. Okay, and then, yeah, we'll delete that, and then I'm just going to go ahead and shut this down. There we go. And I will see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at how we can use Azure AI Search with our chat LLM, which is going to give us basically RAG. So let's go over here to our chat playground. And the idea is that we have the ability to add data. And so by adding data, we're going to be able to provide this chatbot with context. Now, if we're using GPT-3.5 Turbo, it doesn't have the latest data. So if we go ahead here and just say, what is the latest data set that GPT-3.5 Turbo is trained on? I don't know if they like update this model or if it just has the data that it has. Let's find out. I don't have real time. Sure, okay. So let's go ahead and say GPT-3.5 Turbo, latest data set. And it says here June 13, 2024. So it seems like, oh, it says will be shut down. Created will continue updates through 2023. The architecture alterations performed in 2023 will be shut down. So what does that mean? Is it getting rid of Turbo? So here we have much more truthful also needed for GPT-4, also detailing the course declines and API programmability. So we offer static models. The promise is broken. What are we hearing here? So, okay. So I think it's suggesting to say like it has training data from 2021, but they're not doing anything as of new with it. But we could go ahead and just try to ask it something that is recent. So I'm just trying to think of something that is recent in the Azure space. What products has Azure launched in 2023? Let's see if it knows that. Okay, what products has Azure launched in 2022? Oh, I did 2023 again. Let's go here. 2022. 2021. Okay, so this makes me think that it was trained on data from 2021. So if we pull anything that is newer, let's go over to the Microsoft blog. And we'll go over to here and see if we can find something that is new. Let's go over to the AI blog. And so I'm looking for technical announcements. This is not really the best place to look, I suppose. I'll go back over to here. Usually they have like a developer forum. So maybe we'll say like updated pricing for Azure Azure fine-tuning AI Studio. Because that is something that I know that has changed here. So yeah, this article here, I'm going to zoom out here a bit. This one talks about the new pricing changes for this. And so we'll go here, and so we say, we're updating our billing, fine-tuning for Azure Open AI Search service. This is going to take effect probably for Azure AI Service as well. So say, we go here and say, what is the current cost to fine-tune a model on Azure AI Open Search? And this is a feature that didn't even exist back then, so it's probably not going to be able to do anything. As last of my knowledge, the cost to fine-tune a model can vary based on several factors and the amount competing resources. For more accurate information, okay, do you have any information? Are you just making this up? Let's see if they know. General knowledge available up to the last day. So I think that it's saying that it doesn't know. Okay, it doesn't know. And so the idea here is I'm going to go clear the chat. So we're basically starting over. And let's see if we can add a data source. And hopefully we can use Azure AI Search as we do it. We have created Azure AI Search separately. But let's see if we can go through this completely. So we'll need a data source. And we can do blob storage. But I want to, this says connect to an existing resource or create a new index. So I'm going to create a new index. Notice it says the word index. And so I'm assuming that's going to use Azure AI Search. And we are going to go with blob storage. Well, it'd also be useful to connect with data in Azure AI Studio. So there's a lot of options we have here. Let's go over here and take a look what we have over for data. Yeah, and so this one, so if we have Azure AI Search, then we'd have to create a new connection here. And then this one would go to a storage account as well. Okay, so there's a lot of ways we can connect data, but again, I want to focus on trying to do Azure AI Search because I think that is the most interesting. And I don't have one right now. Yeah. So, if we go ahead and we try to use blob storage, yeah, it says add Azure AI Search resource and OpenAI connection will be required to index your data. Create a new Azure AI Search resource. So it's already suggesting that we would have to do that. Let me go down here again. Yeah, so I guess we're going to have to create it anyway. When I did this before, I was able to create Azure AI Search through the UI, but I can't seem to remember how. So we'll just manually go create one. So we'll go over to portal.azure.com. And we'll go over to AI Search. Before we create this, I think we need blob storage, but we'll try anyway. I'm going to call this AI RAG for because basically that's what we're doing here. We'll just say AI RAG or like AI search rag. And I believe that this one here, I don't think it matters, but I think that this one, this project here, yeah, it's West US. Okay, so let's go ahead and do West US. And I'm going to change this down to the free tier, as we don't need to make things super expensive here. Let's go ahead, hit next. This is fine. We'll go ahead, review, create. Give it a moment here, and we'll go and create our Azure AI Search resource. Our deployment's complete. Let's go to that resource. So from in here, let's drop down search management. The first thing we need is an index. I mean, we want to have a data source, so connect your data start here to import your data. We'll go ahead and add an index. And I'm not exactly sure what we want for fields here, so I'm going to go back for a moment. Before we create an index, I'm going to add a data source and see if we can do that. So hopefully it'll create one for us. It won't, but what we'll do is make a new tab here, and I'm going to go over to Azure Blob Storage, or just Azure storage accounts here. And we'll create a new one here. And this one's going to be in a rag. We'll call this AI rag, West US. I'm going to ignore these options here. I just want to go with standard. They just started doing this where they have say AI rag and some numbers here on the end. They just started giving these options here. I just kind of ignore them as they're just suggestions. We'll go with low locally redundant storage because I don't need more than that. There are a bunch of options here which are interesting. I don't know if we have to enable them to connect for Azure AI Search, but we'll go ahead and try this. I'll give it a moment. And while that's creating, let's go prep this article. So this article has information in it. And I just want this contents here. So I'm going to copy this. And I already have open here the Azure examples repo. If you want to open this, just press a period. You should be working in your own repo. But I'm going to make a new folder here. I'm going to call this rag. And I'm going to make a new file here. And this one is going to be fine-tune pricing dot markdown. We'll make it a markdown file. I'm going to paste this in here. And so we have text. I mean, I don't even know if we need anything else besides this, but just making sure that this is formatted in a way that makes sense. So we have new price, previous price. So I'm just wondering if it will understand this format, because I'm looking at it, I can't really make sense of it. So let's go back over to here. And so previous price was this, and then new price was that, was the tokens, new price. So previous price was an hourly cost. So here we're going to go and we'll just say previous price, new price, previous price, new price. Now there are other ways that we could prep this document, but I'm just trying to keep it simple here today. New price, new price. And yeah, so, you know, maybe we'll just do a bit of formatting here. Basically making a markdown file. It's not going to make it a markdown file, but now I've decided I'm going to. Because maybe this structure will help it out. Oops. Oh, we're going to do 3 here. Models. Azure Open AI Search fine-tuning, or this is Azure Open AI Service fine-tuning price change. Okay, so we go here. More information. Reasons for change. Okay, and so now we kind of have a structured file that we can bring in. So I want to go back over to here, and we'll go to our resource. I'm assuming this is going to use blob storage. We're going to go over to our containers. Remember, there's some new icons over here, which is interesting. And I'm going to go ahead and just call this data. And we'll create that. Assuming that we're supposed to create it ahead of time like this, I'm not really sure. And so I just want to upload this. I'm going to have to download this file. So go ahead and download this. If you're looking for this file, look for the Azure Examples repo, and it should, for the most part, be in place of where you want it to be. And give me a moment, I gotta find the file. There, I found it. And so I'm gonna go here and just drag the file and upload it. And so hopefully that will, yeah, it's blob block, so it's clearly a blob file. So hopefully we can then now add that here. We're gonna have to go back because I just created that data source. So we'll go ahead and hit add data source. Azure Blob Storage, we'll just say data. And I'm going to choose an existing connection. And here we have our AI RAG. And we're choosing data. We'll say select. And so now we have an established connection there. Manage identity authentication. If you enabled identity on your search, you have the option to authenticate. I mean, I haven't, so we should just be able to leave that alone. That's the container. It's everything in the folder. That's it. Let's go ahead and save that. All right. So now we have done that. We're going to go back over to here. And I imagine, well, we haven't done skill sets yet, but I imagine we'll have to do an index. Just give me a moment. All right. So let's go ahead and create an index. We will add an index. And so this will just be data, I suppose. And we need content here that we're going to search across. So we have an ID, and I'm just going to call it content. I'm not really creative with these names here, so I'm just going to go ahead here and call it content. We have different fields here. I mean, basically it's a string. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, it's just a string. And so that's going to just contain our content, I would think. Okay, we'll click into that. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, how would that index our data? Like, if I type in here and just say Azure, if the query contains a search can target, okay, just give me a moment. All right, so I didn't get a clear answer, but while researching, I did find something interesting that I did not notice, but there's this import data option. I'm not saying we're going to use it right now, but apparently it will do a lot of the work for us. So here, we have an existing data source. Actually, it shows up. Maybe we can use it because we do have the data here, and maybe it can create that index for us. So I'm going to go back here, and because I'm not sure, like, we have index and indexer, so maybe what we should have done is created an indexer to then index our data and then put it in the data store. Yeah, that's what it is. So I think import data would just do the exact same thing, but we'll go ahead and do this. Index data source. There's a skill set. So a skill set, I believe, is basically like transformers for data. So if we go over to here for a moment and take a look at our skill set, let's just see what we have here. Yeah, so we have skills all over the place. And yeah, I think that's what it is. Give me just a moment here. Yep, so that's exactly what it is. The skill set is just a way for us to add additional processes before things get imported. Right now, I don't really have a use case for this, so that's not that interesting for me. But imagine that we had in our data store a bunch of PDFs. Then we could OCR that, and that would kind of be actually interesting. So maybe we'll try that after we get something working if we have time here. But right now, I'm just going to keep it nice and simple. So let's go back to our indexer here. And we have a schedule, so I guess I just want to run this once. Oh, once. Okay, that's the first option here. That's perfect. We have batch size. We have all these numbers here, whether we want to exclude information, data to extract. I mean, I just want the content, but we'll get content and metadata. That's fine. We have parsing mode, which is fine. This is just markdown, so set to text improve indexing performance on plain text files. I mean, that's what it is. It's a plain text file in a sense. It is a markdown file, but that's basically the same thing. We have image action, so ignore embedded images or files. So that's kind of interesting. And we'll go ahead and save this. Okay, so we have saved our indexer. I want to go ahead and run this. We'll say yes. The only thing I'm wondering is, like, how would it know to map to the content field? Because here, we never told it how to map. So that's something that's kind of interesting. If this doesn't work, we'll just do the import data. That's totally fine as well. But yeah, I'm not sure how it would know what fields to map to. Did it run? I mean, it started. Cool. So let's go back over to here. Oh, it's successful. Excellent. Let's click into it. Did we get any results? Execution history. It says it's successful. Nothing of interest here that's telling us how it's working. But let's go over to our home, back into here, into our indexes. It says document count is 0. So it says there's no data here. And so, yeah, I'm not really confident on this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this index. Okay. I can go back and delete this indexer, because clearly there's a little bit more going on here that I'm not aware of. Delete this indexer. Yep. And let's try the import data and see if it actually will set up everything for us. So we'll go say import data. And we'll hold on. There's also import and vectorize data. That sounds even better. Let's do this. So we have Azure Blob Storage. Yep. And I'm going to choose AI RAG. And I'm going to choose data. And it's everything in there. I don't think we need to authenticate, so we'll go next. Vectorize your data, Azure Open AI. So yeah, we need something that's going to do the vectorization. We did this in a notebook before where we vectorize the data. So OpenAI is totally fine. Seems like that's what we would utilize. Here we have Azure Open AI Search. Yeah, so we actually want to do East because that's where this is. Oh, no. We're over here, actually. No deployments available when with an embedding model. Okay, so, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter what we use to do it because it's just going to get the data in there, and then after that, it doesn't really matter. But if we go over to here, no deployment model available. So something has to actually do the embedding, and this one's in OpenAI Studio 2134. Is that what it is? 2113. So I have to figure out what, I keep putting random numbers, so it doesn't help me much, but I'm going to go back to the hub. And so the one that we're looking at here, that's in West US, is an Azure Studio Hub, but it's 1234. But the question is, which OpenAI is it using? So we go into here, and it will have connected resources, connections. And here we have 12349. Huh. Okay. So maybe these are just isolate ones that are deployed and they have nothing to do with Azure AI Studio. So let's go over to OpenAI. And here, yeah, now we have two. We have West and East. So we've been doing everything in West. I'm going to use this one, which is the 2113. We have 2113. It's saying it has no active deployments. So we're going to go over to a model deployment. And I'm going to manage deployments. It's going to open us up in Azure OpenAI Studio because you can't do deployments the old way anymore, which is fine. And so it's saying, I want something deployed here so that we can vectorize that data. I'm going to assume that we can use GPT-4. I also kind of wonder if we could use GPT-4 Mini, but I think it takes time for that to come back, so we don't want to use that. So I'm going to use, I'm trying to decide here because we could probably use GPT-3.5 Turbo, but I'm going to go ahead and use GPT-4o. We'll go ahead and deploy this. And we'll see if this will do what we want, okay? We'll give it a moment here to load. And yeah, I'll go with global standard. I think we found out that was probably the best one that we could possibly deploy. And we'll wait for that deployment to become available. Seems like it's like instantaneous, so that's really good. I'm going to drop this down again, give this a refresh. Oh, with the available embedding model. So maybe this deployment's actually useless now that I think about it because it has to be an embedding model, right? So maybe they'll indicate, yeah, with embedding. So we have text embedding 3 large, text embedding small. Now some regions don't have access to these, so hopefully these ones will deploy. I'm not sure what the difference between small and so small are the latest models offer better, whatever. Let's go with small because we have a small amount of data. Hopefully that just works. That'd be really nice. This model is not available for Azure OpenAI resource. Cancel. Let's go back. Of course, they would make it difficult. Let's try this. Deploy. Yeah, so it's really weird that they do that and they don't make it really easy for us. Is there anything else I can do embeddings? Not that I know of. There's also Ada. Let's try Ada. But cannot be fine-tuned. Okay, maybe we'll avoid this one. And if that's the case, let's just switch over to our other studio, which is in Sweden. And we know that the Sweden one for sure will, we got a lot here. I think it's this one, 1, 2, no, that's not it. Oh, East. Okay, yeah, these are ones that are just individually deployed. They're not necessarily part of the studio. But I think that this one will have embedding. So let's try the small embedding here. See if that works. So it's really interesting where some things you're forced to use OpenAI, and the other ones you'll want to use AI Studio. We'll give this a moment to think. It looks like it's going to do it, but it's having a hard time here today. All right, so we have standard. So I guess that's what we're going with here today, and so we'll deploy that. And it looks like it's instantaneous. It's deployment, which is nice. Not something I'm used to with Azure, but we'll go here and choose the small. Again, I don't know a huge difference between the large and small model, but I'm assuming that small is good enough for our use case. If it's not, we're going to find out. Will incur additional costs to my account. Yes, of course. Everything costs money. If you're afraid of using it, you can just watch along, but it's up to you. There are no images in here, so we don't have to worry about that. Enrich your day with AI skills. So that's something that we could do during the vectorization. It's interesting that they show it at this step, but I'm not interested in doing that right now. So go ahead and hit next. Oh yeah, we're doing this in the reg. So I for some reason I thought we were in the other interface. I'm going to set this to once, and this is going to generate an index, an indexer, a data source, and a skill set. So all those things we could have configured. For whatever reason, I didn't know how to do the indexer. We'll go ahead and create it. But now I'm starting to think about this is very similar to AWS Glue. So the similar components. And I mean, it looks like it's done. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're just waiting for it to create. So I'm going to, oh, okay. So let's go ahead and hit start searching. That was easier than I thought. Let's type in OpenAI. OpenAI here. And we're getting back vector data. So there's only one document. This would probably be more interesting if we had multiple documents here. But again, I'm just concerned that I do not know how to do the import. And that's where we could run into issues. Let's take a look and see what it did. So in the indexes, if we go to fields, we have text vector. So that's the text vector data. We have chunks. So I believe that it chunks and then both stores the text vector data. We have a title, which I don't remember coding. We have the metadata, maybe the title of the document, so that if we need to find the document, we can look it up. Let's go over to the indexers and see what they did for this. So we go over to settings. I wonder if it's pre-filled. Yes, that looks fine. But how did it know how to map the fields? So here we have mapping fields. So yeah, I don't really know. Maybe it's based on convention. Like if you have vectorized data, it will place in the correct location. But I'm not sure how it knows to do that. But at least it works, okay? So now that we have our data, the idea is that we can go over and finish connecting our resources in Azure AI Studio Hub. So let's go back over to wherever we were. I think it was, let's go back over to our hub. This one is where? West US. So we're back in West US. We're going to go back to chat. And now let's see if we can connect Azure AI Search. So we're going to add our data. So we'll create or select a project. Oh, we're not in a project right now. Let's make sure we're in a project first. There we go. And then we'll go over to chat. And from here, we'll add our data. And we'll add a data source. And we'll say Azure AI Search. We're going to go ahead and hit next. We'll connect to Azure AI Search. and we have different ways of connecting. I remember having a lot of difficulty connecting. So if we can use the API key, I'm totally fine with that. So here it says add a connection. Your hub will be granted access to this resource. Anyone with this will be whatever. So let's go ahead and add a connection. And we'll choose this index here. And of course, we would need a means to doing this. So this is Azure OpenAI embedding model will be deployed if not already adding the vector data. So here, I'm not sure if we should do this, because if we have embedded with a very specific model, I would think that we would want to use the same one. And so I'm kind of concerned about that. And so because of that, I'm not going to proceed forward here. I think that's a mistake. And let's go back over to our hub and launch a hub that's in East US. Unless we already have one. And we don't have one. So I'm going to create a new hub. And I'm going to just put this, we'll make a new resource, or we'll put it in our RAG one because everything's being done here. And so we'll want a new Azure OpenAI Search service. And here it can connect to our Azure AI Search. And actually, let's do that because we need to do it anyway. And that might save us some trouble. This will go ahead and hit next and create. Anytime that Azure is going to do the work for us, let it do it, because it can be very difficult to connect these things. And so we'll just wait for this to set up, okay? All right, so that was created for us. And I mean, if it's connected that way, that's definitely easier for us. Let's go over to connections and see, yep, we can see the connection is established and use the API key type. So that's exactly what we would have done. It says cognitive search because that's what Azure AI Search used to be called. Let's go over to projects. We don't have one yet, so we'll just make a new project. I don't care what it's called. And we'll just give it a moment here to create. And we now have our project. So on the left-hand side, I'm going to go to chat. And, oh, we need a deployment. So let's go ahead and create a deployment. I'm going to work again with, we'll go to the model catalog. And I want to deploy GPT-3.5 Turbo. Again, intentionally, because we know that it's out of date. And here we will establish a connection. I assume that's the only one we can connect here. And we'll stick with standard. We'll go ahead and deploy that. That is now deployed. We'll go over to chat. And it doesn't seem to be aware of the deployment. Let's give this a refresh here. Sometimes Azure needs to propagate, so be very patient. There we go. We'll go ahead and add our data. So we already have a connection. So I'm just wondering how we can do that. So we'll say add a data source. We'll say Azure AI Search. We'll hit next. And I mean, we already have an established connection, so I'm not sure why we have to click through this to find out. So what I'm going to do, I want to see if it's already connected. I'm just going to say, let's go take a look at our document. And so we'll say, what is the price change for Babbage for fine tuning? Let's see if it can pull out there. It's an OpenAI model. Can you connect via Azure AI Search? And check. Okay, so that didn't help it. Maybe we just go a question and say like here it's how if it had like a date in here? I just realized there's no date in here. But we say, what are the pricing changes to Azure OpenAI service for fine tuning? And so I'm trying to get it. So it doesn't seem to know. Okay. So we do have a connection, and I would have thought that we could just add that connection, not have to go through this whole process, but let's go ahead and do this anyway. So we'll say Azure AI Search, and we'll go next, and we will choose Azure AI Search. We'll choose this vector here. I'm not sure why it's saying that, so that's kind of annoying. But now we can select an embedding model that makes sense. And here it's still trying to choose text embedding ADA-002. Okay, so maybe here we need to deploy, because it will pick one by default, but I'm going to go ahead here and just choose that embedding model, the small, okay? And let's go ahead and deploy that. That's another thing, is like, how would that chatbot use that data source if there's no embedding model deployed? It probably wouldn't be able to. All right, so we'll give this a moment here. All right, so we'll go ahead and deploy this model. I'm kind of wondering why that index is not working, and we are in East US, so I wonder if we'll have to create another Azure AI Search connection, but in the correct region. I try to keep everything in the same region, but not everything works as expected. So go ahead and we'll try this again. So let's say Azure AI Search. It is very finicky to get this stuff working. And no issues with the index this time around, but maybe the reason why is because we actually have an index. So now we're going to get the index settings here next. And so let's go back here. Azure OpenAI embedding model text embedding ADA-002 will be deployed if not already adding to your account. And so I just keep thinking, like, is that going to work for us? Because we did not use that as our embedding models, because these embedding models should work differently, right? And that's a little bit frustrating because I wish I had known that up front earlier, but I guess we'll find out. It'll either work or it won't work, right? So here we have some configuration options, how we can search. So semantic search seems pretty good. There's also vector keyword search. So there's just different ways that we can go about searching. And I'm not saying I'm familiar with all these methods. I think that we saw these when we were running the notebook and using Azure AI Search programmatically. And semantic search would probably give us the most likely best results, but we're going to stick with vector keyword as it's suggested. And let's see if we can find out what are the pricing changes for Azure Open AI Search. Azure OpenAI Services for fine-tuning. Okay, and let's see if it can do this. Like, would it be smart enough to know to reach out there? Oh, look at that. Okay, and so it's giving us a reference. Okay, so it has citation. It's showing us the changes here. Can you show me, can you make me a table of old and new price changes for the, let's see if it can do that. I'm not sure if it can do tables here. Oh, it did. Okay, great. And there you go. So there it's referencing it. And so that works. That is really cool. One other thing that I think that would be really cool to try, if we can make it work, is to use a skill set to OCR a PDF document. That is a huge challenge for a lot of RAG systems, is you have to have some way to unstructure or reformat your data. And PDFs is definitely one that can be a challenge. Now, if you use powered AI assistants like ChatGPT, you'll take for granted how easy it is to drag those over. But we'll see what's going on there. Anyway, so yep. Okay, so let's see how we can do this. I'm going to go back over to our AI search here, and what I want to do is I want to, because I guess we'd want to have another. Yeah, let's go back over. I know I'm talking over the place, but let's go over to our data storage, our storage account for our RAG. And I'm going to make another container, and this one's going to be called PDFs. Okay, so PDFs. And the idea is that I want to have some kind of PDF information. It'd be nice if that PDF information was a image or graphic, a graphic PDF where it's very hard to do that. So I think what I'd have to do, I mean, I could scan an image in. I'm just trying to think how I could do that. So maybe what I'll do is I'll find an article here in our Azure AI Services blog. And what I can do is print it out and then take a photo of it and then turn it into a PDF, upload it to the Azure Examples repo so you can use it as well. And then we'll try to utilize that. So let me go do that. I'm just going to go pick out a couple articles here. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, so I've created a PDF and I've purposely made it really bad. I'm trying to be very careful because Adobe or Acrobat really likes to OCR things, and I want these to be images, right? I want these to be a little bit awful. I want these to be images because I want our skill set to do the OCRing and not Adobe Acrobat. But let's go ahead and see if we can get that to work as expected. So I'm going to go over to our storage account into our PDFs. And we only have one PDF here, which is fine. So I can just go ahead and upload that here. Okay, so I believe it's on my desktop. So I just need to go and grab it from here. Just give me a moment to find it. I think I called it GPT-4, and we'll drag that on over there. And we'll go ahead and upload that document, right? So that is now uploading. So we have GPT-4o PDF. That looks great. Okay. All right, so that is now uploaded here. And the next step is to import that data. So we're going to go over to our Azure AI Search. And we'll go back to Overview because this tool up here, Import and Vectorize, was super useful. And surprisingly, using a different embedding model still gave us results. But I would imagine that when you are converting vector data, you should probably use the same embedding model because I can't imagine they work all the same way. We'll go over here to Azure Blob Storage. We're going to now choose, we'll choose this one. And in this case, it will be the PDFs directory. We're going to go hit Next. And we are going to, I guess it's the other one that has the, small, embedding 3 small. Of course, it costs money. We know this. We'll hit Next. We are not vectorized any images. We're going to go Next. And, oh, where's our skill set? Oh, enrich your data with AI skills. So extract text from images. That's exactly what we're doing here today. And select a multi-service account. No accounts found in the same region as a search service. What? What does that mean? Select a multi-search service account. I've never seen that as an option. Give me just a moment, okay? Oh, maybe it's just AI services. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and do that. I mean, I thought we already had that, but that's totally fine. I think it's like Azure AI Services where it has the unified API, but yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, that's fine. So we'll put that in reg. Yeah, Release US, we'll just say Azure AI Services for reg. I'm going to type it correctly. I do not care here. We're going to go ahead and do review create. Yeah, sure, we'll do this and review create. And I guess the reason why is that it needs some way of accessing OCR, and I guess there isn't already one there. It's just the wording's kind of weird here. They should have just called it AI Services API, and that would have made a whole lot more sense. So just give that a moment to deploy. That was quick. Let's go back over to here. We're going to give this a refresh, and oh dear, what region is this in? Is this in West US? This is in West US. So my mistake, just because I'm confused because we have something East US and we're doing something cross region, but I'm going to go ahead and create a new service. As best you can, try to keep things in the same region so there's not additional weird costs. So we'll try this again. AI reg, East US, AI search, reg, East. Not even trying to type it correctly, just getting it in there. We'll go ahead, we'll hit next. Everything seems fine. Review, create. And this time we'll have one in the correct region. Okay, so that is now deployed. We'll go over to here and we'll refresh. And did I make another one in East US? Yes, I did. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting. It's because I'm hungry. I haven't had lunch yet here. Okay, this time, I'm going to make it in the right region. It's not like it hurts anything making all these. It's not costing me anything yet, but we'll go ahead and say West US. Okay, pricing tier. Azure AI Search, West US. Feel sorry for the people who are watching me making the same thing. Again, wrong. Okay, so we'll create this one. Shouldn't take too long. So give it a moment. And Yep, we'll wait here a moment. So that resource group is now ready. We're going to go over here and give it a refresh. There we go. We're acknowledging, yes. And so it's going to use the underlying OCR service. How well it's going to perform on my documents, I'm not sure, but I expect it to work. So here are all of our options. We'll go ahead and create this. There we go. And it's going to create the skill set. So, not the most interesting way to see how skill sets work, but I mean, we are technically using a skill set. But I would imagine that if we were setting this up manually, then we could choose from a bunch of other ones. So start searching. So let's go ahead and try this out and make sure it works. So what was in that document? I already forgot. This one has about GPT-4 fine-tuning. So I'm just reading here. Oops, wrong thing. We are excited to announce fine-tuning capabilities for public preview. Fine-tuning allows... How much does GPT-4 mini fine-tuning cost? Let's try this. And that's new. That's like literally a few days ago. How much does GPT-4o mini fine-tuning cost? I mean, that's a lot of words in here, but we'll try it anyway. I mean, it's returning back data. Maybe just a single keyword might help here. So let's just say fine-tuning. I'm just matching it based on the document here. I mean, it's retrieving the document. So I think the way it's giving us vector data because the data is vectorized, right? So the way we're going to find out this works really well is by testing it over here. Now we have this connected here, but does that mean it's connected to the PDFs or data? So I'm going to try to ask the question over here and see what happens. If it can cite from that other document, the one that we had OCR'd. And so we'll expand this. So this is coming from the wrong one. And so I think what we need to do, let's go to advanced settings here. And I mean, like, I don't know if we can add multiple data sources. So maybe what's important is that everything is in the same index for this to work because we only have a single index here. I'm not sure if that's a limitation here, but let's go ahead and remove this. And I'm going to add a new data source. Next. Here. Great naming. 5554. Okay, so we go here, 5554. So this is the PDF one. And I just ignored that error because it just obviously worked before. And we'll go next. Create. And we'll say create. And so we'll leave it on the vector keyword search. It seems fine on that. Let's go ahead and paste in that question from earlier. How much does GPT-4 mini fine-tuning cost? Fine-tuning cost probably would help if I spelt it correctly here, fine-tuning cost. And let's see if it can pull out citations from that document. And we have a reference. And yes, so it's getting it from there. Can you make it a table? And let's see if it can do that for us. There we go. And that is pretty close. So not perfect, but of course our data, so we have 003 and then, oh no, it's there. Okay, it's just the way it visualized it. Okay, so we have a simple one there and just displayed it differently. And so it actually did a better job than what we actually had in the document. But yeah, I mean, like I was hoping that we could look a little bit more at the skill sets, so you could understand. I mean, you understand what it does. It's just an added filter there. But I think if we wanted to have the flexibility to actually do something with it, we would have to. Is it our indexer? Is it our indexer where we do that, or is it our data source? It's not in here. So if we go into this, I'm just trying to see where we added that that skill set because that obviously did it for us, right? Maybe it's when we're creating an index. No, it'd have to be the indexer because, yeah, because at this stage it must be here. We do this. 554. Allow SkillSet to read data. Well, anyway, I don't remember where it is. I'm kind of hungry here, but my point is that we achieved what we wanted to do, which was to utilize RAG for using a skill set and also just generally fetching from a document. But again, it's really tricky to get that search service set up. So if you're having difficulties with it, that's totally fine. I'm going to drag this over into our RAG document here, and I'm just going to go ahead and add docs for Azure AI Search RAG. There we go. And so now you have those available for when you want to do that. And I'm going to go ahead here and just stop this. Or sorry, we'll do some cleanup. And luckily we have that AI RAG resource group. So we'll go into here and we have a bunch of junk in here. Yeah, a bunch of stuff. And we'll go ahead and delete that. And so hopefully that successfully deletes. But I will see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Let's take a look here at natural language processing, also known as NLP. And this is a machine learning technique that can understand the context of a corpus. A corpus is a body of related text. So NLP enables you to analyze and interpret text within documents, emails, messages, interpret or contextualize spoken text or tokens like sentiment analysis. It can synthesize speech, automatically translate spoken or written phrases and sentences between languages, interpret spoken or written commands, and determine appropriate actions. Something that's really important when we're talking about LLMs. And one that existed prior that got rid of it in 2023 was the Cortana virtual assistant. And it would help you with Bing search and perform other tasks. I guess kind of like Siri or Alexa. But yeah, they retired it because now there is basically AI agents. So the old term was virtual assistants. These were basically big if-else statements using NLP to complete tasks. And now we have LLMs, which we call AI agents, which have more agency, more intelligence around them that use NLP. What are the NLP offerings for Azure? Well, we have text analytics. So this has sentiment analysis to find out what customers think, find topic relevant phrases using key phrase extraction, identify the language of text with the language detection, detect and categorize entities in your text with name entity recognition. We have language understanding. I guess you could call it Lewis, like the name. We have here a natural language processing service that enables you to understand human language in your own apps, websites, chatbots, IoT devices, and more. Lewis is more for those virtual assistants, the old way of building these kind of if-else NLP agents. I don't, not agents, but bots. I don't personally like that anymore. I just find them very limited, but they're great for, let's say, websites where you need a chatbot and LLMs are going to be too expensive. We have Q&A that we can use NLP for as a service. So this is where we have custom question answering, allowing for the creation of custom question answering models from your content, or you can have a pre-built question and answering model. Again, these are for bots for your platform. We have speech. So this is where we can transcribe audible speech into readable, searchable text. So there is the NLP offering. And within text analytics, there's a lot that we can do with it. You'll find out when we get into the labs of text analytics, okay? Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at text analysis. So I did this previously for the AI 900, and I need to do it again. Whether you're taking the AI 900 or the AI 102, they're both relevant. Again, this was 3 years ago, so I'm hoping that this thing still works and we can walk through it. But yeah, let's give it a go. So you should have an AI managed API compute on the lowest possible cost here. I'm going to go ahead and start this up. And once that's started, we'll open up the Jupyter Lab notebook. We'll port this over and see if it still works. I believe that it's still called this. But yeah, we'll figure it out, okay? All right, that is now running. Let's go ahead and open up Jupyter Lab. And so I think that there is a new, it might be the same package, just but renamed, but I believe it's called Azure AI Text Analytics. Why the naming, I don't know. But what we can do is try to give this a go. Maybe the code is very similar. So if we take a look here, we have text analytics client. This has obviously been changed. I think that they've made a generic one, and that's probably one of the reasons for the changes. But for the most part, it looks the same. And I mean, obviously, this is still cognitivemicrosoft.com, so you know that's going to be the same there. But let's go back over to here to our Jupyter Notebook. I'm just going to hit build, and I'm just going to go up to AI. Okay, so we've been working with this, so you should be familiar with this environment. If you're not, watch the setup video. In here, I'm going to make a new folder. This will be text analytics. And so I'm going to try to bring over this stuff. Now, of course, if you want to just copy and paste this, you can get it from the Azure examples because you'll have this. It'll be uploaded here. But, you know, do your best to follow along. And the existing one is here in the free AI 900 here. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a go. So here it's doing system executable. I don't think we have to do that. We just do pip install. There might have been a reason why I did it this way. I don't remember why. But I'm going to go ahead and go back to here. Maybe I just didn't know better at the time. But we're going to go into our text analytics folder, and we're going to make a new notebook called text analytics. We're going to choose just the SDK, keep it nice and simple. And I want to rename this as text analytics. Okay, we're going to go ahead and paste in just that part there and put that percentage. That's that magic symbol that allows us to install things. And so this one is called Azure AI Analytics. Just going to grab that name here. Just in case you're looking for this link, I'm not sure why you want it, but if you do, I'm going to go ahead and add this, drag it over the top here. Whoops. Above. There we go. And say resources here. I'll just paste that on in there. Okay, so we'll go ahead and run that first. We'll wait for that to pass. Good. And I think for the most part, it's going to be the same. What's going to be a little bit different is that this one here, yeah, it's going to have the Azure key credentials as the key difference here. So I'll paste this in here. Sometimes when it says this, you need to restart the kernel to use these packages. Sometimes you do have to restart the kernel, so I'm just going to do that right now. Restarting the kernel can clear out variables. I'm not sure how we know that it's restarted. Somewhere it would indicate that. But the next thing is we want to import these values. I'm going to take a look at what I have here. So yeah, very similar. And then the next thing is going to be the key and the endpoint. So I'm just going to bring those on over because those are going to still stay the same. And we'll go back over to here. And so this is going to be this. So we'll go over to here and bring that on as the next part. And I'm just going to take this part out. And this is going to be endpoint. And here for credentials, we'll say my key, my endpoint. Now remember that we have the Azure AI service, so we should be able to tap into that. We could individually create it. That's how I did it before, is under the Azure AI Services. I would have just gone under wherever that category was, text analysis, and we would have just added it there. But we have this, so we can go into Azure AI Services and get our single key, and we'll go back over to here, and we'll replace this here. And so now we need the appropriate endpoint. So which one is it? Go here. I mean, this is text analysis, so I would think it'd be document intelligence. Could it be computer vision? I'm not sure. So let me go back here. Let me go here and take a look. I'm not sure. Just give me a moment. So I looked it up, and it's under language. So that is the endpoint that we're using. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that one. And we're going to go back over to here. If you're expecting build failures, I don't care. We'll ignore that. And I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here. There we go. So now I have my key and my endpoint. And we'll go and run this next part. and it doesn't like something. So let's say name Azure key credential is not defined. So, oh, you know, I forgot to run this. Then we'll run this. Then we'll run this. And so now we have no problem. So my prediction is that nothing has changed, and we can just use the stuff that we had here before. It looks like I had some movie reviews in here. So if we have those, we should bring them back here. And it looks like we have some movie reviews. I don't remember how we got this, but this is clearly for Star Trek. So I have a series of movie reviews here, so it would be good for us to download. So I'm going to go ahead and hit period here. And I just want to then download these in bulk to save me some time. So I'm going to go ahead and just select them all here, and maybe just download the folder, and we'll say download. And you just download it to wherever you want to download it to. I'm just going to download this to my desktop here. GitHub can't open this folder because it contains system files. Fair enough. So if that happens, I just have to create a folder within a folder. So on my desktop, I'm just creating a new folder. I'm just going to call this AI files, assets. And I'm going to go ahead and select that folder. And we'll say view. Sure, save changes. I just wanted to download the files, however it's going to do that. And they are downloaded. Excellent. So I'm going to go back over to here, and I want to bring those files in there. So I'm just going to hit that upload button and bring them in. So I'm just going to make a new folder here. I call this assets. I'm just going to follow the same structure because I clearly had more folders there, and we might want to do those things. Movie reviews. Okay, and so we're going to bring those in here just a moment. When I say just a moment, I mean like I'm going to hit the upload button and bring them in that way, okay? There we go. Those are all now uploaded, keeping the same structure. Curious about these ones, but I guess those are for different ones here. We have a bunch of different notebooks here. So I'm going to go back over to here. And actually, I probably just open, now that I have it open up here, I can do that. And just, again, remember the way I opened this was period when I was in that repo. If we go over to here, I just want to take a look. So we now need to get the path. That means I probably need to import that, right? Yes. So I'm going to go back up to here. It's a bit wonky, but I'm going to just place it right here. And we're just going to run that. I'm going to go here and grab OS path join. There's probably a newer way to join paths because I know there is, but I'm not going to worry about that. So that is now joined. And so we have some code here. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. So we're saying we have our reviews, and we're going to list the directory. So list the contents of this directory, iterate through it, open each of those files, read its contents, and then we are going to create a new a dictionary, and then we're going to append that. So we're basically creating an array of dictionaries. From there, we're going to get the length of the reviews, so we can determine the range to make a for loop, and then we're going to print out so that we can confirm that we have our reviews. So that's the first step there. And probably when I originally did this, I probably wrote this all up by hand. So hopefully you don't mind that I'm not recoding this from scratch, but I don't think it's necessary. So we have client.keyphrases where we can extract out key phrases. We'll go over to our next part. Oh, so we have a few things, right? So we can extract out key phrases, and then we're going to print out those key phrases. Then we have sentiment, and then we're going to print out the sentiment. So looks like we got a couple things that we can do here. And we'll go ahead and add that. And we'll grab this one. I could leave up the older video if people wanted to see exactly how I coded it. I don't think it'd be that interesting. This one we already had, so I'll go back over here and we'll grab sentiment. And hopefully it just works. We might have to modify it. We'll find out here in just a moment. But I'm thinking it was just a rename and a consolidation of API endpoints. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this and see what happens. So here it's consolidated them, and we have some reviews. Great. Then we'll go here and we will see if we can capture key phrases. So it's saying it doesn't know what client is. It probably has to do with this. So I'm going to go ahead and change this over to be this. And we'll change that. Excellent. We'll go back down here. Execute this. It's saying has no attribute key phrases. Okay, great. So clearly the API has changed a bit. Not a big deal. We'll go over to here and see what's what. So just give me a moment to find what has changed. So I was just trying to find where we could do that, but I'm just also noticing that there's a lot that we can do with this library. I don't remember it being able to do this much, but it looks like it can do all of these things. That's quite a few things. And so I'm going to go down here to the bottom, and we'll go to our examples, which is extract key phrases, and we'll see what has changed. So it seems like it's supposed to jump to exact key phrases. It's not doing that, so I'm just going to search for it. And so here we have an example. So here it's saying, okay, here's the articles. And they've named it extract key phrases. So the wording has changed a little bit. I mean, they're enumerating another way. I have a feeling that we can probably just use what we have here. But I'm going to go back over to ours, where we have key phrases. And I'm going to go ahead and write extract key phrases. So we'll try this instead, extract key phrases. Extract key phrases. We'll run this and see what happens. Oh, sorry, you know what? This is the wrong environment. Let's go over to here. There we go. We'll run that. And it's extracted out. So it clearly worked. Now the question is the return different? We'll run this. We'll find out in just a moment. And so it looks like it's changed a bit. So this syntax has changed. But it clearly is returning stuff. It's saying here, extract key phrase results, key phrases. So here it says results, and then we have documents. So I'm not sure what it wants here. Let's go back over to here. Just give me a second. So I'm thinking what's changed here is that it just doesn't have documents anymore. So let's go ahead and take that out and run it. So here it's saying results I-1 key phrases. Document error, object has no attribute called key phrases. The service was unable to process the document. Okay, so maybe a way we can debug this to fix this. I'm just going to comment this out for now. And so what I want to do is I just want to take a look and just say print reviews. We obviously know that's going to work, right? So run that. And so we have ID, review, text. Oh, hold on. But that's not our results. So I want to go ahead and say print results. There we go. And so now if I do 0, can I do this? Let's see if we can do that. Will that work? We can. And so from here, we are seeing that we have an ID. So we can go here and say ID, right? And then here we can say key phrases, right? Okay, so if that's the case, let's go back here. There's nothing wrong with my code. I just like to keep it around here. There's another way we can enumerate it, but this is just the way that I did it. There is an enumerate thing in Python, but because we know there's exactly 10, it's just easy to do it like this. So here we have the reviews, and we're iterating through them. We're minusing 1 because the index will start at 0, right? And so the key difference here is we're just doing this, like that. There we go. And so that should get us our key phrases. Did I write it wrong? Copy this. Paste this here. And, well, actually, you know what? The ID here is a little bit different. So maybe I'll switch this to enumerate. Just give me a moment, okay? Yeah, so I went back to this code example, and notice here it has this enumeration. So here we could say enumerate the results. And then we're going to do doc.key phrases. So we'll try that and see if this is a little bit better. Okay. So do this. And then we can print the IDX. Okay, I'm just going to comment this out for just a second because I want to see what the results are. Go ahead and try this out. Results, sorry. Okay, so now we're starting to get somewhere. Okay, great. So we have that, and then we actually have the document. Now we could go here and just say like document ID, and that might look, oops, a little bit different here. Oh, sorry, doc. Okay. And yeah, it's up to you, like whether you want like that or this. I'm gonna go back to IDX because that's actually how it originally was working. And so then in here, we want to extract out our key phrases. So this one's actually just going to be even simplified here. So it'll just be doc.keyphrases, going based on that example that we saw. Okay, and we'll try this. And there we go. So here it's extracting out the key phrases for each of these movie reviews. So that's the first thing that we are able to do. And it has a problem when it gets to here for some reason. Document text is empty. We'll go into here. And it is empty. So maybe that was intentional. Let's go ahead and take a look here. It is. So, you know, that's not the best, but at least we can see that there is an error if that happens. And so we might want some error handling on that. So I wouldn't call this a failure. If you want to fix that, you just fill that in. I'm not going to worry about that error. I don't care about it. So the next thing we want to do is maybe sentiment analysis. So let me take a look here and see how that has changed, because it probably has a different name. It's probably something like analyze sentiment. But we'll go here and so there's analyze. Oh, I was right. Okay, great. And so now we have analyze sentiment. So I'll just switch that out here. This is using that range. So we can just update this code to be a little bit nicer. This is going to be kind of annoying, so I'm just going to put any kind of review in here. So I really enjoyed the Red Dwarf series, and I wish this movie had more of that. Okay, so we'll save that, and just to make our lives easier, we'll go all the way back at the top here. Because we're going to have to rerun some of these things. Not this one. I'm just going to reset everything here. I'm just going to restart, clear all the outputs. So you can see what we're doing here. There we go. So we'll run this. And then we'll go down and run the next one once this one's done. Run that. Then run this. Then run this. And attach our stuff there. And then we need to assemble our documents. We'll go ahead and do that. And here it's having a little bit of an issue. I'm not sure as to why all of a sudden it doesn't work. I'll try running this again. I just don't trust it. Maybe it's out of order. See, that's a 7 here. 7. And we'll try that again. File name. And not sure why this is having a problem. So we'll run it from the I'm going to clear it out again. Yes, I know I'm being very silly here, but we'll clear it all the way out, and we'll just be more mindful here and just go a little bit slower. Okay? Because there's a few kind of text analysis things that we'd like to do here, not just key phrases. So that looks like that's done. We'll click this one. Good. We'll click this one. Great. We'll click that one. We'll do that one. And we'll try this. And now all of a sudden this is not working anymore. So assets, movie reviews is a directory. Yeah, we know that. So, okay. Right. So let's go ahead and just start printing some stuff out here. So let's just say file path and do this. And it's weird because it was working perfectly fine. And then all of a sudden it's decided that it doesn't want to work anymore. So we'll go ahead and do this. And it says missing one required positional argument file. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. File path. But right now I just want to print out the file path so that we can see what's going on here. Because clearly something is amiss. So look at that. We have, so it's printing out this file, which we do not want. So that is clearly a generated file because it has a checkpoint, and that's what it's complaining about. So we need to skip that file, I suppose. And I'm going to use ChatGPT here today because I just want my life to be easy. Python is not my primary language, so I know what I would want to do to check for that, but I'm just going to have them write the Python for me. So, I have this code. I need help with this code. Please wait for further instructions. Okay. So go here. This is the file. This is the folder. I want to ignore the IP, Y, and B checkpoints. Or sorry, I said I want to ignore all files that are not named review x.txt format. Okay, let's see if it understands what I'm trying to say. Yep, that will work. So go ahead and copy this. That's all I really wanted. And so we'll go back over to here. And we'll paste that on in here as such. This is that. So we'll go ahead and do this. I'll just do 2 spaces. And so now we can just take this out of here. There we go. And we'll run that. Great. Excellent. Might as well. We'll just run key phrase extraction again, just making sure that is all in good working order. So that is good. Let's go down here and figure out and analyze sentiment. So we'll go ahead and hit run here. And it's returned back information. So it looks very similar. This one has sentiment, warning, statistics, a bunch of additional information. This one has a score. So that's probably what we're interested in. But it looks to be a little bit more information than previous because here I'm seeing positive, neutral, negative. It's not just a single score. And interesting. So I can't remember if it was Azure AWS, but at one point there was ability to check just a simple score or a more complex score. I'm wondering if that is what's happening here. Because here we have sentiment analysis. No, it looks like it's checking for everything. And I mean, that's totally fine. We'll just modify the code for this to work. So we'll look at one of the examples here. So we have the sentence here. And so this I want to iterate through. So I'm going to go back to our last example. I'm just going to collapse this here. This one's a little bit messy. And so I'm going to grab this as our example. We'll go all the way down to the ground, and we'll hit enter here. We'll paste this in. And so we're going to enumerate over our results like the last one. And this one here, we have an ID. Then we have a sentiment. So I'm going to go here, and I want to, let's say, print out that. So we need that there. And I'll just say sentiment. And from there, we will place this in here. So that will be my first little attempt here to see if this works. Don't think we need spaces in between there. We'll do that anyway. And I'll just take out this old one because this one is no longer relevant. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. Doesn't matter. So this is kind of working as expected. We might not need this additional one. I'll just take that out. That's a little bit better. I might just do this and just say like, just so I can see a little bit better where we are. It's a little bit hard to view that. There we go. And do we even need this? Seems like it's putting the breaks in pretty well here. Yeah, that's a lot nicer. I'm just going to put this on the other side. I know I'm being really finicky here, but it might just be a bit nicer if we can see what we're doing. There we go. And so I just want to print out some of the other information. So we have sentiment. We might also want to have the original sentence. It says sentences. Maybe I'm just going to, yeah, we'll print it out, I guess. It seems like it might be a bit of work to get at it because it's having multiple sentences. We'll say sentences, and I'm going to hope that I can just do 0 like this and say text. Hopefully that will just work. That'd be really nice. It does. Excellent. There could be multiple sentences there, but we're just going to focus on the first one. And then we have the confidence scores. So go ahead here and just say scores. So that will be doc confidence scores. We'll say positive and see if that works. So that did not work as anticipated. It says here, has no attribute called positive. Could we do this instead, maybe? Does that work? No, it does not. What if we just print it out and see what we get? Okay, so it clearly is returning a dictionary, so I could have swore that we could do this. Why can't we do that? Okay, so we can. Okay, so score positive. And then we can do this for neutral. Neutral. And then we'll go here. Negative. All right, so we'll go ahead and print that out. And so now we are getting a lot more information. So that's very cool. So we did sentiment analysis, key phrases. We can also do recognize identities. Let's go back over to here to see what else we have. We have language detection, entity linking, personally identifiable information. That one might be interesting to do. I'm just trying to decide if that's really hard. I don't think it's hard to do, so let's go ahead and try that one out. So I'm going to go and copy this and go down. So this one here, it appears we do this. So let's go ahead and give this a go. So I'm going to do that. And usually we do, what is it, documents equals reviews like this. Reviews. And then we'll have our results here. And then I'm just going to go here and say print results. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, this one's just called client, I believe. Client. Didn't like that. Okay, it's too many records. Max 5 are permitted. Okay, so you can only take 5 at a time. Let's go ask ChatGPT. I have an array in Python. I only want the first 5 items. Okay, that's easy. So go back over to here. Reviews, first 5. And we'll do this. And we'll try this. There we go. And so we get some kind of structure back. We're going to probably want to enumerate through it. So I'm going to grab this per usual, because that looks pretty good to me. And we'll paste it down here. And we'll say print. And what kind of information do we have? So we have entities. So we'll do that. Say entities. It seems like we'll have to iterate through entities. So I'm going to go up to our key phrase example, because that looks like it's more like what we're doing here. Right. And we will grab entities here. Say entity, entity. And so we have text. Okay. So let's see what we get here. So we have Ronald Moore, co-writer, Enterprise, crew, Leonard Nimoy. So things that it's identifying. And then the other thing is like whether that information is sensitive, I suppose. So we go up here and take a look. So we have Ronald D. Moore. The entities within that review, right? And then from there, it has a confidence score. Okay. Identity confidence score. So I'm wondering if we can just do that, see if that works. Good. I was wondering if like in these categories, subcategories, so we have the category or subcategory. So that might be interesting. So I'm going to go here and just say entity.category, entity.subcategory. If I spelt that right, that should just work. So we have Ronald D. Moore, person, none, type, organization, the enterprise. I mean, that is a rental company, but there it's actually talking about a car company. And so we're getting some information in here. So yeah, hopefully that is interesting to you. We could spend all day doing this. You can see it's not very hard to figure out once you start getting the pattern down here. Kind of interested in text summarization. So you have extractive and abstractive. One generates from one, and the other one is that. It's kind of interesting because this feels more like generative AI or LLMs, and I'm wondering if they're kind of working that stuff into here. So I'm just curious what that looks like here. So yeah, it looks like it would take a lot of text and then summarize it. So I'm very tempted to try these out. So I think that we should do that. I'm going to make that a separate video. So I'm just going to keep this workspace running because that video is going to follow this one right after this one. So if you want, you can stop. I'm going to keep mine running. I'm going to leave this open, and I'll see you in the next video, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew. We are back, and I just said I was going to keep this running, so just start this back up. And we are over here, and what I want to do is I just want to go ahead and create a new one because this is actually really, it says text analytics, but this is really the language API. So I'm really going to rename this. It's going to confuse people here, but I'm going to rename this to language. Okay. Language, because that's actually what we're doing, and I really have a feeling I spelled language wrong. I spell it wrong every time I write it. Language, and it is G-U-A-G-E. Okay, so it's U-A-G-U-E. So hopefully that's not going to upset people too much, and I do apologize if that is confusing. Anyway, so what I want to do is go into here, and this one's actually doing a few different things, but I can just leave that and call that text analysis. I'm going to make a new notebook here, and this one's going to be extraction. So I'm going to go over to here and select that. I'm going to rename this as extraction. And I'm going to go over here because I don't really want to run more than one kernel. So, I mean, they're all using the same kernel, so I don't think that's an issue. Okay, great. So I want to go into here and get this one going. Okay, so they have two examples. They have this one. I'm just going to go and grab these in the top here and just say resources. So we have this one, which is extraction summary. Yeah, we'll do that one, and then we'll put the other comment in there. So let's take a look and see what we can figure out. So this is the first stuff we want to work with, so I'll go ahead and do that. Don't know why we need the OS. I don't feel like we need it, but that's fine. Before we do any of this, we actually need to install this. So go here and drag this above. There. And we'll install that. We'll run that. And I'll need my keys as per usual. Okay, I'm just going to collapse that as that is working through that, and we'll bring in our keys. And then we have our imports. So while that is working, I'm just going to go ahead and hit plus and continue on down here. So the reason they wanted OS was to include that, but just in case we need it for something else, I'll leave it in, but we probably don't need to import OS. I'll go ahead and bring this in here. This is going to use, we'll just call this client. So it's confusing because we are using the language API, but it's also called text and analytics. So maybe I could have left the name as text analytics. I think I would have called it text extraction. So yeah, I apologize for the confusion, but the naming here is all over the place. Yeah, I'll probably rename this back to text analytics. Again, well, I don't know if it was called that before, but say text analytics. But the API is the language API. Anyway, so we have our client here. We will go back over to here, and we'll just take their example. Okay. And I'm going to go over to here, and we have this code here. We'll add it. And this one I renamed probably to client. I prefer that as a name. So begin abstract summary, pull for results, and then stream the results. Okay. So I'm pretty certain that this one's done. I don't think we have to restart the kernel. Sometimes you have to. We'll go ahead and run this. We'll go ahead and run this. We'll go ahead and run this. And so it has a problem. This is called my key and my endpoint. So we'll change that. There we go. Then we'll go to here, run that. And so now we'll see if it summarizes. And we'll just have to be a little bit patient here. And there we go. So there is our summary. It took it, and it appears to have shortened it. Okay? So pretty straightforward. I'm not sure what else we can dial in for options. There could be some options here to say like how short you want it to be. But I don't see anything there. We'd have to look up this here. Right? and see if there's any options. Yeah, so there are some options that we can, it says keyword only parameters, so maybe we'll just play around with this here. All right, so let's see if we can adjust this. So maximum number of sentences to return defaults to 3. So we'll go ahead and copy this. We'll go back over to here. Sure, overwrite. We'll just say overwrite. And I don't think I lost anything here. And so I'm thinking we'll do this. And maybe that will work. I'm gonna go ahead, maybe just type in document equals document. I'm not sure what it expects as that first parameter. Let's go over here and just see what it's expecting. This is documents. And I'm not sure if I can do this, but I'm gonna just try to take this out because it's expecting documents. So let's try this again. So documents. Oh, it's up here. It says documents, list. What a mess. Can we get an example here? No, not really. I mean, it seems like that should work, but keyword parameters only. All right, so I'm gonna try this. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't really care that much if that works. But I'm just gonna go ahead and try this. Say documents equals this. And this looks like it's already in an array, so it's already treating it as such. Okay. So that is no good. So we'll go ahead here and just take that out and go back there and let that generate out. And so we have that, which is okay, I suppose, but I was really hoping that it would do something else. I guess the other question, is it only summarizing the single line? Because that's what it looks like to me. Because it says Microsoft is working towards advancing AI through a holistic. And so I think what it's doing, yeah, it's summarizing each of these lines and then it stitches it together as its final thing. It would be really nice if we could play around with the settings a bit, but I can't seem to figure that out right now. So that's abstract. This is abstract abstraction. Let's take a look at the other type of abstraction because they're both important to know, both types. So let's go back here. And that's the doc, so we'll close that out. And so I'm going to go back to samples here. And we should have another example for extraction. If we don't, that's fine. Yeah, it's not what I was expecting. I thought there was 2 types. Maybe we have to keep going backwards here. Back a bit more. Here we go. So extractive text summarization and then abstractive. So open this one and then this one, right? So this one was the one of them. Okay. And this is the other one. So this one is the other one. What's the difference? They look the same. Begin, extract summary. Begin, extract summary. So the only difference here is that here it says abstractive. And extractive. Okay. Summary abstracted, summary extracted. Okay, so let's go back over to this one here and take a look at what we have. And that's a summary abstracted. So maybe what we can do, it seems like it's doing both of them at the exact same time, right? Yeah, it does. And so I'm going to go ahead and grab this one here. And we'll go back over to here. And so I'm thinking we just go here, paste this in as such. Because we'd have to do it twice for it to work, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's see if that works. What we probably could have done is we could have took the some of this and moved it over here. I'm going to go ahead and just say result here, results. And I'm going to just cut this here, just so that way we're not constantly running it again and again and again. So I'm going to go ahead and just run that like that. And then here, I'm just going to say results. And here, I'm just going to do it twice. Because I'm not sure if it's just only printing the first one and not the other one. So we'll go ahead and iterate that one. And then we'll do this one. And it shows nothing. So I was guessing that it would show us something here. But I don't see anything that's different. Okay, well, we made our attempt there, and I think that's good enough. So we'll consider this done for text analytics. There is more that can be done, but I think that is sufficient. So what I'm going to do is just put this into the repo here so that you can get access to this when you need to work with this. I'm going to go ahead and just clear up some of these things here and clear all outputs. Good. Whoops. I'll go to this one here and clear this one out as well. Good. And so I'll just go ahead and download all this. Download these two here. And we'll go back to the ExamPro repo so that when you want to go find it, you can get it. Azure examples. I'll just press period here. And I'm going to make a new folder here. This will be, I'm going to open it, I'm going to see me every time I open that there. We'll just try this. So say text analytics. And go to my downloads here. So I have these two files. Make a folder here. Assets. And we want our movie reviews. There we go, looks good. Add text analytics. Great. And so that one is done. So if you need that, you can get that from there. I'm going to go ahead and stop this compute, and I will see you in the next one. Ciao. All right, let's talk about computer vision. So this is when we use machine learning neural networks to gain high-level understanding from digital images or videos. So there are two algorithms that you're going to want to remember. The first is convolutional neural networks, which is CNN. And the other one is going to be recurrent neural networks, RNN. And in some other video, I explain these in more greater detail. When we're working with AI, it's not super important to know exactly how they work, but it is useful if you want to distinguish them between transformers architecture, which is using LLMs that can have a vision component in them or something similar, if that makes sense. Because RNNs were the precursor to transformers, right? And so sometimes we just like to talk about RNNs to show the distinction between them. But anyway, we're talking about computer vision right now, which is actually analyzing images or videos. So let's talk about the types of computer vision there are. The first is image classification. This is where you look at an image or video and you classify it or place it into a category. We have object detection. This is where it finds things in an image or video and applies labels and makes those boxes around it to show you where it is. We have semantic segmentation. This is where we identify segments or objects by drawing a pixel mask. This is like way more detailed than object detection, where it's individualized things in an image or video. We have image analysis, where you'll apply descriptive and context labels. So describing what the image is. So let's say an employee sitting at a desk in Tokyo. We have OCR, optical character recognition. This is where, let's say you scan something, a document, and it's an image format. We want to extract out that raw text to work with it. Then we have facial detection. So over at Azure, we basically have a solution for all these types of use cases for computer vision. We have Azure AI Vision. This analyzes images and videos, extracts descriptions, tags, objects, and tags. We have Azure AI Custom Vision. This is basically a custom image classification where you are training it for your use case as opposed to the stock versions that are in Azure AI Vision. We have OCR service, and that takes documents that are images and extracts out the text. We have image analysis, as described before. It analyzes images. We have face detection. We have video analysis. So Azure is really good at naming their services after what they do. So no confusion there. Will we try out every single one of these? I don't know. For the exam, it's not important to know all of them, but we'll cover the most important ones, okay? All right, so let's take a look here at computer vision first. And computer vision is actually used for a variety of different services. As you will see, it's kind of an umbrella for a lot of different things, but the one in particular that we're looking at here is to describe image in stream. If we go over here to the documentation, this operation generates description of image in a human readable language with complete sentences. The description is based on a collection of content tags, which also returned by the operation. Okay, so let's go see what that looks like in action. So the first thing is that we need to install this Azure Cognitive Services Vision Computer Vision. Now we do have a kernel, and these aren't installed by default. They're not part of the machine learning, the Azure machine learning SDK for Python. I believe that's pre-installed, but these AI services are not. So what we'll do is go ahead and run it this way. And you'll notice where it says pip install, that's how it knows to install. And once that is done, we'll go run our requirements here. So we have the OS, which is for usually handling like OS layer stuff. We have matplotlib, which is to visually plot things. And we're going to use that to show images and draw borders. We need to handle images. I'm not sure if we're using NumPy here, but I have NumPy loaded. And then here we have the Azure Cognitive Services Vision Computer Vision. We're going to load the client. And then we have the credentials, and these are generic credentials for the cognitive services credentials. It's commonly used for most of these services, and some exceptions, the APIs do not support them yet, but I imagine they will in the future. So just notice that when we run something, it will show a number. If there's an asterisk, it means it hasn't ran yet. So I'll go ahead and hit play up here. So it goes an asterisk, and we get a 2, and we'll go ahead and hit play again. And now those are loaded in, and so we'll go ahead and hit play. Okay, so here we have just packaged our credentials together. So we passed our key into here, and then we'll now load in the client. And so we'll pass our endpoint and our key. Okay, so we'll hit play. And so now we just want to load our image. So here we're loading assets data.jpg. Let's just make sure that that is there. So we go assets, and there it is. And we're going to load it as a stream because you have to pass streams along. So we'll hit play, and you'll see that it now ran. And so now we'll go ahead and make that call. Okay, great. And so we're getting some data back. And notice we have some properties: person, wall, indoor, man, pointing, captions. It's not showing all the information. Sometimes you have to extract it out, but we'll take a look here. So this is a way of showing matplotlib in line. I don't think we have to run it here, but I have it in here anyway. And so what it's going to do is it's going to show us the image, right? So it's going to print us the image. And it's going to grab whatever caption is returned. So see how there's captions? So we're going to iterate through the captions. It's going to give us a confidence score saying it thinks it's this. So let's see what it comes out with. Okay, and so here it says Brent Spiner looking at a camera. So that is the actor who plays Data on Star Trek, has a confidence score of 57.45%, even though it's 100% correct. They probably don't know contextual things like in the sense of like pop culture, like they don't know probably Star Trek characters, but they're going to be able to identify celebrities because it's in their database. So that is the first introduction to computer vision there. But the key things you want to remember here is that we use this to describe an image stream, and that we get this confidence score and we get this contextual information, okay? And so that's the first one. We'll move on to maybe custom vision next. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. We are talking about the Azure AI Vision Studio, which is a no-code or low-code playground to perform various ML vision tasks. So here we can see things like OCR, spatial analysis, face, image analysis. If you just click into one, you get some kind of UI where you can work with it. So Azure AI Vision or Azure AI Vision Studio is a bit confusing because it basically, they make it sound like in the docs that it's its own SDK, which is not the case. It's actually utilizing a bunch of the other APIs, like computer vision, face, and image analysis. So I just wanted to make that clear distinction. In the exam guide, it suggests that maybe we should know how to utilize this, though we try to focus mostly on the programmatic things that are useful to you. But we will take a look here just so you know where it is, if you want to play around with it, just in case it does appear on your exam, okay? All right, so we are in the Azure AI Vision Studio. All I did was go to Google, type in Azure AI Vision Studio, and somehow I ended up over here. You can see that I'm not even logged in right now, but if you look at the top here, you'll notice it says cognitive.azure.com, because previously the Azure AI services were named Cognitive Services, but obviously there was that marketing name change to make things more AI obvious. But yeah, over here you can see we have a bunch of options. If we want to do something like face analysis, like detect an image in a face, we can click here and we can see that it's giving us some examples. If we want the reference code, I suppose we can click here. It usually goes to the docs. It's not super useful, but we can also check maybe the REST API. Nope, that does not work. But it gives you kind of an idea of like how you would end up utilizing this. But yeah, these all go to the respective API. So if we're using this one, we're going to the face API. I just want to show you what I mean. So I just want to pull up here portal.azure.com. And if we were to go to, let's say, Azure AI Services here, notice here on the left-hand side, face API. So that's probably what this is utilizing. If we have, let's say, the OCR, that's going to be the, over here on the left-hand side, do we have just an OCR one? I think it's computer vision, but if we go into Azure AI Services, I'm not sure if I have one spun up right now. I don't. There could be a dedicated OCR API. So if I go here, I'll create one. I just want to show you how they map up, right? Because to me, that was the most confusing part. So computer vision API. And you don't have to create this. I'm just showing you as I go through this. I'm going to go free here, say review, create. And doesn't like something here. I'm just going to put any kind of name. I don't care. What does it want now? It should be fine. Let's go back over to here. OCR. Put some numbers here on the end. Probably didn't like my name. Oh, yeah. Acknowledge that. Review, create. We'll create that one. At the same time, it's just going to make my life a little bit easier. I'm going to go over here and create one for the Azure AI Services. Again, you don't have to do this. I'm just doing this here to show you. I go to creating that. Well, that one was what I created before. Just to show you what it looks like. Just say Azure AI Vision. Because in other follow-alongs, we'll cover these use cases. Just put some numbers here in the end. Review, create. We'll just give it a moment because I just, again, want to match that up so it's very clear where those APIs are coming from. All right, and so, we're going to go over to that Azure AI service here. And here, down below, we can see all the APIs. It's just a lot easier to look at it this way. So if we go over to, let's say, computer vision, that just has computer vision. And if we scroll on down here, let's say we go to language, that's just language. Document intelligence, it might be this API. It used to be called form recognizer, but now it's called that. Go over to translator. And so I'm not exactly seeing where the mapping is, but it's really important to understand where those things are going because it does get really confusing. I know that we just launched the other one here. I think it was under computer vision. And so, yeah, not exactly sure. It does show Vision Studio here, which is interesting. So if we click through to here, we'll end up in Vision Studio as well. Still says I'm not logged in, which is interesting. But I want to see where that OCR API is coming from here. So we'll go back to this one, and we'll click it. And we'll say View SDK Reference. And I'm going to go, let's just say Python to make my life a little bit easier. And what is the name of the package? This one is image analysis. So it's coming back to that image analysis one here. I guess my question is, where is that endpoint? Like, which one is it utilizing? And so it's saying vision endpoint, making me think that it's using the computer vision endpoint, which is probably the case here. So let's go take a look at that. So let's just say computer vision API. Azure. And we'll go over to here. Again, we will do this in actual labs, but again, just to help you kind of map that information because it does get really confusing. And so it looks like that, not all of them, but definitely the OCR and image analysis are going to be within the computer vision endpoint, and they may have separate they may have the same image analysis one or separate ones, but we'll cover that in the content. I just wanted to show you that it's confusing just for me as well, and I've already done the a similar course with this and covered all these services before, but this is just the nature of Microsoft marketing, is that they start to make it very muddy when they're trying to meet everyone's business use case from every angle, and yeah, just showing my confusion to you, okay? There you go. So the image analysis SDK can analyze various visual features in images, such as detecting adult content, identifying brands or objects, and recognizing human faces. Key features here is going to be dependent on whether you're using version 4, which is the latest version recommended for most use cases, or version 3.2, which offers a broader range of features, which you might have to use this if you are looking for those specific feature sets. So for version 4, we got retext, captions, dense captions, tags, object detection, custom image classification, people, smart objects. And then in version 3.2, you can see there are some different things like celebrities, adult content, landmarks, things like that. One thing I want to point out is that when you are utilizing the SDK, you're using the computer vision's resource endpoint. There's no image analysis resource in Azure. It's just more confusion for people trying to match up the marketing versus the portal versus what's in the code. What kind of type of image analysis can we do? Let's look at it in more detail here. So some are in 4 and some are in 3.2. We say preview only, but at this point, a lot of these are kind of out of preview. So maybe I just needed to update this because I'm pretty sure this is now out of preview. And this is now available, but we have model customization. So create custom models for image classification detection object. We have read text from images. So extract text from images using OCR. Detect people in images. So identify and locate people in images. Generate image captions. So create human readable captions for images. Detect objects. So identify objects and locations of images. And notice just if it doesn't say only, then it's for both. Tag visual features, so tag objects, scenery, and actions in images. Get the area of interest, smart crops. Detect brands, categorize an image, detect faces, detect image types, detect domain-specific content, detect the color scheme, moderate content and images. So there you go. But you can see there's some stuff that's in 4, some stuff that's in 3.2, and some that are shared, okay? Hey, this is Andrew Brown from ExamPro, and we are looking at optical character recognition, also known as OCR, and this is the process of extracting printed or handwritten text into a digital and editable format. So OCR can be applied to photos of street signs, products, documents, invoices, bills, financial reports, articles, and more. And so here's an example of us extracting out nutritional data or nutritional facts off the back of a food product. So Azure has two different kinds of APIs that can perform OCR. They have the OCR API and the Read API. So the OCR API uses an older recognition model. It supports only images. It executes synchronously, returning immediately when it detects text. It's suited for less text. It supports more languages. It's easier to implement. And on the other side, we have the Read API. So this is an updated recognition model, supports images and PDFs, executes asynchronously, parallelizes tasks per line for faster results, suited for lots of text, supports fewer languages, and it's a bit more difficult to implement. And so when we want to use this service, we're going to be using Computer Vision SDK, okay? Let's take a look at some of our OCR capabilities here. And I believe that's in Computer Vision, so we'll go ahead and open that up. At the top here, we'll install Computer Vision as we did before. Very similar to the other Computer Vision tasks, but this time we have a couple of ones here that I'll explain that as we go through here. We'll load our keys. We'll do our credentials. We'll load the client. Okay, and then we have this function here called printed text. So what this function is going to do is it's going to print out the results of whatever text it processes, okay? So the idea is that we're going to feed in an image, and it's going to give us back out the text for the image. So we'll run this function. And I have two different images because I actually ran it on the first one and the results were terrible. And so I got a second image and it was a bit better, okay? So we'll go ahead and run this. It's going to show us the image. Okay, and so this is the photo. It was supposed to extract out Star Trek The Next Generation, but because of the artifacts and size of the image, we get back not English, okay? And so, you know, maybe a high resolution image, it would have a better time there, but that is what we got back, okay? So let's go take a look at our second image and see how it did. And this one, I'm surprised that it actually extracts out a lot more information. You can see, it really has a hard time with the Star Trek font, but we get Deep Space Nine, Nana Visitor, Tells All, Life, Death. Some errors here, so it's not perfect. But, you know, you can see that it does something here. Now, there is this is like for OCR, where we have, like for very simple images and text, this is where we use the recognize printed text in stream. But if we're doing this for larger amounts of text and we want to do this, want this analyzed asynchronously, then we want to use the Read API. And it's a little bit more involved. So what we'll do here is load a different image. And this is a script. We'll look at the image here in a moment. But here we read and stream. And we create these operations. Okay. And what it will do is it will asynchronously send all the information over. Okay. So I think this is supposed to be results here. Minor typo. And we will go ahead and give that a run. Okay. And so here you can see it's extracting out the image. If we want to see this image, I thought I showed this image here, but I guess I don't. Yeah, it says plot image here. It should show us the image. Path. It's up here. It doesn't want to show us. It's funny because this one up here is showing us no problem, right? Well, I can just show you the image. It's not a big deal. But I'm not sure why it's not showing up here today. So if we go to our assets here, I go to OCR. I'm just going to open this up. Oh, it's opening up in Photoshop. And so this is what it's transcribing, okay? So this is a thing. This is like a guide to Star Trek where they talk about, like, you know, what makes Star Trek Star Trek. So just looking here, it's actually pretty darn good. Okay, but like Read API is a lot more efficient because it can work asynchronously, and so when you have a lot of text, that's what you want to do. Okay, and like it's feeding in each individual line, right? So that it can be more effective that way. So let's go look at some handwritten stuff. So just in case the image doesn't pop up, we'll go ahead and open this one. And so this is a handwritten note that William Shatner wrote to a fan of Star Trek. And it's basically incomprehensible. I don't know if you can read that here, but see, was very something, he was something hospital, and healthy was something, he was something. I can't even read it. Okay, so let's see what the machine thinks here. And it says image path. Yeah, it's called path. Let's just change that out. Go ahead and run that. And run that there. And we'll go ahead and run it. And here we get the image. So, Poner, us, very sick. He was the hospital. His BD was, etc. Beat nobody, lost his family, knew Captain Halden. So reads better than how I could read it. Honestly, like it's really hard, right? Like if you looked at this, like that looks like difficult, was, BD, healthy. I could see why it's guessing like that, right? Dying, that looks like dying to me. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's just poorly handwritten, but I mean, it's pretty good for what it is. So yeah, there you go. Hey, this is Andrew Brown from ExamPro, and we're taking a look here at Custom Vision, and this is a fully managed no-code service to quickly build your own classification and object detection ML models. The service is hosted on its own isolate domain at www.customvision.ai. So the first idea is you upload your images, so bring your own labeled images or Custom Vision to quickly add tags to any unlabeled data images. You use the labeled images to teach Custom Vision the concepts you care about, which is training, and you use a simple REST API that calls to quickly tag images with your new custom computer vision model so you can evaluate, okay? So when we launch Custom Vision, we have to create a project, and with that, we need to choose a project type, and we have classification and object detection. Reviewing classification here, you have the option between multi-label, so when you want to apply many tags to an image. So think of an image that contains both a cat and a dog. You have multi-class, so when you only have one possible tag to apply to an image, so it's either an apple, banana, and an orange, it's not multiples of these things. You have object detection. This is when we want to detect various objects in an image. And you'll also need to choose a domain. A domain is a Microsoft managed data set that is used for training the ML model. There are different domains that are suited for different use cases. So let's go take a look first at image classification domains. So here is the big list, the domains being over here. Okay. And we'll go through these here. So general is optimized for a broad range of image classification tasks. If none of the other specified domains are appropriate, or you're unsure of which domain to choose, select one of the general domains. So A1 is optimized for better accuracy with comparable inference time as general domain, recommended for larger data sets or more difficult user scenarios. This domain requires more training time. Then you have A2, optimized for better accuracy with faster inference times than A1. And general domains, recommended for most data sets. This domain requires less training time than general and A1. You have food, optimized for photographs or dishes as you would see them on a restaurant menu. If you want to classify photographs of individual fruits or vegetables, use food domains. So then we have optimized for recognizable landmarks, both natural and artificial. This domain works best when landmark is clearly visible in the photograph. This domain works even if the landmark is slightly obstructed by people in front of it. Then you have retail, so optimized for images that are found in a shopping cart or shopping website. If you want a high precision classifying between dresses, pants, shirts, use this domain. Compact domains, optimized for the constraints of real-time classification on the edge. Okay. Then we have object detection domains. So this one's a lot shorter, so we'll get through a lot quicker. So optimized for a broad range of object detection tasks. If none of the other domains are appropriate, or you're unsure of which domain, choose the general one. A1, optimized for better accuracy and comparable inference time than the general domain. Recommended for most accurate region locations, larger data sets, or more difficult use case scenarios. The domain requires more training and results are not deterministic. Expect plus minus 1% mean average precision difference with the same training data provided. You have logo, optimized for finding brands, logos and images, products on shelves, so optimized for detecting and classifying products on the shelf. So there you go. Okay, so let's get some more practical knowledge of the service. So for image classification, you're going to upload multiple images and apply a single or multiple labels to the entire image. So here I have a bunch of images uploaded, and then I have my tags over here. And they could either be multi or singular. For object detection, you apply tags to objects in an image for data labeling, and you hover your cursor over the image. Custom Vision uses ML to show bounding boxes of possible objects that have not yet been labeled. If it does not detect it, you can also just click and drag to draw out whatever square you want. So here's one where I tagged it up quite a bit. You have to have at least 50 images on every tag to train, so just be aware of that when you are tagging your images. When you're training, your model is ready when and you have two options. So you have quick training, this trains quickly, but it will be less accurate. You have advanced training, this increases compute time to improve your results. So for advanced training, basically you just have this thing that you move to the right. With each iteration of training, our ML model will improve the evaluation metrics, so precision and recall. It's going to vary, and we're going to talk about the metrics here in a moment, but the probability threshold value determines when to stop training, when our evaluation metric meets our desired threshold. So these are just additional options where when you're training, you can move this left to right, and these left to right, okay? And then when we get our results back, we're going to get some metrics here. So we have evaluation metrics, so we have precision, being exact and accurate, selects items that are relevant, recall, set sensitivity, or known as true positive rate, how many relevant items returned, average precision. It's important that you remember these because they might ask you that on the exam. So for when we're looking at object detection and we're looking at the evaluation metric outcomes for this one, we have precision, recall, and mean average precision. Once we've deployed our pipeline, it makes sense that we should go ahead and give it a quick test to make sure it's working correctly. So you press the quick test button and you can upload your image and it will tell you. So this one says it's WARF. When you're ready to publish, you just hit the publish button. And then you'll get some prediction URL and information so you can invoke it. One other feature that's kind of useful is the smart labeler. So once you've loaded some training data within, it can now make suggestions, right? So you can't do this right away, but once it has some data, it's like kind of a prediction that is not 100% guaranteed, right? And it just helps you build up your training data set a lot faster. Very useful if you have a very large data set. This is known as ML-assisted labeling, okay? All right, so let's take a look at custom vision so we can do some classification and object detection. So the thing is that it's possible to launch custom vision through the marketplace. So if we go, we're not going to do it this way. If you type in custom vision, it never shows up here. But if you go to the marketplace here and type in custom vision, and you go here, you can create it this way. But the way I like to do it, and I think it's a lot easier to do, is we'll go up the top here and type in customvision.ai, and you'll come to this website. And what you'll do is go ahead and sign in. It's going to connect to your Azure account. And once you're in, you can go ahead here and create a new project. So the first one here is, I'm just going to call this the Star Trek crew. We're going to use this to identify different Star Trek members. We'll go down here, and we haven't yet created a resource, so we'll go create new. My custom vision resource. We'll drop this down. We'll put this in our COG services. We'll go stick with US West as much as we can here. We have FO and SO. FO is blocked out for me, so just choose SO. I think FO is the free tier, but I don't get it. And once we're back here, we'll go down below and choose our standard. And we're going to have a lot of options here. So we have between classification and object detection. So classification is when you have an image and you just want to say, what is this image, right? And so we have two modes where we can say, let's apply multiple labels. So let's say there were two people in the photo, or whether there was a dog and cat. I think that's the example to use, a dog and a cat. Or you just have a single class where it's like, what is the one thing that is in this photo? It can only be of one of the particular categories. This is the one we're going to do multi-class. And we have a bunch of different domains here. And if you want to, you can go ahead and read about all the different domains and their best use case. But we're going to stick with A2. And this is optimized for, so that it's faster, right? And that's really good for our demo. So we're going to choose General A2. I'm going to go ahead and create this project. And so now what we need to do is start labeling our content. So what we'll do is, I just want to go ahead and create the tags ahead of time. So let's say WARF. We'll have data, and we'll have crusher. And now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and upload those images. So we uploaded in the Jupyter Notebook, but it was totally not necessary. So here is data, because we're going to do it all through here, and we'll just apply the data tag to them all at once, which saves us a lot of time. I love that. We'll upload now Wharf. And I don't want to upload them all. I have this one quick test image we're going to use to make sure that this works correctly. And I'm going to choose Wharf. And then we'll go ahead and add Beverly. There she is. Beverly Crusher. Okay, and so we have all of our images in. I don't know how this one got in here, but it's under Wharf. It works out totally fine. So what I want to do is go ahead and train this model, because they're all labeled, so we have a ground truth, and we'll let it go ahead and train. So we'll go and press train. And we have two options, quick training or advanced training. Advanced training, where we can increase the time for better accuracy. But honestly, we just want to do quick training. So I'll go ahead and do quick training. And it's going to start its iterative process. Notice on the left-hand side, we have probability threshold, the minimum probability score for a prediction to be valid when calculating precision, and recall. So the thing is that if it doesn't at least meet that requirements, it will quit out. And if it gets above that, then it might quit out early just because it's good enough, okay? So training doesn't take too long. It might take 5 to 10 minutes. I can't remember how long it takes, but what I'll do is I'll see it back here in a moment, okay? All right, so after waiting a short little while here, it looks like our results are done. We get 100% match here. So these are our evaluation metrics to say whether the model was achieved its actual goal or not. So we have precision, recall, and I believe this is average precision. And so it says that it did a really good job. So that means that it should have no problem matching up an image. So in the top right corner, we have this button that's called Quick Test, and this is going to give us the opportunity to quickly test these. So what we'll do is browse our files locally here. And actually, I'm going to go to, we'll go here, and we have Wharf. And so I have this quick image here. We'll test, and we'll see if it actually matches up to be Wharf. And it says 98.7% Wharf, so that's pretty good. I also have some additional images here I just put into the repo to test against, and we'll see what it matches up, because I thought it'd be interesting to do something that is not necessarily them, but it's something pretty close to, it's pretty close to what those are, okay? So we'll go to Crew here, and first we'll try Hugh, okay? And Hugh is a Borg, so he's kind of like an android, and so we can see he mostly matches to data, so that's pretty good. We'll give another one go. Martok is a Klingon, so he should be matched up to Worf. Very strong match to Worf, that's pretty good. And then Pulaski, she is a doctor and female, so she should get matched up to Beverly Crusher, and she does. So this works out pretty darn well. And I hadn't even tried that, so that's pretty exciting. So now let's say we want to go ahead and, if we wanted to make predictions, we could do them in bulk here. I believe that you could do them in bulk. But anyway, yeah, I guess I always thought this was like, I could have swore, yeah, if we didn't have these images before, I think that it actually has an upload option. It's probably just the quick test, so I'm a bit confused there. But anyway, so now that this is ready, what we can do is go ahead and publish it so that it is publicly accessible. So we'll just say here, crew model. Okay, and we'll drop that down, say publish. And once it's published, now we have this public URL. So this is an endpoint that we can go hit pragmatically. I'm not going to do that. I mean, we could use Postman to do that. But my point is that we've basically figured it out for classification. So now that we've done classification, let's go back here to the vision here. And let's go ahead and do object detection, okay? All right, so we're still in custom vision. Let's go ahead and try out object detection. So object detection is when you can identify particular items in a scene. And so this one's going to be com badge. That's what we're going to call it, because we're going to try to detect com badge. We have more domains here. We're going to stick with the general A1. And we'll go ahead and create this project here. And so what we need to do is add a bunch of images. I'm going to go ahead and create our tag, which is going to be called com badge. You could look for multiple different kinds of labels, but then you need a lot of images. So we're just going to keep it simple and have that there. I'm going to go ahead and add some images, and we're going to go back a couple steps here into our objects. And here I have a bunch of photos, and we need exactly 15 to train. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And so I threw an additional image in here. This is the badge test. So we'll leave that out, and we'll see if that picks up really well. And yeah, we got them all here. And so we'll go ahead and upload those. And we'll hit upload files. Okay. And we'll say done. And we can now begin to label. So we'll click into here. And what I want to do, if you hover over, it should start detecting things. If it doesn't, you can click and drag. We'll click this one. They're all com badges. So we're not going to tag anything else here. Okay. So go here, hover over. Is it going to give me the com badge? No. So I'm just clicking and dragging to get it. Okay. Okay. Did we get this com badge? Yes. Did we get this one? Yep. It's as simple as that. Okay, it doesn't always get it, but most cases it does. Okay, didn't get that one, so we'll just drag it out. Okay, it's not getting that one. It's interesting, like that one's pretty clear, but it's interesting what it picks out and what it does not grab, eh? So it's not getting this one, probably because the photo doesn't have enough contrast. And this one has a lot. Hoping that gives us more data to work with here. Yeah, I think the higher the contrast, it's easier for it to detect those. It's not getting that one. It's not getting that one. Okay, there we go. Yes, there are a lot. I know I have some of these ones that are packed, but there's only like 3 photos that are like this. Yeah, they have badges, but they're slightly different, so we're going to leave those out. Oops, I think it actually had that one, but we'll just tag it anyway. And hopefully this will be worth the effort here. There we go. I think that was the last one. Okay, great. So we have all of our tagged photos, and what we can do is go ahead and train the model. Same option, quick training, advanced training. We're going to do a quick training here. And notice that the options are slightly different. We have probability threshold, and then we have overlap threshold. So the minimum percentage of overlap between predicted bounding boxes and ground truth boxes to be considered for correct prediction. So I'll see you back here when it is done. All right, so after waiting a little bit of while here, it looks like it's done, it's trained, and so precision's at 75%. So precision, the number will tell you if a tag is predicted by your model, how likely that it's likely to be. So how likely did it guess right? Then you have recall. So the number will tell you out of the tags which should be predicted correctly, what percentage did your model correctly find? So we have 100%. And then you have mean average precision. This number will tell you the overall object detector performance across all the tags. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do a quick test on this model, and we'll see how it does. I can't remember if I actually even ran this, so it'll be curious to see. The first one here, it's not as clearly visible. It's part of their uniform, so I'm not expecting it to pick it up, but we'll see what it does. It picks up pretty much all of them, with the exception this one is definitely not a com badge, but that's okay. Only shows suggested obviously the probability is above the selected threshold. So if we increase it, we'll just bring it down a bit. So there it kind of improves it if we move it around back and forth, okay? So I imagine via the API we could choose that. Let's go look at our other sample image here. I'm not seeing it. Where did I save it? Let me just double check, make sure that it's in the correct directory here, okay? Yeah, I saved it to the wrong place. Just a moment. I will place it. We'll just call that badge test 2. 1 second. Okay, and so I'll just browse here again. And so here we have another one. See if it picks up the badge right here. There we go. So looks like it works. So yeah, I guess custom vision is pretty easy to use and pretty darn good. So what we'll do is close this off and make our way back to our Jupyter Labs to move on to our next lab here, okay? Azure AI Document Intelligence, formerly Form Recognizer, is a specialized OCR service that translates printed text into digital and editable content and preserves the structure and relationships of form-like data. So here's an example of an invoice, and it's extracting out that information. You can see those purple or blue lines showing you that it's selecting text out of the image. Document Intelligence can automate data entry in your applications and enrich your document search capabilities. It can identify key value pairs, selection marks, table structure. It has output structures for the original file relationships, bounding boxes, confidence scores. Azure AI Document Intelligence is composed of custom document processing models, which we do in the labs, pre-built models for invoices, receipts, IDs, business cards, and layout models. So there you go. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we are taking a look at Document Intelligence Studio. This is a way to visually explore, understand, and train stuff with a no-code approach. So this is at documentintelligence.ai.azure.com. If you try to search for it in Azure, so if you go portal.azure.com, I found that I could not find it through here. So that happens a lot. If you go to Document Intelligence, it's just going to want you to spin up a resource, which obviously we want to use Azure AI Services, which has Document Intelligence here. Now, when I first used this service, there weren't that many pre-built models. Now there are a lot. As you can see, there are a ton here. But, you know, if we wanted to use receipts, and we'll use receipts here because we already did this programmatically. Maybe that video comes after this one or before this one, but we do it somewhere in the course. I just want to show you how we would use a no-code solution for this. So let's go ahead and click on receipts. And I'm going to drop down, choose my subscription. But we could also just go here and provide the API endpoint. So it's up to us how we want to do that. But I'm going to just go ahead and say API endpoint here, as I feel that is a much faster way for us to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my key and place it in here. And I'm going to go over to here and grab the Document Intelligence endpoint and drop this, drop this up here and say, I understand. We'll go ahead and confirm. We'll say finish. And so, they already have a receipt there for us. And so we can go ahead and just run an analysis. And we got a nice 404. So clearly it's a really great program. We'll try this again. 404. Let's go to this sample. 404. We'll analyze the current document. I guess we could just change our options, how we want to analyze them. And so for some weird reason, we're getting a 404. So that is a bad start to this, but I'm going to go ahead and try to upload the receipt that we used prior. So that was in, if you don't know where that is, if you go to ExamPro, Azure Examples, and you go to Form Recognizer, we have a receipt right here. So I already have this downloaded. I'm going to just upload this quickly and see if that helps. And I'm getting issues trying to upload the receipt. So we're really having a hard time here. And so I'm going to just click here again and try to authenticate. But this time, I'm just going to choose the subscription. I'm going to try to find where this resource is here. So here we have, not this one, but this one. This one is in a resource group called AI Managed Workloads. We created this earlier in the course. You should already have this. If you do not, you'll have to go create it. And here it says, to use Document Intelligence, you need to create an Azure subscription, creating the resource for usage and billing. Oh, so it's actually going to create the new resource, whereas here we would just provide it, but I did do that. So maybe we'll just make it, even though we already have it, we'll just make it again. We'll just say Doc Intelligence Studio, because it's having a hard time for whatever reason. We'll just say my Doc Intel, whatever it is. We'll put some numbers here on the end. I'm going to go with East US here today, and we'll just choose the free tier. Sometimes the standard tier has some differences. I'm going to go with standard. We'll go ahead and hit finish. And so maybe this might mitigate our issue. Maybe this thing still doesn't work. I don't know. For things not working in Azure is very common. So just have your confidence, okay? We'll give it a moment there to create the resource. All right, so actually just kind of curious what resource it created underneath, because I want to know, is it Azure AI Service or did it make something else? Let's go over to our resource groups and take a look here. And this one was called Doc. Here it is, Doc. And it created Document Intelligence. Now, I think that it should have worked with the other one, but we just want to guarantee that this is going to work here today. We don't want to goof around here, so there we go. And so you can see that this can analyze documents there, right? Now, of course, we can do all of this via the API. We don't have to do it this way, but it's just trying to show you that you have this ability to do this. AWS has basically the same thing. It's like the first time you click on the service for theirs, it will show you this. But it looks like that Azure seems to have, at least right now, it appears they have more options. I'm not sure. But, you know, again, trying to run this here. There we go. So you can see it can do stuff. So yeah, that's all I wanted to show you for now here. The next thing we'll look at is custom models. But for now, this is the intro to that. I'm going to go ahead and tear down this resource group. If I can, yeah, there it is. Find it here. And I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown, and we are back taking a look at Document Intelligence Studio, and specifically how to train a custom model. There could be a way to do this programmatically, but for our purposes, this should be good enough. So let's go ahead and get to it. So we have two: extraction model and classification model. Which one should we train? I mean, I wrote to do extraction models. Let's go ahead and do that. Apparently they have videos here. If there are videos to make this super easy, we'd love to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and click through and figure this out. So let's say my extract model, and we'll just say this is my description. We'll go ahead and hit continue, and we'll choose our description. We will make a new group here. We'll call this Doc AI Studio. I'm just going to put 2. Put any number you want there, just because I have one deleting. I don't want to have a conflict here. We're going to create a new resource. So my Doc AI resource. I'll put some random numbers here. I'm going to choose East US. I'm going to choose standard since I'm pretty comfortable with standard. I'm going to go with whatever the latest one is here. And then we'll choose our training data source. So this, do we have to have this set up beforehand? So it looks like we do have to have some data set up prior to this. And that is going to be something I'm going to have to figure out. So give me a moment and let me go find some data for us to work with, okay? All right, so I'm going to have to create some documents for us, basically some forms. So I'm going to open up Word, make some documents, export them to PDF, and then I'll share them in the repo. I'm not going to share that on screen because I don't think you want to watch me making forms. It's not super hard to do that. But give me a moment. I'll be back in just a moment with 5 documents that we can utilize. I'm going to try to make the examples a little bit complex for our use cases, okay? So I just want to show you that I went out to the internet. I just searched for like a D&D form, and I'll just try to fill this in with random data for 5 of them. Save those to PDF, and we'll be back in just a moment, okay? All right, I'm back. I've created 5 PDFs, and I'm just going to place them here in the repo so that if you want to go ahead and utilize them, you can too. It was quite the pain to generate PDFs. I'm not sure why it takes so long to turn docs into PDFs, but that's okay. So here I'm just going to make myself a new folder. This one's going to be called Custom Extraction Model Document. We'll just say doc here, and I'm going to grab these 5 PDFs and drop them in here. So these are D&D sheets. They're not fully filled out, but they're filled out enough that they should serve our purpose. Or we'll find out if it doesn't work out as planned. Yeah, we'll find out here in just a moment. So they said we're going to need a storage account. So we'll go ahead and make one right now. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new one. And this will be a new workload. This will be Doc AI Custom Model. And we'll just call this Doc Custom AI. Some numbers here. I'm going to stick with East US if we can. Not sure why this is giving me such odd options here. Say East US. There we go. Primary service. Yep, blob storage. There we go. They've changed the UI here since just working with this recently. Literally yesterday, they've changed the UI on me here, which is not great because that can really mess up a lot of my videos. So here we have primary workload. Why are they asking me so many darn questions? Uh, what? Why? Like, why do we even have to answer these, or can I just leave this blank? Let me go here and say, Dex, can I do that? What the heck? Azure, please, please stop making useless changes. They're just making things more confusing. So go ahead and create that. Notice I did not have to tell it its primary workload. Maybe the primary service probably do have to select. But we'll go ahead and deploy that and wait for that to be ready, okay? All right, so that is now deployed. We're going to make our way over to back to our document intelligence studio. We'll go ahead and create ourselves a project. So we'll say my new project. I do not care about description. We're going to choose, or description I should say. And in here we'll have our doc AI custom model. We'll create a new resource, my doc AI resource. We'll just put some numbers here in the end. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to go with East US here today. I'm going to go with standard. We're going to go continue. And then we want to have our training source. And, oh, could we have just created one here initially this entire time? All right, well, that's fine. But we will have to create some blob storage here. So let's go ahead and just say, my blob. And we will have to upload those files there. I'm going to leave it to no folder path, and we'll go ahead and create that project. While that is going, I'm going to go over to here, and it should eventually show us this here. We'll go over to containers. We should get a container here. So I'm going to wait for this to finish provisioning, and then I'm going to add those models in there, okay? I mean those PDFs, sorry, yeah. All right, so here we are, and apparently we can just drag our data in here. That's even easier than me having to place it into blob storage. Give this a refresh here, and yeah, it is there now. But I guess this is drag and drop, so I have them all off screen here. Just gonna go ahead and drag them on in. And it says start labeling now. So we provide two ways to start your labeling process. However you need to label a particular document, you can skip this step and proceed. So we have run layout or auto label. Let's go with auto label. And oh, I'm not exactly sure what we would do here. Maybe we'll go back. I wasn't expecting that. So I guess just run the layout. Because those models didn't look exactly how they would fit for ours. So I wasn't sure what to pick there. Okay, and it looks like it has found some data. It's going good so far. Okay, and so now I imagine it's basically selected stuff. Okay, then we would just basically tell what field this is. So we just say character field. There we go. And zoom in here. So this one is race, field, class, field. So you're starting to get the idea here. And so I'm just going to, hopefully I don't have to go through every single field here, but we'll go ahead and train this. And we'll just give it, my D&D ID. And detect for D&D. And we'll say neutral, that's fine. We'll go ahead and hit train. And we'll go to our models. And we're waiting for this to run. So I'm going to run this, and I'm going to wait till it completes, okay? All right, so I'm just taking a look here, seeing how our model's doing. I'm assuming at some point it will be done here. I'm just giving this a nice refresh here. It says it's running. Okay. Well. Oh, by the way, did we go through all our sheets and label them? No, we didn't. We didn't, but oh well. I mean, as long as it tries to extract out some information, that's fine. But, if you're doing this for real, you'd obviously go through and label all of them. They had the auto labeler, but I just didn't trust it because it didn't seem like it would fit any of our stuff. But again, just waiting for this to finish. I'm going to go look up how long this takes, okay? All right, so after waiting a while, it looks like our model is ready. So maybe we can go ahead and test our model out. So mark files to be updated, uploaded to the training data set. Okay. So, I mean, I'll just test with an existing document. Now, of course, probably you'd want a new document for this. And we will run the analysis against our new document. And there we can see some extraction of information. So it gives you kind of an idea in terms of how you would go ahead and utilize this. But yeah, that's pretty straightforward there. Now, how would you work with this programmatically? I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure there is some way that you would be able to access yours because, yeah, it seems like there would be some kind of endpoint or something. But for the purpose of certification, this is all you really need to know here. Okay, so we're just going to keep it simple there. And I guess just clean this up. So I think I committed these. Here, I'll just commit these files in case, well, obviously you'll want them for later. So if you want to follow along here yourself. But we'll go over to whatever this resource group is here and just tear this down. So this is this one here. And I'm going to go ahead and delete that there. And I think that should get rid of everything. The reason I say that is because we've trained that model, but where that model could be as a resource, I'm not sure. So yeah, I think it's getting teared down, so hopefully we don't have something lingering there. But yeah, there you go, and I will see you in the next one. All right, ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at Azure AI Form Recognizer. So let's go over to Azure AI Services. And underneath, we should have something for Form Recognizer. So I'm just trying to find where that is. Oh, it's called Document Intelligence. Okay, so that is what we're going to utilize there. And now we're just going to double check to make sure that it appears as a possible endpoint for us under here. So we're going to go here, and yes, it is. So we can use our unified API. Now, I did this 3 years ago with the free AI 900. Whether you're doing the AI 900 or the AI 102, you're going to want to know how to do this. But let's go ahead and see if we can take this older example that worked totally fine and move it over, because as far as I can tell, it's still using this API, and this one actually has a much more modern format than the Cognitive Services API. So we should be able to just use this wholesale, and it should just work. The only key difference is that we're going to use the unified API here, okay? So what I want to do is get my compute started up here as per usual. And sometimes this happens where I can't click start, so just give it a hard refresh here. And we will, whoops, click here. Maybe what I did is I clicked this one by accident. Nope, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes happens. And so I'll spin that up and wait for our Jupyter Notebook to become available, okay? All right, so our environment is up and running. Let's go ahead and launch Jupyter Labs. And I believe what we did here for Form Recognizer is that we would feed it in a receipt and OCR that information. So we're going to do the exact same thing here. We'll hit build, let it do whatever it wants here. Give this a moment here. And I think before I called this, yeah, Form Recognizer, it is the Document Intelligence API. But just so that it's less confusing, I'm going to call it Form Recognizer here. So we'll make a new folder here, calling it Form Recognizer. And in here, I'm going to just make a new notebook called Form Recognizer. Once the CPU decides to stop complaining so much, we'll go with 3.10 here. I'll say Form Recognizer. There we go. And so we should be, for the most part, able to port this code over. So the first thing we'll want to do is do a pip install. Still don't remember why I was installing it that way with the additional line. There must have been a good reason for that at the time. So we'll do that. And so that will get Form Recognizer installed. And then the next thing will be our imports. Yep, that makes sense. So we'll go ahead and grab these. I do not remember what PIL is. Must be a way of working with images. Python, let's go take a look here. Is a Python image library. Okay, sounds good. Works for me. Next, we'll need to get our keys. So this should be pretty much the same. Okay, well, obviously it's not cognitive key anymore, but we'll go over and grab these as per usual. So in our Azure AI Services, I'm going to grab my key. And we will paste that in there. And we also need the endpoint. So down below, we'll grab the document intelligence one over here and paste that on in. And we'll continue on with our stuff. So we'll need our client. Nothing new here. We'll go down here and we'll grab our path. And then we will try to analyze this here. Good. So yeah, we're going to get that receipt. This is just going to go plainly into here. I'm not going to have a path like this. And here it says we're going to open that file. And then it's going to begin to recognize the receipt. We're going to get our results. And then the last thing here we're going to do is print out our results. So we have a few prints here. Anyway, we'll run them here in just a second, but we need to get that image in here. So in the old free AI 900, if we go to Assets and we go to OCR, we can go ahead and grab our receipt. Clearly, we have a lot of things that we can OCR here, which makes me think that when I did this originally, no, I guess it would have been for the form, because in OCR, we probably did more examples. Yeah, handwriting. Yeah, exactly. So for form writing, or for the for the receipt, we'll just download this individual receipt. So here we have one. I think I just pulled it off the internet. It's nothing fancy. It's clearly from a very long time ago. And so we're going to want to upload that. So go over to here. And remember, the upload button is here. I'm going to pause so I'm not exposing all of my directories here, but just be back and upload it. There we go. So we have our receipt in place. And let's go ahead and just start running the rest here. So we will run our imports. And we'll run our keys once this is done importing. There we go. And then we'll run the client. And then we'll run the receipt. Sometimes we've had to say relative here. I'm not sure why, but we'll see if that's still an issue here. And no, it's no issue. Okay, great. It's really nice when you can pull up code from 3 years ago and it still works, no problem. That makes me happy. But that's not always the case. Some of these labs we had to redo. And then obviously there's a lot more changes there. So we'll go ahead and run this. So that is the actual structure of the data. So if we actually want to get anything useful out here, we'll grab the fields. If we go here and take a look, you'll see there's fields. Okay, we'll run that. I can, by the way, I can hit enter. I keep going up here, or maybe it's like shift enter. Yeah, I keep hitting this button here. It's just out of habit. But here we're getting a little bit more information. And so we're going to go ahead and just grab something in particular here. Right, and we get the merchant name. So just carefully look at this and you can see, like here it says get merchant name. But, if we want to do something like the merchant phone number, we could probably just swap this out here as such, right, and get that number. So hopefully that is clear, and that pretty much demonstrates the form recognizer. Very easy. So I'll just go ahead and clear this out. We'll call this one done. And, yeah, I'll just go ahead, reset this, get it into the repo, and then we'll just stop our environment here. We can move on. So just go back a step here. And whoop, go ahead and download these two. I don't need to download the receipt, I already have it. So we'll go ahead and download this. And I'll just open this, hit period for github.dev. Okay, and I'll just make a new folder here. This will just be form recognizer. And we'll bring in that notebook and that image there, okay? So those are now both there. Yeah, I'll just commit that. Easy, super easy. Okay, great. Yeah, and we'll just go ahead and stop our compute there, and I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at using the speech API for Azure. So what I'm going to do here is make my way over to our compute. Normally I have this open, but I closed it from the last time we're here. And so we're running our compute in the machine learning studio. So ML Studio here. No, not AI Studio, but ML. Here it is, Azure Machine Learning, or I believe it's called the studio there. I've just called our workspace AI Workspace. I'll go ahead and launch the studio. And then from here, we're going to go onto the left-hand side under Compute. We're going to go here and start our compute. So we want to work with the speech service over here. And we do not need to create one in isolate. I don't think we do. But let's go take a look here to the Azure AI Services. And I just want to see if it's integrated into here. It is. So that means that we can continue to use this as our key and endpoint. The question is, what is the library that we're going to use? Now, it used to be Azure Cognitive Services Speech, but it may have changed since then. So I'm going to go take a look here and just say Azure AI Speech API and just see if there's a new one, because there could be a new one. Another thing that we could find out is if I click into the one I already have existing. Now, you haven't created one, of course, but I think before I had created one here. And if I go into here, sometimes they will have quick starts. And so I'm just curious here if they show that here. They do not. What's interesting is they have a speech studio. So let's just click into here and see what we have. Because maybe this would also appear in Azure AI Studio, or Azure AI Studio. And so we have some stuff here where you can, I guess, get started with it. This is not how I want to work with it. I want to work with it programmatically, because that's how you should learn it as well. And so I'm really curious, what is the API we're going to use? So I'm going to go look for that while this compute is starting up. So just give me a moment. I'll be back in just a second. All right, so I've looked it up, and it appears that the one that is being shown here is this one. Now, the thing is that a lot of the APIs have been being changed over from being Azure Cognitive Services Speech to a newer one. But this is what they're still showing here. So maybe in the future this is going to change, but for now, this is what it is. And so we're going to stick with that. So now that our computer is running, I'm going to go ahead as per usual and open this up in Jupyter Lab. And so we'll just give that there a moment to open. Okay, great. I'm going to say build, which is totally fine. And obviously we've been doing a lot of different stuff in here. I'm just going to close out some of our tabs here. And I want to back out to AI. I'm going to make a new folder here, and we're going to call it speech. Okay. And within here, I think probably what we'll do is text to speech first. So that might be a very easy one we can do. So I'm going to go here and make a new notebook. And I'm going to choose 3.10 here. And I'm just going to rename this to text to speech. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in this as the way we're going to install this here. Okay, so we do that. And so that is good. I'll bring in some documentation just in case you are looking for the same stuff that I'm looking at. So go ahead and grab this link up here for you. And we'll just say resources, and we'll paste that on in here. So that's that there. And it looks like we have some options. We have text to speech and speech to text. So, and then we have speech translation. So we have three things that we can do here. Let's go with text to speech first. Okay. And so we can see here we have a couple keys we need to add. Here they're actually creating a .NET application, which seems to be a little bit more extreme. I would rather just work with Python. And we are working with Python, so I don't think this is what I want to do. Some of this is relevant, but I definitely do not want to create a full thing here. So let's go see if we can find the SDK example for this. And so just give me a moment. I'm going to go take a look, okay? All right, so I found the repo by Azure, so maybe we can make sense of it. Azure, not the best at providing us the information or resources we need, but that's okay. I'm here to get us through it, so not a big deal. And so, I want to do text to speech. And so here, there's a lot of examples, but maybe we'll try this one here, and we'll also try this one. So here we have speech synthesis. And so we definitely would have to do a speech config here. And we need to use a synthesizer. But this doesn't look like text-to-speech. But hold on, we also have this one here, which might be simpler. Let's go take a look here. Yeah, they do not make it easy here, do they? Okay, so, when I make these videos, I always like to pull from somewhere so you see where I'm pulling from, but I do have instructions off screen. So I don't always do them exactly, but this is the one I prepped ahead of time, and I just cannot find the same stuff. And so I think the only way we're really going to be able to do this is if I just work with my existing text, and that's what I'm going to have to do. So for this one, we're just going to have to type it out. Unfortunately, it's the only way. So I do apologize for that, but we can only do what we can do. Let's go ahead and do an import OS. The next thing we're going to do is import Azure Cognitive Services. Cognitive Services Speech. And we're going to bring that in as Speech SDK. Okay? So we'll put that in there. So hopefully it will import both of those. And if I spell it wrong, that's where we're going to run into an issue. So I'm not going to guess here. I'm just going to copy it. And let's paste that in here now. Nope, I think I'm typing it wrong. So Cognitive Services dot speech as speech SDK. So that is definitely correct. And we'll try this again because maybe the top one didn't finish. And now it's fine. So I think it was just that the time I ran this wasn't ready, and so that's probably the reason why. So we're going to need a couple things. We're going to probably need an API key as per usual, and maybe an endpoint. So I'm going to grab those from our other ones. Doesn't really matter which ones. So I'm going to go here and grab it from here. I'm going to assume that we need an API key and an endpoint. The next thing we're going to need is the speech SDK audio config. Well, actually, we're actually going to need our speech SDK speech config. And by the way, if you're watching this, you can just find this in the repo and pull it from there in the Azure examples, because it will be in here at the end of this video. But right now, I'm just bringing it in here. And so here it wants an API key, so we can just say API key. Okay, and then this will just be our config. And then the next thing we need is our audio output config. One other thing we might have to specify here is the region. So I can go here and do that as well. And I believe we're running everything in West US. Hopefully that's the correct order. Sometimes it's the other way. So that's part one. The next thing is going to be the audio config. So we have speech config. Just to make this less confusing, I'm going to have one called speech config here. And then audio config. So we'll set that up there. The next thing we need to do is we need to set up the voice we're going to use. And so I go down here, and what this is going to do is going to configure us to use the US available multilingual neural. So when you're dealing with like synthetic voices, there's like a model called Neural, and those usually means that they're really, really good. That's the best description that I can give to it. I remember this when I was working with AWS's artificial voices. They had like different grades of them, and Neural is one of the best ones. It's probably just the way that the voice is generated. The next thing we're going to need is the synthesizer, so we'll go ahead and paste that in next here. And here we are feeding in our audio configure and our speech configure to get our synthesizer. All right. And so now if we wanted to get text from from here, well, I guess like you could put input here, but I'm just going to put some text here. I'm just going to say, this is what we want it to be spoken, but we'll say, Star Trek is still the best sci-fi TV show. Okay, so that is my text that I want to be turned into speech. And then the idea is that we're going to feed this text to the synthesizer. It's going to output those results. Okay, and so the next thing here is we need to make sense of those results. So here we are going to look at the result. I'm just going to shorten this. I don't like how long that name is. So I'll just say results here. It's really just result, but that's fine. And so you say if the result.reason equals that it's completed, then we're going to go ahead and print out that it's been completed. Again, if you need to pause and write this out, go write this out. Normally I write this out from scratch, but you know, unfortunately, it just was not easy for us to source stuff here and pull from stuff, okay? So from here, if it is canceled, I'm just going to update this so that this is like that. If it's canceled, then we're going to print out that it's been canceled. And if there is an error, because it's been canceled, we're going to want to know why that is. And so I'm just carefully going through here and putting those details in, okay? And we're giving some reasons as to why. So one question I have is, where is it outputting this speech, right? Because I'm looking at this code and I don't see it being saved anywhere, and we're going to want to hear it, right? So that's something that I'm kind of interested in. But we can go on to the next line, and maybe we can just print what the results are, and we can figure it out from there. So it's not asking for an endpoint per se. But I would expect that it would need one. Otherwise, how would it know to work? But I guess the endpoints are pretty much the same. So like, if we go back over to here, and we look at its endpoint, it's cognitive.microsoft.com. And if we go into our actual unified API here, it's going to be very similar. The only difference here is that this one says speech to text, text to speech, which is neural. But how's it going to know to use that if we're not providing that information? So there is a link here which maybe might tell us how we can work with it. This is probably like the REST way of working with it. So, I mean, we could do it that way as well. We did do that earlier when we used, if you remember when we did translator, because we didn't have the most update the thing. So we'll see if we can get this to work, and if it doesn't, we'll work it another way. But one thing I don't see here is us outputting the file, so maybe it's stored in here, because we want to actually hear it if it works, right? So we're here, and I need an API key, so I'm just going to give this a try. It is West US here. That's good. And so we'll paste that in here. And I'm going to run this. And then we'll go here next. We'll choose this next. And I'm just hoping that it knows what endpoint to go to. And so we'll go to our text. And so here's the moment of truth. Will this work? And it did not work. Okay. So it says unable to connect, connection refused. Cannot connect to server socket, no such file directory. Could not do that. So just give me a moment, I'll figure it out, okay? All right, so let's see if we can get Claude to help us out here, because I feel like this one's a little bit tricky. And so maybe we'll do some comparison here and just see what we're looking at here. So just give me a moment, I'm just gonna get my screen set up. All right, so I kind of have them side by side here. The reason I'm using Claude Sonnet is because ChatGPT today is not working, but I happen to pay for multiple of these assistants. I usually don't need to leverage these too often for coding, but maybe for this case, it might help us out. So first thing is that we did the speech SDK, so that is correct. Here it has a key and region. We are providing a key and region, and we are supplying those there, right? So we did that. The next thing they're doing is they are setting a voice. Here they're using Jenny, and we're just using the Ava multilingual neural, so I don't think that really matters too much. I don't think that's our problem. The next thing we have here is speech synthesizer SDK. Okay, and so we appear to have something similar. The key difference here is they're setting the audio config to none. We're saying use default speaker. So maybe we could take that out. Maybe we don't even need that, so I'm just going to take this out and just simplify it. Whoops. Do not need this one. And it's because our font is really large here, so, or at least I think that's why. So I'm going to go here and just switch this out to none. Okay. Then we'll go here, delete this. And then we have our text. From here, we are doing speech synthesizer, speech text as async. Okay. And then down below, we have something very similar. So we have reason, complete. Here it's saving the audio file, which is actually what I wanted to do. So that's really good that we have this. So go ahead and place this in here. And I do want to save it in place, so I'm going to go ahead and grab this above here, so that's good as well. I might just put it there, just save myself some trouble. And the rest looks good. So we're not too far off, but again, maybe the issue is that we are using the unified API, and that key won't work there because we're not specifying something. I do not know. But let's go and just run it from the top, okay? So I'll go here. Oh, you know what? Well, we're not using the endpoint, so it doesn't really matter right now. And then we'll do this. 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 And it really isn't a whole lot different, but this time it worked no problem. So the only thing we changed is we took out the audio config to none. So maybe that was our problem. We'll go ahead and run this. And it has an issue with the result. It's because it's not called result, it's called results. And so we'll run that like that. Ah, okay, so thank you, Claude. Not exactly sure what was wrong, other than it didn't like our audio config setting, but we were able to use our thing. So let's see if we can hear this. I believe I have system sound, so up here it shows me that there's system sound here, so we should be able to hear this on screen. So I don't know if we can play it in here. Probably not, so I'll have to download this first. All right. And I'm going to open this up.
Star Trek is still the best sci-fi TV show. Star Trek is still the best sci-fi.
Is still the Star Trek is still the best sci-fi TV show.
Star Trek is still the best sci-fi TV show.
It doesn't sound right for some reason.
Star Trek is still the best sci-fi TV show.
Oh, is still the best Star Trek TV show. Okay, so that's okay. I mean, I got it slightly wrong, but that is totally fine. The next thing we'll need to do is we'll do speech to text. So that one worked really well. I might just go ahead and use Sonnet to generate that out because clearly it was a bit of a challenge to find that code. So I'm going to go ahead here and we'll make another one here. This will be speech to text. We'll drop this down. Speech to text. And I'm going to go ahead here and just say, okay, now I want to do speech to text. And we'll let that generate out. We'll give it a moment, okay? It's actually pretty quick. So we're looking at a very similar setup, except this one actually does have an audio config, okay? So we'll go over to this one, and we're going to bring these two over here. I'm not sure if we really need both, but we'll do that. Whoops. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And we'll paste here. I wonder if we can just copy the cells. Let's see, can I just copy all of these cells? Not easily. Well, I guess I'll just copy it one by one. So we'll place that one in there. And then we have our imports. And then we have our keys. And then we have this. And this is where it's going to vary, because here we're going to bring back the audio config, but the key difference here is we're going to say use default microphone. I'm not sure how this is going to work, because then it sounds like it's going to need me to speak into my microphone, and I'm not sure how that would work. We need a speech recognizer, so we'll go to this one here and grab it here. I'm noticing that we did not specify, we do need to specify the language, so that's something that's here that I'll have to bring over. But we did not have to specify what it's using to synthesize the voice, because I guess it's not synthesizing a voice. That kind of makes sense. So I'm going to bring this here. Whoops. And we'll bring this one down. And so we want to bring this one over. We still need this, I believe. Actually, no, it's not. This is a speech synthesizer, and we need a speech recognizer. So it looks very similar. Okay, but this one is recognizer, okay? So we'll clear that out there. We'll add another one here. So speaking to the microphone. And so I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work, because we are in a Jupyter Notebook. I'm not sure how it's going to request that information. And then the last part here is just the outputs. Again, if you're watching this, you can just get it from the Azure examples repo, okay? And that'll make your life a lot easier. So I don't know if this is going to work, because I'm not sure how we feed it into here, but let's go ahead and try it. Worst case, maybe I can get an audio clip and then upload it. But we'll see what happens here. Okay. And unexpected keyword, use Microsoft microphone default. So going back to here, I'm just going to copy this line just so that we know if it's the same or not. And so there is a difference. This one says output config. This one's audio config. So maybe the other one failed because there was a slight change in syntax or something. I'm not sure. So far, okay. And we now have this issue. Okay, so I'm gonna see if we can change this. And it says I'm out of messages till 3 p.m. And it's 2:53 right here, and I kind of want Claude's help here. So I'm gonna pause the video. I'm gonna be here when I can get a little bit more help from our generative AI assistant here, because I'm not sure how we're going to do this one, because it's giving us issues every time we do the audio input here. Okay, so I'll be back in just a moment. All right, so I asked Claude, and it's basically saying, yeah, you have microphone issues. And we're going to see if it will provide us another way of doing this. So we can change this to pass it an audio file as opposed to using the microphone, which is giving us trouble. So what we'll do is go all the way to the top here and try this again. Now, we might still have an issue here just because. But here it's suggesting something very similar. But here we're passing in a file name for an audio file, right? And I'm just going to go here and say path to audio file, and we'll just assume this is the same place. I guess I'll go ahead and create an audio file, so just give me a moment. I'm going to go and see if I can get some kind of audio file for us, so just a moment. Well, you know what I'm thinking? We have this output file. Why can't we just use that, right? So I'm going to actually do that and use our output wave. Now, it's obviously not human speech. It's generated speech, but I would expect it to work very similarly. So that is pretty clear. And it doesn't look like anything else has to change. It's literally just those two lines. So let's go ahead and run this one, and then run the audio config, and then choose the US language, and then try this again. And so now we're not having a problem, which suggests to me that maybe it's in better shape here. I'm just going to double check this line here. This seems to be the same, so go ahead and place that there. No problem, good. And then we'll output our thing. It says, Star Trek is still the best sci-fi show ever. And because it is a synthetic voice, maybe if I had spoken into it or recorded one, I would do that. The only thing I think I'd have to do is stop this video. I don't feel like doing video editing after this, so that's why we're using the audio one there. So those are two things we can do. I feel like there's one more thing that we can do, which is probably translation. So let me just take a look here. So we have speech to text, text to speech, with speech translation, intent recognition. So let's take a look here. What's this? An intent is something the user wants to do. Okay. Speaker recognition, keyword recognition, so lots of stuff here. But maybe speech translation would be interesting. So let's go read about this for a second. Because I'd imagine this is going to take text from one and another. It's not going to sound the same, but let me just read this for 2 seconds. Okay, so here what it's suggesting is it will take the speech service will take an audio stream in your specified source and have it translated into the output text in the specified language. Okay. So again, I'm just going to leverage Claude here and just say, okay, now let's do speech translation. So an English audio source to Japanese. If it can't do Japanese, then Spanish, please. Okay, and we'll see if it can generate that out for us. Again, I usually do not rely on Claude, but again, it's very hard to find the stuff that we want to find here. And so here we'll make a new notebook. And this one's going to be speech translation. We'll choose the kernel to be the same as per usual here. Rename this speech translation. And we're looking at something very similar. So go over here and grab similar stuff. So we're going to need this. And then we're going to need this. And we're going to need this. And we're going to need, what else here? We have a translation config, so this is a little bit different. Okay. And so I'll put our API key here and our region here. And then we have a source, so from a language. So the from language, they put it down here as a function, but we're going to go here and add this here. Now, I don't really want a fallback. It was just more like if it wasn't available. So I was asking like not to make it a fallback, but to code it in if that was the case. So I'm going to just change this a bit so that it is, we're not going to deal with a fallback language. I'd rather do just Japanese directly here. And so then the idea is that we add our target language here. Again, just copy and pasting these as we go here. And you could write this in or get it from the code base, wherever it is. And then they have a fallback there, which we're going to ignore. Then the next thing is we want to supply our audio file. And this is just going to be output. We'll just keep sticking with that. And then keeps going here. But then we have creating the translator. Okay. And then we have a big dump of stuff here. And so that looks pretty good to me. So I think I might just go back to our text to speech and just change this, because I don't really like this text here, so I'll delete this here. I'm going to put something that I know I'll understand in Japanese. So we'll say, I am eating ramen. How about that? I'm eating ramen. Or how about I'm eating sushi? Okay. So that should be something like sushi o tabete, I think. So we'll go to the top here, and I'm going to go ahead and just execute everything. We're going to restart it all. And the idea is I want that to output that text. Okay. And there it is. So I'm going to download this. And then we'll play it here, make sure that it is what we think it is.
I am eating sushi.
Thanks. Sounds good. Very interesting intonation on that voice. It sounded pretty good. But anyway, let's go over to our speech translation and hopefully this will work. So run the first one. We'll run the second one. This here. The translator config. The from language. The to language. The audio file. The only thing that's wrong here is this. So this, I'm going to re-update this. And then run this again. And then run this one. And it looks like it worked. And so we'll output it. And result is not defined. Good point. Oh, you know what it is? I think I'm missing a line here. So after this line, it's supposed to have this. There we go. And now we can run this. We have O. That's the honorific. O. I'm going to assume that's sushi. Sushi. Doesn't look like sushi. Is that sushi? Let's go find out. So I'm going to go over to Japanese dictionary. Is that sushi? Oh, it's sushi. Okay. So we have O sushi o tabe tai mas. Tabe tai mas. I thought it would be tabe te. But I mean, I guess that also is the more politer version of it. But that worked exactly as we expected. There's more that we can do with this speech API. Let me just see if there's anything else that I'd like to do here. I might have made notes here in our platform. No, that's it. So we'll call this done. I'm going to go ahead and just clear out these values here as per usual. And we had a little bit we had to work around, but it wasn't too bad. So we'll go here, and go here, and then go here, and clear this out. And I'm just going to go ahead and clear the outputs, restart and clear the outputs. And then go to this one, restart and clear the outputs. And then go to this one and restart and clear the outputs. I'm going to go ahead and download these three. Okay. And then we're going to go over to our Azure examples repo. I'm going to hit period here. Whoops, period. And then we'll make a new folder here called speech. Since this is all kind of under Azure AI Services, I kind of feel like I should have probably done that, but whatever. And so we'll just drop those in there. There we go. And so now if you need to follow along here, we have the speech API. Okay. There you go. Remember to shut down your compute, and I will see you in the next one. Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to take a look at Azure AI Video Indexer, which allows you to get insights into analyzing your videos and audio content. So let's get to it. I'm in the Azure portal. We're going to go all the way to the top here and type in Azure AI Video Indexer. Okay, so it's going to bring us over to here. And as per usual, we'll go ahead and create ourselves a new resource. I'm going to create a new resource group here, calling this one AZ Video Indexer. Maybe AI Video Indexer. And I'll just put some numbers here. It doesn't matter because I don't have a resource group named that. I was thinking it was the resource name, and that had to be unique, but I'm going to go ahead and type in AI Video Indexer. Now, I don't know if it allows for hyphens, but I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to go and do it that way. I don't think the region here really matters. I've been doing a lot of the AI services in US West, but we'll stick with East US here. Says connect all content from an existing classic account. That is not the case. Storage for the allocated account. So I'm going to have to create myself a new storage account. And we'll go ahead and call this AI Video Indexer so that we have somewhere to place our data. And we'll go ahead and do this. Of course, we can't do hyphens, so we'll do this again. And I'll just put some random numbers here on the end. We'll go ahead and hit OK. And so that looks good so far. Then we have down below, unlock generative AI, connect your Azure Video Indexer resources to Azure Open AI for more capabilities. That sounds pretty cool. I kind of feel like doing that. I'm not sure what we're going to get by doing that, but maybe that's not a bad idea. So let's make our way over to OpenAI. And we might not discover anything interesting, but we'll go ahead and create that. And so this is where it gets kind of tricky because we need that before we can go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this one AI. I'm going to just kill this tab here because that's no good. Leave. We'll call this one AI Video Indexer. And we'll leave that in East US. And so this will be OpenAI Video Indexer. We're going to choose the standard tier, as I don't believe there is any other tier right now. We're going to leave network completely open. And we'll go ahead and create the Azure OpenAI resource. Okay. So this should create pretty quick, but we will wait for this to complete. So that resource is now created. I do also want to point out that Microsoft has Azure AI Video Indexer, and so we might look at this in a separate video. It's hard to say which one Azure wants us to look at, and it is confusing when they have multiple offers, so we will have to probably look at both of them. So let's go ahead and go back to Azure AI Video Indexer here, and let's go ahead and create our Azure AI Video Indexer. We'll drop this down here and go to here, and we'll say AI Video Indexer. I'll put some numbers here just to make it happy. East US is fine. We're going to create one. I'm going to try to stick with the same numbers here so it's less confusing. And so I'm just going to go here and take out the hyphens. It hates hyphens. It hates them. And that seems fine. That is good. I'm going to go ahead and connect our OpenAI here. We have system assigned, user assigned. We'll stick with system assigned. That seems fine to me. Not that I can ever remember Azure permissions, no matter how much Azure I use. And so here it has, I have the rights to contents degree to handle this stuff. I absolutely do. We'll go ahead and hit create. I have lots of video content. And if you want to use one of my videos, you can absolutely do that. I'm going to try to find one where I'm in a video with somebody, maybe with Ashish, our security friend here. But we'll wait for this to deploy, and then I guess we'll have to upload something. All right, so our resource has now been created. Let's go ahead and visit it. And so we have the portal. And so that makes me think that, you know, if we signed up for that free trial, I bet it would give us probably a very similar experience. We also have the Video Indexer API, so we could work with it programmatically. This account needs a managed identity role assigned to it, assignment to connect to it. So assign a role. Sounds good to me. And if they could also assign roles here, that'd be really nice. The less work I have to do, the more happy I'm going to be. Awesome. That was a really nice user experience. So let's go ahead and explore the portal. And we'll give that a moment to load. All right, so we have a few options. We have Microsoft Entra ID, personal Microsoft account, or Google. I'm going to go with Microsoft Entra ID, formerly known as Azure AD, which, by the way, Microsoft, I think it could have kept with the original name. It was a lot better. And so now we are in here, and so we can upload a video. So I need some kind of video to upload here. And it looks like we can also enter URL. So if we could provide a URL to YouTube, that would be very interesting. I'm not 100% certain if it can accept it, but let's learn a bit more about uploading videos. So what I want to know is, can we provide it a link to YouTube? You can't use URLs from streaming services such as YouTube. That's probably the first thing that people are thinking of. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go find a video. So just give me a second. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, so I couldn't exactly find the video I was looking for, but that's totally fine. We'll just go use this one. And so if you ever want to download something from YouTube, it's a little bit sketchy. We're going to type in YouTube, download video. Okay, and the reason this is a bit sketchy is that you can end up with malware, so be very, very careful. Maybe just watch me do it and see what happens first before you do it yourself. But I think this is the site I normally use if I need to download videos. So I'm going to go ahead here and be very, very careful. Again, just watch me do it before you do it yourself. It says download the video. And I almost kind of wonder if I could just download this video and then, you know what, maybe what I'll do is I'll just download the video myself. Can I download that? No, we don't need to install the app. Let's download. Plus enjoy your free tube ads in the background. Not now. So I'm pretty certain I can download this from my YouTube Studio. So what I'm going to do is download it and then upload it so that you can just get it from the GitHub, okay? So just give me one moment. All right, so I've downloaded it. I'm going to go over to our GitHub account, and this one is at Azure Examples. We are working on video indexer, so I'm just going to open this up here, and we will just wait a moment here. We'll open this up, and we'll say Azure AI Video Indexer, or we'll say AI Video Indexer. And so now I can go ahead and drag this video. I'm just going to rename the video to video. I'm doing this off screen, by the way. Yep, so I've renamed it. And then I'm just going to upload it here. I'll have to name it video example. I already have a video named video, so I can just name this video example here. Then I'm going to drag it on over here. Okay, and so now you have a means to utilize this video as well, so you don't have to worry about trying to find a video. So I'll just say add example video. Okay, so we'll go ahead and commit that. I'm going to make my way back over to here, and so now it's suggesting that I can upload a video. So we'll go here and say upload. It says drag and drop, so let's go ahead and drag and drop. That looks good to me. We'll keep it private. Single bitrate sounds fine to me. I mean, it's not really a streaming video, but we'll leave it as single bitrate, which is fine. We have English down below. That is correct. And we'll go ahead and hit review and upload. That we can use, that I use any, well, let's read this. By checking this box, I certify that the use of any facial recognition functionality in the service is not by or for a police department in the United States. Wow, that's an intense thing to say. We'll go ahead and hit upload index. So again, if you don't want to upload yourself or you're worried about that, you can just use me. Okay. And so that's going to upload, and we'll just give that a moment to work, okay? There we go. After a little wait there, we have our video uploaded, so let's go ahead and click into it. And just understand that we are on a trial account, so there are some limitations that we can do, but you can see that it's already extracting out information. So right away, it's detecting that there's a couch, and yes, there is indeed a couch in the background. And as we go through here, I'm just wondering if it's going to change things. Nothing super interesting here. We have some topics, so put Coursera. I'm not on Coursera, and I'm not on Udacity, but it is correct about the educational component there. So technology computers, pretty close. I'd say that is interesting there. Okay, and I think the bar is indicating as to where it's finding that information, or it's where it's deciding that. Audio effects, silence. There is no effect per se, but it is silence, so that is fair. Keywords here is certification. Extracted Andrew Brown, so that is nice. Has a human face. That is true. That is a human. Glasses, microphone, person, clothing. Named entity, so detected that it is Andrew Brown. I'm not sure if it detected that because I said my name, or if it because it could match me up to something. Says, I'm pretty joyous over here. Am I? I guess so. But yeah, there is some information. We can go over to the timeline. We have transcriptions. We have the view over here. Yeah, this is the captioning here. But looks like we could see more information if we want. Okay, so I can go here, and we can say speaker. And again, just flipping around to see what kind of other information we can get. So here we have keyframes. We have labels. So it's showing us when it determined those labels. So we can go to storyboard, and we get we just put all of them on, so you get kind of a rich idea of information. Is it that great? I don't know. I guess it's okay. Let's go ahead and hit edit and see what we have. So it looks like we can modify that information after the fact, and then we can download this data into a format. So pretty straightforward. I'm not sure if there's really much else to show in here, but create a custom speech model, so information will be found. So yeah, that's interesting. But just give me just a moment, and let me just see if there's anything else that'd be interesting for us to do while we're in here. So yeah, there could be other things that we could do in here, but there's nothing that is particularly interesting. So I think that we can just call this done, and we kind of saw the results of it. Similar to a service like Amazon Recognition, if you've ever used it, but this clearly has a few more capabilities. But yeah, that seems fine to me. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. So I'm going to go to account settings. We're going to go ahead and delete this account. And we're going to say delete Andrew, delete this account. And it says delete pending. This account will be permanently deleted in 90 days. Of course. Of course it's going to be in 90 days. Why would it be any time sooner? So I'm going to go back over to here, and I want to go ahead and delete this. So hopefully we can tear this down. And I'm going to go ahead and grab this and paste this in here, and we'll say delete. And I'm just going to confirm this deletes just because this other one kind of indicated that it's not going to go away right away. But yeah, it looks like you can get into that service either through the Azure portal, or as we saw, you could just type in Azure AI Video Indexer and then not have to use Microsoft Azure. But of course, that's the way we want to use it is via Microsoft Azure. Give this a refresh here. And it did not get rid of this. Did it tell us why? Oh, it's still deleting it. So we'll just wait a little bit here, okay? Great, so that appears all cleaned up, and we are in good shape here. So I'll see you in the next one. Ciao. Azure AI Content Safety is an API that detects harmful user-generated and AI-generated content in apps and services. It includes text and image APIs that allow you to detect material that is harmful. It's great for regulatory compliance for obvious reasons because you can maintain a safe and appropriate user environment. Use cases include generative AI services, online marketplaces, gaming companies, social messaging platforms, enterprise media companies, K-12 education solutions. And so we will programmatically work with the Azure AI Content Safety API. And then we'll also talk about the Studio, which is going to give us a more user-friendly environment. Azure AI Content Safety Studio is a GUI for the Azure AI Content Safety API. And you're probably starting to notice a trend with these Azure AI services that they'll have an API and then a studio. So it handles offensive, risky, or undesirable content using advanced content moderation ML models. It provides templates and customized workflows to build your own content moderation system. And now this thing is located within Azure AI Studio. Previously, it was not inside of Azure AI Studio, but they're starting to roll everything into this. Azure AI Studio, even at this time, is considered preview, but it seems like with all the work that they're putting behind it, it's going to become GA at some point. So that's kind of interesting. The key features here are out-of-the-box AI models, includes pre-trained models and Microsoft built-in block lists for flagging profanities. Custom block lists allows users to upload their own block list for specific use cases. Content upload, users can upload their content or use provided sample content to test the system. There are three main things they want you to know about: moderate text content, moderate image content, and monitor online activity. So we don't do a whole lot for labs with this because I think the programmatic way is a lot more valuable, but we do look at it and it's pretty straightforward. So I just want to go over these three main features with some screenshots so you have an idea of their capabilities so we can meet the requirements for the exam. So let's talk about text moderation. This provides an efficient and customizable way to manage harmful text content in your applications. No surprise there. So we have an interface where you can test content from single sentences to entire data sets, assess results directly in the portal for immediate feedback, customize sensitivity, so adjust the levels and fine-tune the content filters, manage block lists to meet your specific moderation needs. We can export code to implement the moderation tool in your apps, save time and simplify your workflows with easy integration. And we're looking at three things, but there's a lot more models than just these three, but these are the three, again, we want to focus on. Let's talk about image moderation. So as you can imagine, it's for ensuring your images comply with content standards. So you guessed it, you can upload images, do it right in the portal. You have customizable sensitivity that you can do that, and you can obviously integrate it into your apps, right? Now let's talk about monitor online activity. This one's a lot more boring, but we got a bunch of text here we got to get through. Monitor online activity provides a comprehensive overview of your content moderation performance, enabling you to track API usage and trends across different content types. For the type of information we can collect, it has detailed metrics such as categories and severity of distribution, monitor latency errors and block list detections. For performance, we get a full picture of the content moderation performance. We can optimize workflows based on detailed insights. It has a user-friendly interface as per usual. I do not have a screenshot here today. We have performance tracking tools as well. So nothing super exciting there, but again, I think that the programmatic part is a lot more important. So we're going to spend more time on that. We will look at the Content Safety Studio, and it's very easy to play around with, so you're going to be able to figure it out pretty easily, okay? Hey, this is Andrew Brown. We're going to take a look at Content Safety Studio. And so if you were to go up here and type in Content Safety, it's going to bring you under Azure AI Services. I do also want to point out, if you typed in Content Safety Studio in here, it would also bring you to Content Safety Cognitive Azure.com, where it looks like you could run resources here. It doesn't indicate as to what. And also within the Azure AI Studio, it appears under here as well, where we can go in and play around with it. But what I want to do is use it the programmatic way, because this is going to be the way that we're probably going to want to utilize it. So let's go ahead and set this up. I'm going to put this under AI Managed Workloads, and this is going to be in West US because I'm doing everything over there. I'm going to call this Content Safety Example, EXP, just put some numbers here, and we have some price tiering. I'm going to go with the free tier. Well, let me just take a look here, because maybe the free tier is going to severely limit us. So I'll go to the pricing table. And so the difference here is with free, we get these four. So it looks like we can do everything with the free ones. Let's go ahead and use the free one then. So we'll go ahead and do that, review and create. Okay, we'll create that resource. And so we'll just wait for that to deploy, okay? It is deployed. Let's go to that resource now. And so it says, congratulations, you're ready. Now explore the quick start guidance to set up and get set up and running content safety. Okay, where is the quick start? So maybe here on the left-hand side, we might have quick start somewhere. Usually quick starts appears on the overview. I mean, maybe this is the quick start because it's listing that as such. But anyway, we got to get the API keys to authenticate to your apps, make API calls, enjoy coding. So I guess what I'll do, because this is all going to be API driven, I'm going to go back over to here. I'm going to start this up, and we are going to get this working. And once this is running, we'll go ahead and grab some keys and get to it, okay? Let's take a look and see if our compute is ready. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and launch this up in Jupyter Labs. And so we are going to need ourselves an API key. So I imagine we're just going to go over to manage API keys here. And I guess we'll end up grabbing that one here. It would have been really nice if we had a quick start so we could just get to it. But they don't appear to have one. I'll go over the documentation. Maybe they have something there. Well, it says quick start over here, so I guess that is a good start. I mean, that's one place where we can work with the Content Safety Studio, sure. But I'm looking for how we can interact with it programmatically. So we'll go over to here, and maybe we'll have analyze text image. And so, yeah, it looks like we have some content safety stuff in here. So maybe I can work with this as the basis. So we'll just say build, that doesn't matter here. And we're going to go back a step, and we're going to make a new folder here and call it content safety. Okay, and we will make, well, I don't need a folder. Well, I guess we'll have it in a folder. That's fine. And we'll make a new one here. We'll say new file or new notebook. And we'll rename this. It'll be content safety. I'll just do SDK. Rename this again, sorry. Content safety. And I'm going to see, maybe they have a README here. Sometimes they have them at the top level here. Yeah, so this is what I was looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and try to install it this way. We'll do %pip like that, and we'll run that. We are going to need our key and our endpoint probably. So if we just, I'll grab this link here just in case you're looking for it. Convert that to Markdown, we'll just say resources. And we'll go back over to here. So it looks like we're going to need our API key and our endpoint. So I'm going to go ahead and just say API key and endpoint. We'll go back over to here, and this is our endpoint. So I'm going to paste that in here as such. And then we'll go back and get our actual key. And I would love to load this via nvars, but again, not the best at figuring that out. So we will run this. So those two are set. We'll go back over to our example here. And we have these two. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. I'll just grab all this big block here. And so we have Azure key credentials, which is here, content safety client, block client list. So we have our endpoint. I'm just going to clear this on out. And then we have our API key. So this will be API key. And so in theory, that should work. So I'll go ahead and run that and see what happens. No problem so far. So here it has content safety client, content safety block. I mean, it depends on what this is doing, right? So this is for making a block list client. Is that even what I want to do? So let me just read this for a second, okay? I just hopped in one of these examples. I don't think we really need to have a block list. I think that's a particular feature that we can set up. So, I mean, this is probably fine. Let me go back here and try this again. So this is probably fine. But I'm hoping that, we get this working very easily. So we have content safety, text category. So this is something else we're going to want here. I'm just going to grab this whole block here. And we'll go back to our imports. And I'm just going to paste that here. I'm going to grab this, move it here. So now we have those there. So we already created a client. You're an idiot. I was hoping that it would give me some kind of text that I could use because I didn't want to have anything that would be too offensive. And then we have our analysis here down below. So we'll copy that. And I'll add this here as such. So we'll go here and then run this and then run our request. And so I think this is all of the code. So I want this part for sure. Okay. And I'm just going to fix this indentation here. I don't need this because we're not calling this as a function. And so the idea is that this should return results for us. And so we'll run it. And it doesn't know what client is. Fair enough, as this is called this here. So I'll go ahead and just switch that out like that. And there we go. So that's how we can do our text content analysis. So I'm going to go over. Sorry there, I'm not sure what happened to my throat there, but I'm going to go over here and just change this to be very specific. This is text analysis, so I'm going to rename this. I think I might have to get some water. Analyze, this will be analyze text. And so we'll do that one and we'll just keep going through this. I'm going to get some water, be back in just a moment. All right, so let's continue on. So we have completed analyze text. There's going to be probably some other ones that we can do. So let's go take a look at some other examples. So sample, analyze image. That would be a really good one to do. So let's see if we can do that. And we'll make a new notebook here. This one will use the SDK kernel here. And we're just going to rename this. This will be analyze image. So some of this is going to be still applicable. So if we go back to this one here, I imagine we'll still do this. And these are going to be the same. And this one's probably going to be similar, but there might be some differences. Yeah, I'll just grab this one here, the big one. And we'll fix that indentation. I want to go here and add this. So that is our client. I'll just grab it from this one here. And then we'll add another. So here we can see we are opening an image. We'll have to provide it an image file, so I'll have to watch out for that, which apparently appears to be here. So I'm going to go and just add this underneath here. And I think I spelt this wrong over here. It's kind of bugging me. Lies, there we go. So because this would get its current path, like where we exactly are. Sorry, and maybe we would just grab the image in place from here. I'm curious as to what image they're using here, but we'll check here in just a moment. If we go up to maybe here, sample data. So they have this very offensive image. How dare they? I'm going to upload here. I'm just going to pause. I'm not exposing my entire screen, but I'm just going to go ahead and upload there. There we go. I just got the image and here it is there. So I'm thinking that that should work. This is going to try to go up a directory. We do not need to go anywhere but the current location. So that should be what we need to get that image path. Going back over to this code here. Actually, it's just right here. Then after that, we have our results. So I'll add this here. Take this off on the end. Okay, and so we can go now run the rest, and hopefully this just works. It might not. It's not a big deal if it doesn't. We'll just fix it. And I'm not sure what we would do here. Just give me a moment. So I'm going to give this a go. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I'm going to go back over to here and try this. Actually, before we do that, I'm just going to go comment this out. I just want to see what happens if I take this up here, and I'll need to insert this way above. This is where I'd like to place it, right up here. I know we have import statements down here as well. I'm just going to import it up here. And then if I go all the way down to here, I say print current dir. I'm just wondering what we would get here. Okay, good. So then probably what I can do is I'll try this, but I think we can provide the current directory like this, and that should work. So I'll go here, and then we'll just print this out, and then we'll know for certain what we're getting. So that appears to be correct. Okay, so I'm going to just clear that out. Run that again. Run this now. And so now it appears to have analyzed the image. We run this. And so you can see it's not an offensive image. Could I get something that is more offensive? Sure. But I don't want to record that because these videos sometimes go public. So it's up to you to thoroughly test this with your own image that is appropriate. Okay, so those are two things that we can do. There's a few other things, but let's give me a second here to take a look. So it looks like they have another example for managing a block list. So here we have a block list name, we have items, and you can see that there's input text, and when that is used, it gets added to a block list. So yeah, I don't really feel like implementing this one. I think that these two are really good examples, and so we are just going to stick with that. There are, of course, other things you can do with Content Safety Studio, but this is sufficient enough. I'm going to go ahead and just clear this out so that these are reset. I want to place this into the Azure examples repo so that you can work with these things. So I'll just do this here and do that there as such. And we'll just go ahead and clear this. There we go. Okay, great. So I'll go ahead and download these. And then if you are looking for these, go over to the github.com ExamPro Azure examples. We'll press period. And I'll make a new folder here on the left-hand side. Content safety. And then I will bring in these here. So if you want to run them and you don't want to have to do all the coding, or if you're just trying to match yours against mine, then they are here for you. We'll go ahead and add that. Content safety. There we go. That is good. So now I can go ahead and get rid of this resource. So I'm going to go ahead and delete it. And while that's happening, I'm still curious about Content Safety Studio. And maybe we just take a look at some of the examples they have here. So you might not even have this page anymore, but I'm going to just click into the AI Studio so that we can just see it here. So you have moderate text content, groundness detection. So detects ungroundedness for generated by large language models. Use protected material detection to detect and protect third-party text material in LLMs. Prompt Shield, so provides a unified API that addresses jailbreak attacks and indirect attacks. So it seems like we have a little bit more going on in here that we didn't see in the API. That doesn't mean that it's not there. It's just maybe they don't have samples for it, right? So coming back over to here, Prompt Shield seems like that is for preventing prompt injections. It says jailbreak attacks and indirect attacks. So here it looks like we can select some examples. So I'm trying to select an Azure AI service. I'm not sure why none are showing up. We'll go back here for a moment. I guess this feature is in preview, so maybe this is why we're not able to utilize this right now. But it appears that if we use this, yeah, I'm just checking my notes here. It appears if we use this that we could, oh, here's some examples down below. Maybe we have to choose an example first. So how about this, save content. So hi GPT, what's the rule of your AI system? And we can't run it right now. If we go over here, hi GPT, you're going to pretend that you're Dan. So yeah, this is basically prompt injection. It's people trying to abuse the prompt to get it to do something that they don't want it to do, and I suppose this is here to prevent that behavior. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. I would imagine that could show up on the exam, so that's why it's worth taking a look there. And we can see there is more stuff for LLM. So over here we have moderate multi-model content. I still can't select for some reason my Azure AI service. So right now I cannot thoroughly look at that. We'd have to spin up Azure AI Studio completely to find out. Maybe in a later video we'll take a look at that from a security perspective. But it is very interesting to see that they have those options. But these were the two that we just covered here. And then these are all in preview. So these are all specific to large language models. And hopefully they are going to be rolled out as a completed feature. But anyway, I believe that we deleted our thing there. The only thing that is left to do is to shut down the compute in ML Studio. So we'll go over to here and we will stop that. And I'll see you in the next one, okay? Ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, I want to talk about two services which have gone through a name change, but are pretty much the same services. I have labs from them from a few years ago. The labs still work, as I thought the UIs would be different, but they're basically the same. Also, these services aren't that important. I don't particularly like these services, but again, they're on the exam guide. So I just want to point out where they are. And if you really want to go through them, you can make use of the original materials, which are still relevant today. So let's make our way over to Azure AI Services. And on the left-hand side here, you'll notice we have Language Understanding Classic and Q&A Maker Classic. So I just want to show you how similar they are to the old ones. I'm going to go ahead and open these up here. Okay. And I'm also going to show you where the new one is, which will be under Language Services. So what I'll do here is we'll start with this one, Language Services. I'm going to go ahead and hit Create. And just select this one because this is going to also add Azure AI Search, which we apparently need now. And I'll just make a new group, which will say Lang U New. And I'm just going to say Lang U New and choose this pricing tier here. This is going to spin up Azure AI Search. If you have another one, it will conflict, but we have one here. I'm going to checkbox this down below. We'll hit Review and Create, and we'll let that get going. While that is waiting, I'm going to go ahead and create Language Understanding, or also known as Lewis. Notice it's saying it's being retired 2025. There's a newer version. That's fine. If you can't create it and it's the future, I just trying to show you where this is. So Lewis old, right? In the future, this might not be available. So really, what? Oh, we probably can't start with Lewis. Old Lewis. My old service. Name the resource. Your resource can only include alphanumeric characters. Okay. And it won't even let me do it. So, I was thinking that what I could do is show you the old one and be like, hey, it's the same experience, but it's not going to let me do that here today. So we'll go ahead and just ignore that. I'm going to create this one here. All right, so that deployment is complete. Let's go ahead in here and go into the language service. So over here we have Language Studio, and this is where the replacement or the reshuffling of those two services are. So we'll go ahead here and just choose the language resource here. And if you go here to understanding questions in conversational language, you'll see down below here, next generation of Q&A maker, next generation of Lewis. So the information from before is still relevant, because if you open up, I think these go to the same place. Let's just take a look here. So we open up this one. Yeah, Language Studio. Hold on, I'm just gonna click back here for a moment. If I click here, yeah, they're both gonna end up opening a new project. Okay, I'm just gonna choose English. We'll hit next. Lang U example. And again, I'm not gonna go ahead and make something make much here, because I've done this before, and this service frustrates me to no end. The key difference here is that they've added Azure Search, and it integrates with OpenAI, but I can't get it to work consistently. But yeah, it's in here, and so the idea is you create a project, and we could add source files, we could do chit chat, whatever we want. Give this a moment here. But up here, we did question and answering. I think if we were to create another project the other way, let me just go up here for a moment. Let's go into this one. Yeah, it's the whole same UI, okay? I think if you go ahead and create a Lewis project, see these are completely separate. Say my Lewis project. We'll go hit next. Yeah, so it's a little bit different where you add your intent. So here it'd be like book flight. And the difference of Q&As is very much it's like if then else, whereas the Lewis language understanding, it's actually an LLM model where you're giving information and you train the model, and so it is like a much more cost-effective version of utilizing a large language model. So again, I have the older labs. Go watch the older labs. I just needed to show you how to get to these two services. The differences in the UI are very minor, with the exception that this one now integrates with Azure AI Search, which makes sense there. So I'm going to go ahead and spin down this resource. You will want to keep it up if you want to go ahead and do these. I personally, again, do not like these services, and they don't appear that much on the exam, so I'm just going to omit them here today. Okay, and I will see you in the next one. All right, ciao. Hey, this is Andrew Brown from ExamPro, and we were looking at natural understanding, or Lewis or Luis, depends on how you'd like to say it. And this is a no-code ML service to build natural language into apps, bots, and IoT devices. So quickly create enterprise-ready custom models that continuously improve. So Lewis, I'm going to just call it Lewis because that's what I prefer, is accessed via its own isolate domain at lewis.ai. And it utilizes NLP and NLU. So NLU is the ability to perform or ability to transform a linguistic statement to a representation that enables you to understand your users naturally, and it is intended to focus on intention and extraction. Okay, so what the users want, and what the users are talking about. So the Lewis application is composed of a schema, and this schema is auto-generated for you when you use the Lewis AI web interface. So you definitely aren't going to be writing this by hand, but it just helps to see what's kind of in there. If you do have some programmatic skills, you can make better use of the service than just the web interface. But the schema defines intention, so what the users are asking for. A Lewis app always contains a none intent. We'll talk about why that is in a moment. And entities, what parts of the intent is used to determine the answer. Then you also have utterances, so examples of the user input that includes intent and entities to train the ML model to match predictions against the real user input. So an intent requires one or more example utterance for training, and it is recommended to have 15 to 30 example utterances. To explicitly train to ignore an utterance, you use the none intent. So Intent classifies user utterances, and entities extract data from utterances. So hopefully that understands. I always get this stuff mixed up. It always takes me a bit of time to understand. There is more than just these things. There's like features and other things, but for the AI 900, we don't need to go that deep, okay? Just to get to visualizing this to make it a bit easier. So imagine we have this this utterance here. These would be the identities. So we have 2 in Toronto. This is the example utterance. And then the idea is that you'd have the intent. And the intent, and if you look at this keyword here, this really helps, where it says classify, that's what it is. It's a classification of this example utterance. And that's how the ML model is going to learn, okay? Hey, this is Andrew Brown from ExamPro, and we are looking at Q&A Maker service, and this is a cloud-based NLP service that allows you to create a natural conversational layer over your data. So Q&A Maker is hosted on its own isolate domain at qnamaker.ai. It will help you find the most appropriate answer from any input from your custom knowledge base of information. So you can it's commonly used to build conversation clients, which include social apps, chatbots, speech-enabled desktop applications. Q&A Maker doesn't store customer data. All the customer data is stored in the region the customer deploys the dependent services instances within. Okay, so let's look at some of the use cases for this. So when you have static information, you can use Q&A Maker in your knowledge base of answers. This knowledge base is custom to your needs, which you've built with documents such as PDF and URLs. When you want to provide the same answer to a repeat question command, when different users submit the same question, the answers is returned. When you want to filter static information based on meta information, so meta tag data is provides additional filtering options relevant to your client application users and information. Common metadata information includes chit chat, content type, format, content purpose, content freshness. And there's a use case when you want to manage a bot conversation that includes static information. So your knowledge base takes a user conversational text or command and answers it. If the answer is part of a predetermined conversation flow represented in the knowledge base with multiple turnkey contexts, the bot can easily provide this flow. So Q&A Maker imports your content into a knowledge base of questions and answer pairs. And Q&A Maker can build your knowledge base from an existing document, manual, or website URL, docx, PDF. I thought this was the coolest thing. So you can just basically have anyone write a docx as long as it has a heading and text. And I think you can even extract out images, and it'll just turn it into the bot. It just saves you so much time. It's crazy. It will use ML to extract the question and answer pairs. The content of the question and answer pairs include all the alternate forms of the question, meta tags used to filter choices during the search, follow-up prompts to continue the search refinement. Q&A Maker stores answers text in Markdown. Once your knowledge base is imported, you can fine-tune the imported results by editing the question and answer pairs, as seen here. There is the chat box, so you can converse with your bot through a chat box. I wouldn't say it's particularly a feature of Q&A Maker, but I just want you to know that's how you'd interact with it. So when you're using the Q&A Maker AI, the Azure Bot Service, the Bot Composer, or via channels, you'll get an embeddable one. You'll see this box where you can start typing in your questions and get back the answers to test it. Here, an example is a multi-turn conversation. So somebody asked a question, a generic question, and that said, hey, are you talking about AWS or Azure, which is kind of like a follow-up prompt. And we'll talk about multi-turn here in a second, but that's something I want you to know about, okay? So chit chat is a feature in Q&A Maker that allows you to easily add pre-populated sets of top chit chats into your knowledge base. The dataset has about 100 scenarios of chit chat in voices of multiple personas. So the idea is like if someone says something random like, how are you doing? What's the weather today? Things that your bot wouldn't necessarily know. It has like canned answers, and it's going to be different based on how you want the response to be, okay? There's a concept of layered ranking. So Q&A Maker system is a layered ranking approach. The data is stored in Azure Search, which also serves as the first ranking layer. The top result from Azure Search are then passed through Q&A Maker's NLP re-ranking model to produce the final results and confidence score. Touching on multi-turn conversation is a follow-up prompt and context to manage the multiple turns known as multi-turn for your bot from one question to another. When a question can't be answered in a single turn, that is when you're using multi-turn conversation. So Q&A Maker provides multi-turn prompts and active learning to help you improve your questions based on key and answer pairs. And it gives you the opportunity to connect questions and answer pairs. The connection allows the client application to provide a top top answer and provide more questions to refine the search for a final answer. After the knowledge base receives questions from users at the publish endpoint, Q&A Maker applies active learning to these real-world questions to suggest changes to your knowledge base to improve the quality. All right? All right, so now we're on to Q&A Maker, and so we're not going to need to do anything programmatically because Q&A Maker is all about no code or low code to build out a questions and answers bot service. So what we'll do is go all the way up here, and I want you to type in qnmaker.ai because as far as I'm aware of, it's not accessible through the portal. Sometimes you can find these things, again, if we go to the marketplace. I'm just curious, I'm going to just take a look here really quickly. Whenever it decides to log us in here. Okay, great. So I'll go over to Marketplace. And probably if we type in Q&A, maybe we'd see something here, Q&A. Yeah, so we go here. Give it a second here. Seems like Azure is a little bit slow right now. It's usually varies fast, but you know, the service varies. Well, it's not loading for me right now, but that's okay because we're not going to do it that way anyway. Again, go to qnamaker.ai, and what I want you to do is go all the way to the top in the right corner, and we'll hit sign in. And what we'll be doing is connecting via our single sign-on with our account, so it already knows I have an account there. I'm going to give it a moment here, and I'm going to go ahead and just give it a second. There we go. So it says I don't have any knowledge base, which is true. So let's go ahead and create ourselves a new knowledge base. Here we have the option between stable and preview. I'm going to stick with stable because I don't know what's in preview. I'm pretty happy with that. And so we need to connect Q&A service to our knowledge base. And so back over here in Azure, actually, I guess we do have to make one. Now that I remember, we actually have to create a Q&A Maker service. So I'll go down here and put this under my cog services. We'll say my Q&A service. Might complain about the name. Yep, so I'll just put some numbers here. We will pick free tier sounds good, so I'll go free. When I actually get the option, that's what I will choose. Down below, we'll choose free again. US East sounds great to me. It generates out the name. It's the same name as here, so that's fine. We don't need App Insights, but I'm going to leave it enabled because I think it changes it to standard or S0 when you do not have it enabled, unusually. And so we will create our Q&A Maker service. Give it a moment here. And it says, I remember it will say like, even if you try, you might have to wait 10 minutes for it to create the service. So even after it's provisioned, it'll take some time. So what we should do is prepare our doc because it can take in a variety of different files. And I just want to show you here that the Q&A, they have a whole paper here formatting the guidelines. And basically, it's pretty smart about knowing where headings and answers is. So for unstructured data, we just have a heading and we have some text. So let's write some things in here that we can think of. Since we're all about certification, we should write some stuff here. So how many AWS certifications are there? I believe right now there are 11 AWS certifications. Okay. And maybe if we use our headings here, this would probably be a good idea here. Yep. Okay. Another one could be how many fundamental Azure certifications are there? And we'll give this a heading. We'll say there are 3 Azure. I think there's 3. There's other ones, right? Like Power Platform stuff, but just being Azure specific, there are 3 Azure fundamental certifications. So we have the DP900, the AI900, the AZ900. I guess there's 4. There's the SC900, right? So there are 4. Okay. We'll say which is the hardest Azure Association certification. And what we'll say here is, I mean, it's my opinion is that it's the Azure administrator. Had some background noise there, that's why I was a bit pausing there. But the Azure administrator AZ-104, I would say that's the hardest. Which is harder? The AWS or Azure certifications. I'd say Azure certifications are harder because they check exact steps for implementation, where AWS focuses on concepts. Okay, so we have a bit of a knowledge base here, so I'll save it. And assuming that this is ready, because we need a little bit of time to put this together, we'll go back to CUDA, can hit a refresh here, give it a moment, drop it down, choose our service. And notice here that we have chit chat extraction and only extraction. We're going to do chit chat. I would say this will be the reference name you change any time. This will be like certification Q&A. And so here we want to populate. So we'll go to files here. I'm going to go to my desktop. And here it is. I'll open it. We will choose professional tone. Go ahead and create that. And so I'll see you back here in a moment. All right, so after waiting a short little time here, it loaded in our data, so you can see that it figured out which is the question, which is the answer, and it also has a bunch of defaults. So here, if somebody was asked something very silly, like, can you cry? I'll say, I don't have a body. It has a lot of information preloaded for us, which is really nice. If we wanted to go ahead and test this, we could go and say, we'll go here, and then we'll write in, we could say like, hello. I say boring. This is good morning. Okay, so we'll say how many certifications are there? We didn't say AWS, but let's just see what happens. And so it kind of inferred, even though we didn't say AWS in particular. So I noticed that there's AWS and Azure. So how many fundamental Azure certifications, things like that. And so it chose AWS. So it's not like the perfect service, but it's pretty good. I wonder what would happen if we placed in one that's like Azure. I don't know how many Azure certs there are. We'll just say like there's 11, 12. I can never remember. They're always adding more. But it does, I want to close this here. There we go. So let's just go add a new key pair here. And we'll say, how many Azure certifications are there? I should have said certifications. I'll probably just set in one moment. So there are 12 Azure certifications. Who knows how many they have? They could have like 14 or something. We could say like between 11 and 14. They just update them too frequently. I can't keep track. So we'll go here and we'll just say certifications, and we will save and retrain. So we'll just wait here a moment. Great, and so now we'll go ahead and test this again. So we'll say, how many certifications are there? And see, it's pulling the first answer. If I say Azure, let's see if it gets the right one here. How many Azure certifications are there? Okay, so, maybe you'd have to have a generic one for that match. So if we go back here and we say, how many certifications are there? You say, which certification, which cloud service provider? Okay, we got AWS, Azure. Follow prompt. You can use guides through conversational flow. Prompts are used to link Q&A pairs and can be displayed. I haven't used this yet, but I mean, it sounds like something that's pretty good because there is multi-turn in this. So the idea is that if you had to go through multiple steps, you could absolutely do that. We can try this a little bit here. Follow prompt you can use to guide. Use to convert. Prompts are used to link Q&A pairs together. Text or button for suggested action. Oh, okay. So maybe we would just do like AWS, link to Q&A, and then so search an existing Q&A or create a new one. So it'd say like how many AWS. Ooh, okay. We're typing it in. Context only. This follows up will not be understood out of the context flow. Sure. Because it should be within context, right? And here we can do another one. We say like Azure. We'll say how many Azure. Context only. Oops. It got away from me there. We'll save that. And what we'll do is save and train. So we'll go back here and we'll say, how many certifications are there? Enter. So we have to choose AWS. And so there we go. So we got something that works pretty good there. Since I'm happy with it, we can go ahead and go and publish that. So we'll say publish. And now that it's published, we could use Postman or curl to trigger it. But what I want to do is create a bot, because with Azure Bot Services, then we can actually utilize it with other integrations, right? It's a great way to use your bot or to actually host your bot. So we'll go over here. It'll link it over. If you don't click it, it doesn't preload it in. So it's kind of a pain. If you lose it, you have to go back there and click it again. But let's just say certification Q&A. And we will look through here. So I'm going to go with free, premium messages, 10K, 1K premium message units. Messages. I'm kind of confused by the pricing, but F0 usually means free, so that's what I'm going to go for that. SDK or Node.js. I'm going to use Node.js. Not that we're going to do anything there with it. We'll go ahead and create that. And I don't think this takes too long. We'll see here. And just go ahead and click on that there. I'll just wait here a bit. I'll see you back here in a moment. All right, so after waiting, I don't know, about 5 minutes there, it looks like our bot service is deployed. We'll go to that resource there. You can download the bot source code. Actually, I never did this, so I don't know what it looks like, so I'd be curious to see this, just to see what the code is. I assume that because we chose Node.js, it would give us that as the default there. So download your source code as your bot, creating the source zip. Not sure how long this takes. Might be regretting clicking on that, but what we'll do is we'll go on the left-hand side here to channels, because I just want to show here. Yeah, didn't download. We'll try here in a second, but what we'll do is we'll go back. Bot profile, unspecified bot. What are you talking about? Yeah, maybe it needs some time. So, maybe we'll just give the bot a little bit of time here. I'm not sure why it's giving us a hard time, because this bot is definitely deployed. If we go over to our bots, right? Bot services, it is here. Sometimes there's like latency, with Azure. And oh, there we go. Okay, see, it works now fine, right? And so I want to show you that there's different channels, and these are just easy ways to integrate your bot in different services. So whether you wanted to use it with Alexa, GroupMe, Skype, Telephony, Twilio, Skype, Business. Apparently they don't have that anymore, because I guess it's all Teams now, right? Keek, which I don't know if people still use that. Slack, which is that. Discord, Telegram, Facebook, email. That's kind of cool. But Teams is a really good one. I use Teams. There's a direct line channel. I don't know what that means. And there's web chat, which is just having like an embed code. So if we go over, we can go and test it over here. Just start testing our web chat. And so it's the same thing as before, but we could just say things like, how many certifications are there? Let's say like Azure, and get a clear answer back. We'll go back up to our overview. Let's try to see if we can download that code again. I was kind of curious what that looks like. if it will download. Must be a lot of code, eh? There we go. So now we can hit download. And so there is the code. I'm going to go ahead and open that up. So yeah, I guess when we chose JavaScript, that made a lot more sense. Let's give it a little peek here. I'm just going to drop this on my desktop here. So let's make a new folder here and call this bot code. Okay, I know you can't see what I'm doing here, but let's go here and double click into here and then just drag that code on in. And then what we can do is open this up in VS Code. I should have VS Code running somewhere around here. I'm just going to go ahead and open that. I'm off screen here. I'll just show you my screen in a moment. Say show code. Oops. File, open folder, bot code, okay. And we'll come all the way back here. And so we've got a lot of code here. Never looked at this before, but you know, I'm a pretty good programmer, so it's not too hard for me to understand. So it looks like you got an API request, things like that. I guess it would just be like if you needed to integrate into your application, then it kind of shows you all the code there. I'm just trying to see our dialog choices. Nothing super exciting. Okay. You know, when I go and make the, was it the AI or the AI-100, whatever the data scientist course is, I'm sure I'll be a lot more thorough here, but I was just curious as to what that looks like. Now, if we wanted to have an easy integration, we can get an embed code for this. So if we go back to our channels, I believe we can go and, is it edit? Ah, yes. So here we have a code. So what I'll do is go back to Jupyter Labs. I'm just going to go make a new empty notebook. So we'll just go up here and say notebook. And this can be for our Q&A. Doesn't really matter what kernel. We'll say Q&A maker. Just show like if you wanted a very, very simple way of integrating your bot, we would go back over to wherever it is here. Here we are. I'm going to go ahead and copy this iframe. I think it's percentage HTML. So it treats this cell as HTML. And I don't have any HTML to render, so we will place that in there. And notice we have to replace our secret key. So I will go back here and I will show my key and we will copy that. And we will paste that key in here. And then we'll run this. And I can type in here. Where am I? Just ask silly things. Who are you? How many Azure certifications are there? Well, I wonder if I just leave the are there off. Let's see if it figures it out. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it with Q&A Maker. So yeah, that's great. So I think we're done here and we can move on to checking out LUIS or LUIS, Learning Understanding, to make a more robust bot, okay? All right, so we are on to our last cognitive service, and this one is going to be LUIS or LUIS, depending on how you like to say it. It's LUIS, which is language understanding. So you type in luis.ai, and that's going to bring us up to this external website. It's still part of Azure, just it has its own domain. And so here we'll choose our subscription, and we have no authoring source, so I guess we'll have to go ahead and create one ourselves. So go down here and we'll choose my cognitive services, Azure resource name. So my auth service or my cognitive service. Create new cognitive service account. But we already have one, so I don't want to make another one, right? It should show up here, right? Are valid in the authoring region. So it's possible that we're just in the incorrect region. So we might end up creating two of these. And that's totally fine. I don't care. It's as long as we get this working here, because we're going to delete everything at the end anyway. And so just say my cog service 2. And we'll say West US because I think that maybe we didn't choose one of these regions. Let's go double check. If we go back to our portal, just the limitations of the service, right? So we'll go to my cog services here. I just want to go cognitive services. So just want to see where this is deployed. And this is in West US. Yeah, so I don't know why it's not shown up there, but whatever. If that's what it wants, we'll give it what it wants, okay? Shouldn't give us that much trouble, but hey, that's how it goes. And so we have an authoring service. I'm going to refresh here and see if it added a second one. It didn't, so all right. That's fine. So we'll just say my sample bot. We'll use English as our culture. If nothing shows up here, don't worry. You can choose it later on. I remember the first time I did this, it didn't show up. And so now we have my cog service, my custom vision service. We want cog service. So anyway, it tells you just about schema, like how you make a schema and animates, talking about like bot action intent and example utterance. But we're just going to set up something very simple here. So we're going to create our intent. The one that we always see is flight booking. So I'll go here and do that. And what we want to do is write an underline. So like book me a flight to Toronto. Okay. And so if someone were to type that in, then the idea is it would return back the intent, this value and metadata around it, and we could pragmatically provide code, right? So what we need is identities, and we can actually just click here and make one here. So enter named identity. We'll just call this location. Okay. Here we have the option machine learned and list. If you flip between it, this is like, imagine you have a ticket order and you have these values that can change, or you just have a value that always stays the same, like list. So that's our airport. That makes sense. We'll do that. If we go over to entities, we can see it here. All right, so nothing super exciting there, but what I want to show you is if we go ahead and we should probably add flight booking. Should be, how about book flight? Flight booking. Flight booking. Okay, so we'll go ahead, and I know there's only one, but we'll go ahead and train our model. Because we don't need to know tons, right? We covered a lot in the lecture content. To build a complex bot is more for the associate level. But now what we can do is go ahead and test this, and we'll say, book me a flight to Seattle. Okay, and notice here it says book flight. We can go inspect it, and we get some additional data. So top scoring, so it says how likely that was the intent. Okay, so you get kind of an idea there. There's additional things here. It doesn't really matter. We'll go back here, and we'll go ahead and publish our model. So we can put it into a production slot. You can see we have sentiment analysis, speech priming. We don't care about either of those things. We can go and see where our endpoint is. And so now we have an endpoint that we can work with. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all you really need to learn about Lewis. But I think we're all done for cognitive services. So we're going to keep around our notebook because we're going to still use our Jupyter Notebook for some other things. But what I want you to do is make your way over to your resource groups. Because if you've been pretty clean, it's all within here. We'll just take a look here. So we have our Q&A. All of our stuff here. I'm just making sure it's all there. And so I'm just going to go ahead and delete this resource group, and that should wipe away everything, okay? For the cognitive services part. All right, so we're all good here, and I'm just going to go off, and I'll leave this open because it's always a pain to get back to it and reopen it, but let's make our way back to the home here in the Azure Machine Learning Studio, and now we can actually explore building out machine learning pipelines. Hey, this is Andrew Brown from ExamPro, and we are looking at Face Service. And Azure Face Service provides an AI algorithm that can detect, recognize, and analyze human faces and images, such as a face in an image, face with specific attributes, face landmarks, similar faces, and the same face as a specific identity across a gallery of images. So here's an example of an image that I ran that we'll do in the follow along. And what it's done is it's drawn a bounding box around the image. And there's this ID, and this is a unique identifier string for each detected face in an image, and these can be unique across the gallery, which is really useful as well. Another cool thing you can do is face landmarks. So the idea is that you have a face, and it can identify very particular components of it, and up to 27 predefined landmarks is what is provided with this face service. Another interesting thing is face attributes. So you can check whether they're wearing accessories. So think like earrings or lip rings, determine its age, the blurriness of the image, what kind of emotion is being experienced, the exposure of the image, the contrast, facial hair, gender, glasses, your hair in general, the head pose. There's a lot of information around that. Makeup, which seems to be limited. Like when we ran it here in the lab, all we got back was eye makeup and lip makeup, but hey, we get some information, whether they're wearing a mask, noise, so whether there's artifacts, like visual artifacts, or occlusion, so whether an object is blocking the parts of the face, and then they simply have a Boolean value for whether the person's smiling or not, which I assume is a very common component. So that's pretty much all we really need to know about the face service, and there you go. All right, so let's move on to the face service. So just go ahead and double click there on the left-hand side. And what we'll do is work our way from the top. So the first thing we need to do is make sure that we have the computer vision installed. So the face service is part of the computer vision API. And once that is done, we'll go ahead and do our imports. Very similar to the last one, but here we're using the face client. We're still using the cognitive service credentials. We will populate our keys. We'll make the face client and authenticate. And we're going to use the same image we used prior with our computer vision, so the data went there. And we'll go ahead and print out the results. And so we get an object back. So it's not very clear what it is, but here, if we hit show, okay, here it's data, and it's identifying the face ID. So going through this code, so we're just saying open the image. We're going to set up our figure for plotting. It's going to say, well, how many faces did it detect in the photo? And so here it says detected one face. It will iterate through it, and then we will create a bounding box around the images. We can do that because it returns back the face rectangle. So we get a top, left, right, etc. And we will draw that rectangle on top. So we have magenta. I could change it to like 3 if I wanted to. I don't know what the other colors are, so I'm not even going to try, but yeah, there it is. And then we annotate with the face ID. That's the unique identifier for the face. And then we show the image, okay? So that's one. And then if we wanted to get more detailed information like attributes such as age, emotion, makeup, or gender, this resolution image wasn't large enough. So I had to find a different image and do that. So that's one thing you need to know, as if it's not large enough, it won't process it. So we're just loading data large. Very similar process, but it is the same thing, detect with stream, but now we're passing in return face attributes. And so here we're saying the attributes we want. And there's that list, and we went through it in the lecture content. And so here we'll go ahead and run this. And so we're getting more information. So that magenta line is a bit hard to see. I'm just going to increase that to 3. Okay. Still really hard to see, but that's okay. So approximate age, 44. I think the actor was a bit younger than that. Data technically is male presenting, but he's an android, so he doesn't necessarily have a gender, I suppose. He actually is wearing a lot of makeup, but all it detects is, I guess it's only particular on the lips and the eyes. So it says he doesn't have makeup. So maybe there's like color, like eyeshadow stuff, maybe it would detect that. In terms of personality, I like how he's a 0.02% SAB, but he's neutral, right? So just going through the code here very quickly. So again, it's the number of faces. So it detected one face. And then we draw a bounding box around the face. For the detected attributes, it's returned back in the data here. So we just say, get the face attributes, turn it into a dictionary, and then we can just get those values and iterate over it. So that's as complicated as it is. And so there we go. Hey, this is Andrew Brown. In this video, we're going to just do cleanup after all this AI ML work. We just want to make sure nothing is sticking around that's going to cost us any money. My approach to cleanup is generally going over to resource groups. So I go here because everything's created in a resource group here. And we can just kind of narrow down what it is that we need to get rid of. So definitely AI Managed Workspace, this one here. But yeah, yours might look a little bit different based on how you name it. But just carefully look through what you've created. And so I'm just carefully going through here. I don't think this is mine, but I'm going to ignore that because I don't think I did any LoRa training, but I'll get rid of it anyway. OpenAI Studio, right? And go ahead and just delete your resources. So nothing super complicated here. Again, just a video to remind you to clean up your resources so you don't have any unexpected spend. But for the most part, everything we ran, we were pretty good about shutting off. So I don't think that's much of an issue. Delete resource group here. We'll go ahead and just continue down here. So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. So here is another one. And we'll delete this one. There we go. And I'm just going to confirm everything deleted. Just in case anything hangs here, I want to tell you, hey, this hanged. We got to fix this. I think it's all going to delete, but for this video, I'm going to confirm here and just wait till everything's deleted, okay? All right, let's see if those are all deleted. I just refreshed this one, so that one is done. This one is done. This one is not 100% done, maybe. Refresh this one. That one is done. This one is done. There we go. So the only one I'm waiting on is this one. So hopefully everything's stuck here. So we're going to, again, just keep waiting here till this is done. All right, so looking here, there actually was a failure. So it's a good thing that I was very thorough here with us here. It says, failed to delete the resource group Azure AI Studio Hub deletion resource group failed with identifiers for AI, Andrew, etc., cannot be deleted. The provision state is whatever. So there's something it does not like. It appears to be 196. So it's this one. Could be the other one as well. But there's something in here it doesn't like. So I'm going to go into here and take a look at what there is. This is, I think, where we trained our model. And so this is where we might be having some trouble. So we'll go down to deployments here. And so we have this custom deployed model. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete this. And it's not fast deleting here. So, yep, there we go. So I wonder if I could checkbox both of these. Nope. So I'll just delete these at a time. Not exactly sure what's causing this issue. We'll go over to data files. We might have something here. Do we have any data files? We do. We'll go ahead and delete those as well. Good. It's interesting it says vector store down here. Now, we never utilized this anywhere, but this could have been an interesting thing that we could have utilized. This almost seems like seems like this could have been like a simpler way of using Azure AI Search, but they're always adding things here, so I'm not too worried about it. Let's go over to the, no, it seems like everything here. Let's go one level up. Let's see if there's any connections. So normally it would show like us connections here. I'm not exactly seeing that. Let's click into this again. And, because this is Azure AI Studio, and usually it has projects. But there's no hubs here. So this should in theory now delete. So we're going to try to get rid of this again. And close this out here. So I'm going to actually go over to Azure AI Studio tab here. And I'm going to see if I can manually delete this. So go over here and not exactly. If I click into it here. Here we go. Delete. Yep, we'll delete it. Same story here. I want to try to delete this one. Click into it. We'll go ahead and attempt to delete this as well, okay? Be back here in just a bit, see if this works. All right, let's take a look here and see if these resources have successfully deleted. And I'm not sure if they deleted. Nope, almost. So one is still giving us a little bit of trouble. Let's take a look here. And underlying user data. So failed to delete the resource. We can go in here. So there's something it doesn't like. So I'm not sure. So we'll go back here and go over to Azure AI Studio Hub. And we'll go into here. And so what are we looking for? There's something here that it doesn't like. And all I can think of is to go back into the hub and try to find, or the studio, and try to find something to delete. So we have no data files. We have a couple deployments, so we can try ahead and delete those. I'm not sure if that would fix our problem. So anything we can get rid of, let's get rid of. Go to data files, nothing here. Vector stores. I was thinking there would be something like with connections, but I don't see any connections here. Overview. Yeah, nothing over there. We'll go back a step. Can I delete it from here? No. No, no, no. So I'm going to attempt to delete this one more time. Because it seems like it's almost gone. And that was the only stuff that was sticking around here. So I cannot imagine there being much of anything else here. Like, there's nothing in here that's going to cause a spend, so we can't delete it. It's not that big of a deal, but I hate when there's just stuff lingering around here. So let's go ahead and try this again. Delete again. Yes. And just opening up here, trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, it deleted perfectly. So we're all cleaned up. If you want to clean up that last one here, you can go ahead and do that. But this is now considered done, and I will see you in the next one. So yeah, sometimes you just gotta keep deleting. Ciao.